On Blue Star, a wildly popular competitive reality show, Ragnarok, was exclusively sponsored by the top-tier consortium Wolf Soul. The host, Old A, wearing his signature faint smile and a sharp navy suit, stood confidently at the center of the circular stage. The audience seats were packed, and the deafening excitement in the air seemed capable of overturning the entire studio. In the middle of the stage sat 12 unoccupied chairs, each with a distinctive totem carved into the backrest representing an identity. A wolf's head, a witch's potion bottle, a hunter's rifle, a prophet's crystal ball, 12 contestants, 12 unique identities, 3 brutal rounds of strategic battle. A singular survivor would ultimately claim the ultimate honor, the Cup of Gods. From the audience erupted a thunderous roar, an overwhelming chorus shaking the very walls of the venue. Tonight, the gods return. Who will reign supreme? Amidst the cacophony, Ron suddenly opened his eyes. Above him, harsh, glaring lights pierced his retina. In front of him was a deep brown round table, its surface embedded with an electronic screen where a bright red countdown ticked relentlessly. 14 minutes and 32 seconds. Circling around him were 11 other faces, some vaguely familiar, others entirely foreign. His palm gripped a heavy number card tightly, its printed digits, 8, digging into his hand. Ron's pupils contracted sharply. He looked down at his own hands, clean, slender, with neatly trimmed nails. A silver ring adorned his left ring finger, strange and completely unfamiliar. He noticed the black hoodie he was wearing, the program's logo starkly printed on the chest. A wolf's head tightly ensnared by thorny vines. In that instant, his mind exploded with confusion. What the hell is this? Was he freeloading somewhere? Or competing in some major international tournament? Worse, this body clearly wasn't his. Just last night, he'd been an average college student burning the midnight oil in his dorm to finish a paper. He'd passed out in front of his laptop. And the moment he opened his eyes, he'd been transported into this alternate world, finding himself on the main stage of an intergalactic-level competition for Werewolf, the ultimate mind game. He never could have imagined that, in this universe, the game of Werewolf had metamorphosed from a casual mobile app into a revered national phenomenon. It had eclipsed the Earth's FIFA World Cup and NBA Finals in popularity, with players viewed as superstar celebrities. The champion's prize? A jaw-dropping $1 billion and the prestigious title of Wolf God. Ron's breath hitched with disbelief. His werewolf skills? Laughably mediocre, just a casual player barely ranked gold tier in the mobile app. His teammates were always yelling at him, "Stop talking nonsense." And now he was expected to duel against the world's top 11 players. It felt as though a novice swimmer had been unceremoniously thrown into the Olympic finals. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt, grumbling internally. These old pros are too much, turning a game into this cutthroat of a competition? Ridiculous. Just as his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Slap. A sharp, loud slap of a hand striking the table abruptly snapped Ron out of his spiraling thoughts. At seat 3, a man in his late 20s suddenly rose to his feet. His slicked-back hair gleamed, his silver jacket reflected the stage lights, and the matching earrings by his ears clinked faintly with his movement. With a commanding air, he surveyed the room and spoke boldly. "My name is Jasper. You might not know me, but the ID Ghost Wolf should ring a bell." The weight of his declaration made the entire atmosphere go dead silent in an instant. Seated at position 9, a round-faced guy widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Ghost Wolf! The Ghost Wolf who sealed victory with 3 consecutive night kills in last year's Asian Championship." Jasper raised an eyebrow with a confident smirk. "That's correct. Ranked 7th globally, 1st in Asia. I single-handedly dismantled the Fire Rain team and claimed 2 MVP titles out of 3 matches. I've waited 3 years to compete on Ragnarok. This year's championship? It's mine." Round-faced guy leapt from his seat, clapping his hands in excitement, radiating a fanboy's admiration. "Wolf God! I'm number 9. Please carry me." Jasper's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone casual yet confident. "If we're on the same faction, sure, no problem." Suddenly, from seat 6, came a lazy yet velvety female voice. The woman, with cascading wavy hair, exuded an air of insouciance. Her impeccably crafted face bore a hint of listless detachment. "Carry us? Don't make promises you can't keep. This game isn't only about strategy. Luck matters just as much. No matter how sharp your wolf kills are, one blind witch's poison or a checked reading from the seer can still set you back. Don't let overconfidence bite you." She twirled an unlit cigarette lazily between her fingers, her casual demeanor carrying an undeniable authority, pressuring anyone nearby. Jasper's brows immediately furrowed in irritation. His domineering presence just moments earlier had been undercut by her blithe remark. Turning sharply toward seat 6, he retorted icily, "Luck? That's just an excuse weak players cling to. In real competition, outcomes are decided by strategy, not chance." The tension hit a boiling point. Among this elite group of players, the energy in the room crackled like a chess match where every player looked ready to dominate. Jasper shot a taunting smirk her way, escalating further as he added, "Blind poison from a witch? Please. In the slightest chance we share a team, if a witch like you dared to poison randomly and raise suspicion, they'd be exposed by daybreak. The wolves and the witch would have no choice but to counterclaim." Ever seen that go down? He didn't even give seat 6 an opening to respond, his demeanor screaming, "What I say goes." The woman merely shot him a glance, uninterested, as though arguing was beneath her. Tossing the cigarette to the table, she murmured nonchalantly, "Be my guest. Prove me wrong." Her line brimmed with explosive confidence. Jasper sneered in response, his gaze sweeping deliberately across the circle before freezing his stare on Ron. "Number 8, you're unfamiliar." The moment those words left his mouth, everyone's collective attention shifted from the tussle between seats 3 and 6 to lock squarely onto Ron. 11 pairs of eyes, all sharp, probing with curiosity, disinterest, or sheer eagerness for drama, bore down on him at once. Ron's heart skipped, constricting painfully, though his face remained composed. Internally, however, he cursed old foxes and their tricks, pressure tactics to make me slip up. Jasper upped the ante, his sharp voice slicing through the room. "Anyone competing in the main event of Ragnarok is a face well known in the circle. I know the global top 100 by heart, and I've memorized every qualifier from each region. And yet I've never heard of you. So tell me, who exactly are you?" No sooner did the words fall than the round-faced 9 chimed in eagerly, his eyes wide with intrigue. Could he be a sponsor's wildcard pick? Sometimes the show reserves slots for their big sponsors, right? The room was suddenly filled with a few faint chuckles. Under the watchful eyes of billions of global livestream viewers, Ron found himself subjected to unwarranted doubts and accusations. Fury shot straight to his head. He had no background to rely on. Under such scrutiny, he could only passively endure the judgment. Deep in his heart, he couldn't help but sneer. These people sure know how to play mind games, always targeting the newcomers. So petty. Just then, a crisp mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! System successfully bound. Ron's brain buzzed loudly. He nearly gasped out loud. Awakened SSS grade talent. Heaven's Eye. You can view the true identity of one player each round. Profit, alignment, all revealed. A real trump card, finally in his grasp. Ron forcibly suppressed the almost overwhelming urge to laugh out loud. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Finally, the heavens have favored me for once. This Heaven's Eye system is absolutely game-breaking. In that instant, the once intimidating opponents appeared completely transparent in his eyes. The so-called global 7th-ranked Ghost Wolf, Asia's top-ranked Wolf Queen. Meeting a rival with god-tier insight, they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. While others would rack their brains analyzing statements, sifting through logic and guessing identities, he only needed one glance to see the truth. Good or wolf, as clear as day. This match had just begun, yet Ron's mind brimmed with certainty. Just wait and see. Im no pushube. In this round, I'll use Heaven's Eye to dominate the field. The countdown ticked down rapidly, the tense atmosphere pressing like a heavy weight on the room. The timer hit 0, and the screen at the center of the stage displayed a floating crystal ball, about the size of a fist. Its bluish radiance expanded in delicate spirals, turning slowly. 12 totems flickered in sequence, each lighting up in rhythm. The competitive energy in the room was at a fever pitch. The host, Old, projected his booming voice, his tone brimming with excitement. Here we go, everyone. The first round is live and ready. On the giant screen, role and alignment information immediately popped up. 12-player Gargoyle Undertaker setup. Good side, 1 Prophet, 1 Witch, 1 Hunter, 1 Undertaker, 4 Villagers. Wolf side, 1 Gargoyle, 3 Wolves. Special rule. The Witch cannot self-save throughout the game. Old A's fervor peaked as he exclaimed, "Wow! Who could have expected this setup with twists at every turn to appear right in the opening round?" The Gargoyle is a wild card. Inspecting at night, leading during the day, all it takes is one misstep for 3 wolves to get eliminated. This setup is the stuff of legends. Rare, even in league finals. Switching his tone, he mimicked notorious moments from the scene. Picture this. The gargoyle inspects the real prophet during the night and reveals their role in the day phase, only to accidentally out all three wolf teammates. Iconic chaos, right? He quickly began introducing each contestant. Jasper, world's 7th-ranked player, an absolute force with his oppressive wolf playstyle. Number 6, Yi Lan Lan, the killer queen of Chuan Yu, renowned for her razor-sharp logic. Number 8, Ron. His voice faltered slightly, brows furrowed, eyes brazenly scrutinizing Ron. To be honest, I don't have much of an impression of this guy yet. Let's see how he performs. His tone was light, almost dismissive, as though he was tossing a glance without much concern. The mockery wasn't lost on the audience, as chuckles rippled through the crowd. Someone even teased, "Classic old fox antics, I swear." At that moment, the lighting dimmed suddenly, shifting from bright white to a deep, golden hue. The sudden change stirred an explosion of screams, not from fear of the lighting, but from the commanding aura radiating from the stage. From the platform to the side, a rising mechanism gradually revealed a woman. She stood poised, dressed in a sleek black robe that accentuated her slender waist, her low ponytail resting lightly against her exposed, fair neck. As she confidently stepped into the judge's seat, the commentator, Chun Dashing, gawked open-mouthed. "Damn, now that's a goddess if I've ever seen one." The audience roared at fever pitch, their cheers drowning out everything else. "Ruan Yen, goddess, we love you. I want to have your babies." Some even held up signs with phrases like, "Thinking about Nyan forever," alongside a chibi caricature of the judge, melting hearts in the crowd. Maintaining her composure, Luo Nyen spoke in a calm, clear voice. "Hello everyone, I'm today's judge, Luo Nyen. The rules have already been explained. The witch cannot self-save in this round. Now, distributing roles." 12 small electronic screens lit up simultaneously. Ron lowered his gaze to his own, seeing the thorny design of a wolf's head spinning slowly before settling in place. He tapped on the screen to reveal his role. A crimson wolf's head, its fangs bared wide, with flames blazing in its eyes. Role, werewolf. Ron's fingers paused briefly as they hovered over the display. Mentally, he cursed. "Seriously? Of course, I get the wolf card. Typical." Still, after just a few seconds, he steadied himself. Underneath, the thrill started bubbling. This was going to be one hell of a match. Drawing the werewolf wasn't exactly good or bad. But Ron was fully aware. The Gargoyle Undertaker setup put wolves in a constant scapegoat position. Think about it. The gargoyle and the small wolves never meet directly. Who knows who's who? A misstep during daytime voting and the wolves might accidentally turn on their own teammate. If the gargoyle leads, they could easily send their own pack to the grave. The classic setups like this one, cliché enough to induce eye rolls. Even Olde himself had mocked how often the gargoyle would help the prophet vote. Blissfully unaware they'd just thrown their entire wolf team under the bus. Realizing too late that they were on the same side. It was absurd. But Ron knew better. This wasn't some rookie-friendly playground. The players seated here, anyone who had earned a spot in the global championship wasn't an idiot. The gargoyle wouldn't crash and burn on the spot. And the wolves weren't clueless amateurs, either. In such a high-stakes game, every move left traces to follow. The gargoyle would find ways to discreetly signal their wolf allies, and the wolves would keenly hunt for signs of their leader through spoken declarations. As long as no one made some rookie mistake, the disadvantage could still be mitigated. Ron's eyes swept across the table. The moment players draw their cards, he thought, their facial reactions tell the rawest tales. Player 3, Jasper. After drawing his card, his actions were fluid, his calmness giving nothing away, not even a raised heartbeat. His face held a subtle, almost unreadable smirk as his cold gaze locked onto the table, silently broadcasting, "You're all overthinking this." When their gazes collided for a split second, Jasper grinned faintly. A smile so understated it barely existed, yet still enough to imply a message Ron couldn't pinpoint. Ron mentally cursed. "Really? That's all you've got? This smug old fox really thinks he's something, huh? Man, it's going to be fun going up against him." Here's the translated version, maintaining the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout of the original text. Next, he turned to glance at player 6, Lan Xinyi. Her reactions were far more entertaining. She idly tapped on the screen, took her unlit cigarette, spun it 3 times between her fingers, and then let a faint, not impressed curve appear on her lips. Her gaze swept across the table like she was silently asking, "This? This is what you're giving me. Ron couldn't help but marvel internally. This woman is a certified pro. All those extra movements, purely to mask her real reaction. As for the others, some frowned. Some licked their lips as their eyes darted around. But truth be told, everyone was acting. The first round barely reveals anything. They all wore their poker faces as tall as fortress walls, impossible to read. Here's the deal. Werewolves never meet the big wolf directly, but they can see the littles. That way, they can pinpoint their allies, signal when needed, push when necessary, and hook when required. During the day, they'd slowly lock in on the big wolf. There's plenty of time for that. Identity card inspection phase is over. Night falls. Please close your eyes. The announcement ended, and Ron suddenly felt something extend from the back of his chair. Before he had time to react, an icy sensation traveled across his face. Within 2 seconds, his whole face was covered by a full-face mask, perfectly concealing every detail. He tried prying his eyes open but found the mask pinned his eyelids shut. Anxiety bubbled inside as frustration poured in. This design is absurd, he thought. Shutting off all vision and hearing? No way to sneak even a hint of extra info. In this pitch-black void, he was drowning in nothing but his irritation. Gargoyle, open your eyes and confirm the identity you want to verify. Gargoyle, close your eyes. Werewolves, open your eyes and locate your teammates. Werewolves, take action. The mask abruptly peeled away, feeling like some invisible force was ripping it apart. The liquid metal-like material smoothly retracted into the grooves behind the chair. Ron blinked immediately, greeted by the sight of a crystal ball hovering in the middle of the table. A dark red glow shimmered across its surface, casting the room into a flickering twilight state, a limbo between dusk and midnight. His first instinct was to check player 6, Lan Xinyi. She was reclined against her chair, her posture as relaxed as someone waking from a pleasant afternoon nap. When she spotted Ron removing his mask, she raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, subtly nodding as if to say hello. Then Ron turned to player 9, a round-faced guy named Deshengchen. Chan had placed third in the Asia regional qualifiers, with a signature playstyle that dramatized emotions. At his peak, he resembled a battle god. On bad days, well, let's just say he had hot and cold consistency that could drive anyone mad with worry. The scene grew tense. But it was only just the beginning. There was a long way to go. Speaking of Chan Desheng, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his mouth formed a perfect, "Oh." His expression resembling someone who just swallowed a raw egg, and then chased it with a sour lemon. It was a cocktail of shock and disbelief strong enough to make him explode. Inside his head, a million WTFs stormed through. Wait, what? How am I paired with him? Just moments ago, he had blasted player 8 in front of a live audience of 300 million viewers, accusing the wildcard contestant of sneaking into the competition through sheer luck. He even declared they'd be an easy target in round 1. And now, the mask comes off, and that wildcard turns out to be his teammate. This plot twist was way too crazy. Inwardly cringing with embarrassment, Chen's bravado deflated. His face went through more emotional shifts than a weather app, but he forced himself to stay composed. Meanwhile, Lan Xinyi, ever the sly fox, stayed silent and coolly swapped out her cigarette. Then, she discreetly tapped 2 fingers on the number 4 position and made a sharp, watch him gesture. Following her lead, Ron glanced toward player 4. The person's mask was still firmly in place, keeping their identity completely concealed. The air around them buzzed with mystery. Ron and Lan Xin exchanged glances. The unspoken understanding between them was crystal clear. Player 4? No doubt some kind of key role. Maybe even a seer. Take out player 4. Chen, utterly clueless, gave a confused shrug as if to ask, "You're that confident about your reading? Player 4 is a seer for sure." Lan Xin turned to him, opened her palm in exasperation, and wordlessly conveyed, "Well, why don't you take the lead then?" Chen rolled his eyes and gestured with his hands. "All right, if you're all set on it, who am I to argue? I'll go along with the plan." With the target locked down, Lan Xin mapped out a quick follow-up plan. She tapped a few positions, muttering they'd hold off on power plays like claiming the seer role until tomorrow's speech phase. Chun eagerly volunteered to fake claim and suggested they observe how others responded during their turns. "If I'm convincing, we can push hard. If not, just don't waste energy trying to save me." "Do your thing," he said breezily. Lan Xin scrutinized Chun for a moment before nodding reluctantly. The choice made sense. Despite his erratic gameplay, Chun had some wild ace-in-the-hole moments during fake claims, though on off days, he could be a disaster waiting to happen. If nothing else, it was better to let someone willing step forward than forcing someone unprepared. Ron, on the other hand, quietly observed the whole exchange. Outwardly expressionless, inwardly, he was already playing a few steps ahead. Lan Xin's wait-and-see approach wasn't about hesitation, it was all about minimizing risk. She knew how easy it'd be for the gargoyle to steal the show if both wolves overstepped and fake-claimed as seers. Think about it. If the gargoyle made the first seer claim to signal a little wolf, and both wolves jumped on the same train, it'd hand the big wolf every bit of leverage to sabotage their credibility. Lan Xin's careful strategy gave the big wolf room to operate without unnecessary conflicts. Meanwhile, Chen Dashing was just in his own world, mainly focused on proving he still had it. Ron lowered his gaze. With the target set and the roles pre-planned, the only thing left was waiting for daytime speeches. One precise strike and the enemy would be knocked out. The tension was suffocating. Werewolves, close your eyes. The mask resealed, and darkness swallowed Ron whole. Witch, wake up. Tonight's victim is, will you use the antidote? Will you use poison? Seer, wake up. Choose someone to check. Night phase actions completed. Day breaks. Everyone, open your eyes. The mask retracted slowly. Light transitioned from dark gold to brilliant white, forcing Ron to squint against its brightness. Sheriff election phase. Players interested in running for sheriff, please raise your hand, announced the moderator, Luo Nian. Instantly, every screen lit up, red for running, blue to abstain. A 3-second countdown followed. 3, 2, 1. Choose now. All 12 screens shimmered simultaneously. Ron tapped his screen lightly, activating the red light. His peripheral vision caught 5 others doing the same. Luo Nian glanced at the monitoring panel and announced clearly to the audience. Players running for sheriff this round. 1, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 11. Her gaze scanned the players one by one before landing on player 6. At 3:06 p.m., the sheriff speeches will commence, starting with player 6. Player 6, please begin. Before the host could finish his words, the audience exploded. Yi Lan Xin, Queen of Sichuan and Chongqing, kicking things off at number 6. Sis Lan Xin, look over here. Waves of cheers rippled through the crowd, nearly bringing the house down. The fervor surged as Ron waved a bold sign right at the start, reading, Lan Xin, the heart of the wolves, set against an electrifying backdrop. In the sea of spectators, voices rang out with shouts of Xiong Qi, Chongqing slang roughly translating to bring it on, or go for it. The atmosphere, absolutely electric. Old A, standing off to the side of the stage with a mic in hand, grinned mischievously, as though thoroughly enjoying the show. Ladies and gentlemen, kicking things off as player number 6 is none other than Yi Lan Xin, the killer goddess from the Sichuan Chongqing division and last season's Asian Cup semi-finalist. He raised his voice dramatically. Her scorching remarks in last year's competition literally pressured the opposing Mad Wolf to self-destruct. What kind of fireworks will she bring this time? Let's watch and find out. As he spoke, the camera zoomed in, filling the giant screens with Yi Lan Xin's sharp, strikingly refined face. Bathed in a soft spotlight, her gaze exuded a razor-sharp intensity. She leaned lazily against her chair, cat-like in her nonchalance, casually spinning an unlit slim cigarette between her fingers. Those familiar with her competitive style knew this routine too well. Spinning the cigarette meant she was organizing her thoughts. Tapping it to the table meant she was about to drop something memorable. All right, making me the first to speak? Guess I'll keep it simple, she said in a laid-back tone, her voice laced with the teasing rise and fall of her Sichuan accent. This gargoyle gravekeeper setup? It's practically tailor-made for the good guys. Why? The wolves can't connect. Big Bad Wolf doesn't recognize the little ones, and the little ones don't recognize each other. One wrong move during the day, and boom, wolves chopping at each other's necks. That's why the good guys need to push aggressively. You get it, yeah? Her eyes flickered across the table as if scanning the field. When the odds are in your favor as a good guy, don't chicken out. The more you hold back, the harder wolves will stomp all over you. If they call you out as a wolf, don't let it slide, hit back with sound logic. Don't leave the wolves room to fish for opportunities. She paused briefly before throwing a sudden curveball. I, Yi Lan Xin, am making this crystal clear. I'm a good guy. The rest of you better come at me with airtight logic if you dare to call me out without reason. None of that sly, fake posturing crap. Her gaze suddenly fixed on player 3, Jasper. He sat reclined in his chair, wearing an air of casual indifference. Yi Lan Xin's lips curled slightly into a mischievous yet cutting grin. It wasn't friendly in the slightest. Let me just say this. My hunch? Player 3 is off. The camera cut to Jasper, who remained expressionless, carrying a composure typical of someone seasoned. But Yi Lanxin wasn't letting up. Her words hit like a sniper shot. According to database stats, you've got a 100% record for stepping up as the policer, so what's the deal with you sitting this one out? Feel guilty because you sniffed out your wolf buddies? Huh. The audience erupted with murmurs and gasps. To call out Jasper, ranked 7th in the world, right from the opening gambit? This woman was fearless. Jasper's lips twitched as though he might respond, but then he shrugged it off, managing only a faint, defiant smirk. Ron, observing all this from afar, chuckled inwardly, intrigued. Pre-match, Jasper had baited Yi Lanxin with a spicy one-liner. Luck is just the excuse of weak players, which had irked her visibly. Now, she aimed straight for his throat at game start. But this wasn't revenge, it was a strategy, a masterstroke at that. First speakers had immense pressure to set the tone. Yi Lanxin chose to single out a seasoned opponent, knowing full well targeting Jasper would shake up the dynamics. If she could subdue him right off the bat, others would hesitate to challenge her next. Furthermore, her read was surgical. His behavior deviated from past patterns. While not conclusive evidence, the subtle accusation baited Jasper into a tight spot. Respond quickly, risk weakening his authority, or stay silent and risk losing the upper hand. Her voice softened, almost teasing. Of course, it's just a vibe I'm getting. But if you're really a good guy, make sure to clear it up properly during your police phase speech. All right? With a final twirl of the unlit cigarette, her eyes scanned the room. And P.S. I'm no seer, but whoever comes in as the real seer later, speak up strong. Make it loud. Keep the energy heavy. With that, she casually set the slim cigarette down on the table, leaned further into her chair, and ended her speech. The audience lit up with applause and cheers. Olda grabbed the mic, barely able to contain his laughter.
Yi Lanxin.
Oh man, she's still that Yi Lanxin, coming in full throttle and immediately challenging the world's number 7. Jasper. That's our Sichuan queen for you. If she thinks something's shady, she'll call it out no matter who you are. So, how's Jasper gonna handle this? What'll his response be during police phase? Let's keep watching. The spotlight slowly drifted away from Yi Lanxin and toward the next speaker. One thing was clear. For her, joining the Twilight of the Gods competition wasn't just about the billion-dollar prize pool. For someone like Yi Lanxin, the money and fame were trivial. What really drove her was pushing her limits, reaching new heights. She wasn't here to pick off easy prey. For Yi Lanxin, if she was going to fight, it'd be against the fiercest opponent there was. This time, that opponent was Jasper, the elusive wolf ghost, ranked 7th globally, Asia's top contender by accumulated points, and arguably the toughest wolf in the game. Player 8. It's your turn. Ron's voice rang out, drawing the crowd's attention to the next speaker. As the spotlight shifted to player 8, an audible stir coursed through the audience. Who's this guy, Ron? The name sounds familiar, but I just can't place it. Is he from the qualifiers? What region is he repping? I looked him up. Seems like a wildcard, sponsored entry-level entry. Wildcard? So he's just here to fill space then? Huh. Last round's wildcard didn't even last one match. Never even sniffed a police badge. Olda leaned into the mic again, obviously curious as he locked eyes on Ron. Player 8 Ron. Let's see what you've got. Despite his politeness, there was no hiding the skepticism in his words. To be fair, Ron's presence, or lack thereof, in previous competitions hadn't left enough of an impression for any meaningful expectations. Even so, the fact he made it to the main event, that still had to mean something. The audience couldn't tell if they were about to witness a surprise breakout or a complete flop. The camera zoomed in, showing Ron's face on the studio's gigantic screens. He was, in every way, utterly unremarkable. No striking features, no commanding aura. None of Yi Lanxin's razor-sharp looks or Jasper's unapologetic arrogance. Hell, he didn't even have the stark recognizability of a mid-tier player like Chun Dashing. His expression carried a distant neutrality, as though he instinctively kept everyone at arm's length without even trying. He began speaking by first commenting on number 6, Lanxin Ye's statements. The 6th player's speech was sharp. She went straight for number 3 right away, dissecting their logic and historical behavior for flaws. Just in terms of quality, this opener was solid. But then, he quickly changed his tone. Of course, being sharp doesn't equate to being a good person in this game. A good person could say this, but so could a werewolf. The werewolf's typical play often involves targeting someone immediately to create division, its standard procedure. So based on this alone, I can't confirm whether number 6 is a good person or a werewolf. Lan Xinyi raised her brow slightly, clearly not expecting this usually invisible figure to decisively tear apart her speech with such clinical precision. It wasn't an accusation, nor was it a defense, just an emotionless breakdown of the content itself. Ron followed up with a line that hit even harder. But there's one thing I can determine. His gaze shifted from Lan Xinyi to number 3, Jasper. If number 6 is a werewolf, then number 3 is definitely a good person. The audience fell into stunned silence. Ron's statement was brutally incisive. His logic was crisp. Number 6 targeted number 3 so blatantly, attacking relentlessly in an almost multifaceted assault. This kind of sharp, overt aggression is not how werewolf teams usually play. They don't have perfect information. Who would dare to throw a teammate directly into the fire in the very first round? So it stands to reason number 6 and number 3 cannot be on the same team. If number 6 is a werewolf, then number 3 must be a good person, no doubt. Unless, of course, there's a big wolf, small wolf scenario between them, Ron added, glancing briefly toward Jasper with the corner of his eye. Jasper remained stoic as ever on the surface, seemingly unbothered. However, his right-hand index finger lightly tapped the back of his left hand. A small but meaningful action. Then he raised his gaze and gave Ron a quick glance. That look. It wasn't the predatory stare of a hunter eyeing their prey, but something different. It was as if amidst a pile of ordinary stones, one suddenly spotted an unusual mineral. Not quite admiration, but certainly intrigue. Lan Xinyi's opener, using data-heavy justifications to excuse herself from competing for the police chief role, had mostly become a tired and typical tactic among good players. Most would have thrown in an extra jab or endorsement to spice it up. But someone like Ron, tearing it apart logically and methodically while maintaining complete neutrality, well, this threw people off. It was the kind of perspective that aligned closely with that of an actual good player, who speaks calmly and with reason, rather than with the showy eagerness of someone trying to act good for appearances. It wasn't about forcing alliances or picking fights, but rather presenting logical points with quiet confidence, letting others make their own conclusions. Jasper knew better than to take this lightly. After all, one person's speech can only touch on so much. Ron had neither placed undue suspicion on number 6 nor treated her as a confirmed ally. This kind of neutral approach suggested two possibilities. 1, Ron was genuinely a good player observing carefully before acting, or 2, he was a werewolf deliberately staying non-committal to avoid giving his team away early. Determining which was true would come down to the subsequent speeches and behaviors. Pulling his attention back, Jasper wasn't in any rush. Ron's speech wasn't done yet. Oh, one more thing. I need to correct number 6 on something, Ron continued, maintaining that indifferent yet not entirely cold demeanor. This entire Ron segment was causing some in the audience to chuckle. Just as Lan Xinyi dropped a data-driven comment about, statistically, anyone suddenly breaking from historical behavior is suspicious, Ron cut in bluntly, I can't quite agree with that. His pause felt like a silent cigarette break, as if his attitude simply screamed, please, just knock it off with this pretentious nonsense. No one expected this soft-spoken Ron, whose voice didn't carry much volume, to tear through the glitzy facade that so many data worshippers used to mystify the game. What did he mean by statistics can only be a reference? He wasn't in the mood for a long back and forth with someone like Lan Xinyi, one of the game's top-tier players. Instead, he simply stated, you really think someone who usually pretends to be a good person has inexplicably become a werewolf card today? That's not logical. Even the subtle expressions on Old A's face shifted briefly. Those strong players on set understood instantly, Ron wasn't clueless. He knew the mechanics of the game and wasn't making random guesses. And then, as if it couldn't get bolder, Ron turned the tables with a pointed question. So, if a player usually avoids competing for the police chief role, but then switches things up today just for fun, why are you immediately labeling them a werewolf? It was almost absurd. This kind of logic would only convince naive, overly simplistic players. The audience hummed with a mix of unease and interest, murmuring quietly as the weight of his words began to sink in. To put it plainly, Ron wasn't addressing Lan Xinyi directly with this. She already understood the inherent limitations of the data-heavy approach. His real aim was the rest of the good players at the table, offering them a demonstration. His tactic of logically breaking down number 6's speech without directly attacking or defending was a high-level wolf cover play. On the surface, it looked like a level-headed and unbiased good player's stance. In reality, though, this strategy could easily serve to provide number 6 with a shield. Brilliant, wasn't it? The more the audience thought about this, the more unsettled they became. It was clear now, these seasoned foxes weren't devoid of tricks. And yet, Ron still didn't declare himself as the seer, a calculated choice. After all, number 9 had already lined up to let Chen Dashing assume that role. For Ron, unfamiliar with the rest of these people, throwing himself into the line of fire with an abrupt claim would have been suicidal. So yes, he was coasting. But this wasn't aimless coasting. It was high-level coasting, a far cry from playing dumb. The real shocker came when Ron smoothly transitioned back to the game's core discussion, pointing out that the later positions, number 9, 11, 1, and 4, would likely contain both a fake seer and the actual seer. Then, he coolly tossed in a sinister twist. If a gargoyle seats themselves in the police chief lineup, it means there's a gargoyle at play. This blatant message practically screamed toward number 9. Be careful. Don't jump into the seer claim impulsively, or you might just trip into a trap of your own making. What Ron was really saying to Chen Dashing was, if you dare to claim seer right now, one tiny misstep could doom our side. To the others, it sounded like rational, calculated advice. To Chen Dashing? Oh, he felt it, the sting of being warned by Ron, a wildcard newcomer who had mocked him previously, who wasn't rolling their eyes inwardly while tactfully keeping their mouths shut. The brilliance of Ron's flawlessly calm delivery was that it left the room not in uproarious applause, nor in chaotic shouts, but in an ambiguous silence tinged with grudging admiration. Everyone sat with mixed feelings of discomfort and reluctant acknowledgement. This man didn't speak like anyone else. His words would take several careful rereads to fully digest. Olda picked up the microphone, his expression one of mingled intrigue and readiness. He didn't need to spell it out. The look on his face said everything. This round? Oh, it was going to be good. As the baton returned to Ron, player 8, Olda remarked with a subtle smile, very interesting. His initial veneer of polite curiosity transformed into one of genuine interest. This guy broke down number SSS speech to the smallest detail, without rushing to a conclusion. Olda paused for a moment, then dropped this bombshell. This kind of play? Rarely seen on the Ragnarok stage. Whether he's a good player or a werewolf, at the very least, his speech this round brought a fresh perspective to the table. This is section 6 of 21. I've processed the content following your logic while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout as requested. Here's the result. After finishing his point, Olda shifted gears. Next up, let's see what player 9 has to say. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that player 9's gonna claim seer. The camera quickly panned to player 9's seat, and all eyes at the scene immediately focused in unison. This chubby-faced guy was trouble from the start. First, he chased after Jasper, shouting, Jasper, I've been watching your streams since I was a kid. Then, before the game even began, he mocked Ron by saying, he's just a wild card who got in through connections. His lapdog energy was through the roof. But now that it was his turn to speak, no one had a clue what he'd bring to the table. Chen Dashing took a deep breath and opened with 5 crisp words. Player 9, seer. Short and sharp, not leaving any room for hesitation. A flicker of surprise crossed Ron's eyes. Then he continued, Player 11 is a wolf. His finger pointed straight at the skinny man diagonal from him, who hadn't uttered a single word since the game began. His hand was steady, his gaze unwavering. Chen Dashing locked onto player 11 and added, Badge flow. Check 3, then 7. The tension in the room exploded instantly. As eloquent as player 6, Yilan and player 8, Ron, had been during their speeches, neither of them had claimed seer, no one had. But now, player 9 not only claimed it, he immediately sent a wolf accusation toward player 11. The atmosphere in the studio felt as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. The audience was silent for a brief moment, then erupted in excitement. Player 9 claimed seer, that lapdog of a player 9. He called wolf on player 11 directly at the badge contest. There's no way player 11, being in the badge contest, is an obvious wolf. Wait, what if player 9's the wolf pretending to be the seer and gambling with this play? Olda raised his volume, his tone excitingly dramatic. Player 9 claims seer, calls player 11 a wolf at the badge contest. This move takes skill. If player 9 truly is the seer, it's possible that player 11's a wolf. Or what if player 11's a gargoyle? If so, grabbing the wolf team boss on the first night, what sheer luck? He paused and then shifted his tone. But what if player 9 is a wolf in disguise? Calling out someone at the back of the order might randomly land on their own wolf teammate. The audience's discussions grew even hotter, and Olda dropped his voice. There's yet another possibility. Player 9 is the gargoyle. Checked player 11 on the first night and confirmed they're the actual seer before making this precision strike during the day. To sum it up, Between player 9 and player 11, there's definitely one wolf, and a strong chance one of them holds the big boss card. Meanwhile, Ron leaned back in his chair, maintaining a calm outward demeanor as his mind raced wildly. Damn. Calling a wolf on someone further down the lineup during the badge contest? That's seriously hardcore. His eyes glanced briefly at Chun Dashing's round face. Where's the hint of that lapdog personality now? His eyes were shining like nails. Chin raised slightly. His entire demeanor had flipped into dominance. Finally, Ron was witnessing what an emotional player looked like when they clicked into gear. Absolutely reckless. Breaking it down. Accusing someone further down the lineup during the badge contest screams, gambling on the seer, in the eyes of others. Nobody likes to make this kind of move. It risks exposing them as a wolf if they falter. And yet, Chun Dashing dared. This guy seemed like two souls residing in one body. By day, he was a slick old fox, flattering and opportunistic. But the second he sat at the werewolf table, his mask tore away. He was ruthless and decisive, like a cornered wolf. He lowered his finger and knocked on the table lightly, a playful smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. I know what you're all thinking. Player 9 skipped over player 10 and called player 11 a wolf. You're all probably thinking player 9's just gambling, trying to cut down the seer before they've spoken. Spreading his hands wide, his grin broadened. What a joke! That kind of elementary school logic can stay in grade school. Ragnarok doesn't play by those rules. Ron's move was downright outrageous. The moment player 9 claimed seer, the room was electrified. Chaos descended instantly. This was unreal. And then Ron went straight for the throat, saying, I'm not claiming results from a random daytime check. I checked player 11 during the night, and they're absolutely a wolf. Honestly, his words were so direct it left no room for rebuttal. He tilted his head in brief thought before laughing under his breath, flashing a set of bright white teeth. On the first night, what's a seer supposed to do? Just pick someone, obviously. What kind of logic are you expecting? Those seers who spin a whole narrative about why they chose someone to check on night 1, they're 90% fake. Stuff like, oh, I checked them because they're sitting opposite this person, or, I dreamed about them. Total nonsense. The audience chuckled quietly, with a few nods of agreement. Honestly, Chun Dashing had laid it out plainly, so that was the strategy all along. Even Ron had to admit he was impressed by how Chun skipped the drama and didn't concoct some elaborate tale. Too much storytelling exposes cracks. True masters don't overplay their hand. The straightforward confidence was more convincing. He held up 2 fingers. Badge flow. Check player 3 first, then player 7. He launched into his reasoning. There were 6 players in the badge contest. Players 1, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 11. He pointed out that player 11 was a wolf and wouldn't fake claim seer because nobody would believe them, which meant the fake seer, if there was one, would be hiding among player 1 and player 4, the 2 who hadn't spoken yet. Checking them directly wouldn't help much, so he chose to look outside the badge contest entirely, picking players 3 and 7. When discussing player 3, he even defended player 6 a little. Sure, player 6 had called out player 3 earlier, but pressure alone doesn't mean much. Wolves can act aggressive too. The fact that player 3, who always competed for the badge, stayed out this time was suspicious. His logic was sharp, linking wolf behavior and good player reads. Player 7 was his secondary focus, with no extra reason, just a let's start their check. Then Chen's critique of players 6 and 8 veered off. Player 6 was blunt and intense, too stereotypical, even wolves pretend to be tough. Player 8, meanwhile, acted neutral and objective in their speech, which could read as fair, but wolves could also play vague. He internally roasted player 6 for their wannabe strongman routine, if only they could hold their ground when it mattered. Time to see if they'd carry the good or fold under pressure. Finally, with a decisive thud on the table, he declared, I'm the seer. Player 11's the wolf. Badge flow is 3 first, then 7. Vote for me. His voice rang out, and the studio held its breath for a few seconds before erupting with even more excitement, outshining the reactions to Yi Lanxin's speech earlier. This is the content from section July 21st. It has been processed according to your logic while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout as requested. Here is the result. This is absolutely insane. That statement flipped the entire situation, making things both clear and thrilling. Who would dare underestimate a player like this? The old fox's tricks this round are just brilliantly executed. Ron, sitting right there, suddenly felt the atmosphere explode. Not because his speech was more impressive than Yi Lanxin's, but because finally, someone jumped as the seer. Finally, the teams had something to latch onto. The most exciting part of Werewolf is always the clash of both sides. Guessing the wolves, spotting the villagers. The tension is just unbeatable. Old A's voice rang out. Player 9, Chandeshing, claiming seer. Player 11 has been checked as a werewolf. With their badge flow pressing 3 and 7. His words came out fast, each one more intense than the last. Finally, a seer who knows how to play their role. And he's throwing a direct check on a later player while still on the lead speech. Whether he's real or just a bold fake seer, this strength is undeniable. He took a quick breath and continued. His reasoning isn't bad either. He's skipping player 1 and 4, who are later in the order, because he's predicting wolves might jump too. All he needs to do is analyze their statements. This logic holds water. The badge flow pressing players 3 and 7 is meant to break open the game too. If 3's a wolf, player SIXS Yilanshin's early targeting of 3 makes some sense, and overall it'll set the stage. To kick off with this level of gunpowder tension? Incredible! Ron leaned back in his chair, listening to Chun Dashing's statement. From a seer's perspective, it sounded solid. His accusation was bold, his logic reasonable, and he even critiqued the table's flow. Seemingly, nothing was out of place, including the part where he mentioned listening to player 8 more attentively than player 6. Even that personal bias could be forgiven. But who could have guessed his biggest logical flaw would be player 3's identity? If player 3 is confirmed good, does it automatically make player 6 a wolf? Can't good players also have gaps in logic? And even if player 3 is evil, does that guarantee Yi Lanshin's a villager? Let's not forget wolves feeding on wolves to confuse others. Crazy. No one expected what came next. Ronian announced, Player 11, your turn. The camera switched to player 11, Zhou Ziyue. His thin face, sharp cheekbones, and deep-set eyes showed up on the big screen. Old A couldn't hold back and exclaimed, Zhou Ziyue, top player from the Guangdong region. Ranked 19th in all of Asia. Nicknamed Pressure King. Last season's Asian Cup quarterfinals, he was dealt a werewolf card and got directly locked for poisoning by the witch mid-round. The witch even announced, Player 11 will be poisoned tonight. No one can stop me. The audience blew up immediately. Oh my god. I remember that game. He was smiling even while being marked for death and used his one turn to completely disable the witch's action. That's the Pressure King for you. In the crowd, a young girl fumbled with her LED board, hastily flipping it to a handwritten Ziyue, play freely. Beside her, a curly-haired boy sneered, You got the name wrong. It's Zhou Ziyue. She retorted with gusto. Pipe down, you busybody. Old A's voice climbed again. Player 9 tagged player 11 as a werewolf. And now it's player 11's rebuttal round. This is the same guy who outtalked a determined which, what's his play here? Zhou Ziyue was reclined in his chair. He crossed his arms and, in an unhurried motion, pointed at Ron. Player 11, Seer. Player 8, Werewolf. Thank you. The room froze, as though someone hit the pause button. What? Player 11 just flipped the cards and accused player 8 right back? The audience lost their minds. The live chat was going off. Player 8 a werewolf? What is this strategy? Is this some Russian nesting doll gameplay? 2 direct accusations during the same round? But player 8's earlier speech was solid, wasn't it? How is he getting targeted? Cut the nonsense, he was totally blending in. Easiest wolf play ever. I thought player 8 did fine. Doesn't choosing no sides help stabilize as a villager? If blending in was his goal, he's doing it too well then. Olda nearly screamed. Player 11, Zhou Ziyue, accused player 8, Ron, of being a werewolf. Meanwhile, player 9 targeted 11 as a wolf, and now 11 accuses 8. A round with 2 accusations already. This is what peak werewolf pro play looks like. Welcome to Ragnarok. The tension in here is out of control. Ron kept his poker face, but his brain was running at full speed. Holy crap, could player 11 really be the seer? And he started with a read on me? He stared at Zhou Ziyue's face, mentally replaying his own previous speech that dismantled player X's logic and reaffirmed his good identity, internally screaming. These 2 old foxes are driving me nuts. Flashy tactics without solid strategy. Only works on featherweights. Ron wasn't the only one in a tight spot. Player 6, Yilanshin, was walking a tightrope right from the start between Chen Dashing and Ron, carefully dropping subtle plays. But who would have expected the seer's direct reads to completely ignore all that meticulous setup? Suddenly, none of it mattered. Yilanshin suppressed a chuckle, internally muttering, What? Acting like a careful, neutral villager is supposed to work? Seer comes down night 1 and calls you out. Boom! The end of your act. Her gaze flicked to Chen dashing, rounding it all up. That round face of his was laden with hesitation, eyes darting subtly between Zhou Ziyue and Ron. Fortunately for him, his wolf teammates hadn't slipped up in panic quite yet. They tossed that werewolf tag onto Zhou Ziyue first. The team still had some tactical room left. It wasn't entirely embarrassing yet. Meanwhile, Yilan Xin, mid-gesture with her slim cigarette, suddenly froze. Her eyes bounced from Zhou Ziyue to Ron, then finally settled to rest on the ominously glowing red light in front of her spot. Her lips pressed into the barest smirk, so subtle even the camera had trouble catching it. Player 8, Ron, getting seer tagged right out of the gate? Crappy luck didn't even begin to describe it. To her, his balanced pitch earlier had seemed honest. Neither overreaching nor suspicious. Exactly what you'd expect from a seasoned player blending in. A couple of rounds skating by? Sure. Maybe a curveball when they needed it most. But being seer nuked right off the bat? Yikes. Even she felt tense for him. Lanxin glanced back at Zhou Ziyue once more. She remembered this guy. After the Asian Cup semifinals, she combed through replays of one particular match game. He was god tier. Back then, marked early on by the witch, he'd carried his role with an almost casual weight of inevitability. Fixed his fate in a single speech, redirected the game entirely. Not driven by raw, loud emotion but instead with a lethal kind of fluidity. You punch, he doesn't resist. You overreach, he shifts under and lets it pass. Then, as you start to tire, bam. He pulls apart your argument unnoticed. Subtle but devastating. Players like him, the ultimate nightmare. Here's the translation of the provided content. Retaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and layout. Even though player 9, a wolf teammate, threw a check kill his way, Ziyu didn't panic. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, silently cursing the old fox for somehow managing to handle it all. He would seize the chance to shine, gradually regaining the good guy's trust through his speeches. Unfortunately, player 8, a wolf teammate, got eliminated right from the start. Utterly absurd. At this moment, Ziyu continued his statement. Totally different from player 9. My check on player 8 has a logical foundation. I analyzed the whole field. Player 3 Jasper, player 6 Lan Xinyi, and player 9 Dacian Chun. I have data backups for all of them. But player 8, no impresión whatsoever. He patted the table and pointed at Ron. That's why. The first thing I did after getting the seer role was to check player 8. Straight up helped the witch eliminate suspicion zones. If they're good, keep them. If they're a wolf, let the poison do the job. Watching this move, it seemed like he was crafting a map for the witch, direct to the point. The audience let out a ripple of laughter, which received the message. Still, Ziyu wasn't done venting. Player 8, this cunning little trickster, had an officer speech that sounded as nice as piano music but was all fluff, no substance. Saying player 6 was sharp but not drawing conclusions, declaring player 3 a solid good guy, dismissing absolute data flow, and even speculating that the gargoyle could act all alarming and still eat a check kill. Come on. He spread his hands with a helpless look. Break it all down, and sure, individually, everything he said was technically right, but stitched together, it's all meaningless. No bias, no defense, no attacks, just wearing the guise of objectivity while clearly floating under the radar. This person is either a top-tier floater or a schemer playing mind games. Honestly, I kind of regret checking him. Such a waste of my verification power. Hearing this, the spectators couldn't hold back. Whoa, straight up calling him out. Ziyu really doesn't see player 8 as a big deal. Not only did he give a check kill, but he also roasted the guy. Player 8's mindset must be crumbling. I don't know though. I feel like player 8's speech was pretty normal, not really wolf-like. Ha, and that's why there's a difference here. What others can't pick up on. Ziyu already dismantled it. Suddenly, player A chimed in. Ziyu's speech here is clearly hurting suspicion toward player 11. Player 9 gave a check kill to player 11. Now player 11 counters by check killing player 8. This entire ordeal is so outrageous. 2 layers of chaos, thoroughly muddling the waters. How's a good person supposed to discern real from fake now? Truth is, this match was fireworks right from the start. Explosive energy that made the game thrilling to watch. Everyone was eager to see how the protagonists would continue to wow the crowd with their strategies. Ron, our player 8, just got his officer speech labeled as advanced floating. And Ziyu? He flat out admitted he regretted checking player 8. A total waste of effort. His critique wasn't that player 8's speech was weak. No, it was that the speech was too good, too wolf-like. Practically digging his own grave. On screen, Ziyu's eyes shifted, landing directly on Dacian Chun, player 9. A subtle smirk crept onto his face, followed by a quiet thought. This silly tiger is starting trouble again. He said aloud. Why did I check player 9? To be honest, there's not much to explain. Player 9's been waving their wolf card since the beginning. Top of the board, responding to the seer counterplay. He's clearly banking on forcing a critical moment after the officer round to snag the seer title. Safe move if it works. If not, he can always pivot later. As he spoke, ZU pointed a finger straight at player 9. Look at what player 9 says. Don't think I'm targeting the seer, and stop connecting Ragnarok nonsense to this with kitty logic. Who feels the need to preemptively warn people about being tricked? Only an old fox. Real seers never need to issue a heads up like that. Player 9 is guilty. Classic case of overcompensation and bluffing. He tapped the side of his head with his finger, smiling as he added, Silly, isn't it? Dacian Chen's face turned sour instantly. Seriously? I adjust my strategy preemptively, and I still get scolded? Chill out. Did you even notice that you're my target for the check kill? That old fox's tricks are all so predictable, putting on a show. But ZU didn't linger on player 9. Retracting his hand, he turned to announce, My officer badge preferences are player 2 and player 10. He raised 2 fingers. Why player 2 and player 10? Let me explain my perspective. On the officer stage, aside from players 1 and 4, we've heard from players 6, 8, 9, and 11. Player 8 is my check kill. Player 9 is posing as the false seer. Player 6 is too quiet to define yet. The remaining players 1 and 4 haven't spoken. Out of 4 wolf cards total, we've already seen 2 on the officer stage. Players 8 and 9. So I'm not wasting badge preference there. It's better to identify wolves among non-officer players. Pointing diagonally at player 2, he continued, Player 2. Remember when cards were revealed? You couldn't stop staring at player 9's eyes. Suspicious, right? Wolves recognizing wolves? Right then, I suspected you and player 9 had a secret pact. My first badge lean is for you. If you turn out to be a wolf, I'm right. If you're good, I'll have cleared a liability. His hand then swung toward player 10. Didn't check players 10 or 12 on the first night. Time to pick between them. Player 10 tag you're it. Silly. ZU leaned back confidently in his chair. I'm the seer. So what if the wolves jumped the gun by counterclaiming me early? No problem. I'll retrieve the officer badge and lay out my logic point by point until the good guys see the truth. With that, his gaze swept past Dacian Chun and across the table. Player 9 uses emotional appeals to rile everyone up. I rely on logic. He gestured to his head with his hand. I'm a logic player. Got it? Moving on. Silly. The room was frozen, not a single clap, not a cheer, just a heavy tension. Honestly, it left me speechless. How did it feel like everyone was buying into his narrative? ZU managed to explain every single step. From dissecting player 8's mindset, calling badge leans on players 2 and 10, to countering player 9's strategy, it all sounded rock solid. But who would have thought? Player 9's arguments weren't half bad either. Strong accusations, coupled with a convincing argument about not checking during daytime. The logic held, and it only made the clash messier. Frustration building on both sides, the wolves and the seer were deadlocked. Player A grabbed the mic, energy radiating through his voice. Player 11ZU has finished their speech. Seer showdown, 2 check kills in play. Player 9 accuses player 11, while player 11 retaliates by outing player 8. Meanwhile, players 1 and 4 remain quiet on the officer board. Can their upcoming statements tip the scales? His sharp gaze shifted to the final 2 cards as he declared, Who will claim the officer badge? With players 1 and 4 up next, it's up to the remaining voters below to decide. The officer stage so far has been an absolute thrill, leaving us all gasping for air. Without further ado, player 1, your turn to speak. The camera pans over, and the soft lights gently illuminate player 1's youthful face. Her round face, a little chubby with baby fat, is framed by silver-rimmed round glasses. Her soft, small eyes radiate a warmth that makes you want to let your guard down. This appearance is nothing like the seasoned veteran you'd expect competing in the grand finals of Ragnarok of the Gods. Instead, she looks more like a college student who spent the night cramming in the library, only to be dragged out by friends for a late-night snack. Excitedly, Olde introduces Player 1, Shunzi, the second-place qualifier from the wildcard division. This particular player has earned herself a nickname in the community, the Child of Luck, and even the most seasoned data analysts are bewildered by her breathtaking streaks of unexpected fortune. The audience erupts in warm laughter, and the atmosphere noticeably lightens. Then Olde raises his voice, animatedly. Why is she called the Child of Luck? Because her qualifying journey was nothing short of absurd. It's so ridiculous. It's funny. In the preliminary stage, she was handed a weak civilian role repeatedly, yet she managed to win by coasting with the true seer, without making a misstep. Who could have guessed that in the second round, her blind poison, wildly random, actually hit a werewolf? And it just so happened that the target had been protected by the Guardian. During the post-game interview, she claimed to have poisoned the player simply because he looked like her ex-boyfriend. I mean, is that a joke? The audience laughed uncontrollably, exclaiming, "No way! That's insane!" Olda chuckled even more. But wait, it gets crazier. In the third round, she drew the werewolf role. Her statements during the discussion were so vague they were basically non-committal, yet somehow the good players detonated themselves. The seer got poisoned, the hunter was voted out, and she quietly coasted to a perfect win for the werewolves. Post-game, the data analysts dug into every word of her statements for 3 hours, only to conclude nothing. Not a shred of usable logic. Even the wily, seasoned players couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. The gods have blessed her with luck. Poisoning someone just because he resembled her ex? That straight up killed me. A middle-aged man in a team support t-shirt shook his head and sighed. Don't underestimate this so-called luck. Luck itself is a sort of skill. The way she's consistently been lucky over several games shows that her intuition is stronger than logic. She doesn't just rely on analysis. She leans on an innate sense. Those kinds of players are the hardest to deal with. The young woman beside him wasn't convinced. Isn't that just being fortunate? The man snorted. Strong intuition is strong intuition. Her logic may look weak, but who else can pull off wins like that? Impossible to counter. Suddenly, Olda quieted down. Now, in the grand finals, the Child of Luck is at the round table. Starting with player 6, Yilanshin, each player will speak in order. It's now player 1, Shunzi's turn. The camera cuts back to her. Shunzi adjusts her glasses, a conflicted yet genuine expression crossing her face. This isn't acting. It's a true reaction of someone dealing with a tough decision. Her brows furrow, her lips purse slightly, and her eyes flit back and forth between players 9 and 11. She sighs, "Ah, it's my turn now." She glances down at the glowing red display on the table. Her voice, soft and drowsy, seems like she's speaking directly from half-asleep thoughts. "Let me think for a second. Player 9 and player 11. Who could be the seer?" The audience chuckles lightly. She's too cute. She really looks like she's solving a multiple-choice question. A few seconds later, she finally speaks, her pace slow and contemplative. "To be honest, I can't say for sure. Player 9 accused player 11 of being a werewolf, but I can't approach it with the classic aggressive seer strategy. Keep in mind, this is the grand finals. No wolf sitting here would be dumb enough to play the aggressive seer card. That line of reasoning just doesn't work for me." She shifts to talking about player 11, frowning yet nodding slightly in approval. But player 11 stood firm under pressure, accused player 8 back, and spoke in a logical, clear manner that doesn't feel like a rash emotional move. It just feels like the normal reaction of an actual seer. She shrugs. "So, I'm torn. I really can't tell." Whispers ripple through the audience. "So, she said nothing, really? What a classic non-committal answer. Honestly, I respect her for being honest. Better than taking a random stance." Shunzi returns her gaze to player 9. "If I had to pick, my gut feeling leans towards 9. Something about his demeanor when claiming seer feels natural. That self-assured confidence, neither overly showy nor fake, just comes across as solid. The lack of reason for his first night inspection? I get that. It's hard for a real seer to over-explain too many details on that night. It's when fake claims start sounding rehearsed." She lightly taps the table again before continuing. "But after player 11 accused player 8, I started having doubts again." Her gaze shifts momentarily to player 8. "Player 8 doesn't sound like a werewolf to me." He broke down player SSS logic carefully and even quoted data. The screen cuts off abruptly as the commentary in everyone's heads crescendos. These seasoned players, always with deeply buried strategies. It's addicting to watch unfold. Back at the table, Shunzi adjusts her glasses again, her round face showcasing an almost uncertain expression as if muttering to herself, "The limits of these moves. Neither side really feels like a wolf." She continues with her analysis. "Player 11 accusing player 8 makes me consider 2 possibilities." To everyone's surprise, her first theory is that player 11 might be the true seer, with player 8 as a wolf she misinterpreted. She even confessed that her gut reactions often feel off, jokingly adding, "At least I know my limits." Self-awareness for the win. Her second theory is even more outrageous. Player 11 could actually be a werewolf, and with Player 9 having accused him, he immediately pushed back at Player 8 as a diversion, hoping to manipulate the narrative emotionally. Getting accused but staying calm, daring to accuse someone else? That's big seer energy. Her brows knit tightly, frustration etched on her face. Yet, Shinzi eventually concludes that Player 11 doesn't seem like someone pulling off a reverse psychology move. Resigned, she sighs. I'm not taking a side for now. After wrapping up her analysis, she leans back in her chair, sipping slowly from her cup, all while muttering internally. These wily opponents, all theater, none real. Murmurs ripple through the crowd again. Who did she even side with? It feels like she's backing no one. Not true. She leans towards Player 11 in the end. Her words might say one thing, but her actions show a clear stance. A plaid shirt guy adjusts his glasses as he thoughtfully comments. She seems like she's avoiding commitment, but quietly, she analyzed both claims in depth and concluded a subtle preference. Her delivery's too soft, though. It doesn't feel like she's taking a firm stand. His friend nods. Her logic tracks. By eliminating the possibility of Player 11 being a tricksy wolf, she deduces he's the real seer. The thought process is clear. At this moment, the middle-aged man opened his mouth slowly, his eyes fixed intensely on Shinzi. Did you notice? Every time she judges, she uses words like feeling or leaning toward, never anything absolute. But she always ends up on the right side. The audience fell silent. Holy crap, that's actually true, someone murmured. Leaning back in his chair, Ron's face remained impassive, but his mind was on fire. Shinzi is definitely up to something. If Player 11 isn't a wolf playing reverse psychology, then 11 has to be the seer, right? And at the end, she claims she doesn't take sides? Is she just messing with us? His eyes bored into the round-faced guy with silver-framed glasses as he thought. If Player 1 is really the gargoyle and checked Player 11 as the real seer on the first night, then saw Player 9 falsely accused and jump as a wolf during the day, could this all be some twisted reverse play? This round, it's starting in hell mode. The camera shifted. When Player 4 appeared on stage, he slammed the table with his palm and leaned in aggressively. Finally, it's old Cat's turn. His voice carried the kind of boldness that streamers exuded as they went live, full of charisma and energy. The crowd went wild. Cat Bro forever. The 8th tier Daniel Wu is here. Do a freestyle for us. Host Olda chipped in with an introduction, his tone laced with brotherly camaraderie. Player 4, Chan Xiaomao, known in the scene as Cat Bro, a legend in the werewolf kill streamer community. His streaming room is 888, live at 8 p.m. every night. If you're not following yet, what are you even doing? To be blunt, Old A was plugging his buddy in front of 300 million viewers. Then he pivoted to a serious note. But let me tell you, Cat Bro is the most split personality guy in the scene. No competition. Off stage, he's the life of the party. On stage, he's a razor-sharp strategist. As a wolf, he'll flip the game. As a villager, he'll talk wolves into self-destructing. In the crowd, a fan wearing a Cat Bro support shirt nodded vigorously. If you haven't seen him compete, don't even comment. On stage and off stage, he's like two completely different people. A short-haired girl chuckled beside him. Every time he finishes a game, the first thing he says off stage is, "Was I too intense just now?" And then he starts apologizing. But who'd believe that? It's crazy. Cat Bro's double life could practically be a legend of its own. This time, Ron had used a classic wolf move, dragging the seer down with him before leaving the stage. He even spent 5 minutes apologizing to them afterward. The guy was full of contradictions, but damn, he was good. Even the bespectacled dude sitting in the back chimed in, saying he'd been following Cat Bro's streams for 3 years. The guy's logic and analytical skills were top tier, every word precise, never wasting time. Who could have predicted that Chen Xiaomao, now standing in front of the cameras, would throw up an okay hand gesture before sweeping his gaze across the table of players? With absolute certainty, he declared, "Player 4 Seer," and confidently pointed at Ron. Then, like lightning, he struck with, "Player 8, Werewolf." The studio froze. The guy in the plaid shirt nearly had his glasses slide off his nose, his mouth forming a perfect O of disbelief. Another seer? A third seer? To make matters even wilder, there were now 3 players claiming to be seers in the game. Player 9 accusing Player 11, Player 11 accusing Player 8, and now Player 4 also accusing Player 8. At this point, Player 8 seemed to have pissed off the entire seer faction and somehow ended up in the public wolf pit. Ron's face remained calm, but his pupils contracted sharply as he cursed internally. Here we go again. Another fake seer jumping and dragging me down. Now with 2 accusations on me, I'm basically a public target. His eyes locked on Chen Xiaomao, who was smiling like he was presiding over a committee meeting. His exuberance was nothing like the aggressive player 9 or the composed player 11. To put it bluntly, player 4 style was all about toying with people's minds. Everyone was just as dumbfounded as him. Yi Lanxin frowned, thinking to herself, even someone targeted for the first kill decided to jump as the seer? Ron's wolf pack is in serious trouble now. But Cat Bro had clearly anticipated the chaos. He shrugged with a mischievous smile and declared, sorry, just kidding. I'm not the seer. The moment the words left his mouth, the studio audience erupted into noise. The guy in plaid completely lost his grip on his glasses, which fell to the ground as his face froze in sheer awkwardness, like someone had hit the pause button. What the hell? I actually believed you. Cat Bro, you drama king. You've been exposed again. Olda shouted straight away. Classic Chen Xiaomao. You can never tell if he's being real or just messing around. As the laughter subsided, Chen Xiaomao's tone shifted to serious. All right, here's the truth. I'm a good guy, a villager. I stepped up to analyze the situation for everyone. Here's my core takeaway. The real seer is player 11, Zhou Ziyue. He fixed a sharp gaze on player 9. Player 9 isn't a regular wolf. To put it bluntly, they're the gargoyle. Who would have thought player 9 was the gargoyle? Shen Zi's eyes widened, her mind spinning to process this revelation. Chen Xiaomao raced on, dropping bombshells. From the start, the gargoyle confirmed player 11 as the real seer. That's why player 9 jumped as the seer during the day to falsely accuse player 11. It's not random chaos. It's targeted strategy. Then he smacked the table for emphasis. When player 9 jumped as the seer, they kept harping on don't use low-level logic to argue with me. Isn't that a textbook case of starting with the conclusion and forcing the reasoning to follow? Next, his steely gaze landed on player 11, Zhou Ziyue. When 11 was accused by player 9, they stayed calm and composed, immediately countered player 8, and dissected player 9's logic flawlessly. Their words were concise, no fluff, no performance, just presenting what they knew. Chen Xiaomao held up a finger as if making his ultimate point. That's the difference between a real seer and a jumping wolf. Ron couldn't help but notice how starkly different these two spoke. Player 9 was all, trust me, practically shouting not to be doubted, while 11 was more like an observer, saying, here's the information I uncovered, judge for yourselves. The gap between their approaches was like night and day. The audience whispered among themselves fervently. Player 9 keeps saying things like, don't use low-level logic on me, and there's no need to justify a first-night check. They're practically preemptively shutting down the good guys. Why would a real seer play these games? And then there's player 11, who accused player 8 but led with, here's my reasoning. They're not trying to prove themselves, they're offering clues for the team. The difference in their level couldn't be more obvious. This is the translation of the 11th out of 21 sections. I've processed the following content according to logic while retaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Here is the processed content. What about number 1? Didn't she just contradict herself earlier? Chen Xiaomao seemed to catch wind of the discussion around her. He pointed toward the number 1 seat and said, Number 1 Shinzi claimed, I can't tell, hesitating and struggling out loud, but what did her last statement player 11 doesn't seem like an anti-wolf reveal. She actually sided with number 11. What's even more absurd is that Chen Xiaomao called her out directly. She doesn't dare openly show her stance, because she's a wolf. The second she heard number 9 accuse number 11 of being a wolf, she instantly understood that number 9 was the big wolf boss launching a precision strike. As a little wolf, she couldn't outright charge ahead. She was scared that if number 9 got pushed, she'd take the fall too. So instead, she took the drifting approach, subtly helping the true seer. Pretending she couldn't tell, but she darn well knew better. He let his thoughts fly, delivering with excitement. Does she really think we're idiots? Can't tell who the seer is? What a joke. Even elementary school kids would be less confused than her. Faking hesitation with her words while her mind had already been made up. Talk about thin skin. Straight up smacking herself in the face. Ron watched Chen Xiaomao, silently grumbling in his head. This guy's got the game read near perfectly, except for one thing. Pegging number 9 as the gargoyle boss, which is a bit off from the truth. But everything else? Spot on. Number 11 really is the seer, number 1's a little wolf, and as for Ronwell, his own werewolf identity is practically exposed now. That's what you call a strategist. But who'd have thought this guy's just an underestimated civilian card? Chun Xiaomao didn't stop for a breath and kept going. One last thing, me, Chun Xiaomao, standing for police chief? I'm not here to grab the badge and play boss. I'm just helping the good guys sort out the logic. That's all I've got. Now it's time to vote. Those off the circle. You make your calls. His gaze scanned the room and finally stopped on number 11, a roguish smirk curling his lips. Number 11 is the true seer. Take the badge and lead the team to victory. And if you fooled me, I'll step down and treat you to a midnight snack. Then ask how you managed to spin such bulletproof logic. As soon as he finished, the room erupted in laughter and applause. Next, Chun Xiaomao leaned back into his chair as Oldest struggled to contain his excitement. Xiaomao bro. Number 4 Chun Xiaomao's speech is over. The control panel announcer summed it up. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, Xiaomao's speech was spectacular. From sharp zingers at the start to ironing out the game logic in the end, he laid the dynamics bare for all. The players and audience alike walked a fine line between laughing and being fully engrossed. Then their voice dropped to a suspenseful tone. But here's the real question. Did he pick the right side? Is number 11 really the seer? The audience buzzed into heated debate. Xiaomao makes sense. Number 11 feels more convincing than number 1's obvious siding. You kidding me? I'm backing number 9. Xiaomao's logic sounds pretty, but calling number 9 the gargoyle who immediately hard accuses number 11 makes zero sense. The gargoyle's goal is survival and slow probing. How can they afford such rash moves? Another chimed in. But think of this. After number 11 was hard accused, they counterclaimed the seer without flinching. Every single word they said stayed on point. If they're a wolf, holy smokes, their mental fortitude must be insane. No wonder they're nicknamed the anti-pressure queen. Exactly. Even surviving being poisoned by the witch, they managed to pull through. Getting counterclaimed is small potatoes. Meanwhile, the camera cut to Luan, scanning the players competing for chief, and sweeping to the glowing crystal ball in the center of the round table. All speeches for police chief are complete. Now begins the election process. As soon as her voice dropped, ding, the metallic gavel struck, lingering in heavy air. All 12 chairs swiveled silently as silver-gray masks unfolded from the sides, sliding upward from chin to cheekbones, and then to every forehead. Instantly, all faces were covered. Police chief voting phase. Anyone withdrawing from the race, please extinguish your mask light. In no time, it was only number 9 and number 11 left in contention. Vote within 10 seconds. Choose number 9, number 11, or abstain. The instant the timer ran out, 3 glowing options appeared on the inner side of each player's mask. Voting commenced. Time's up. Voting complete. The masks dissolved, revealing the results. Number 9's votes flashed first. Ron's heart skipped a beat. 2 votes. Wait, just 2 votes. Votes from number 5 and number 12. Then came number 11's votes. To be continued. The moment Ron saw the voting results, the golden police badge on screen began swirling slowly. While not particularly bright, it outshone every spotlight in the broadcasting studio during that tense moment. Finally, the badge landed, handed to the true seer. Zhou Ziwe's expression remained steady, unfazed by the fact that 3 of those votes came from players outside the main circle. He acted as if the badge had been handed to him by destiny itself. Casually leaning his right hand on the table, his demeanor suggested he'd foreseen the situation all along. Number 9 Chin Dashing, on the other hand, looked wide-eyed like saucers and silently pursed his lips, clearly in disbelief. He had claimed seer at the start and laid down a solid accusation, so by logic, the real seer jumping under pressure number 11 shouldn't have gained the villagers' trust. And yet, they somehow clinched one more vote over him. What made it worse? Number 5 and number 12 backed him, while number 2, number 3, and number 10 all sided with number 11. Numero 7 están entirely. The votes came in a chaotic mess. Chun Dashing could have exploded internally. What's wrong with my fellow villagers? Number 3 voted for the real seer, and number 7 abstaining outright. Absolute madness. Ron, sitting as number 8, kept a calm exterior but was quietly recalculating in his mind. The situation for the wolves was looking bleak. Most of the villagers had picked the wrong side. The real seer now had the police badge, and world-ranking number 7 Jasper also backed them. Jasper wasn't just another player. His weight could propel other villagers into voting with him. The wolves' current position? Grim as can be. Chun Dashing's face darkened with each passing second. Confusion clouded with defiance melting into steely resolve. But one thing was clear, he was no longer in his element. This was what you'd call a hellish start. The gargoyle staying hidden, little wolves unable to recognize the boss wolf, yourself being accused, failing to nab the police badge as the counterclaimant. Meanwhile, the true seer shined through with Jasper as their key supporter. Hard times for the wolves, indeed. Here's your process translation retaining the original structure and flow. Ron cursed inwardly. Could this get any harder? Oh, it could. If player 1 really turned out to be the gargoyle, it'd be straight up hell. But he decided to shelve that thought for now. The police captain's speeches hadn't even started yet, and the sky hadn't fallen. Truth be told, just because Zhou Ziyue got the captain's badge didn't mean he was guaranteed to survive his first day. The witch had her poison, the hunter had his gun, and the gargoyle was out there lurking for an ambush. Chaos was the order of the day. At that moment, Luo Nian's voice rang out. The police captain election has concluded. Player 11 has secured the badge. Then his gaze locked onto Zhou Ziyue. Captain, please decide the speech order. Zhou Ziyue raised his head, his hawk-like eyes scanning the round table. Players 1 through 4, then 6, 8, and finally landing firmly on player 9, Chundishing, holding there for a solid 2 seconds. Then he spoke, not too loud, and with that characteristic soft Cantonese lilt. Player 12 speaks first, if you please. In that instant, it was as if the very air in the room had been sucked out, freezing everything for a moment. Player 9, Chun Dashing's pupils contracted sharply. His mouth hung slightly open, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he looked like he'd been struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. Outrageous? Absolutely. Player 9 was the wolf claiming to be seer. Player 8 was the claimed checked wolf. And yet, in the conventions of Werewolf, the police captain with the badge should have let the fake seer or checked wolf speak first so the good guys could deal with them all at once. But Zhou Ziyue? He ignored both of them and had player 12 speak first. What was player 12's significance? A regular villager. A candidate who'd voted for player 9 during the police election. How did he end up speaking before a claimed seer and a checked wolf? Clearly, this Zhou Ziyue had no intention of giving 9 even a shred of respect. He wasn't even pretending to want to hear what 9 or 8 had to say. Instead, he left them dangling until everyone else had spoken. Inside, Chun Dashing's mind was exploding. What the hell? I'm your fake seer. Player 8 is your checked wolf. And yet somehow you're letting player 12 speak first? Are you kidding me? Do I mean nothing to you? He was breathing unevenly now, while player 8, Yilan Xin, could only shake her head in exasperation. She thought to herself, this is outright belittling and disregarding player 9. He might as well not even exist as a player. The more they thought about it, the more ridiculous it became. It was utterly absurd. At that moment, Ron the commentator, or Olda, was absolutely losing his voice. He was yelling so loudly it made him hoarse, his words getting louder with each exclamation. Wow! 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 3 times in a row, and the arena was electrified. He exclaimed, Zhou Ziyue, player 11, gets the badge, and he has player 12 speak first. I'm stunned. Player 9 is the wolf-claiming seer, player 8 is the checked wolf. Any logical reverse speech order would have included one of them, but instead Zhou Ziyue had player 12 go first. Only Zhou Ziyue would dare pull this move. He waved his hands, his energy at max output. Olda got even more fired up. It's blatant confidence. He doesn't even want to hear the lies from 9 and 8. Player 12 voted for 9 during the election. Ziyue must want to know why. Was he tricked? Or is he deliberately wolf-rushing? His voice turned downright lyrical. Whether Zhou Ziyue, player 11, is a werewolf or the seer, at this very moment, the game has become an art form. The audience erupted. Holy crap! This is wild. He gets the badge, ignores his own teammates, and doesn't even bother with the wolf team dynamic at all. Someone chimed in, this isn't overconfidence. This is pressure management mastery. Olda laughed, adding his own tongue-in-cheek commentary. Player 12, Fong Xiong, aka Overthinker Fong, ranked 7th in the online qualifiers. The nickname doesn't just come from him overthinking. It's that he overthinks everything. He explained further. This kid has an overly suspicious nature. In Werewolf, that's sometimes an advantage. He catches details others miss. But it also trips him up. He complicates simple matters. He continued, the fact that Fong Xiong even made it to this match is a miracle. During the qualifiers, he was so caught up in his own thoughts he almost eliminated himself. In one game, he voted out the real seer because he thought their speech was too perfect to be true. Even he was speechless about it afterward. That's Fong Xiong, always sabotaging himself with too much doubt. But he can't stop. The audience chuckled under their breath. Overthinker Fong is at it again. Suspicious King Online. I bet his speech this time will take 3 different twists. Last time, I had to re-listen to his speech 3 times to get it, and it was still wrong. Don't underestimate him though. Yes, he overthinks, but his ability to spot logical inconsistencies is top-notch. When Cat Bro sounds too smooth, Fong Xiang always finds it suspect. On screen, Fong Xiang took a deep breath and slammed the table with a loud crack. Cat Bro, have you lost your mind? How can player 11 be the seer? The crowd froze for a beat before exploding with noise. Here we go. He's going after Cat Bro. I told you, there's no way Fong Xiang would align with Cat Bro. Wait, so if Fong Xiang says player 11 isn't the seer, is he siding with player 9? This reverse play is wild. Player 12 voted for player 9 earlier but is now refuting Cat Bro's logic. If he's a villager, maybe player 9 really is the seer. After all, the Wolf team wouldn't work so hard to defend player 9. Whatever. I'm siding against whoever player 12 supports. Every eye in the studio turned to Fong Xiang as he calmly launched his analysis. Cat Bro, you're claiming player 11 is the seer, and player 9 is either a werewolf or the gargoyle. Let's run with that scenario. He raised a finger. If player 9 is the gargoyle and he revealed himself as the seer on night 1 after identifying player 11 as the true seer, that would be a surgical strike, super clean execution. That's what you're saying, right, Cat Bro? Then, he abruptly shifted gears, his voice rising sharply. But your logic doesn't check out. By your theory, the smaller wolves should know who the gargoyle is because only the gargoyle could identify the seer on night 1 and claim so accurately. Here's the issue. Why would the gargoyle share that info with the smaller wolves right out of the gate? That's way too obvious. Cat Bro, what kind of play are you even trying to run here? Ron's wolf team was disadvantaged from the start, with a complete disconnect between the gargoyle and the smaller wolves. The big wolf couldn't recognize his own pack, and the little wolves couldn't connect the dots either. Everyone knew that for the wolf team to win, the gargoyle's card was crucial. It had to survive, gather identities during the night, and build an advantage. That was the baseline strategy. Here's the 13th out of 21 sections processed according to your logic, preserving the structure, line breaks, and overall layout of the original text. Here's the result. Who would have thought that if player 9 was the gargoyle and managed to identify player 11, the seer, on the first night, they could have just sat on that golden intel. The smart move here would have been to play it safe and keep inspecting people. Only by staying alive could 9 continue supporting the werewolf team. But no, things went completely off the rails. Player 9, out of nowhere, blatantly jumps out to accuse the seer of being a werewolf. This was straight up a Hail Mary play, banking on the small wolves recognizing them as the alpha, banking on the good guys not picking up on the inconsistencies, and somehow just gambling that everyone would buy into their bluff. It's the type of move that you'd barely pull in a casual round. But in the finals, who would be reckless enough to try this? And yet, Fong Xiang's gaze swept to player 1 Shenzi and player 4 Chan Xiaomao. Now imagine if one of the smaller wolves from 1 or 4 didn't realize player 9 is the alpha and instead assumed they were a good guy sacrificing themselves to draw focus. Then what? 3 seers jump out at the same time, gargoyle, a small wolf, and the real seer. All 3 are doomed. The wolf team loses 2 players immediately. What's even the win condition after that? What no one saw coming, though, was Fong Xiang dissecting everything and outright declaring that player 9 couldn't possibly be the gargoyle. They had to either be the genuine seer or a werewolf pulling off a bold bluff. Xiaomao, by forcing the gargoyle role onto player 9, was making no sense to begin with. Like, do you really think veteran players would fumble this badly? At the end of the day, if player 9 really was a werewolf accusing the seer, isn't that a wildly risky gamble? There's no way a calculated move like this would even be on the table unless you've got reckless confidence. But then came the bombshell. Fong Xiang dropped a casual, "Did you spot the wolf?" straight at Chan Xiaomao. The whole room went off. That one question landed like dynamite in a pond. The audience immediately lost it. Olda jumped in right away, his commentary kicking up into overdrive. Ladies and gentlemen, player 12 Fong Xiang just flipped this whole board on its head. Xiaomao's narrative pinned player 9 as a bold gargoyle targeting the seer, but Fong Xiang countered hard. Nope, no way a gargoyle plays like that. The moment they identify the seer, they'd know to keep quiet and stay alive. They'd never jump out only to self-sabotage. Old A wasn't done either, and Fong Xiang brought up the real gamble here. What if one of the smaller wolves fails to read player 9 and jumps forward too? Suddenly you've got 3 players fighting to claim seer, gargoyle, wolf, and the real seer all getting knocked out together. The wolf team just loses 2 players immediately. There's no way that's a risk a gargoyle would think is worth it. After a pause, Olda added with a grin. This is the beauty of Twilight of the Gods. One scene unfolds a dozen ways, but the truth? There's always only one. The crowd was absolutely losing it. Holy crap! Fong Xiang's actually making sense. Why would a gargoyle dig their own grave like this? If another wolf fails to read the situation and hops on the bandwagon, the whole wolf team collapses, right? And player 9 jumping first? That's just awkward as hell. What if player 11 doesn't even follow up? Then the chance is totally wasted. Y'all keep falling for Fong Xiang's narrative. Wolf tactics are wildly unpredictable. Who says a gargoyle can't gamble? If the guess lands, they'd smack down the real seer and suddenly own the entire game. The board's already tough to win, so why not swing big? But Fong Xiang's warning about the small wolf risk is totally valid though. Meanwhile, Ron leaned back in his chair, a knowing smile spreading on his face. Now this was getting interesting. Just moments ago, he was wondering why player 12 Fong Xiang had voted for player 9. Was it because player 9's "I'm obviously the seer" attitude had rubbed off on him? It's true that Chun Dashing's confident vibes had thrown plenty of people for a loop. But now this plot twist. Fong Xiang's sudden insight flipped the entire framework, peeling back the layers of risk in the process. And now, here it was, a full reversal staring them right in the faces. It was just so typical, though. What caught Ron off guard was how Fong Xiang managed to connect all the dots. Starting from the premise that player 9 simply couldn't be the gargoyle, then flipping player 4 Xiaomao's logic on its head, creating a watertight counter-argument. If player 9 were the gargoyle, their gamble would be absurdly high stakes, way too wild for anyone playing it safe, especially since a gargoyle's top priority is survival. The argument dismantled Xiaomao's credibility and, by extension, called their identity into question. To be honest, the deductions were solid. Traditional wisdom had the gargoyle playing for self-preservation first. Higher risks just weren't worth it. Of course, this varies. There are players who play conservatively, and others who are total wildcards. Fong Xiang's logic banked on assuming player 9 was the cautious type. But then again, was player 9 cautious? Ron's eyes shifted to Chun Dashing. This guy was the epitome of action-driven players. If the mood struck, there was almost nothing he wouldn't attempt. If Dashing were the gargoyle and spotted the seer on night 1, would he gamble? Heck yeah, he would. Jump out, accuse the seer right away, and let's see how the cards fall. The more Ron thought about it, the more it drove him nuts. How ridiculously reckless can you be? Fong Xiang's logic, though tight, might not apply here. And the kicker? Player 9 turned out to be a small wolf. Meanwhile, player 4 Xiaomao's expression twisted into something indescribable. Raised brows, slightly ajar mouth, and a shock in their eyes that, honestly, Ron couldn't tell if it was genuine or an act. The judge's voice rang out. Player 1, your turn to speak. As per protocol, the red light came on. Shinzi adjusted her glasses. Her expression so awkwardly sheepish, she looked like a middle schooler called on in class. This was peak Old Fox playbook. Her lips formed into a tiny pout as she glanced at player 4 Xiaomao. Xiaomao, really? Calling me a wolf right out the gate? Not cool. Her tone even carried a hint of grievance, though internally she was likely seething, thinking, this is the best you've got? Unreal. Then, with a shift to wide-eyed innocence, she continued, look, I'll admit that earlier, I couldn't figure out who the seer was. Player 9 sounded reasonable and player 11's logic checked out. I was conflicted, okay? And yeah, I've got bad hearing, it's a fact. Splitting hairs when I'm not sure? Not my game. Who doesn't have this problem? She spread her hands, before her tone turned suddenly firm. But this round? I figured it out. Player 11 is the seer. A guy in the audience immediately smacked his seat, shouting, knew it! I said player 1 would back player 11. Only for the short-haired girl beside him to roll her eyes and shoot back. You just agreed with Fong Xiang a moment ago. Pick a side already. He glared right back. What Fong Xiang said is one thing. What Shinzi's saying is another. Weren't you listening? SMH. On the screen, Shinzi wasn't done. Why am I sure? It's down to player 11's order of operations. Think about it. If player 11 were truly a werewolf bluffing as seer and claiming to identify a wolf, then what would they want most after claiming the badge? To convince the good guys they're legit. The most standard play would be forcing the focus players to speak first, the accused wolf especially, to see how they juggle their bluff. There you go. Here's the translated and adapted version with preserved structure, paragraphs, and layout. This playstyle is both reasonable and safe, aligning with what good players would expect from a seer. But player 11 didn't do that. He made player 12 speak first. Player 12 voted against player 9 in defense of the seer, and from player 11's angle, that clearly showed player 12 standing on the wrong side. Yet, player 11 didn't attack player 12. didn't interrogate the accused wolf, and instead gave the floor to the one who was aligned incorrectly? That move would seem highly suspicious in the eyes of most good players. She paused, lowering her voice. There were already doubts about Player 11's claim as the fake seer. Then, after taking the police badge, not using his position to secure his own advantage but instead letting Player 12 speak first. That moment made all suspicions explode. Even good players who voted for him may feel they misjudged him, and those who initially trusted him might start doubting themselves. Heck, even his own wolf team might feel unsettled by such inconsistent behavior. She spread her hands. Then what was Player 11 even playing at? The studio fell silent as the contestants began to ponder. Shinzi gestured toward Player 4, nicknamed Cat Bro. So, this round, I'm convinced Player 11 is the real seer. A real seer would have the guts to play like this, no bootlicking, just arranging the speaking order based on their own beliefs. If he thinks Player 12 is suspicious, he makes him speak first without fear of doubt, because his bottom card is the seer. A slight smile curled on her lips. As for you, Cat Bro, you claimed I was a wolf earlier during the police speeches, but your entire late-game speech actually defended me. The absurdity of the situation was palpable. Cat Bro obviously had his tricks, acting up to the role. The more she thought about it, the funnier it became. These self-proclaimed smart players came here all cocky, thinking they were a big deal. Ron, playing as Player 1, threw cards on the table, directly revealing his reads on Players 9, 11, and 12. His stance was clear. He identified Player 9 as the Stone Gargoyle, declared Player 11 the real seer, and even criticized Player 12, accusing him of passive gameplay that leaned in the wrong direction. Who could have predicted it? Shinzi also flagged a major issue, asking why Player 11 allowed Player 12 to speak first. The strategy seemed way off-piste. She questioned Player 12's lack of reaction, given that Player 11, forced into revealing a check and claiming the badge, still let him speak first. This made no sense. Player 12 didn't even question it. What a mess. Shin's internal thought. This is all they've got? Yet here they are, putting on airs. The longer she contemplated, the angrier she became. Even more absurd, Player 12's logic about Player 9 not being the Stone Gargoyle fell apart. Shinzi laid it bare. The Stone Gargoyle's playstyle is highly flexible. Who's to say they wouldn't take a gamble in a round or two? What's with this rigid logic to lock in identities? Outrageous. Finally, she doubled down on her assertion. Player 12 must be Player 9's charging wolf. Her reasoning was sharp and complete. It didn't feel like improvised nonsense. Frankly, these schemers exposed themselves as soon as they took the stage, lacking any finesse in their play. After finishing her argument, Shinzi calmly took a sip of water, as though she had used all her energy in her speech. The audience immediately erupted into chatter. What? Player 1 couldn't figure things out during the police round, but now she's firmly backing Player 11 this round? That's such a quick turnaround. Olda grew visibly excited. This was clearly Shinzi pinpointing behavior and logic without flashy tactics. She laid it out convincingly. Player 11 dares to let Player 12 speak first because a true seer can confidently make that move. A bluffing wolf would never. He marveled, seeing Shinzi as one of those lucky types, coasting on luck most of the time but bringing in airtight reasoning when it really counted, delivering sharp truths that hit hard. Ron eventually chimed in, analyzing Player 1 Shinzi's role. The game mechanics for the Stone Gargoyle were well known. You inspect someone night 1 and either subtly hint to teammates or signal them through your speech. But Shinzi hadn't dropped any hints. Instead, she laser-focused on the conflict between Players 11 and 12. Out of nowhere, Ron speculated. If Shinzi were the Stone Gargoyle, she must have inspected her wolf teammate. Perhaps she's masking her role, prepping for her next big play. But what if, just what if, her night inspection hit a teammate? It became plainly obvious. If Player 1 checked someone night 1, it could only have been a wolf. Through the entire match, Player 1 played like an old fox. Methodical, self-consistent, and sharp. The audience muttered under their breath. This Shinzi. Her strategies are predictable at this point. Always twisting insights and playing tricks. She really thinks she's something special. Huh. Ron, at his Player 1 position, was seated at the 8th slot while Player 9, Chen Dashing, sat far away. Nobody considered that night 1 player inspections had no distance restriction. The Stone Gargoyle could choose to inspect anyone. If Player 1 checked Player 9 and found Chen Dashing as a wolf, then supporting Player 11 this round was a clever decoy move, strategically weakening the wolf team for her own gain. She knew Player 9 was her teammate but didn't rush to protect him. Instead, she sided with Player 11's good player group, playing stealthily. Shin doubled down on the claim that Player 12 was the charging wolf, essentially isolating player 9 by association. Clever, on the surface she looked helpful to the good players, but in reality, she was just setting the wolves up for a secret weapon. By the time player 9 gets voted out, Shun's correct alignment would buy her several extra rounds, making her the wolf team's hidden ace. The wildest theory. Maybe she had no other choice. With one wolf already exposed and everyone siding with the seer, she might have been forced into this risky maneuver. But hold up, there's a third possibility. Player 1 might not even be the stone gargoyle. What if she's just a regular villager or special role? All that indecision during the police round could have been genuine confusion, not because she inspected a wolf teammate, but because she had no information to offer. The stone gargoyle's concealment mechanism left Ron fumbling for clarity, so he had to shift focus onto speeches and behavioral logic. The judge announced it was player 2's turn to speak, and the spotlight illuminated a short-haired man. Olde introduced him enthusiastically, saying, "Player 2 goes by the name Jian Ming, simple and sharp. His speeches are famously short, averaging the briefest of any contestant. It's like listening to a telegram." The audience murmured in hushed excitement. Jian Ming? Isn't he the guy whose one-sentence speeches consistently stun the room? That's him. He'd just say, "I'm the seer, player 5 is a wolf, and my badge list is players 1 and 7. But he's always spot on, never aligning with the wrong side. In short, his words were few, but impactful, decisive, and backed by flawless logic. Here's the translated and adapted version, structured to maintain the original flow, paragraph structure, and breaks, tailored to align with American English expressions. In the shot, Jamming scanned the table briefly and then said, "Player 1 is unlikely to be a wolf. The wolf team typically plays aggressively, either going all in or luring with reverse psychology. Player 1's speech just now was too pretentious for that." His gaze lingered on player 1, Shinzi, for a split second before looking away. With a serious tone, he continued, "I'm voting for player 11 because player 8's argument lacked conviction. Talked for ages, but had no solid conclusion. Player 8 feels like an unclear role to me. On the other hand, player 11 accusing player 8 fits my expectations perfectly, which shows player 11 is likely a reliable seer." The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, so he couldn't even be bothered to dwell on why player 11 had let player 12 speak first. He simply concluded, "If the seer has their reasoning, we just listen." With that, he casually said, "Done," and ended his speech. The audience erupted instantly. "Wait, that's it? Just a few sentences? 37 seconds total. But you've got to admit what he said made sense. Player 1's not a wolf, player 8 is too ambiguous, and player 11 stands firm. 3 solid reads in 37 seconds. Jamming's lazy, but damn, he's sharp." Ron glanced at player 2, finding no fault with that logic. Player 1 isn't a wolf, and player 2's vote for player 11 was because player 11's accusation of player 8 aligned with his thinking. Player 2 completely avoided mentioning players 9 and 12 or saying a single unnecessary word about other preliminary suspects, focusing solely on players 1, 8, and 11. It wasn't caution. It was precision. That's just the kind of sharp gameplay you'd expect in the finals. A seasoned player streamlining their arguments and holding their cards tightly. This player 2, Jamming, could only be one of 2 roles. The real seer or an incredibly deep cover role. Who would have thought? A speech so brief it couldn't be any shorter. Yet the logic it concealed was the clearest of all. This level of gameplay is downright ridiculous. Ron, as a simple villager, felt his own role was so modest in comparison. Not flashy, not leading the charge, just sharing a few thoughts on his voting choices and offering nothing in terms of big reveals. But maybe that's the brilliance of it. Saying too much can expose you to missteps, giving wolves a perfect chance to exploit your weaknesses. Jamming's minimalistic approach to his speech was practically the textbook definition of how to play as a villager. Even more ridiculous was how the Gravekeeper role, one of the game's crucial pieces, also tended to stay under the radar. In the Gargoyle round, for example, the Gravekeeper's positioning was genius. Starting on the second night, the Gravekeeper could gain insights on whether the previous day's banished player was innocent or a wolf. Think about it, it's black and white intel at night that had nothing to do with daytime debates. All they had to do was survive the day, gather actionable info at night, and adjust their narrative with surgical precision the next day. Low-key? Absolutely. But effective? Undeniably. Jamming's gameplay screamed, Gravekeeper. Now, look at this round. Player 11 is confirmed as the true seer, which makes player 2 potentially the Gravekeeper. That only leaves the Witch and the Hunter for significant roles. But hold on, if player 2 is the Gravekeeper, where the hell are the Witch and the Hunter hiding? From the judge's seat, Ronian called for player 3 to speak. The moment the spotlight hit, A booming, theatrical voice flooded the room. Player 3, Jasper. Ranked 7th in the world. First in the Asia-Pacific region. The famous Phantom Wolf. The crowd lost it before the introduction even ended. Jasper! Jasper! The spectators shouted like a dam breaking its floodgates, clapping and cheering as their voices echoed everywhere. Fan signs lit up in every corner, some reading God of Werewolves, while a couple of girls near the back held up crooked, handmade banners, shouting passionately, Jasper! I'll have wolf pups with you. Adorable and ridiculous. What else could you expect from such devoted fans? Jasper himself sat with a subtle smirk, though one that came from the confidence of a seasoned pro rather than bravado. But it was his next words that sent shockwaves across the room again. I'm the hunter. Boom. Chaos. The crowd practically exploded. Hunter. What the hell? He's revealing his role this early in the game. This guy usually plays like a sly fox, and now he's pulling this move? Even Yi Lanxin raised an eyebrow, thinking, what on earth is going on tonight? I used statistical data earlier to pin him as a wolf, and now he's outing himself as the hunter? That's just plain absurd. Her inner frustration bubbled up as she muttered to herself. Jasper locked his calm gaze on Yi Lanxin, speaking with calculated deliberation. Yi Lanxin, you called me a wolf during the night phase, but I'm clearly the hunter. You're digging your own grave by targeting me without any real reasoning. You're as guilty as hell. You must be a wolf. His scathing assessment left Yi Lanxin visibly irritated. Her lips curled into a quiet, vexed pout. The more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. Who does he think he is? But Jasper wasn't finished. He turned sharply to player 6 and delivered a crushing blow. You're a wolf. Unfortunately for you, I'm not the witch. If I were, you'd be poisoned tonight. His words left player 6 paralyzed, struggling to respond. Classic Jasper, thorough, calculated, ruthless in strategy. Then his gaze shifted again, sweeping past player 8 before landing squarely on player 9. His stare piercing the center of the table. Back to the point. I'm confirming player 6 is a werewolf. She targeted me, which made her guilt obvious. Player 8's tactics feel restrained. Her connection to player 6 doesn't seem strong. But player 9? That's another story. Chun Dashing, your speech was downright bizarre. First you claim you want to test me, then you try to define player 6's role? Based on what, exactly? His voice sharpened like a drawn blade, and he eyed Chun Dashing so intently it sent chills down his spine. Chun Dashing swallowed hard, visibly uneasy. The unfolding situation was practically electric. How should a real seer sound during a key debate? The tension simmered before anyone could breathe again. Say what you want, but Jasper's opening play was masterclass, commanding the room with faultless precision. No one dared challenge him now, and from how things stood, Jasper was clearly dominating the entire stage. Ron, as usual, shouted out, "Find the wolves!" to kick things off, but inside, Jasper was already seething. Seriously? Player 6 is the most obvious wolf. Why didn't you guys lock her down the first chance you had? Instead, you all wasted time testing me, player 3, just to confirm her guilt. What kind of backwards logic is that? Jasper ranted to himself, poking at the table with his finger in frustration. These so-called pros, always running around in circles like headless chickens. Let me know if there's anything more to refine or adapt. This is section 1621. Here's the process content while maintaining the structure, paragraphs, and format. He threw up his hands, exposing that this perspective was nothing like how a real seer would act. A true seer, upon witnessing someone being attacked, would immediately question if the attacker is a werewolf and if the target is a villager. Simple and logical reasoning. They wouldn't first go to check the target and then retroactively decide on the attacker. With a cold laugh, he sneered, "This tactic definitely reeks of werewolf thinking." His gaze shifted sharply to player number 11, Zhou Ziyue, and he declared, "Player number 9 must be a werewolf faker. There's zero seer energy in that play." Then he pointed out, "Player number 11 is the real seer." Without missing a beat, his finger landed on player number 8, Ron, as he deduced, "Player number 8 is the one, the real seer. Number 11, identified as a werewolf. If number 11 is the true seer, then number 8 is absolutely a werewolf." That chain of logic? Flawless. But what was even more outrageous? Jasper blatantly called out the identities of all 4 werewolves. Players number 2, number 6, number 8, and number 9. There it is, all 4. Leaning back in his chair with unshakable confidence. He seemed untouchable. The room erupted, the spectator section roaring. He directly named 4 werewolves. He's laid bare number 9's entire wolf pack, and even marked number 2 as Cat Bro's call out, which he confirmed. One fan shouted in excitement, "Jasper really is something else. Ranked 7th in the world, 1st in Asia, the Phantom Wolf without a doubt." Jasper chuckled, "Sorry, little wolf number 6, banking on luck this game? Not happening." Then, his tone hardened, and he declared, "Next." In that moment the crowd lost it. Old A's voice, gritty from overuse, still roared with enthusiasm. Jasper straight up called 4 wolves. Number 2, number 6, number 8, number 9. The moment Yi Lanxin targeted him, he locked on number 6. When number 9 yelled their player ID at him, he locked on number 9. The Seer's check on number 8, that's a lock for number 8. And number 2's gameplay? Rationally secured as a werewolf. With a more subdued but still odd voice, Olda continued, "That's Jasper for you. From sitting on the sidelines with nothing but a badge to this explosive takedown. Not a wasted word in between." In the audience, a girl clutched a glowing phantom sign, trembling from excitement. Her friend beside her screamed, "Jasper's a genius!" So loud it practically split the ceiling. The crowd roared together, chanting, "Phantom Wolf! Phantom Wolf!" Meanwhile, Ron's thoughts raced as he silently mocked the sly old fox. "Hunter? Please, there's no way old Jasper's that straightforward." The entire table sided with player number 11, who won the sheriff badge. He could have easily stayed covert without being pressured to reveal a role. True hunters wield their impact through intimidation, not by recklessly blowing their cover. At a critical moment, sure, they might step up and take a decisive shot, but he knows all that. Why would he sabotage his positioning like this? His lips curled in frustration, his anger building. This guy's just playing the system. He timed his late game reveal perfectly to jump ahead and declare himself the hunter, snatching up the initiative. Which? Too risky. Gravekeeper? Convince the villagers? Please. By claiming the hunter role first, he's wrapped himself in its mantle, named for werewolves outright, and secured the trust of every villager. His smirk turned icy. Now if I claim hunter, would the villagers trust me? Not a chance. This old fox knows the game inside out. At this point, the moderator called for player number 4's turn, and Cat Bro spoke up with a smug grin. "So the hunter came forward? Okay then. Seer, go ahead and check player number 1. He gestured toward Shinzi, who adjusted her glasses with a dazed expression. Her thoughts raced. Me? Again? I was the wolf on the sheriff's radar earlier. Is this finally my turnaround moment? The tension was electric and the room buzzing, and no one expected Jasper's bold 4-wolf reveal move to throw the entire table into chaos. Ron raised his hands in a half-shrug, his black-framed glasses slightly wobbling as if to say, "I'm done. This mess is literally indescribable." Helplessly, he spread his hands, looking exasperated. Why? All because of Shinzi and her heavenly luck. Her, I can't tell who's who, playstyle screwed over plenty of players in the qualifiers. It's an open secret. But who would have guessed that this time, she'd throw her weight so heavily behind player number 11. Not just backing his statements but staging a flawless setup for his responses. Her sudden flip? Wild. It's impossible to predict what she's even thinking anymore. His tone shifted to a sharper edge. So go ahead, Seer. Check her out. If she's golden, she'll continue to be the lucky underdog. But if it's a werewolf hit, then it's game over for her cosmic streak. She's crashing out at this table under Ragnarok's shadow. He flicked his gaze away from Shinzi and suddenly landed on player number 12, Fang Xiang. His smile tightened, sharpening into determination. Player number 12, absolutely a werewolf. Fang Xiang's brows furrowed as his lips quirked, seemingly poised to argue. Cat Bro's voice cut in sharply, catching everyone off guard. What now? Started theorizing the werewolf playbook already. You said player number 9 couldn't possibly be the gargoyle, and your so-called reasoning was, what, deep insight? Like the gargoyle wouldn't step up against the seer because they'd be afraid of dragging the little wolves into a group takedown? Ridiculous. Hearing that nonsense, I almost choked. This classic fox tricks packaged up as game theory. This crowd of veterans is entirely about double-dealing. His fingers rapped on the table with finality. Guessing the werewolf team format? Please, the gargoyle can hide or jump into the fray whenever they want. You're basing your read on that flimsy logic, that player number 9 shouldn't be the gargoyle? Nonsense. Unless you're the gargoyle yourself, how do you know what they're planning? With a dismissive sweep of his hand, he wrapped it up. So your argument? Dead giveaway, total werewolf mentality. Villagers will align with a seer's perspective and capitalize on actual werewolf fumbles. But you, latching onto player number 9 for no sensible reason, making stuff up as you go? Obvious. Stop pretending. With his commanding voice cutting through the air, his lips curled into a mysterious smile. I may have claimed to be a civilian at the sheriff runoff, right? He paused, his pitch rising. Well, not anymore. Leaning forward, hands pressed firmly on the table, he declared, Jasper already claimed Hunter. What am I still hiding for? No more secrets. I'm the witch. The moment those words landed, the crowd exploded. Old A's reaction outpaced everyone else by miles. The witch, player number 4, Cat Bro, says he's the witch. Nearly sending his microphone flying, Old A's voice spiked. Cat Bro's claiming witch and even confirming a shielded villager. Player number 11's been confirmed as golden. Seer for sure. At that, the room reached maximum chaos. The witch. Cat Bro as the witch. Player number 11 confirmed golden seer. Player number 9's definitely a stone-cold werewolf. Cat Bro's next level. Here's the translation based on your input. Ron lazily leaned back in his chair, expression calm as a still lake, but his eyes narrowed slightly, like a camera lens adjusting its focus. He cursed inwardly. Another one bluffing and jumping around. He stared at Chen Xiaomao, getting angrier the more he thought about it. The first night's knife target was number 4. The witch saved with the antidote, and that number 4 was the true silver water. The witch can't save herself. If Chen Xiaomao really is the witch, he would have been hanged the first night. He couldn't have saved himself at all. But just then, Chen Xiaomao suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard he almost spilled his cup of water. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. He spread his hands out, mock surrendering. I'm not the witch. The atmosphere in the broadcasting studio felt like someone had pulled the plug on it. After a brief moment of silence, the audience exploded into uproarious laughter, some pounding on their armrests. Oh my God! I almost believed him. The way he said number 11 was the silver water? Are you kidding me? Cat Bro, you're such a troll. A female fan holding a glowing sign stomped her feet in mock rage, half laughing, half exasperated. I even tossed my ghost light sign. And you were joking? Host Old couldn't help but chime in, shaking his head but with a hint of admiration. Cat Bro isn't the witch. He said this was just a gag. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Cat Bro for you. You never know if his next line is the truth or if he's just playing you again. On screen, the laughter gradually quieted as Cat smoothed out the remaining chuckles, putting on a slightly more serious demeanor. I actually did consider jumping in as the witch. His eyes blinked behind his black-framed glasses. Why? Because I didn't want number 8 taking the late-game position and bluffing as the witch. Think about it. Number 8 was called out by number 11 as a wolf card, and before finishing his sentence, Ron, our main character, had already been inwardly berating himself during the discussion for being too clever. Identity claims were crucial for survival. With the hunter role disrupted by Jasper, the witch became the only viable option. After stewing over it for a while, Ron decided to bluff as the witch to steal the role and shut number 8 out of the opportunity. But the more he thought about it, the less it added up. Wolves weren't complete fools, and an old fox like him, if a false knife claim was detected by the real witch, it'd be all for nothing. He'd get poisoned, and his wolf buddy along with him. Wolves aren't mind readers. Could he really predict the knife target? Way too risky. Better to play it safe as a villager, lay low and sneak through. When he finished, Ron's face had a casual, relaxed smile, but inwardly he was still fuming. Those wolf teammates were way too calculating. Bottom line? Follow the seers voting to target wolves. Coordinate with the hunter and make a move. Without teamwork, there's no winning this game. He shrugged, tossed up an okay sign. Next, the camera panned to player number 5, Tai Tai, and suddenly, the atmosphere took a sharp turn. The audience initially fell quiet, only to break into snickers like ripples in water. Clearly, they'd caught on to a hilarious detail but were holding back for fear of seeming rude. Tai Tai had a dark-skinned round face with a thick beard stretching from his chin to his ears. His eyes, though small behind his black-framed glasses, twinkled with sharp intelligence against the juxtaposition of an otherwise easygoing, carefree demeanor. This was when Host Old jumped back in, brimming with energy. Now let's welcome player number 5, Tai Tai, winner of the online regionals, known in the community as the Charming Hulk, Beard T-Wolf, adorably contradictory werewolf king. No matter how much Olda hyped him up, the crowd erupted like a pot of boiling water. Oh man, This guy looks like Zhang Fei but sounds like Lin Ziling? I'm losing it. The first time I heard him speak, I almost spat water all over my computer. I honestly thought I'd opened the wrong stream, joked someone online. Don't be fooled by his serious act. His logic is tighter than anyone's. As a wolf, his green tea strategies have swindled entire rooms. You only realize what hit you in the replay. The live feed cut back to Tai Tai. He adjusted his glasses with a playful pout, his deep, comically exaggerated voice drawing the room's attention immediately as he quipped, "Finally, Tai Tai's turn." His delivery was so cheeky and mischievous. The whole broadcast studio tensed with anticipation. He stared straight at player number 11, Zhou Ziwe. "Even though I voted with Big Brother Desheng, I actually think you're the seer." Zhou's brows twitched at the unexpected statement, silently lamenting how Tai Tai was both overly dramatic and annoyingly sharp. Surely, even he couldn't be that naive? Chen Dashing, meanwhile, looked equally perplexed. Tai Tai, with a knowing smirk, gestured to his glasses and remarked, "You're so manly." As soon as those words dropped, it felt like an old green tea trick wearing a fresh coat of paint. The audience absolutely lost it, laughing uncontrollably. This guy got called out by Desheng and still dares to strike back. This is some high-pressure leapfrog move. How does he survive like this? He made a crushing down gesture with his hands, continuing his bit. "You still dared to stand up under that much pressure? Man, your strength defies explanation." The crowd burst into even louder laughter. One guy laughed so hard his glasses almost fell off, while a girl next to him was already shaking with laughter, tears streaking down her face. He talks like he's having an inner dialogue. His face says, "I'm about to punch you," but his voice goes, "Oh no, I'm scared." It's such a ridiculous contradiction. Choosing to side with number 11 and voting for number 9? Legend of anti-meta, someone shouted. "Stop laughing. Focus on his logic." In the game, Tai Tai alternated between babying his words and dissecting strategies, his playful pattern winding everyone up. He pointed lightly at the table with his pinky, his voice lilting like freshly steamed tangyuan. "But today, I have a tiny little critique." Those wide, blinking eyes behind his glasses were impossible to take seriously. He was just having too much fun. "The order of your speeches. It really made me uncomfortable." Ron and Tai Tai each launched their displays of logic-laden theater. "You were wearing the badge as the sheriff, right? Logically, shouldn't you have let number 8 speak first? Isn't number 8 your wolf check result?" He pointed seriously at number 8, "Ron. Number 8 is the wolf. You're the seer who called him out. It's only natural he'd jump identities to survive, claiming witch or hunter to force the real ones to come forward. That's the textbook play. Who'd have seen it coming?" Tai Tai had let player number 12 go first instead. Player number 12 voted against number 9, which, in Tai Tai's logic, made them either a misguided villager or a lunging wolf. This left Ron, number 8, free to buy time, pick a plausible role, and bluff his way into a strong position. This unexpected maneuver had everyone else scratching their heads. Ron's lack of an early statement bought him too much leeway. Tai Tai's face held an exaggerated, "This is highly suspicious" expression. "So yeah, Tai Tai's starting to suspect you now." Ultimately, he was just sarcastically ripping apart the situation. Let me know if you have further adjustments or preferences for style clarification. Here's the translated content while preserving the tone, structure, and layout. Turning his attention to player 1, Shinzi, Tai Tai's tone suddenly became sweet and teasing. "Player 1, sis, this is a bit odd, huh? Player 11 hasn't even spoken, but you're already covering for him like you know exactly what he's thinking? What are you? A little worm living in his belly?" He broke down Shinzi's previous hesitant statements, contrasting them with her sudden decisiveness in this round, leaving everyone speechless. These sly players always trying to act like real seers. Who even buys it? He buried his face in his hands, revealing an exaggerated, confused look of exasperation. Switching gears, Tai Tai adorably addressed player 4, Chun Xiaomao. "Cat bro, I'm just like you, okay? A humble villager. Let's join forces to find the wolves. Deal?" He playfully extended his hand for an air pinky promise, looking earnest yet cutesy. He didn't forget to add, "Don't overthink and tangle yourself up like Fang Xiang. Okay? Trust me, and I'll trust you." After that, he added self-mockingly, "If I talk too much again, you all are going to vote me out, huh? I better tone it down." He then leaned back in his chair to drink water, but his pinky finger sticking out theatrically made the audience burst into laughter. Words like "bursting with juice" flew around, instantly becoming the phrase of the year. Even Olda couldn't hold back and chimed in with a grin. Tai Tai. This is just who you are. The sweet-talking macho man with a bushy beard and green tea vibes. One moment you're being adorable, and the next you're analyzing logic. It's such a mix. If you don't take the time to listen to his charming antics, you'll completely miss the logic behind it. Don't be so careless. Ron felt like question marks were popping up over his head. What is this creature? A full-grown man with a bushy beard. But his voice sounds like a cutesy anime girl, complete with lilting tones. Even sipping water, his pinkies up. The contrast is outrageous. It's like two people stuffed into one body. Unbelievable. Just as Ron was reeling in surprise, the judge, Luo Nian, announced, Player 6, please speak. The camera cut to Player 6, Yilan Xin. Old A was quick to provide live commentary. Player 6, Yilan Xin. The Sichuan Chongqing Queen, who set the stage on fire from the start of the game by targeting Player 3, Jasper. Player 3 counterclaimed as Hunter and marked her as a wolf. Now, how will Yi respond this round? What's her real identity? The audience was buzzing. Yilan Xin's under huge pressure. Jasper counterclaimed as Hunter, accusing her of being a wolf. She needs solid logic to punch back, or she'll definitely be under suspicion this round. Some spectators couldn't help but criticize Jasper's counterplay strategy as being too weak. This round of Werewolf was full of twists and turns, with logic and playful banter taking center stage. The constant laughs made the atmosphere ecstatic. In the beginning, everyone, including Ron, was relying purely on logical analysis and data-driven strategies. Then Jasper just flipped the board with a Hunter counterclaim. Who saw that coming? But it's Jasper, someone muttered softly. Jasper counterclaimed as Hunter. Who wouldn't believe him? Yilan Xin leaned back lazily in her chair, her tone dripping with mild disdain and provocation. Sure, go ahead and counterclaim. Does claiming Hunter automatically make you one? Back when I called you out during the first round, it was purely based on logic. Look at your behavioral data. It screams on the seer list. Yet, here you are hiding out and staying low. Isn't that suspicious? Pointing out anomalies is just gameplay. Did I do anything wrong? This isn't child's play. If we don't point out oddities, how should we even play the logic game? Her gaze was locked onto Jasper, and the slight curve of her lips wasn't friendly. It was pure mockery. Your move is ridiculous. A real hunter wouldn't make such reckless plays. They stay hidden, dodge potential kills, and strategically come forward. You hopping out like this to counterclaim, are you just serving yourself to the wolves? If they kill you at night, who's gonna fire your gun? Where's your bullet going then? She threw up her hands, thoroughly unimpressed. But sure, if you're actually the hunter, let's just consider it bad luck on my part. My card is a villager, and my speeches were just me explaining my logic. If I made a wrong call, I can correct it. But you can't just suppress others with your identity claim because I targeted you. If that's how we're playing, might as well throw away all logic and call it a day. In the stands, a short-haired girl suddenly lit up with realization, furiously slapping the armrest. Exactly! Jasper pulling rank with his identity like that. Totally not cool. The guy sitting next to her frowned, hesitated and muttered, but Jasper is ranked 7th in the world. Would he really make such an amateur mistake? The short-haired girl shot back without missing a beat. So what if he's world number 7? Like he's immune to mistakes now. Before anyone could fully process the back and forth, Yilan Xin pressed on without giving anyone a moment to breathe. She switched focus. All right, listen up. The group siding with player 11 isn't exactly small. Look at the votes for player 9, those came from players 5 and 12. Pay attention to Tai Tai's speech, all right? He voted for player 9, and the first thing out of his mouth was, maybe I made the wrong vote. What's that supposed to mean? Was he joking or what? Either way, it's not worth dwelling on. With just one statement, the atmosphere tightened up. Yilan Xin tapped the table. Here's where I'm introducing a new perspective. Everyone's viewpoint may have been misled from the start. Doesn't matter if player 9 or player 11 is the real seer. One thing is certain. Player 9 might know who player 8 is, but there's no way player 11 knows them. She took a deep drag on her cigarette and pointed at player 8. Ron, why's that? If player 9 is a wolf, why would he dare to throw a check on player 11, directly competing as the seer? The only reason he's gutsy enough is because player 9 knows player 8 is the gargoyle boss himself. That's why he doesn't fear calling the shot on player 11. Then she pointed at player 9, Chindeshing. How does player 9 know player 8? Because player 8 said something earlier while sitting above the seer list. A check from the back of the queue could target the gargoyle. To the wolf team, that's an instant trigger. Player 9 immediately realized player 8 is the boss. That's why he dared to send his check at player 11. With a flick of her cigarette, she continued coolly. And why can player 11 absolutely not know player 8? She turned her gaze to player 11, Zhou Ziyue, a secretive smile playing on her lips. Player 11 threw a check at player 8. We all heard what he said. His logical chain is flawless and his argument was airtight. By all accounts, there's no reason he'd send a check to his own wolf teammate. That's basically sacrificing a perfectly good pawn. She gestured with her hands, slow and deliberate. So neither of them knows player 8, meaning player 8 is very likely a gargoyle. Follow the logic. Got it. The room fell silent for a second, with everyone's brains scrambling to reorganize their thoughts. Yi Lanqin wasted no time, smoothly directing attention to player 4, Chen Xiaomao. Cat bro, you said player 9 is the gargoyle and checked player 11 on the first night to confirm the real seer. Then sent a check to the seer? Yeah, not buying it. Here's the translated result. Maintaining the original structure, paragraph breaks, and overall layout. Her words were sharp and precise. A gargoyle touching the seer and then jumping out to throw a werewolf accusation directly at the seer? Who would pull this off? The risk and reward don't even align. Like 12 said, if the little wolves didn't recognize their big brother and all three rushed to jump as seer, they'd get themselves outed and eliminated in one sweep. Would the gargoyle really be that foolish? She slowly tapped the table. So I'm more inclined to believe number 8 is the gargoyle. Her steady gaze locked on Ron. That line from number 8 earlier during the election, claiming late might bait out the gargoyle. Think about it. Isn't that the gargoyle sending a signal to the little wolves? Switching her cigarette from her left hand to her right, Yi Lanqin concluded decisively. As for number 9 and number 11, we'll hold off for a round. It doesn't matter who the real seer is. Let's get number 8 out first. Check them during the night. We need to eliminate the suspected gargoyle first. After she finished speaking, she let out a carefree laugh and internally chastised those old foxes and naive fools. All they do is play little tricks, thinking they're so clever while faking bravado. They act all tough, but they've got no backbone. As soon as Yi Lanqin opened her mouth and said, "The wolf's big brother is already gone," the audience erupted in whispers. The atmosphere is heated as a boiling pot. She really said number 8 is the gargoyle? This logic, it actually kind of makes sense. Someone couldn't help but murmur to the person next to them. Hey, you're not wrong. That bit about number 8 saying, claiming might bait a gargoyle. Couldn't that be a subtle hint about their role? Another nodded. Yi Lanqin's move is actually pulling out something fresh. Who would have thought that Yi Lanqin, the sly old fox, would handle Jasper so calmly, without a hard confrontation, but instead by throwing out a completely new logic chain, and it even made some sense. Leaning back against her chair, smoke rings lazily swirling around her. Her expression was relaxed as if chatting with friends at a tea house. Yet in her mind, she was perfectly composed. Ron is as good as dead already. Number 11, Zhou Ziyue, had already made Ron the target of the knife. The good team had all turned to focus on number 11. Now Jasper is exposing his entire pack with that bold werewolf claim, and though Chen Xiaomao didn't outright claim witch, they'd already painted Ron with the witch narrative, sealing his fate. Whatever Ron says at the last moment won't matter. He's dead in the water. Bottom line, Yi Lanqin couldn't afford to stubbornly protect Ron. If she went down with him, it'd be game over for her too. No one expected her to follow the trend and push Ron out, but even betraying teammates had to be strategic. First, let the little wolves take on the guise of the gargoyle, giving the big brother a few more rounds. Meanwhile, subtly mess with the witch's judgment. The witch, holding that vial of poison, would surely target number 9, Chen Dashing, if they sided with number 11. But if the witch listened to Yi Lanqin's reasoning, maybe they'd delay another round or poison someone who seemed more like a wolf, giving Chen Dashing more time to survive. The crazier part? Yi Lanqin used the guise of trying to find the big brother to pose as an innocent team member. The more ferociously she pushed against number 8, the purer she seemed. After all, who has ever seen the pack leader, a big shot werewolf, willingly handed to the good team on a silver platter? By being relentless, she made everyone believe she was just looking for the gargoyle, and proposing to eliminate number 8. Who's ever seen such a layered play by a werewolf? The game wasn't over yet. Who to target at night? Zhou Ziyue, number 11, couldn't be the target. If number 11 falls, he's eliminated, and number 9, Chen Dashing, would also automatically be out. A 1-for-1 trade would leave the wolves holding nothing but scraps. Once daybreak hits, everyone would be focused on debating number 9's actual role as the seer. The good team would be preoccupied wrestling over seer authenticity, leaving room for the wolves to move in secrecy. That left only one threat on the list, the witch. The poison in the witch's hand was too threatening. It didn't matter whose side the witch was on. They'd still be a danger to the wolves. The wolves had to sniff out the witch and take them down with one swift move. At that moment, the mic passed to number 7, Zhao Shu. The seasoned player flipped his card while teasing, "Zhao Shu, this player, he's got a way of speaking that's too fun. He always throws in a well, okay. Like he's trying to discuss something with you when he's absolutely not." The livestream comments were flooded with laughs. The well, okay guy. People have written papers counting how many times he says it during games. Zhao Shu didn't have much going for him in looks. A man in his 30s with a high forehead that made him look older. He started with, "Well, okay. It's my turn to speak. All right. Let me explain why I abstained. Well, okay, during the votes earlier I really couldn't tell who's on the good side. Well, okay, number 9 had a strong seer claim, number 11 showed solid resistance, so I didn't cast a vote. If I voted wrong, well, okay, it's just not worth the risk." He gave a half smile, his frustration growing as he went on. "Today's discussions? Well, okay. Let me tell you, there's been some weird stuff. Well, okay, number 12 sided with number 9, while almost everyone sided with number 11. Well, okay, number 1 was confused during the election, then sided with number 11 after, and number 5 voted for 9 but regrets it now. Well, okay." He spread out his hands. "If number 9 really is a wolf, where are his teammates? Are they all offstage tying themselves in knots? That doesn't make sense. Well, okay. Wolves wouldn't all rush to the front line and leave their defenses so open. Even if they were sacrificing allies, someone would still cover the offensive. Well, okay. So, I think number 9 might actually be a real seer. Well, okay. Perhaps the good team just aligned wrong. Well, okay." His gaze swept across the board one by one, and an air of cunning filled the room. Meanwhile, the comments from the audience, this endless, well, okay monologue actually made him more entertaining and oddly addictive to listen to. When number 1, Zhou Ziyue, finished, he turned the conversation sharply to number 3, Jasper. "Number 3, why are you claiming Hunter? This isn't even your moment to speak. You just had to jump out to grandstand? You claim to be the hunter, fine, but now you're turning around accusing number 6 of being a wolf? All you're doing is throwing rank around without offering any logical reasoning. It's just not convincing to anyone. Honestly, what real hunter throws themselves out there like this to get targeted?" With that, his hand pulled back, blunt without mercy. As soon as Ron's words dropped, the audience buzzed again. Someone whispered, "He's got some valid points. If number 9's a wolf, his team's power seems way too scattered." But another argued right back, "Come on, numbers 5 and 12 voted for 9. Doesn't that count as teammates? Not to mention number 6 stirring the pot. It's not like wolves are totally invisible here." Meanwhile, others quietly felt for number 5. His speech after the vote was off, and he even admitted he probably voted wrong. At that moment, the host broke in, "Number 8, your turn." The projector spotlight lit up red, and instantly, every eye was fixed on Ron. This is the 20th/21st segment. Here's the processed content while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and layout. Old A's voice cut in. Player 8, Ron, was chosen for a night kill by player 11, Zhou Ziyue, on the first night. Now it's the final spot for statements. Whether 11 is truly the seer or not, player 8 is in a tough spot this round. Most of the villagers are siding with 11, who holds the badge of the sheriff. Player 3 openly claimed to be the hunter and dragged player 8 into the wolf pit. Unless a miracle happens, 8 won't make it past this round. The audience murmured in agreement. Yeah, no way he's surviving. He's sitting in that position. No kind of claim can save him now. Unless he claims to be the witch? Player 6, Yilan Xin, clutched her hands nervously. If player 8 gets taken out, tonight it all depends on the wolf's knife skills. Ron is clearly unsalvageable, especially considering his earlier statements painted him like a gargoyle and everyone's votes tilted toward player 11. She thought to herself, why didn't Ron just self-destruct? If he caused a fuss by taking himself out, at least he'd smear player 11 a bit. The trust in 11 could crack slightly, even if minutely, better than getting tossed out so cleanly. If he's going down anyway, might as well create some chaos, right? Ron leaned back in his chair. Player 7's statement was odd. If he had to summarize it, there weren't outright flaws, but something about it just rubbed the room the wrong way. He swept his gaze across the room, finally landing on player 11, Zhou Ziyue, with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That slight smirk sent a chill down everyone's spine. I've heard a lot of villagers already defaulting to assuming player 11 is the seer. His tone lifted at the end, laced with mockery and surprise. If he really is the seer, then what am I as the gravedigger? The room's atmosphere tightened as if the air had been sucked out. The audience was dumbfounded. Gravedigger? Did player 8 just claim gravedigger? Not witch, not hunter? Is he totally baffled, or what? Olda practically shouted into the mic. The gravedigger, player 8, Ron, who was targeted for a night kill by player 11, has claimed the weakest role, the gravedigger, in his final declaration. This game just went wild. Yilanshin was utterly speechless. Gravedigger? Isn't that the weakest of all the power roles? Its ability is passive, you just find out if the person eliminated the day before was a villager or a wolf. It's useless during the day, and if the gravedigger dies, their ability is wasted entirely. Villagers never trust such a weak claim, and wolves love disguising themselves with it. It's low risk, high reward. Whoever claims that role basically paints themselves as an easy sacrifice. The more Yilanshin thought about it, the angrier she got. Why didn't Ron just claim witch and call out the wolf's kill? The witch is a strong role, stable in its positioning, and it could have offered at least a slim chance at survival. By claiming gravedigger, he's essentially cutting off any chance for a comeback. What an idiot, thinking he can outmaneuver the geniuses in this room. Ron continued, palms flat on the table. I know your first reaction to my gravedigger claim is, oh, this guy's definitely a wolf making a desperate last stand. He had no other choice. The hunter role is already taken by player 3, and if I claimed witch, no one would believe me either. Gravedigger is the easiest role to fake. It looks just like the Wolf King's final struggle. But I am the gravedigger. His voice paused, sharp and commanding. If I get eliminated, player 9's death will reveal their role tonight. Player 3's claim as the hunter, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But what I do know is that from the wolf's perspective, 3 is definitely on the villager team, they've sided with player 11, and they're targeting me as the wolf. The next logical choice for the wolf team's kill is player 3. He locked eyes with Jasper, his tone dark and menacing. If I go down today and take villager votes with me, the villagers might only have the witch left alive by the next morning. Who could have foreseen this? Ron was digging in his heels hard, even with the weakest role, like he was about to flip the whole table. Unbelievable. Ron even suggested that if he gets eliminated, player 9 should take the wolf's knife instead. Then, shockingly, he pointed his crosshairs directly at player 3. The message? If you're backing the wrong side, it's more efficient for you to get the knife. His words dripped with over-the-top brazenness. The implication was clear. If 3 really is the hunter but align themselves with the wrong side, they've essentially become an accomplice for the wolves. A misstep could mean taking out a fellow villager. This logic, genius-level chaos. Even crazier was Ron setting himself a micro-goal in the process. I'm the gravedigger. If you're going to vote me out, player 3, do you have the guts to gamble? The room fell silent like a graveyard. Ron's gaze hit player 3 like a clenched fist, leaving no room for rebuttal. He went on to deconstruct why player 3 must be a villager, zeroing in on the point that 3 and 11 clearly weren't coordinating. His reasoning was all over the place but left the audience dazed. Then, doubling down, Ron argued that if 3 were truly aligned with player 11, they wouldn't have claimed hunter and countered him. It'd be a nonsensical move. Surprisingly, this high-risk, high-reward reasoning began to gain traction. Ron's sharp gaze shifted to players 9 and 1, basically warning 9 not to think about getting 11's vote. If you vote for the wrong side, he declared, you'll be the next to go. On the flip side, he encouraged player 1 to take a stand. Shenzi looked completely bewildered. Her face screamed, why am I suddenly in the hot seat? Then, out of nowhere, Ron set his sights on player 4, forcing them into a corner. He pressed on, practically sprinting through his logic as though he were a verbal machine gun. If you're saying player 1 is a wolf and 11 is the gargoyle, then I, the gravedigger, can't be tossed in the mix either. Don't be naive. If 1 isn't making a move, are you going to keep playing dumb? Turning his attention back to player 7, Ron mercilessly picked apart their argument. What logic are you even spouting, player 7? You're saying because more people are siding with 11 and only player 12 backed 9, that somehow makes 9 the seer? What kind of brain gymnastics is that? No villager would think like this. Ron's play, all in with the weakest hand, had turned into a poetic act of defiance. This is section 21/21 of the content. Following your logic and maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout, here is the processed result. This is outrageous. The more you think about it, the angrier you get. Ron's bold move completely exposed the wolf's tactics and flaws, full of drama, totally commanding the scene, and absolutely explosive energy. As soon as Ron started talking, Player 7's move was razor-sharp. He shot back directly, saying, "Werewolves aren't just about charging forward. They've got reverse hook, deep water reverse hook, unstoppable whirlwind hook. You name it. Your logic doesn't hold water at all. Based on your reasoning, if you're siding with Player 9 as the so-called seer, then in Ragnarok mode you ain't no rookie. Even an old fox could tell you're the werewolf trying to sink the ship." Player 7 leaned in slightly, his eyes flashing like thunder and lightning as he stared down 8. It was like he nailed them to the spot. Ron added, "Every single good guy is watching your werewolf teammate charge forward. But you, of all people, pull a reverse hook. And not just any reverse hook, but one based on faulty logic. You're using false logic to side with the real seer. Once the good guys see through it, they'll realize, oh, look at this. This guy's backing Player 9. Player 9 is the werewolf, Player 8 got exposed as a werewolf too, and Player 11 is the real seer. Good guys will all follow Player 11's lead, and boom, game over." He ended with a deliberate upward lilt, almost mocking, "Just hope you're fast enough to run, little wolf cub." The audience erupted instantly. Even Olden nearly tore his throat screaming, "Ship-sinking wolf." Player 8 is targeting Player 7 Zhao Shu. 8 or 9 times out of 10 it's a ship-sinking wolf. What? Got caught as a werewolf on the first night and still dared to claim Gravedigger? And then didn't back down afterward, actually started calling out the other external werewolves? Good heavens. What's even happening here? The crowd's commentary blew up. Ship-sinking wolf. This logic is still playable? Player 7's stance logic is clearly flawed. They're just siding with Player 11 cause of numbers to claim Player 9's a seer. Sounds more like reverse reasoning. Player 8 calling out this move? Totally accurate. But if Player 7 really is a ship sinker, then just get rid of Player 8 today. Ship sinkers are just sneaky troublemakers blending in with the good guys. This game runs deep. Some people even complained, Player 8's the real Gravedigger? That's not certain either. Ron, on the other hand, kept calm and began to wrap up. Unlike Player 3, who's bolder and called out 4 wolves right at the start, I'm only naming 3. Players 11, 1, and 7. I haven't found the 4th wolf yet. His eyes scanned the room before locking onto Player 4 Chun Xiaomao. Let me leave this here. If I, the Gravedigger, get eliminated today, Player 9 the Seer will undoubtedly get targeted tonight. And if Player 3's the Hunter, they're the next one getting hit. 3 rolls from the good guys gone in 2 days. Are you ready to bet on that? Truth is, this was clearly a psychological test on the good guys, and the more you think about it, the more infuriating it becomes. The tension in the room was off the charts. Let's be real. Player 11's odds of surviving this situation aren't high. If y'all are already treating Player 1 as public baggage, then just toss Player 1 to the wolves and keep me, the Gravedigger, safe. Tomorrow, I'll report Player 1's actual role. He suddenly slapped the table with a crisp, loud bang, brimming with confidence. He advised, "Good guys, do not skip your votes. You can only target wolves and vote Player 1 out. Skipping votes? The wolves will pile in their votes and take me, the Gravedigger, down." The room erupted in a unanimous roar. Passed! The studio was absolutely explosive. Even Old A was so excited he almost went insane. Player 8, Ron, is claiming Gravekeeper. After being hard-faked and found out on the first night, Player 8 still dares to claim Gravekeeper in the late speaking position. In Werewolf Kill, this kind of play isn't rare. Wolves on the brink of defeat often claim which to buy 1 round, or claim Gravekeeper to pose as a weak god role. But have you ever seen someone claim Gravekeeper and not back down, but instead actively point out the outer wolves, even cursing the whole room of good players and Player 3? I dare to get eliminated? Do you dare to bet? The audience below erupted. Holy shit, those 4 words, do you dare to bet, gave me goosebumps. His speech was insanely hype. Someone said, honestly, it makes a lot of sense. If Player 8 really is the Gravekeeper and gets pushed out, then at night Player 9 gets killed, Player 3 the Hunter eats a knife, and the good side loses 3 gods in 2 days. Who would dare to bet? Others were hesitant. But he claimed Gravekeeper, not Witch. Claiming Gravekeeper is the weakest play, just sitting there waiting to be pushed out. I really don't get what he's trying to do. Jasper was stunned after hearing it. Ron's move immediately loosened the good player's votes, because the risk had been magnified. What if he really is the Gravekeeper? If we throw him out, the good side collapses with him. Who could tahmil that? To put it bluntly, the good side's votes started to slip from this point, and once the votes slipped, the wolf team could breathe easy. It was downright outrageous. At this moment, Player 9, Chun dashing, stood up straight and slammed the table. Look, look! His voice was even louder than when he claimed seer in the pre-match phase. Good thing player 8 has a role, or else my seer wouldn't even have a badge yet. Who told you that a seer without a badge is just rotten cabbage? Tonight I can only check someone at random. The moment he said it, the room exploded again. The style suddenly shifted. Old Chun opened his mouth. I'm placing my vote on player 1. Everyone should be on board, right? Shinzi pushed up her glasses, her lips parting slightly, as if she wanted to say something but swallowed it back. Old Chun continued. First, the fake claim wolf has taken the sheriff badge, so of course the fake claim wolf has the right to consolidate votes. I'm just worried that by the end, good players will be led astray by player 11 in the last speaking position, and in the end player 8, the gravekeeper, will be the one eliminated. Besides, player 8 himself said it. He doesn't dare directly consolidate votes on player 11, because there are too many good players and not enough votes, so player 11 can't be pushed out. His gaze swept across the room and finally settled on player 1. He lifted his chin. Then let's just lock player 1 in as a wolf card and push him out. No problem, right? The wolf pool is player 11, the fake claim wolf, player 1, the definite wolf, and 2 other wolf cards. There's also 1 small wolf card, maybe player 7. After all, player 8, the gravekeeper, pointed out the boat-sabotaging wolf, so I'll accept that. See, I still need to check it live. As he spoke, he paused for a second, deliberately building suspense. Hey, has anyone thought about this? Before player 8, the gravekeeper, revealed himself, the gargoyle couldn't tell who was an ally and who was an enemy at all. With player 8 not showing up, I reckon even the gargoyle itself couldn't figure out whether it should be helping with the charge or doing a reverse hook. Old Chun shifted his gaze to player 6, Yilanshin. Especially player 6. You were pointed at by player 3, then player 3 claimed Hunter and targeted you, and you actually turned around and pinned the gargoyle identity on player 8. I'm really suspicious here. Could the gargoyle be you, player 6? His words were drawn out, clearly leaving Yilanshin an escape route. That's all I'll say. I'll watch the check tonight. If I'm still alive tomorrow, I'll reveal identities to everyone. If I die, then it's up to you good players. Then he abruptly changed tone and slapped the table. Consolidate votes on player 1. The audience exploded. Chun Deshing thinks player 6 might be the gargoyle? That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? When player 6 was analyzing player 8 as the gargoyle just now, her logic was pretty solid. Not necessarily. If player 6 really is the gargoyle, she definitely tried to make the good side mistakenly believe player 8 is the gargoyle. After all, she's the real boss. You're all getting led around by Chin Dashing. Player 6 has been helping the good side from start to finish. Even if she got something wrong, her mindset was that of a good player. But after player 8 claimed Gravekeeper, player 9 immediately followed up by consolidating votes on player 1. That cooperation is way too obvious. Host Luonyen gave the order, "Player 10, please speak." The camera cut to player 10, a girl with a ponytail wearing a cartoon wolf head hoodie, her sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Old A's voice came at them full force, with a hint of ease. Number 10, Gung Shuer, 5th place in the online audition. The meme queen on our team. Every word she says is packed with memes, never the same twice. Cold jokes and trending phrases take turns bombarding you, and you can never guess what she'll say next. The audience burst out, crackling with shouts. "Shuer, give us a meme." Gung Shuer cleared her throat. "Oh my gosh, finally it's my turn. I'm practically growing mushrooms over here." She spread her hands. "First off, about number 8 jumping as the Gravekeeper. I don't believe it. A real Gravekeeper? Claiming Gravekeeper after a check-and kill is basically routine. If a wolf jumps Gravekeeper, it's 90% fake. But if you say he's a wolf, then he says, 'I'll go out of the game and let you gamble.' And I still can't make sense of it." The audience laughed themselves silly. "This girl is so real," Gung Shuer went on. Number 8 and number 9 both went after number 1, and number 1 really does have a bit of wolfish vibe. It's hard to tell before the police phase. After the police phase, he immediately sides with number 11. That turnaround is way too awkward. Still, excluding number 8, number 9, and number 11, the real big suspects are number 1, number 7, and number 12. She changed tack. "I think number 6 and number 4 look more like good guys. Number SIX's logic in pushing number 3 is okay, even though he got counterkilled. Number 4, Cat Brother. I'd be willing to say he's a wolf, and I might as well go home and farm instead. No discussion."
Ging Sue er skridtet herher.
But the voting pattern is weird. Number 7 seems to be number 9's police badge flow. abstaining and circling around with number 9. Number 3 claimed Hunter, number 7 abstained. Then in the next round he sided with number 9. How unlucky can that logic get? She shook her head. But it's fine. If the gravekeeper outside the board really isn't number 8, then number 8, don't panic, don't put your vote down immediately. If the wolf's blade lands on you, that'll hurt. If the gravekeeper is really out there, just hide and reveal your identity tomorrow. She slapped the table with both hands. Today, number 1 and number 7 can be put to a final vote, and number 11 should place the end-stage vote on number 8 or number 9. My suggestion: finalize number 1 and number 7. That's the one reason behind my vote. Fast-paced feel-good story, charge. No gave her a pretty good feeling. She thought to herself that if it were her and she got checked as a wolf by number 9, she definitely wouldn't have his steady logic and ability to withstand pressure. Ron number 11's reaction to being checked and jumping in would definitely be more reliable than number 9's, so she cast her vote for number 11. She leaned back in her chair, her ponytail flicking against the chair back, and cursed under her breath. These people are all putting on airs, acting like they're such a big deal. But this round, number 8 has jumped as the gravekeeper, so she'd better think it over again and get through this knife first. The stands erupted in applause and laughter. Someone laughed and said, "Gung Schwer's speech? I don't know the whole time. I'll take another look. Don't pin the blame on me." Who could have imagined that she'd cleverly shift the focus away from number 8, saying that even if number 8 isn't the gravekeeper, the real gravekeeper should speak up and hide. That line of thinking is actually pretty solid. Even more outrageous, she also pointed at number 1, number 7, and number 12. These three looked the most exposed as wolves outside the board. As soon as Luo Nian's voice fell, the camera turned to Zhou Ziyue. He was expressionless, with no hint of fluctuation. Police badge flow. First check number 7, then verify number 5. Old Fox tactics are online. The wolf suspects are locked on 5, 7, 8, and 9. The margin for error might be on 12. He glanced at Ron, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, impossible to tell whether it was mockery or admiration, and he couldn't help but complain in exasperation. "That's all you're capable of, and you still act so profound. Today I'm voting out number 8. To put it bluntly, I didn't take number 8 seriously at first. At that position, at most he could fake claim, which, figuring he could survive one round. What I never expected was that he'd fake claim Gravekeeper in the late speaking order too. That was really surprising. Thanks?" He withdrew his gaze and glanced at number 12, Fang Xiang. "I let number 12 speak first because I figured number 8 couldn't stir up much trouble. But after hearing him out, I've basically locked in 4 wolf cards. The margin for error is with number 12. He drew circles on the tabletop and continued. "Number 1 is definitely a good guy. The reason is simple. With a card like number 8, if he'd been hit with a check and had to fight back desperately, he would have thrown the whole vote onto number 1. If number 9 were really wolf jumping, he'd also push number 1. Could he even say number 1 is bad? No brains, right?" He spread both hands. "That's all I have to say. Vote number 8. Don't be fooled by number 8's Gravekeeper fake claim. It's fake." He swept his eyes across the whole table. "Today, full vote on number 8. Pass." In the studio, Old A shouted excitedly. Number 11 Zhou Ziyue firmly votes number 8. The sheriff's badge flow is set. Number 7 checks number 5. Locking in wolf suspects number 5, 7, 8, and 9. Number 1 is a good guy, and number 8's fake Gravekeeper claim didn't shake him at all. His voice was so high-pitched it nearly cracked. But the question is, will the good guys really buy this? The scene instantly erupted into chaos. I'm really looking forward to the vote split. Both sides make sense. My head's spinning now. Just looking at this vote pattern, it's definitely going to turn into a mess. Luo Nian reminded them. "Speaking is over. Begin the exile vote." The lights dimmed, and the masks spread silently, stripping away all sight and sound. Ron sat in the darkness, his heartbeat amplified infinitely in the silence. He pressed the vote button, number 1. Cursing inwardly, he thought, how many votes can this pull? Number 9 Chen Dashing will definitely follow. Number 10 Gung Schwer is ambivalent, leaning toward not voting out number 8, but it's not certain she'll vote number 1. Maybe she'll hang it on number 7? Number 12 is probably following. What about the others? Vote results announced. Player 1 received 5 votes. Players 6, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Player 8 received 4 votes. Players 1, 4, 7, and 11. 3 abstentions. Players 2, 3, and 5. Player 1 has been exiled. WOC. I can't believe it, player 1 survived? This is outrageous. Player 6, Yilanshin, actually followed the vote. Yilanshin followed the vote, which completely stunned Ron. He had assumed that after Yilanshin claimed Gravekeeper, she would abstain to hide her identity, but instead she really went all in and cast her vote for player 1, Shinzi. His lips twitched as he silently complained to himself. Fair enough. When the werewolf has to push, it has to push. Yilanshin knows that all too well. If she hadn't pushed, I'd be dead right now. Jasper also abstained. Ron's gaze lingered there for a second, and he chuckled inwardly. That little bull-headed guy got himself confused by his own speech. The world's 7th ghost wolf got scared into abstaining by a wildcard's one-liner. How interesting. Ronian's voice rang out. Player 1, please give your last words. Shinzi adjusted her glasses, her voice soft and a little resentful. Damn it! I actually got kicked out. I'm a good guy. I can't tell whether you, player 8, are the Gravekeeper. Don't blame me. I just couldn't tell. But I'm good, and since you, player 8, set the final vote on me, I was definitely voting for you. I chose to stand with player 11 and believe he's the seer. You claiming Gravekeeper made me doubt you. Even if there's a 99% chance player 11 is the seer, there's still definitely a 1% chance the Gravekeeper is you. I'm 100% good, so I voted for you, player 8. But if you really are the Gravekeeper, then I do admire you. I'll own the blame too. But if you're a werewolf, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. It was simply absurd beyond belief. Now Ron had a shot. With Shinzi gone, even Olda got so excited that his voice rose. Wow! Player 8 Ron actually survived. He was checked and killed on the first night, claimed Gravekeeper and still lived. This is insane. On the other hand, player 1 Shinzi, the chosen one of luck, got voted out by the table. He paused to catch his breath, then kept going. Ladies and gentlemen, the vote was 5-4 with 3 abstentions, and player 8 was just 1 vote short of being eliminated. If any one of those 3 abstentions had voted for player 8, he would have been out. Who would have thought it? The audience burst into an uproar. What? Jasper abstained. Isn't he on 11's side? Why did he forfeit his vote? Because 8's speech was way too terrifying. Who dare take that risk? If he really is the Gravekeeper, wouldn't the good camp collapse outright? Abstaining proves he doesn't have confidence. And that's what's truly scary. I can already tell. Jasper is definitely good. At that moment, Luonyen gave the command. All players, close your eyes. Night falls, close your eyes. The mask mysteriously lifted again, and red light flooded the entire arena. Ron opened his eyes and immediately saw Yilanshin, that old killer, leaning back in her chair, smoking, with an appreciative smile at the corner of her mouth. This old fox is really steady, he cursed inwardly. This sharp operator only knows these few tricks, putting on an act and showing off her methods. Then it was Chun Dashing's turn. That guy's expression completely collapsed. His mouth was open wide enough to fit half a fist, and all the words he wanted to say were packed inside, choking him up. Unable to make a sound, he frantically gestured, pointing at Ron, then at himself, then at the table, shaking his head and waving his hands, while complaining inwardly. Second Tiger, this move is way too fierce. I really thought you were staying put and getting eliminated. But I never expected you to jump as a Gravekeeper and spin the good guys in circles. But bro, you're probably not safe tonight. Most likely the witch's poison potion is going to land on you. Your luck is just absurdly miserable. Yilanshin paid Chin Dashing no mind at all. Instead, she signaled to Ron. Who do we go after next? Ron swept his gaze across the table, and before he could speak, Yilanshin pointed at Jasper. Player 3. Player 3 shouldn't even think about being a hunter. His claiming style doesn't look like a civilian at all. It looks like he found the witch and keeps trying to block people's paths. Ron shook his head. Player 3 was unreliable. He pointed at player 2, jamming and signaled. The Gravekeeper has to be you. Your voice and your abstention both fit the Gravekeeper identity best. Yilanshin narrowed her eyes, calculated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Then kill player 2. If player 2 is eliminated and you, player 8, survive, keep claiming Gravekeeper. If you get poisoned by the witch tonight, I'll keep claiming Gravekeeper tomorrow, and the good guys will definitely believe me. Chun Dashing exploded instantly. Player 6, have you lost your mind? You're casting your vote on player 1. Clearly you love charging together with player 1, and now you're claiming Gravekeeper? If the other good guys don't beat you to a pulp, I lose. Yilanshin couldn't be bothered to reply. She rolled her eyes and quietly repeated her gesture. Kill player 2. Looking at Yilanshin, Ron felt a wave of emotion. The number 1 female killer in Sichuan and Chongqing was truly ridiculously strong. Her move was honestly showy beyond belief. On the surface, player 6 claiming Gravekeeper was practically walking into gunfire, but in reality, this maneuver reversed the whole situation, and the good guys believed it completely. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This trick was truly the masterpiece of an old fox, utterly unreasonable. Ron thought the matter still had to start with Yi Lanxin's vote. She stubbornly voted for player 1 and claimed Gravekeeper, saying she put her vote on player 1 because she was afraid that the wolf card in player 8's hand would figure out her identity and have the wolves kill her at night. Otherwise she could have abstained, but abstaining was too obvious, and player 2 became the victim because of abstention. Yi Lanxin directly said, "I put my vote on player 1. Once that logic came out, even the good guys were stunned and couldn't find any rebuttal. Who would have thought that Ron would simply throw out the final gesture? Knife player 2. Do it. As the 3 hands fell, the wolf's kill was locked in, the mask layered over, and darkness covered the field once more. Then came the gargoyle, the seer, and the witch in turn, and then dawn. Ron opened his eyes and saw 2 empty seats at the table. Players 2 and 12 were both gone. Unexpectedly, the witch had poisoned player 12 too. Now the move was locked in, the wolf camp had won outright. Ron cursed inwardly. The witch clearly didn't buy player 9's logic of siding with player 12 and directly helped the wolves clear out player 12. It was simply beyond reason. Ron thought the witch must be either player 3 Jasper or player 4 Chun Xiaomao, but player 4 had received the first night silver water, so it definitely wasn't player 4. He decisively locked onto player 3. Then Ron saw the shock written all over Jasper's face. "I'm not the witch and I'm not the hunter. I took off the hunter's coat, and I'm a good guy." Olda was instantly dumbfounded. "What? Yesterday you were still desperately claiming Hunter and voting to side with 6, and now you're suddenly denying everything?" The audience erupted. "He took off the hunter's clothes? Where's the real Hunter? How long can he keep pretending?" Jasper earnestly explained, "When I claimed Hunter earlier, I was only worried that number 8 would wear the hunter's clothes and use them to strut around and scam people, so I put on the hunter's outer layer first. Who would have thought number 8 would end up claiming Gravekeeper in the end? Gravekeeper is weak as hell. I couldn't tell whether he was real or fake, so I voted to abstain." Then he shifted the blame onto Zhou Ziyue, saying the speaking order itself revealed the secret. Starting from number 3, number 7 was a gold water, and number 7's kill and accusation remarks were spoken in reverse order. Jasper admitted that if number 8 was a wolf, then number 1 must definitely be good. But if number 8 was the Gravekeeper, then number 1 might be a wolf instead. The pattern was too narrow-minded. He concluded at last, "Number 2 and number 12 are both dead, and I really don't know why the witch poisoned whoever she did. Maybe number 2 took the poison and number 12 was killed by the wolf. Or maybe number 2 died to the wolf's kill and number 12 was poisoned. In essence, the number 9 team was internally cleaned up and got crushed through a gap in coordination. This game is just too outrageous." Ron came back for revenge, and the charging wolf directly poisoned him. Number 2 took the kill. Speaking of which, it was ridiculous. Why did the kill land on number 2? The Gravekeeper was outside, and number 2 had abstained while acting so low-key, just like a Gravekeeper. Who would have thought that if number 2 was the Gravekeeper and took the kill, then this Gravekeeper number 8 was an imposter? As it turned out, number 8 was a wolf, wearing the skin of a Gravekeeper. That old fox. He spread his hands and said, "The kill hit number 2. The poison and the kill line up, which means the wolves were targeting the Gravekeeper's kill." Even more absurdly, number 9 turned out to be a wolf too. Number 8, the fake Gravekeeper, brought along a pair of wolves with number 9. Number 9 was a hard-jumping wolf, and number 8 was the little wolf who had been checked and exposed while claiming Gravekeeper. As he spoke, his voice suddenly rose. "Holy crap! I really shouldn't have abstained yesterday." Bang! He slapped the table with that burst of excitement. No one expected it. If only his vote had been there yesterday, number 8 would definitely have been eliminated. Today, with numbers 2 and 12 crashing down, then number 8 and number 9 must be 2 wolves. With the fake Gravekeeper number 8 out, number 9's hard-jump wolf claim lost its exposure card, and the identity of number 11 as the seer was fully confirmed. He leaned back against the chair, his whole body trembling. At that moment, boom! An explosion rang out from number 9's position, and the lamp beside Chun Dashing burst like a little firework, instantly drawing everyone's gaze onto him. Chun Dashing leaned back in his chair with a sly smile. "Ha ha ha! I self-exploded." The atmosphere on the scene was instantly torn apart, and a smile curled at the corner of Ron's mouth. Finally self-exploded, perfectly timed. Jasper had already sorted out the logic. Continuing would just be a waste of time. The witch's poison was gone, and if the wolves wanted someone eliminated, they could only rely on votes or the hunter taking someone down. Number 2 took the kill and number 12 was poisoned. With the double death situation locked in, Ron and Chen Dashing couldn't argue against it at all. All the good guys instantly woke up. Number 8 and number 9 were a pair of wolves. There was no point continuing to shout. They might as well self-explode and shut their mouths, because night was about to fall. Why didn't Ron self-explode? Because he still had one system-granted chance to inspect. The little wolf had to be eliminated first so the big brother could make his move. The gargoyle had no kill, so it had to wait until all the little wolves were dead before striking. In this game, starting from when number 1 Shinzi was carried out, the wolf team's rhythm had already stabilized. Then, during the night, they precisely killed number 2 the Gravekeeper, and Ron and Yi Lanxin's deduction was accurate. In plain terms, the way he spoke made it clear he was the real Gravekeeper, no doubt about it. Then the witch poisoned number 12, not only failing to kill Ron, but also helping the wolves get rid of a good guy card that had sided with number 9 and was willing to charge ahead. Player number 9 self-destructs. Enter the night, close your eyes. As Luo Nian's voice fell, the masks silently dispersed, and darkness swallowed the entire field. The moment Ron closed his eyes, the system prompt sounded. The host has not used the system. Do you want to use the Eye of Heaven? He shook his head, not in a hurry. Number 2 the Gravekeeper was set in stone. The witch and the hunter were already revealed on the outside. Number 1 didn't shoot, so he could only be a civilian. Number 12 was poisoned by the witch, so he was also a civilian, unless number 12 was a gargoyle. Then what about Jasper? He claimed hunter and then took off his clothes. There was no way he was a real hunter, and obviously he wasn't the witch either. In plain terms, he was just a civilian who liked to play little tricks. Where was the last civilian hiding? Número 7? Número 5? Número 10? They'd have to wait until tomorrow's speech to confirm. Ron planned to save this investigation chance for the final strike. The assassin's sword wasn't something to swing casually. No need, he silently thought. The Gravekeeper opened his eyes, and a patch of dark red light spilled down, leaving only him and number 6 Yi Lanxin. Yi Lanxin wasted no words and pointed directly at number 3 with a gesture. Kill number 3. He is a civilian. Her logic was clear and what she said made sense. Number 1 was eliminated without firing, so he absolutely couldn't be the witch. He could only be a civilian. Number 2, the Gravekeeper, was a wolf, so that left number 3 as only a civilian. Ron immediately returned the gesture. Dropped the blade on number 3. The wolves closed their eyes. Darkness fell again. The witch opened her eyes. Number 3 died last night. Would she use the antidote or the poison? Dawn broke, and the masks faded away. The one who died last night is number 3, the voice announced. Jasper slapped his thigh with a crack, remained silent, gave no last words, no defense, and strode straight off the stage. Number 11 Zhou Ziyue frowned tightly, his heart uneasy. Why haven't I been killed yet? The mindset of a seer was hanging by a thread. Ron actually survived the first night, the second night, and made it to the third day after getting the police badge. That was way too abnormal, basically defying the laws of heaven. Please let the sheriff decide the speaking order. Luo Nian's voice suddenly cut in. Zhou Ziyue took a deep breath, his gaze shifting away from Jasper's direction, and pointed at seat 10. Start from seat 10, and speak in reverse order. In an instant, the red light on seat 10 lit up. Gung Shuer smiled as she spoke. I'm the gargoyle, no need to keep acting. I'll give you 3 days of investigative info. On the first night I checked seat 11, and he was the seer. Seat 9 was actually a little wolf teammate and a fake jump. On the second night I checked seat 6, a wolf. On the third night, seat 7, a villager. Who could have imagined that this gargoyle would expose herself so bluntly? It was simply unbelievable. Gung Shuer directly laid out 3 days of information and declared, I still have 2 little wolf teammates, seats 6 and 8, who's self-destructing today. To put it plainly, wasn't this basically openly carrying the team to victory? The studio practically exploded. Laowa nearly roared. Seat 10 Gung Shuer has jumped as the gargoyle. After hiding as the big gun for 3 days, she's directly leading the team with info. Seat 11 is the seer. Seat 6 is a little wolf. Seat 7 is a villager. This reversal is insane. The audience went wild. Gung Shuer is the gargoyle? Acting all high and mighty. What's the little wolf team pretending for now? Even more outrageous. Seat 6 Yi Lanxin raised her eyelids, paused her cigarette, and almost wanted to blurt out a 666 in her heart. The gargoyle big brother has come out. So what's the point of still jumping around to self-destruct? Really brainless. Seat 7 Zhao Shu's mouth had practically frozen. He said nothing, while Seat 11 Zhou Ziu's expression instantly vanished, his face darkening. Someone suddenly shouted on sight. The wolf team has pulled off a desperate comeback. Gung Shuer continued. I originally wanted to play a little backstab, hide among the good guys to lower everyone's guard, and let the good wolves charge from the front. But then Seat 8 Wolf jumped as the gravekeeper, and the whole situation collapsed instantly. Seat 1 was thrown out, Seat 3 was killed, probably a villager, and didn't shoot. Seat 1 might also be a villager. He took the hit and didn't retaliate. Seat 12's identity is unknown, and he was poisoned by the witch. He should also be a villager. As she spoke, she tapped the table, her tone sharp. So first self-destruct one wolf, then kill Seat 7. If it's not over, I'll self-destruct again tomorrow. For 2 nights in a row, I guarantee I'll check out all the remaining villagers. As the words fell, there was a crisp bang as she slammed the table. That's it. I'm done. Ron slumped back in his chair, his mind in turmoil. The gargoyle is out? Then this game is over. All 4 villagers have been found, and the game is basically locked in. Who could have imagined that just when everyone relaxed and believed Seat 7 would die tonight for sure, the speaking order reached Seat 8, and he suddenly stood up. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm the werewolf. That kind of confession speed was utterly without hesitation. His gaze swept past the witch and landed on Yilanxin. You're the one self-destructing. Let me try my kill tonight. Okay? It was basically the old fox's usual trick. First let Yilanxin take the blame, while he used his check to confirm the target. Maximum scheming points. The next second, with a bang, the red light in front of Seat 6 Yilanxin burst open. Her cigarette but fell silently to the floor, and leaning against the back of her chair, she calmly said one word, self-destruct. The studio fell silent for 0.1 seconds. Then Laowei exploded on the spot. Seat 6 self-destructs. The wolf team is done playing. They're jumping straight into action. The gargoyle big brother is leading the charge, with little wolves self-destructing in a chain, clean and decisive. Tonight's kill lands on Seat 7, and the game is over. Olda waved his arms excitedly, almost whipping his ear mic off. This is Ragnarok, the world's top werewolf arena. Hellish opening, miraculous comeback. To put it bluntly, this move was ridiculously outrageous. The old foxes on the wolf team all had deeper and deeper tricks, but this time Gung Shuer's gargoyle countered them in one stroke, and it felt unbelievably satisfying. The Ron Wolf team actually turned it around in just 3 days. 666. That was insane. I never saw that coming. Someone in the audience shouted excitedly. They can still turn it around? I thought the wolf team was done when number 8 got caught on the first day. But then Gung Shuer claimed gargoyle and Yilanxin charged as a wolf. How the hell are you even supposed to play against that? Someone else exclaimed. The knife was exposed. The wolf team is going to win. Tonight they kill number 7. Tomorrow Gung Shuer claims the check. Number 8 self-destructs. And the day after that they massacre the whole village. The good guys are doomed. Exactly right. The good guys were doomed from the start. We're only understanding it now. At that moment, Yilanxin paused at the exit corridor, looked back at the round table, held a cigarette between her index and middle fingers, and gave a light wave. I'm heading off first to say, player number 6 self-destructs. Immediately enter the night phase. All players, please close your eyes. The mask covered him silently, and the system's voice rang out coldly. Host, do you want to use Sky Eye? A pale golden screen unfolded. Can be used one time. Ron decisively checked number 7. Check number 7. The text flickered, spreading like ripples on water, and appeared as number 7 Gargoyle. WOC. Number 7 is Gargoyle? Ron's pupils shrank sharply, and in an instant all the scattered fragments in his mind flashed like lightning and pieced together into a scene no one had anticipated. Gung Shuer claimed Gargoyle and reported 3 days' worth of check information. Number 11 was the Seer. Number 6 was a werewolf. Number 7 was a villager. Every piece of information matched. But number 7 was Gargoyle? That didn't make sense. To put it simply, Gung Shuer wasn't Gargoyle at all. She was a good guy card, pretending to be the boss to trick the wolves into actually stabbing Gargoyle. Even the old foxes had to admire it. This play was insanely impressive. Ron silently marveled. Thank goodness for Sky Eye. Otherwise tonight that knife would have gone to boss number 7. It was so ridiculous it was almost impossible to complain about. Just like that infamous opening scene from Old A all over again. The system continued. Gravekeeper, Please open your eyes. The identity of the player eliminated last night is revealed. Good guy/werewolf. In the shadows, number 7 Zhao Shu slowly removed his mask. His pupils contracted, his posture stiffened, and his thin lips parted slightly, clearly flustered and uneasy. This guy had been sitting on the sidelines for 3 whole days without leaking a single thing, and even when he was nailed as the werewolf on day 8, he still put on that aggrieved face like, "You caught me," which is just ridiculous. I'd been drifting through this round like I was invisible. And then that old foxy Lanshin on number 10 suddenly revealed as the stone golem. With every check she reported being fake, she used a whole set of false information to trick the little wolf into striking the real big brother. Zhao Shu was cursing Yi Lanshin in his heart for her brainless self-explosion, certain he'd be getting stabbed tonight, thinking, she really takes herself too seriously. He shook his head and, right before lowering his mask, casually checked number 10. Check number 10. The result, civilian. What the hell? Still a civilian. Zhang Shuer, you're really devious. Pretending to be the big brother and tricking the little wolf into killing the real big brother. I have to admit, your love of clever little tricks is impressive. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How did Zhang Shuer guess that number 11 hadn't checked her? Knowing full well the seer hadn't checked him, how could she still be so certain of victory? As the mask closed, the system ordered, Stone Golem, close your eyes. Seer, open your eyes and choose a check. Werewolves, open your eyes and choose your kill. Ron's mask parted. He was the only one at the table, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The next second, he calmly pointed at number 10, Zhang Shuer, and brought the knife down in one clean, decisive stroke. The mask closed again, and the system continued. Which, please open your eyes. The player who died tonight is Ta. Do you want to use the antidote? Do you want to use the poison? This plot is just absurd beyond belief. Werewolf Kill is truly a game of mind-bending plays. No one gets to win easily. Ron's performance in this round flipped faster than a roller coaster ride. Just when they said the witch was to keep her eyes shut, at dawn, the moment she opened them, Zhang Shuer's smile was practically bursting with smug satisfaction. Good heavens, that knife was so brutal. Number 7 was instantly done for, the stone golem reduced to ashes, and Zhang Shuer was overjoyed in her heart. After all, the good side had won. Who could have imagined that Zhang Shuer was this sharp? Her mind was clicking away like a calculator. So many people were dead, and only a handful of cards remained. Number 4 Chen Xiaomao, number 5 Tai Tai, number 7 Zhao Shu, number 8 Ron, number 10 herself, and number 11 Zhou Ziyue. Number 8 was definitely a werewolf, she herself was definitely a civilian, and number 11 was the seer. The stone golem could only be hiding among number 4, number 5, and number 7. Number 7's speech was fake as hell, definitely not a divine role. The only conclusion was number 7 was the stone golem. Even more outrageous, she saw right through number 6 Yi Lanshin's little tricks at a glance. Yi Lanshin openly threw herself at number 8 Ron, while her vote was hanging on number 1 Shinzi. Wasn't that just a werewolf hard push? Once it was laid bare, the wolves would have to behave. Who would have thought that the next second, when Renan's broadcast voice rang out, the player who died last night is number 10. WC. Wasn't that her? Zhang Shuer's smile froze instantly. What? Brother? How could Ron bear to kill his own little sister? Shouldn't he have killed the stone golem on number 7? Didn't she trust him? Shouldn't he have listened to the big brother and gone to stab number 7? She'd acted so perfectly, and her check information was so precise. How did she still fail to fool him? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. This was just too unfair. Then everything spun, the game was declared over, and the werewolves won. The studio exploded. Old A's voice cracked as he shouted over and over, "Holy crap! Number 10 got stabbed and the wolves won? What about number 7? Wasn't number 7 the stone golem? Didn't Zhang Shuer's checks run for 3 days?" The audience nearby started going wild, questioning whether Ron had announced the information wrong. After all, who wouldn't panic, who wouldn't misread a number? At this moment, number 7 Zhao Shu stood frozen in place, not moving an inch, his thin lips slightly parted, beads of sweat already appearing as he stared blankly. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? The wolves won. Gurgle, 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 my big brother didn't kill me. This can still be tolerated? He simply laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. The wolves won, we won. On the judge's bench, Sister Ronan stared at the screen, the data flickering in the reflection of her silver-rimmed glasses as she scanned the audience below. Old A was still frantically trying to smooth things over, but as soon as Ronan spoke, "Old A, I didn't misreport the information. The player who died last night really was number 10. Number 10 was a civilian. The game is over, and the werewolf faction has achieved a complete victory. The entire studio fell silent. Olda stared wide-eyed, his mouth hanging open, completely dumbfounded, then erupted into a burst of explosive screaming. Huh! The report was wrong? Gung Schwer is a villager? She pretended to be a gargoyle? She fooled everyone, but not number 8 Ron. And in the end she was taken out with one knife to end the game. This ending was simply outrageous beyond belief, and Gung Schwer's heart was in a whirl of mixed feelings too. That old fox Ron only had that much of a routine. He clearly trusted me, and yet he didn't hold back with that one knife. Good heavens, this game was really way too exciting. The charm of the game is right here. Those who love playing mind games can never compare to the true hero who kills at the crucial moment. The guy in the checkered shirt in Ron's audience seat was yanking at his hair, his mouth nearly hanging all the way to the top of his head, frozen there as if struck by lightning. It took him a long while to squeeze out a line. Gung Schwer? Isn't a gargoyle? She's a villager? And she pretended to be the boss to trick the little wolves into cutting the boss? She never even checked number 6 or number 7. It was all inferred backward. She actually inferred that number 7 was a gargoyle. His voice grew louder and louder, nearly shouting himself hoarse. She fabricated fake investigation results. Ron didn't believe her, and instead found the real villager, directly killing Gung Schwer. That villager pretending to be the boss. The short-haired girl next to him was trembling as she spoke. What did you say? Gung Schwer used a whole set of reverse inference logic to find the gargoyle and the wolves, and even pretended to be the boss to trick the wolf team into killing each other? That move is really daring. If Ron had believed it, when number 7 flips over at night, the boss would be pushed out tomorrow, and the good side would win for sure. Yet Ron didn't believe it. As she spoke, everyone exploded. How did he know Gung Schwer wasn't the gargoyle? And how did he find that last villager? Someone in the back row even shouted. Gung Schwer was the most brilliant player in this round. She almost made the wolf team self-cut the boss. And then, Ron was even more brilliant. How did he see through it at a glance? In the lounge, Yilanxin leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, a cigarette between her fingers. The smoke curled around her fingertips twice. After taking a deep drag, she finally let out a breath of relief. At this point she was rock-solid calm, while Chun dashing beside her still wore the shocked expression from earlier, his mouth repeatedly forming an O shape, as if petrified. Why? Wait, number 10 is really a villager? Gung Schwer isn't a gargoyle? She pretended to be the boss to trick us into cutting the boss? And Ron didn't listen, and cut her instead. Chun Dashing's face twitched as he pointed at the screen. Yilanxin exhaled smoke, the drifting haze wavering in front of her face, and replied calmly. Ron is much stronger than we are. He saw one step more than anyone else. Chun Dashing was utterly baffled. Yilanxin said slowly, Gung Schwer's fake investigation results were crafted cleverly. Her calculations were incredibly shrewd. Number 7 is a villager. Once that move came out, a normal wolf team hearing the boss speak would definitely rush toward number 7. That would have been troublesome. But Ron didn't fall for it. He cut Gung Schwer. The meaning is very clear. She glanced at the ashtray and said lightly. Ron saw through completely that Gung Schwer was not a gargoyle, and he was 100% certain. Otherwise that knife would definitely have landed on number 7. Luckily I self-exposed early. If I had been the one to take that knife, the boss would have been GG. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yilanxin became. I thought the wolves could win this round. All because I used number 8 gargoyle's first day flip to turn the game around. But now it seems Ron was way stronger than I was. The first night kill missed. The last position gravekeeper was still alive. On the second day he found and killed the gravekeeper. On the third day he found Gung Schwer, the villager, and solved it with one knife. Chun Dashing's eyes nearly popped out. With that kind of play, how could he possibly make a mistake? Yilanxin curled her lips, disdainful and teasing. Mistake? To put it bluntly, he just ran into us. Especially you, the number 1 female killer in Sichuan and Chongqing. I'm afraid you'll have to step aside. Chun Dashing scratched his head awkwardly. You're serious? Did you really think like that when you made it to the Asian Cup semifinals back then? Yilanxin didn't answer and kept smoking, looking utterly composed. That expression was just unfair. These old foxes were really playing mind games and using routines, and Ron actually broke their moves one by one. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this melodramatic situation was simply laughable. Ron Jasper was absolutely furious back then. He punched the wall in the fire escape corridor, the sound echoing back and forth until even he was startled. Holy crap! Why the hell did I have to abstain from voting back then? He was so unwilling to accept it. 8 was clearly doomed to be eliminated, but because he accidentally abstained, he had dug a hole for himself. He gestured in the air with his left hand in a just one bit short pose, then slapped his thigh with a smack, burning with rage inside. I wore off my hunter outfit, exposed 4 wolves, and got 3 correct picks, the key vote, and I abstained. This is just ridiculous. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling like he had completely lost face. Even more outrageous was how daring Gung Schwer's play had been, posing as a civilian to trick the big brother into making the little wolf knife the big brother. Who in history had ever seen such a move? And yet that guy Ron had actually guessed that Gung Schwer was a civilian card, which was truly jaw-dropping. Just then, Gung Schwer hurried down the corridor, moving twice as fast, turned a corner, and bumped right into Ron, who was about to get some water. "Stop right there." She rushed up to him in a few steps, speaking so fast it sounded like she was flying. "Tell me, how did you know I wasn't the gargoyle?" Ron was blocked in the middle, still twisting open a bottle of mineral water in his hand. He gave a wry smile and said, "I used the inspection info. That 11 was the seer, 6 was a wolf, 7 was a civilian. Everything matched perfectly. I almost believed it myself, so why wouldn't you believe me?" Gung Schwer's ponytail was whipping around, stray strands of hair dancing across her face, her eyes practically bulging out. "You clearly could have killed 7 last night. 7 was obviously a civilian. You killed me, so why did you kill me?" Ron took a sip of water, tightened the cap, and thought hard. He couldn't say he was using a cheat, so he could only force out an excuse. "I just got lucky." Yilanshin said luck is part of strength too. "Didn't she?" "Got lucky?" Gung Schwer's voice shot up 8 octaves instantly. "You're telling me you were guessing? Who are you trying to fool?" Ron shrugged and put on a shameless look. Well, these old foxes only knew this much of a routine anyway. Gung Schwer stared at him for a full 3 seconds, then curled her lip. "Fine if you won't say it. But let me tell you, next round I'll definitely stab you and vote you out in one move." Ron nodded calmly. "I'll be waiting." Meanwhile, the studio lights dimmed again. Luo Nian stood at the judge's podium, with the post-game review displayed on the giant screen behind him, and the 12-player roundtable clearly marked with positions and numbers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the post-game review begins, starting from the first night. Gargoyle 7 Zhao Shu inspected 2 Jianming, and the result was Gravekeeper." The audience exploded. "What? 2 was actually the Gravekeeper? The knife that night was definitely aimed at the Gravekeeper. That move was insane." Seer 11 Zhou Ziyue inspected 8 Ron, and 8 was a wolf. 6, 8, and 9 were all wolves, and they killed for Chun Xiaomao, which 5 Tai Tai saved for a peaceful night. On the first day, the players who went to the police were 1 Shinzi for Chun Xiaomao, 6 Yilanshin, 8 Ron, 9 Qindisheng, and 11 Zhou Ziyue. 9 and 11 contested for the police chief. 9 received votes from 5 Tai Tai and 12 Fang Xiang, while 11 received votes from 2 Jiaming, 3 Jasper, and 10 Gung Schwer. 7 abstained, and 11 became police chief. During the exile phase, 1 Shinzi was eliminated. By the second night, Gravekeeper 2 Jiaming confirmed that 1 was a good person. Gargoyle 7 Zhao Shu inspected 4 Chun Xiaomao, and the result was Hunter. Seer 11 inspected 12 Fang Xiang, and the identity card was good. At this point, Old A's voice practically blew the roof off. "Holy crap! How did Zhou Ziyue check 12? During the daytime police badge sequence, he clearly said he'd inspect 7 first and then 5. How did it suddenly change to 12? The audience also erupted. "This seer is way too confident. He thinks he'll never get eliminated, so he's just checking anyone he wants. I thought he was inspecting 7. Instead, he gave 12 a golden water. That's so impressive it makes you question life. Too confident, but whether you checked number 7 or not, the outcome wouldn't have changed anyway." Luo Nian continued. "The witch, number 5 Tai Tai, poison number 12 Fang Xiang. On the second day, numbers 2 and 12 died. The wolf, number 9 Qin Dashing, self-detonated, and night fell. On the third night, the gargoyle, number 7, confirmed that number 5 was the witch. This scene was so outrageous it made people cry out in disbelief. The plot was full of twists and turns, and no one expected the ending to reverse so dramatically. It was absolutely exhilarating. As Luo and story began, the seer, number 11, checked number 7 and found he was actually a wolf, blowing the pace wide open. Right after that, the wolves struck the civilian, number 3, and on the very start of the third day, number 3 was sniped out. Utterly unjust. The wolf, number 6, self-detonated, and the game instantly switched into night mode. Then came the fourth night. The gargoyle confirmed number 10 was a civilian, and the seer also checked that number 10 was good. Who would have thought the wolves would still set their sights on number 10? In the end, they finished him off with the final strike. On the fourth day, number 10 was declared dead. The wolves successfully exterminated one side, the game ended, and the wolves won. As soon as Luo Nian's voice fell, all the identity cards on the screen flipped over at once. Number 1 Shinzi was a civilian, number 2 Jianming was the gravekeeper, number 3 Jasper was a civilian, number 4 Chen Xiaomao was the hunter, number 5 Tai Tai was the witch, number 6 Yilanxin was a wolf, number 7 Zhao Shu was the gargoyle, number 8 Luoen was a wolf, number 9 Chen Dashing was a wolf, number 10 Geng Shuer was a civilian, number 11 Zhou Ziyue was the seer, and number 12 Fang Xiong was a civilian. Looking at this roster, one couldn't help cursing inwardly. These old foxes only had this much of a trick. On the commentary platform, Olda spread his arms and announced the recap. Friends, this match of Ragnarok of the Gods was truly spectacular. From the wolves' hellish opening to an ultimate comeback, the gargoyle checked the gravekeeper on the first night. The seer killed a wolf. The witch blind poisoned a civilian. Geng Shuer pretended to be the boss. This match is absolutely going down in history. His voice rose, followed by a mysterious pause. And the MVP of this game. It was finally revealed. No suspense at all. It's Luoen. The crowd exploded. Immediately afterward, the screen jumped to the final scoring interface, with the names of the 12 players laid out in a row, the tension erupting. The final result? Luoen got 5 stars. This score was the highest this season. And even Olda couldn't help but get so excited he was nearly in tears. No one had expected Luoen, a wildcard player appearing for the very first time, to score 5 stars in his debut. Simply insane. In the audience, the guy in the plaid shirt had lost count of how many times he'd stood up. Holy crap, 5 stars. A wildcard player just popped off like this. I'll bet if it were me, I'd have chopped number 7 on the very first strike. Beside him, a short-haired girl fumbled with her phone and shouted, "What on earth is Luoen's background? I've never seen him before. Which region is he from? Was he in the preliminaries?" But after swiping around for a while, she couldn't find anything. Only that he was a wild card, while all other records were blank. At that exact moment, a young man wearing a baseball cap leaned in and said in a low voice, "Do you think Judge Luo Nian and player Luoen might be biological brothers? Their names are too much of a coincidence, right?" The plaid shirt guy whipped his head around so fast he nearly hit the other man's nose. Luo Nian has a younger brother? Why haven't I heard about that? But just now, when Luo Nian announced the MVP, it seemed like she stared at number 8 for a couple extra seconds. The short-haired girl pointed at the screen, and the director even cooperated by cutting to Luo Nian's face. She lowered her head to adjust the judge robe cuff, and although her expression was cold, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Just a tiny bit, but on stage it could be magnified countless times. No one expected that the two of them weren't related by blood, and this question was quickly dug up by netizens and kept climbing the trending list. Screenshots, long image posts, and lengthy essays flooded in, full of pure entertainment value. In the hallway, Chun Dashing was so excited he could hardly contain himself, following Luoen around with a barrage of praise. "Bro N! No, God Luo. That last strike was insane. Even when Geng Shuer jumped as the gargoyle, I believed her. But then you chopped her down with one swing. How did you do it? Any secret? Have you trained mind reading?" Luoen didn't pay him any mind at all. He shook off Chen Dashing's hand, carried a bottle of mineral water, and walked straight toward the end of the corridor in silence. To put it bluntly, he hated this bunch of bootlickers the most. So annoying. Chen Dashing froze for half a second, thinking, "Huh, I've been disliked?" He quickly suppressed his disappointment and shouted toward Ron's back, "Bro, carry us to victory again next round." Ron didn't turn around. He just sat in the corner, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and put on an air of mysterious aloofness. Suddenly, a clear ding rang in his mind. The Eye of Heaven system upgraded to level 2, meaning he could now check the identities of 2 players each round. His options doubled, and his opponents basically had no chance to play. To be honest, Ron's logic and card-reading skills were only average now. He wasn't as sharp as Yilanxin, not as quick in reasoning as Jasper, and couldn't fabricate fake checks and trap moves like Geng Shuer. But with this Eye of Heaven system, he was only going to get smoother the next round, and things were starting to look promising from here on out. Ron's creativity, to put it bluntly, amounted to only this much. He relied entirely on the system. In his previous life, he had only been an amateur player stuck at Gold 3. The true masters were forged through millions of real matches, and this guy simply couldn't compare. Who would have thought that after merging with the system, he would actually make some progress bit by bit? It wasn't that his stats got stronger. The system only gave him an eye of heaven, letting him see the card's bottoms, but not the traps hidden in speeches or the wolf camp's deceptive tricks. Even more outrageous, after this game, he had somehow gone from panicking when he was checked as a wolf to calmly and skillfully jumping as the gravekeeper. From firmly declaring Jasper a civilian to pinpointing Gungschwer with precision. The system deserved some credit for that play, but more of it came from his own grinding. Under pressure, he was no longer that cowardly wimp. And yet, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Even so, he still made plenty of mistakes. If it weren't for the system's support, if he hadn't had the eye of heaven watching over him, he would have been dead long ago. What he never expected was that, without the eye of heaven seeing through things, Gungschwer turned out to be a civilian. It was absurd beyond belief. Ding! A system prompt sounded. For winning MVP for the first time, he received a big gift pack. Appearance plus 4%, speaking ability plus 5%, speaking logic plus 3%, permanent bonuses. Ron was stunned, cursing inwardly. There's even such a good thing? He silently chose to merge it, and a warm current rushed through his body, as if he had been recalibrated. His breathing became steadier, his hearing clearer, and even the muttered words from Old A's commentary booth could be heard distinctly. He took out his phone and looked at himself. The aloofness on his face had faded, his features looked sharper, and his skin had improved a bit too. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Damn, I really am a little handsome. I'm actually taking myself seriously." Over at the studio, the scores came out, and the wolf camp earned a few stars while the good side all got 0 stars. Even Old A fell silent. That old fox, usually non-stop with his chatter, was actually stunned by the scoring. He sighed. This show makes everyone start from 0 points. No amount of honor matters. An hour later, Ron's second round began. The audience was hyped out of their minds, and Old A was so excited that it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say he nearly shouted himself hoarse. The crowd below roared, "We're ready! Bring it on!" The louder they shouted, the more excited they got. The next second, the camera cut to the match hall, where the players gradually took their seats and the lights dimmed. Ron Yen stood at the referee's podium, scanning every face. To put it bluntly, she was even more seasoned than that group of pretentious players. She immediately began drawing the match board. More than a dozen boards spun across the screen, too fast to see clearly, and even the air seemed to freeze. The spinning stopped, and the entire screen was flooded with blood-red light. A dark crimson moon slowly rose, and beside it was a silver demon-hunting crossbow, its bolt aimed at the moon. 12-player Crimson Moon Demon Hunter, Ron Yen announced crisply. 8 good guys, all of them special roles and 4 civilians. For wolves, 3 ordinary wolves and 1 Blood Moon Apostle. She also announced the base rules. Hidden cards, a sheriff, double death swallow the police badge, a side elimination game, and the wolves must eliminate all special roles or civilians to win. Old A exploded on the spot. Crimson Moon Demon Hunter? Wow! He braced himself on the commentary desk, leaning forward with his whole body, so excited he was practically about to leap up. This round was going to be insane. On stage, someone flipped the cards over. The Crimson Moon Demon Hunter board. Old A's voice shot up, and the atmosphere instantly exploded. Viewers, this is no ordinary card. As he spoke, he suddenly swept his hand hard and shouted, "Wolf God Seal!" The audience area immediately erupted. Red Moon Demon Hunter? In the last Asian Cup final, this card pulled off an insane comeback. That classic scene where he self-detonated to seal the board and then stabbed the witch to death with 1 strike. Who could ever forget that? Don't even bring it up. The most common joke in the Demon Hunter's history is him blindly stabbing, only to fall the next day, leaving the whole good camp completely baffled. Exactly. I still remember one game where, on the first night, he shot a civilian with his arrow, and by the next day he himself had been eliminated. The good faction instantly lost a major ally. Old A kept hyping up the atmosphere. But if you really hit the mark, the Demon Hunter can become a god in an instant. This card is too thrilling. The mind game between the Demon Hunter and the Blood Moon Apostle is easily the most heartbreaking of all the roles. If Blood Moon self-destructs too early, the wolf team loses tempo. Too late, and it might be pierced straight through the heart by the Demon Hunter's arrow. He raised his voice, drowning out the surrounding discussion. "Come on, let's cut to the key points. Let's first introduce these 2 core cards. Blood Moon Apostle, a wolf faction card, can self-destruct, and it can self-kill. On the night of its self-detonation, it seals everything, reducing all divine abilities to 0. The witch can't open her poison. The seer can't verify anyone. The demon hunter can't hunt. In other words, the good side loses all abilities that night. Olda paused, then smiled and said, "The demon hunter card is all about offense. Starting from the second night, he can hunt one person each night. If he shoots a wolf, that wolf is out the next day. If he shoots a good player, he dies himself. The key point is, the witch's poison doesn't work on him. He's a powerful god who can push the tempo, but sometimes he can also self-destruct with a single hunt. Red Moon suppresses the demon hunter, and the demon hunter deters Red Moon. Red Moon fears being pierced by one arrow, so it has to self-detonate early to seal things. The demon hunter fears turning into a blank after Blood Moon seal, so he has to strike first. The clash between these two cards is the highlight of the entire board. By this point, the audience couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere exploded instantly. Olda suddenly lowered his voice, taking on a storytelling tone. Something you may not know is that Chen Xiaomao has played 47 rounds of Red Moon Demon Hunter on stream, with a 72% win rate. When he gets Blood Moon, his classic move is to pinpoint the witch and self-detonate to seal the board, and then his teammate happens to land the killing blow. That video got 30 million views and went viral across the internet. The camera cut to number 4, Chen Xiaomao. He leaned back in his chair, pushed up his glasses, and beneath the black frames his eyes curved into crescents. That smile on his face said nothing, but he looked ridiculously steady. At this moment, Luoen sat down, silently cursing in his heart. This Red Moon Demon Hunter board really is a brutal one. Blood Moon self-detonation and sealing is solid, and with a wolf knife combo it's just absurdly overpowered. What's even more outrageous is that Blood Moon doesn't self-detonate early, but waits until the little wolf finishes killing before blowing up. That gives them an extra killing round, and their coordination is flawless. Compared with gimmicks like the Gargoyle, which relies on guessing rolls through a dog's eye view and suffers from information asymmetry, Blood Moon and the little wolf can literally stand face to face and discuss strategy like they're posting notices on a bulletin board. It's basically premium tier cooperation. Luoen shouted, "Start drawing the identity cards." Luoen stared at the screen lighting up in his hand. Golden light gathered, and a card slowly spun into view, revealing a dark gold back entwined with thorns. "Look at the card." He extended his finger and tapped it. The card flipped over. A silver Demon Hunter crossbow pointed straight ahead. Demon Hunter? Not bad. He was overjoyed inside. He had originally worried that if he got Blood Moon, the good camp would be in trouble. With Blood Moon in the wolf team's hands, they could go wild detonating seals and directly collapse the good faction. But now it was the Demon Hunter, which was pretty safe. Starting from the second night, the Demon Hunter could choose one person each night to hunt. If the target was a wolf, that wolf would be eliminated the next day, which was basically an extra exile slot for the good side. If he hunted a good player, he would die to pure self-sacrifice. This card was naturally immune to poison as well. The witch's poison had no effect on him. Usually, if you hunted blindly, there was a high chance you'd hit your own side by mistake, and the entire room would erupt the next day. But Luoen wasn't stupid. After the system upgrade, his level 2 insight opened at the start of the game and directly checked two people's identities, which was basically the same as having open cards before stabbing. There was no way to hit the wrong target. Unless the wolves already knew his identity and decided to knife him, but that would depend on whether there were any flaws in his own speech. Ron checked himself out. After the system's big gift pack boost, his appearance, speaking skills, and logic were all on point. Deep down, he couldn't help but celebrate. It's solid, absolutely solid. 5. Although Ron didn't have much, it was enough. He snapped the screen shut, raised his head, and calmly swept his gaze across the table, beginning to stare at the horoscopes of each player. He clearly felt himself more sharp in this round. His peripheral vision could lock onto more details, and his brain reacted several times faster too. The first target of his gaze was player 3, Jasper. Jasper had just looked at his hidden card. Just like the previous round, he snapped the screen shut, and his right index finger tapped the back of his left hand twice with a talk-talk. The rhythm was so precise. Who could have imagined that Ron, however, discovered something new? After viewing the card, Jasper's eyelids twitched slightly, then the corners of his mouth pressed down a little. It was so subtle that only a freak staring hard would have noticed. The movement was as fast as lightning, but Ron caught it. Obviously, Jasper was displeased with this hidden card. If it had been the previous round, Ron wouldn't have seen it at all. He would have even thought Jasper's acting was 666, with expression management practically textbook perfect. But now, he actually spotted a crack in it. What kind of card did this bro draw to make him so unhappy? Witch? Don't joke. Whoever gets the witch has a blast, holding life and death power. Poisoning someone and becoming a god is enough to make anyone happier than if they'd eaten honey. Fool? No, that's not it either, a divine card that grants immunity after being revealed. Though you can't participate in voting, proving your identity is easy. Blood Moon? Even less likely. Blood Moon is the core of the wolf team. If he got Blood Moon, his mouth probably would have split open from grinning. Then that only leaves the little wolf and the civilian. And there's one more, the seer. To put it plainly, when the seer gets that card, they usually don't want to play. You know why? You have to bear the pressure of 1 against 11. If you slip up even slightly, the 7 good guys may all turn and vote for the wolf team in an instant with basically no chance. Don't forget, the seer basically doesn't live past 2 rounds. Forced into the spotlight on day 1, dead on the second night. The experience is terrible. So if Jasper is the seer, then it depends on whether he's dumb enough to jump out and claim it. No one could have expected that just as Ron was thinking this over. Ronian suddenly raised his voice. All players have confirmed their identity cards. Now, it is night. Please close your eyes. As soon as the voice fell, the mask on Ron's face floated up from both sides of the chair back and covered his face, like liquid metal, sealing over it within 3 seconds. So dark it was suffocating. Blood Moon Apostle, please confirm your skill. Demon Hunter, please open your eyes and confirm your status. The mask on Ron's face instantly faded away. He opened his eyes and scanned around. Then the mask closed again. On the first night, the Demon Hunter's skill couldn't be used. Even the sly old foxes knew that. Why? Because on the first night, the only way to read someone's identity was through the omen when drawing cards, and there was so little time it was enough to make anyone cry. If you went hunting on the very first night, what was that if not pure luck? If the Demon Hunter got killed or a wolf died on the first night, the game would be impossible to balance. So they could only endure it. Wolves, please open your eyes, recognize your teammates, and act. Wolves, close your eyes. Seer, please open your eyes, choose a target to inspect, and close your eyes. Witch, please open your eyes. Ta died tonight. Use the antidote, use the poison, close your eyes. Daybreak, open your eyes. As the mask faded, Ron opened his eyes and swept his gaze across the room. Ronian immediately urged, players who want to run for sheriff, raise your hands. The mask closed again. Ron immediately chose to go for the sheriff, inwardly cursing. Voting is already a pain, and if you vote wrong you still have to argue about it. What's the point? Might as well go up for sheriff himself and see if he could make something happen while he was at it. A few seconds later, the sheriff contest ended. The results came out. Players 3, 4, 6, and 8 all went for sheriff. 2103. Hot off the press. Ron looked and saw that only 4 players had gone for sheriff, which was a bit few. Excluding himself as the Demon Hunter, among 3, 4, and 6 there had to be a seer, a fake jumping wolf, plus an X-roll identity. Put simply, if the wolf team didn't fake jump and chose to play a timid wolf game, they were really looking at a collapse. Unless the Red Moon Wolves had already thought up some brilliant trick. Find the seer, seal the self-reveal skill outright, and slash the seer down in one blow. What was even more outrageous was, on the studio side, Old A excitedly spread his hands toward the camera. I've got explosive news for you. The audience stirred with discussion, everyone craning their necks in excitement to look at the big screen. Starting from this game, we're introducing a brand new segment, Spectator View. Old A deliberately drew out the final syllable, tapping the table to set the rhythm. For this round Spectator View, we'll give it to Player 8. A golden icon popped up beside Ron's name on the screen. A silver Demon Hunter crossbow gleaming brilliantly. Now this was exciting, this was exhilarating, and the game had only just begun. Ron took a sharp breath in, and then let it all out in one go, his voice booming with energy. Demon Hunter! The audience exploded. After an instant of silence, they blew up like a hornet's nest. Holy crap! Ron is actually the Demon Hunter. He got MVP last game and drew Demon Hunter this one too. This Demon Hunter role is insanely hard to play. If you blind hunt and hit wrong, it's basically suicide. Ron was amazing playing Wolf last game, but Demon Hunter isn't Wolf. It's over, it's over. I'm betting he won't make it past day 3. Demon Hunter is all about reads on sound and feel. No matter how good your logic is, if you can't pinpoint the wolves, it's all useless. Don't forget everyone watched how he played last game. This round the wolves will definitely have him locked down. Exactly. Last game, the Gravekeeper's fake claim was so convincing. Whatever he claims this time is basically asking to die. Demon Hunter is an offensive god role. Once he claims, he deserves to die, and the wolf team's first kill target is definitely him. The Demon Hunter was given to Ron. What kind of move is that? In the last game, he was a werewolf who turned the tables from certain defeat. This game, he has to actively chase the vote count and play as a good guy. The style of play is definitely completely different. How many days do you think he can hold out? 2 days. I'm betting on 2 days. In the game room, the red light for player 3, Jasper, lit up. He combed his hair into a slicked-back style, 3 earrings in his left ear glinting as he leaned leisurely against the back of his chair. Player 3, the seer. Player 8, checkmate. Ron's fingers suddenly tightened under the table as he cursed inwardly. Checked again? Is this a real werewolf trying to fake being the seer this time? Or deliberately wearing the good guy skin? Jasper didn't waste any time. He pointed in 2 directions with his finger. Police badge flow, aimed at player 2 and player 10. He glanced at player 4, Chun Xiaomao, and player 6, Yilanshin. I'm not worried about 4 and 6. The chance of hitting a wolf is low. Probably a lone wolf has gone for the badge. Then he pointed back at Ron. Perfect. I hit a wolf card. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, half mocking, half calm. And this wolf card is very likely a blood moon apostle. The audience erupted again. It's over. It's over. Ron got checked. The Demon Hunter got checked on the first night. Ha ha ha. I said long ago he wouldn't make it past day 2. Jasper kept spilling more. Player 8 is definitely going to self-destruct. The Blood Moon Apostle got checked on the first night. If he doesn't self-destruct, what else would he do? Next, just seal the skill. Take out the seer in 1 shot, and the seer won't be able to verify anyone's identity. Then I can only be a 1-check seer. After pausing for a second, hoping the light would explode, and seeing it didn't, he lifted the corner of his mouth again. But if player 8 doesn't self-destruct, I'll say a bit more. For the police badge flow, I'm going with players 2 and 10. I just glanced at the omens and felt these 2 were more likely to hold wolf cards. Don't panic if you get hit. I'll slowly dig the wolves out and kick you until there isn't even a strand of wolf fur left. If you're good guys, I'll clear you. Alright, player 8. Let's see your performance. Player 6, Yilanshin, was secretly thrilled. Jasper had directly checked Ron this time. Was it genuine hostility? Or did he really hit a wolf on the first night? In the last game, Jasper jumped as Hunter to block Ron's path, only to be counterkilled by Ron, forcing the Gravekeeper to abstain. After that game, he was banging the wall so hard he could have been performing on stage. This game, he locked onto Ron right from the start. That grudge definitely hadn't gone anywhere. No one expected Ron to be checked in 2 consecutive games. In the first game, Zhou Ziyue targeted him. In the second, Jasper did too. The werewolf who got MVP had this kind of luck. If no one had been stubborn enough to keep pushing, he would have already collapsed. Yilanshin had no time to sympathize. She kept watching his speech. Last game he survived by claiming Gravekeeper after being checked. What kind of play would he pull off this time? Player 8, please speak. The red light lit up, and the entire room instantly fixed its gaze on Ron. Ron leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth not even trying to hide. Heh! Checked again? His voice was low, carrying a shameless hint of self-mockery. After a pause, he said with full confidence, "My hidden role is witch." Holy crap. Olda, hearing this, was jolted like he'd been electrocuted. He sprang up from the commentary desk, nearly tearing the headset cable. WOC! The Demon Hunter got checked and immediately jumped witch. What a move. This is insane. The whole venue exploded. Jumping witch? Didn't he already say he was the Demon Hunter? Why is he jumping witch? Doesn't he know the witch might poison him? To put it bluntly, this kind of outrageous play was absurd to the extreme. Ron, that old fox, only had this one trick, yet he dared to pull it off like this. It was both maddening and lovable. Absolutely showboating to the max. Ron's real witch side would definitely use poison that night as soon as someone claimed her role. Who could have thought that Jasper, this guy, was actually a hunter of demons? The hunter of demons isn't afraid of the witch's poison at all. The poison simply doesn't work on him. Even more outrageous, precisely because he wasn't afraid of poison, he actually dared to wear the witch's clothes. This move was downright explosive, claiming which was basically telling the werewolves outright, "I've got poison in my hands, Jasper. You bold fake-claiming wolf. Do you dare take it?" Yet he really did claim witch, and the whole table was stunned. Can he actually bluff his way into a poison reversal with his mouth alone? Jasper froze for a moment, cursing inwardly. What the hell? Why did I claim witch? Could it be that my acting is off the charts? Before Ron could say the next line, he stretched out his right hand and slapped the retreat button. The red light instantly went out. Ron curled his lips and smiled calmly. That retreat is faster than expected. In the last game he claimed Hunter and still fought hard. But this game he got scared stiff by the witch and just backed down. To put it plainly, Jasper's mental fortitude, let alone being world number 7, wouldn't even hold up in a wildcard match. On the commentator's desk, Olda got excited. Ha! Jasper just withdrew. That's rare to see. Ron's witch claim was too fast. He didn't give him even a second to breathe, so nobody else dared overthink it. Someone in the audience sighed. Ron's move was brilliant, claiming witch and directly scaring Jasper into retreating. His mental fortitude is way too trash. Another person complained. He didn't report the silver water, and the reason sounds weird. Isn't it normal for the witch to report silver water? Come on. He said he was afraid reporting it would reveal the wolf and ruin the good side's game. Are you brain dead? Old foxes only have that much of a trick. In the matchroom, Ron's eyes swept over number 4 Chun Xiaomao and number 6 Yilan Xin, and he thought, only 2 cards are left. These two need to bump into each other as the seer. He spread his hands. I'll go head-to-head with the fake-claiming wolf first. Don't set up an outside kill. Just give a golden water and fight them head-on. Otherwise the credibility is too low. Sure enough, he was sharp, knowing this was the safest and most efficient move. He raised an eyebrow. As for the Blood Moon Apostle, I've got a suggestion for you. Don't self-destruct to seal your skill. Pretend to be a small wolf and carry one more kill. That's even fiercer. If you self-destruct, in the end you'd only take out a seer and me, the suspected witch, so you've got to stay alive and push into the kill phase. The whole room chuckled, and Olda spread his hands helplessly. The witch is really giving the Blood Moon advice now. Does nobody else exist? After Ron finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, thinking to himself that this tactic was half true and half false, hiding his identity while laying out a killing setup. The more he said, the steadier it became, buying himself a way to survive. As long as he didn't die, the eye system could still check outside threats, hunt werewolves, and accelerate the good side's victory. As for how the good side saw it, Ron really couldn't be bothered to care. Olda spoke again. This hunter of demons flashy play is insane. Those words just now. Teaching the Blood Moon how to play, telling the fake-claiming wolf to give golden water instead of a kill. If he hadn't been wearing the witch's clothes, he'd probably have been exposed and slapped in the face by the good side long ago. Ron's whole thing just sounds weird. The guy spread his hands, wearing an expression of both laughter and exasperation, as if saying, if I can't put it into words, don't blame me. But the weird part was, he was wearing the witch's skin, and from the way he spoke, he was clearly full of confidence, without even a trace of trying to fake it. Who would have thought this witch would be so confident that it made people wonder? Is this real or fake? The audience was in an uproar, all buzzing with discussion. The funniest part is that number 3 instantly backed off. Did Jasper, that coward, think he'd found the witch with his kill check? So he bailed immediately? Probably, yeah. The moment Ron said the word, witch, his retreat was as fast as lightning. He clearly wasn't thinking. He was scared stiff and ran. Ha ha ha, so the demon hunter is teaching the wolves how to play now.
I'm dying.
Olda raised his voice again, booming over all the chatter. All right, number 3 Jasper has backed off. There are only 2 claims left on the police side. Number 4 Chun Xiaomao, and number 6 Yilan Xin. His tone carried that ominous feeling of an ultimate showdown. Whether number 3 is a wolf or not, these two are definitely going to duel as rival claims. One is Catbro, a veteran in Crimson Moon Demon Hunter, with a 72% win rate. The other is the Sichuan Chongqing Queen, a fierce player who carried the good guys to victory and crushed the wolves last round. Let us. He took a deep breath. Look forward to the ultimate showdown between these 2 seers. Number 6. Start your statement. As Ron finished speaking, the camera cut to number 6, Yilan Xin. She leaned back in her chair, looking extremely comfortable, lazy to the extreme, as if this global livestream championship finale had nothing to do with her. At most just a game to pass the time on the weekend. Seer. Checking number 5 as gold water. Police badge flow. Check number 2 first, then number 10. Her eyes glanced toward number 5, Tao Tai. The guy had a bearded face paired with black-rimmed glasses, his eyes rolling around, and even his little finger secretly curled up. I checked number 5 last night, and he's definitely gold water. At first, I looked at Tao Tai's manner while drawing his cards and felt he had to be a wolf. That bizarre expression on his face, his eyes darting around, he really didn't look like a good guy. I came here to place a kill check, and I never expected it to be a confirmed good guy. She spread her hands, looking like, I'm helpless about this too. Player 2 and Player 10 are on the police badge path. I trust Jasper's judgment. He said that from the hexagram, players 2 and 10 look very much like werewolves. I didn't examine it too closely, but I accepted it. So I'll hit Player 2 first, then Player 10. Her gaze shifted to Jasper, and she couldn't help grumbling inwardly. Hey, last time I called him a werewolf, he even picked up a gun. Let me take another look this time. Then her tone turned serious, and the thin cigarette twirled between her fingers. I opened by sending a kill check to Player 8, and Player 8 jumped as the witch, then withdrew the silver water? No wonder. How am I supposed to resolve the logic? First, that old fox Jasper. If he were a werewolf and had to jump out, how could he possibly hurry to withdraw the silver water? Second, he withdrew before Player 8 even reported the silver water. He wasn't dodging the silver water at all. What scared him was the word, witch. What does that mean? It means he was afraid his kill check would land on the witch's head, mess up his play, and he'd have to pull back immediately. That is clearly the behavior of a good guy. She raised a finger again. Then let's talk about Player 4, Cat Bro. If he were Jasper's wolf teammate, after jumping out there'd be no need to withdraw the silver water at all. On the contrary, he could still keep things under wraps. And then, if Player 8 doesn't jump as the seer, then the werewolf team can just take me as the seer. Also, once Player 3 points a kill check at someone suspected to be the witch, the wolf team's first shot this game is a bombing run. Whether Player 3 is a small wolf or the Blood Moon Apostle, self-detonate immediately. The Blood Moon Apostle kills the witch first, not even giving them a chance to drink a potion, then self-detonates to take me out, leaving no investigative info. This scheme was executed with killer precision. Trading me and the suspected witch card 1-for-1 is pure profit for the wolf team. What was even more outrageous was that if Player 3 were a wolf, he absolutely wouldn't back off. He'd go straight into a slaughter and wouldn't give me a chance to speak. Looking at Jasper with that faint smile on her lips. So, old Ja, your move here has actually helped me find a good guy card. Player 3 and I are on the same side in this round. Player 8, Ron, silently nodded to himself. Yilanshin's logic was completely sound. That was exactly why, after he finished speaking, he didn't spend much ink discussing Player 3. The logic was right there. Player 3 was obviously a good guy. Yilanshin continued, Oh wow, Cat Bro is going to fake claim against me. If there are 3 wolf cards among the pre-claim speakers, there could also be 2. After all, Player 8 didn't claim the silver water. Who knows whether she's really the witch, or just a wolf scared silly by being checked and killed, pretending to be the witch. Then she changed tack, her gaze settling on Player 4, Chun Xiaomao, and that lazy smile returned to her lips. Then let's look at Cat Bro's perspective. Since I was the first to jump out and speak as a wolf, would Cat Bro, as a wolf card, reveal any key information to me? In plain terms, it was about seeing who actually had the brains online and who was just putting on an act to be exposed. When it was Ron's turn to speak, she changed gears and immediately got fired up. Don't rush to speak in the post-claim phase for now, okay? The main point is that I want all of you post-claim players to vote for me. I still want the wolves' votes. Don't go charging in. Just side with me openly. Especially you, Crimson Moon. Hurry up and come over to side with me. Laughter broke out in the audience. Analyst Olda wore a deadpan expression, fists clenched, looking both amused and exasperated. She wants the wolves' votes too? If this were the seer, that speech would be one of a kind. The Sichuan Chongqing Empress doesn't take wolves seriously at all. She's even calling Crimson Moon over to help her outvote the wolves. Tell me, who wouldn't be scared of a wolf really coming over to give her a side vote? His voice rose sharply. But if this is a fake claim wolf, then this speech is pretty damn outrageous too. Would a real seer just chat like that? Let's wait and see how Cat Bro responds. The audience instantly exploded. She's asking people to side with her so confidently, and in any other game that speech would instantly mark her as a wolf. But when she says it, it somehow makes sense? Don't forget the logic she just laid out about Jasper. That was hardcore. From the timing of Jasper backing off the water claim, to the wolf's self-detonation sealing tactic, to the gains from swapping the seer and the witch, she calculated it all layer by layer. You're saying she's the real seer? But she's also saying she wants the wolves' votes. This is way too slick. Don't be stupid. What she's thinking about isn't the wolf team really voting for her, but the wolf team being fooled by her smirking and actually casting the vote. Then, the screen flashed, Player 4 appeared, and everyone's eyes instantly locked onto Chun Xiaomao. Leaning back against the chair, His eyes behind black-rimmed glasses narrowed into crescent moons. He sounded like he'd been holding it in for a long time and finally got to speak. I'm the seer. I just casually checked someone last night. He deliberately drew out the last syllable, the lenses catching the light and making it impossible to see the expression underneath. Hey, guess who I checked? He suddenly leaned forward, almost slipping his glasses off the bridge of his nose, and pointed a finger at himself. I checked player 4, and he's the Red Moon. The studio instantly fell dead silent. Ron's statement was explosive. Olda nearly jolted upright as if shocked by an electric prod. The headphone cord snapped as it swung, and he clutched his head with both hands, shouting, "What's going on?" Cat Bro gave himself a kill check. Damn it, Cat Bro, what kind of kinky move is this now? In the previous round he was the last player before the police phase and gave player 8 a kill check as a joke. And this round is even more ridiculous. He gave himself a kill check. Player 4 is himself. The audience immediately exploded into a flood of comments. My CPU's gonna burn out. Is he even the seer or not? What kind of seer checks himself? That move is way too wild. Cat Bro's speech is always impossible to predict.
I'm convinced.
Checked player 4 Red Moon. He's player 4 himself, and he checked himself? No, wait. Red Moon is a wolf. If he found Red Moon, that's a kill check. Checking himself. Could he have reported the wrong number? Come on. Cat Bro hasn't reported the wrong number in 4 years of live streaming. It can only be a gimmick. Fool them first and then say it was a joke. Ron's gaze swept over Chen Xiaomao's smiling face, and his mouth twitched slightly. His mind was crystal clear. In this round, the cowardly wolf team had no intention of fake claiming anymore. Yilan Xin was the real seer. Cat Bro was seated last before the police phase with the final card, and he could have easily jumped as the seer to go head-to-head with Yilan Xin, but he simply didn't. Giving himself a kill check was basically self-explosion. How bold did this play have to be? He only dared self-destruct and seal the skill after getting the Blood Moon, and the wolf team immediately started the knife. But strangely enough, number 4, Blood Moon, if he was going to self-destruct, why didn't he do it directly before number 6 spoke? Yilan Xin, the seer, had already given out number 5 as a gold water, and even laid out the police badge path. The information was complete. If Cat Bro had self-destructed first, Yilan Xin wouldn't have been able to say a word, and the good camp would have been instantly left blind at the start. But he wasn't in a hurry. He waited until Yilan Xin finished talking about the gold water and the police badge path, let 3 seconds of silence pass, then slowly spoke. Number SIXS wolf jump was too aggressive. As the seer, I'm giving myself a Red Moon. Nothing wrong with that. He pushed up his glasses, leaned back, and his aura exploded. Brothers, I'm not planning to survive. I'll give you my identity to read. Don't worry about number 3's card. Whatever he is, he'll make a move anyway. He locked eyes with Ron. But I get the feeling number 8's speech isn't a witch. You need to know this board has a Blood Moon at the back. What other exciting moves are there after that? Let's see how Cat Bro continues this flashy play. From the very start, Ron was thinking that if number 8 jumped as the witch, he probably wasn't the witch, at most a civilian. To put it bluntly, he was cursing in his head. These clever bastards are only playing tricks, and wanted to squeeze into a seat in the pre-pendant phase and vote for the seer. A demon hunter jumping witch? What a joke. Did he even have basic survival instincts? A divine card jumping witch? He was probably worried the real witch wouldn't give him any face, and the poison would be waiting for him at night. Yet number 8 actually did jump witch. It was absurd beyond belief. Chen Xiaomao put it bluntly. My Cat Bro is afraid of dying. With number 6 jumping so aggressively, if the good guys don't believe me, it's fine. I'm worried the witch and the demon hunter won't believe me, because one slip and I'm dead tonight. He even wanted number 6 to reveal a test check result. Give them a bit of information, at least help the wolf team play a relaxed round. Who could have guessed that with a shout of boom? The red light on number 4 exploded instantly, and the dark red blood moon on the electronic screen was grinning like crazy. Behind the mask, Chen Xiaomao number 4 flipped over his card. Blood Moon Apostle. The old fox's self-destruction sealed everyone's divine skills, and the game immediately entered night, with the demon hunter, witch, and seer all put on pause. To put it plainly, the witch absolutely could not poison tonight, the seer couldn't check anyone, and the demon hunter couldn't make a move either. Even Old A was stunned. Cat Bro self-destructed, Red Moon Apostle play, a real man with a 72% win rate, actually let the seer expose information directly. Now that's ruthless. The fans went wild. Cat Bro's move is insane, only exploding after hearing Yilan Xin speak. reading identities so thoroughly. The police badge wasn't voted out. The seer lost control of the vote. And the wolf's knife tonight is basically riding the wind. Truly, looks impressive but is actually fragile. Who could have imagined this routine was so flashy? At dawn, everyone opened their eyes, and number 6 Yilan Shin lived up to the pressure, firmly taking the police badge. Then came the shocking news. Number 6 had been killed last night. Yilan Shin didn't show much on her face, but inwardly she muttered, "I knew that if the red moon self-destructed, I'd definitely get knifed tonight." Looks like the little wolf wasn't doing self-destruction work anymore. She decisively handed the badge to number 5 Tai Tai, who was her one and only gold water with 100% certainty. Was there really any smarter choice than standing on the team of the only survivor without thinking? The crowd exploded. The seer got knocked down. The wolves killed the seer. The police badge goes to Tai Tai. All the good guys' eyes focused at once. We can only rely on Tai Tai now. Nobody else can hold the line. Who would have thought the game started this intensely? Cat Bro revealed the Blood Moon identity and self-destructed to seal the divine skill. The wolf team took the chance to chop down the big tree overnight, and the good camp instantly went into chaos. It was utterly unreasonable. Who could have imagined that behind Tai Tai's bushy beard, his small mouth would part slightly, and his eyes behind the black-rimmed round glasses would keep blinking, as if he had something important to say. Can number 7 speak first?" he said cautiously, almost like he was asking for help. Beside him, number 7 Zhao Shu lit up his red light and came on stage after reading the room. He said, "Right now the situation is, Red Moon self-destructed, the seer got chopped down, and number 5 is holding the only police badge. Right?" Number 8 jumped which. He glanced at Ron, then looked away. Yet Zhao Shu only got angrier the more he thought about it. "You're blaming me? Why did you make me speak first? Aren't you just screwing me over?" His voice suddenly got louder. "Wouldn't it be better for number 3 to speak first?" He said he was giving number 8 a check and kill, and he even claimed which, yet number 3 just slipped out of the water. Isn't that weird? Normal logic would have number 3 explain himself to everyone first. Why did I have to fire the first shot? I haven't even heard what the others said, so what am I supposed to analyze? His Adam's apple bobbed as he tapped his own placard with a finger. Also, I can't accept the seer's analysis. Yilan Shin said number 3 couldn't possibly be a wolf because wolves wouldn't retreat from the water. They should have let Blood Moon self-detonate, then kill witch and then kill seer. Sounds hardcore, but I'm telling you, it's not that simple. He raised one finger and pointed straight at Jasper. Number 3 is Jasper. Do you know what that means? If another player gets a wolf card after a check and kill, they might just play exactly as the seer said, taking the hit without retreating, and the wolf team profits hugely. But Jasper is different. His plays are 666 level. Maybe he'd do the opposite and play dirty, retreat from the water to act good, and let Cat Bro Blood Moon move to stir things up. In plain terms, his logic was, number 4 self-detonating is weird. If number 3 is a wolf, would number 4 still counterclaim to help? The good camp would see number 4's counterclaim and immediately catch the issue. But if number 4 doesn't counterclaim, he just self-detonates to seal skills and kill the seer. Utterly absurd. To sum up, Zhao Shu was betting that Jasper was a hidden wolf card, playing in reverse. Who would have thought? He leaned back in his chair and simply said, "I'm done." Sure enough, commentator Olda jumped in immediately. "Whoa, Zhao Shu is directly naming number 3 Jasper this round. Audience, this view is completely opposite to Yilan Shin's. He says number 3 definitely isn't a wolf. Zhao says he definitely is, because the more it looks like he wouldn't play that way, the more he has to do it." The place erupted, and the barrage flooded the screen. Zhao Shu makes sense. Number 3 retreating from the water is way too slick. He might be a wolf with acting skills. Yilan Shin's logic isn't wrong either. After a wolf gets checked and killed, double self-detonation lock skills, then they kill the seer and then the witch, the wolf team makes a killing. Jasper retreated from the water just to act good, right? He's so good at this, he might very well be flipping the usual playbook on its head. Don't forget, this is Jasper, not some ordinary player. Bottom line, retreating from the water might just be part of a great show. The scene exploded into chaos, and the atmosphere around Ron was boiling hot. Olda raised his voice again. "All right, number 7 has finished speaking, and the spearhead is pointed at number 3. Next up is number 8, Ron, the MVP from the previous round, who jumped out as the witch immediately after being checked and killed on the first night, forcing Jasper to back off in panic. In a round where the Blood Moon self-destruct sealed skills, the seer was eliminated, and the good side had no information and was in total disarray, How will he lead the team? Change clothes? Or keep wearing the witch coat? The camera cut to number 8, Ron, and the red light came on under everyone's watchful eyes. Please speak, number 8. As soon as Ron finished hearing number 7's speech, he immediately started tearing it apart. Logic has 1,000 different faces, and Zhao Shu's reasoning was not wrong. Number 3 gave number 8 a checked and killed result on the police chat, and number 8 jumped as the witch. Number 3 then immediately backed off. That can indeed be seen as a wolf stepping onto a steel plate and retreating, pretending to be good. Zhao Shu's deduction was complete, with no major flaws. But Ron knew in his heart that pure logical deduction had a fatal blind spot in this game. To put it bluntly, logic always assumes the premise. This round was truly exciting for Ron. Don't be fooled by players who seem to be robotic and rational, following the routine to the letter. People are not robots, and Jasper certainly isn't. Who could have imagined that, at the start of the game, number 3 in the police chat would actually give number 8 a checked and killed result? To understand that, you have to look back at the previous round. Last round, Jasper jumped as the hunter and blocked Ron, only for Ron to instantly counter by jumping as the gravekeeper, forcing him into a vote abstention. Jasper was so furious that he smashed the wall in the fire escape, and the whole backstage could hear his fiery performance. No one expected that in this round, his checked and killed target would once again slam into Ron, not because he had found a wolf, but because he was gritting his teeth and trying to exact revenge from last time. Jasper is the kind of person who is proud, refuses to accept defeat, and if someone beats him, he has to win it back. To put it simply, he just wanted to see Ron panic the moment he was checked and killed, cursing inwardly. Old fox, you deserve a lesson. Ron himself was also speechless and complained inwardly that being checked and killed at the start of this round was something he had already mentally prepared for. After all, Jasper's skill and ability were truly extraordinary, and his world number 7 operation wasn't just bragging. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How could he possibly use that kind of backing off and pretending to be good? With Jasper's personality, he would rather stand there and be pushed out than kneel. Act weak? Not a chance. Did he really think he was being toyed with as a wolf? Looking at number 7, Zhao Shu. Well, that guy came out swinging in his very first speech and directly targeted Jasper, putting the pressure to the max. If he were a wolf, who the hell would do that? The principle for wolves looking for a scapegoat is simple. Pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Number 3 was being protected by the seer so hard that Yilan Xin had already spent ages backing him up, which gave number 3 a seer halo behind him, making it terrifyingly costly for wolves to attack him. If you say number 7 is trying to push out number 3, then he really isn't looking for a scapegoat. He's just a good guy with no information trying his best to find something abnormal and throw suspicion around with a killing move. Although the logic makes sense, from a personality analysis standpoint, that explanation is false. These crafty people are addicted to playing mind games, and this move is simply absurd. The remaining cards on the board are basically all good guys. Number 5, Tai Tai, is a gold water and beyond dispute. Number 3 is a loud, distinctive good guy. Number 7 is a good guy based on behavioral logic analysis. Out of the 6 remaining cards, there are only 3 wolves to dig out, so the pool has gotten a lot smaller, but Ron still felt that number 7's speech was weird, carrying a confidence that was beyond ordinary. How could an ordinary villager come out that hard right from the start? They usually wait around and slack off. How would they dare directly challenge a card that the seer had already protected? That kind of momentum looks a lot like the Fool God. When the Fool reveals, they can avoid death, which is why they dare to be so aggressive. Not to mention the witch. Number 7 claimed witch, but if he were the witch, why would he attack number 3? Especially since number 3 gave number 8 a checked and killed result. Logically, number 7 should have trusted him a bit, but instead he slapped him in the face directly. That means number 7 is definitely not the witch. As for Jasper, the omen when he drew his card had already determined his identity. With the possibility of him being a small wolf ruled out, he was just an ordinary villager trying to show off and get revenge on Ron. But then Ron scared him right back with a witch play. What a total drama queen. When it was Ron's turn to speak, he gave a faint smile. Oh, I'm still alive. He strolled around the round table once. Last night the seer got chopped. By rights, today's chop should land on my witch, but the wolves didn't self-destruct after that, and instead kept the seer's police badge. I figure I'm getting chopped in the day phase today, so who's going to take the hit? His gaze locked onto number 5, Tai Tai, and his tone carried an obvious edge of rudeness. See? Number 7 isn't wrong. I'm the witch and you want me to only listen to one person's speech. How am I supposed to make the final vote for you? Do you think I've got the all-seeing eye or something? As he spoke, he smiled and drew his hand back. Why don't you ask the demon hunter instead, and analyze cards number 3 and number 7? I'm sure there's definitely a wolf among them. Number 3 is definitely good, So number 7 has to be the wolf. Just deal with him at night. That's what I'm thinking. That move was truly top-notch. Ron really went all out this time. In his heart, he was already cursing. Anyway, the witch was definitely going to swing the blade at him tonight, so there was no need for him to agonize over whether to poison number 3 or number 7. Who would have thought he'd actually beg for help in such a flashy way, asking number 5 Tai to point out a poison target. Whoever you say, I'll poison, completely showing his panic. To put it bluntly, Ron's move was to avoid his poison overlapping with the witch's. If number 7 turned out to be the demon hunter and got poisoned by him, then 2 special roll skills would be wasted on one person, which would be a huge loss. So he didn't poison number 7, and instead handed the choice to an outside player, letting Tai help him pick a wolf. This move was just outrageous. After giving his speech, he leaned back in his chair and leisurely drank some water, thinking to himself, if the real witch doesn't know what's good for her and poisons number 7 on a whim, then the good camp loses one suspicious card. Wouldn't that be like him trying to steal the poison from a suspected fool? Even more absurdly, he wasn't afraid of being poisoned at all. The witch's poison wouldn't work on him, a demon hunter. Even if he got poisoned, he'd still be bouncing around, and tomorrow he could put on another morning meeting performance. And then he even thought that this would instead force the real witch to reveal herself. If the witch used the poison wrongly, she might become the 5th wolf. This had happened in a previous game. What he absolutely didn't expect was that the real witch wouldn't come out today to expose him at all, because the witch still had poison in hand. There was no need to reveal herself just to expose a fake witch. Those women were old foxes. They knew that once they exposed themselves, they'd become targets for the wolf team. Who's putting on an act for you? Ron was secretly pleased. The seer was already down, and there were still 3 wolf roll cards left on the board. If one more divine roll got sold out, the good camp would be in deep trouble. Would the wolves chop him? Cowards wouldn't dare. Whenever something came up, they immediately showed weakness, and besides being clever with words, they couldn't even bear to use a single blade. Pathetic. He was also meticulous, thinking the wolf team wouldn't really use a blade to test him. After all, if the real witch existed, taking the poison would be the real threat. For the wolves to stay safe, they wouldn't risk using the real witch's poison to verify whether he was fake or not. Instead, they could just wait calmly until the 4th night to chop him. If they don't have to take a blade, then they won't. Very steady. Ron's mind was spinning fast, his logic flowing one after another, and he thought to himself, now this is airtight, and tonight I can sleep easy. So he rested his chin on his hand and drank water, looking like a calm, seasoned veteran. Just then, commentator Old immediately jumped up and blasted him. Oh my! Number 8 Ron's move has left the audience completely baffled. Yesterday the hunter was banned. No big deal. Today the seal is lifted, so why are you still wearing that witch outfit and not taking it off? If the real witch doesn't come out to expose him, how are we supposed to stage a face-slapping reversal? The audience instantly erupted. Hey! Did you notice? Number 8 looks way more handsome this round. His skin is fairer, his jawline is more defined. It feels like a completely different person from the last round. Is it makeup? Lighting? No, it's the aura that changed. Last round he was curled up into a ball, but this time he's brimming with confidence. Man, he's truly the center stage now. But some people were still complaining. I don't care about his face. I just want to know why he still dares to wear the witch outfit. Doesn't he fear death at all? Olda looked conflicted. Is this wave of play a suicide run or a steady control move? Let's wait and see. And now, number 9 Chen Dishing. Get ready to speak. The camera from Ron suddenly shifted and landed on number 9. On Chen Dashing's round face with the red light just coming on. His big, round eyes blinked rapidly, and his mouth was slightly open, as if he had been holding back words for a long time. He first took a deep breath, steadying himself, then looked up and swept his gaze from Ron to Jasper, then to Zhao Shu, and finally fixed it on the table. He said, I'm not the witch, so I can't witch-shot Ron Bro. But, based on the logic in Ron Bro's speech, I'm afraid he'll secretly poison me. So, today I'm planning to fake a heal. Of course, this heal is for Bro N, for the witch to come. Unexpectedly, he pressed both hands on the table and leaned forward slightly, the tension on his face gradually turning into fanaticism. Then he launched into a long speech. I'm a good guy, Bro N. Why am I a good guy? I'll put it this way, whatever Bro N says, I vote for. He says 1, I absolutely won't say 2. That should prove I'm a good guy, right? Who could have guessed that number 3 Jasper's index finger on the back of his left hand suddenly froze, his mouth twitching slightly as he narrowed his eyes, seemingly forcing himself not to roll them. These old foxes had been calling him Jasper God in the last round, and now in this round they immediately turned hostile, switching over to lick Ron's boots instead, doing it so righteously, as if they had torn up the evidence of their last round of bootlicking. Truly the kind of old second-tier bully who looks impressive but is actually flimsy as paper. Even more outrageous, commentator Old A on stage was laughing so hard he kept slapping the table, the headset cord bouncing with every burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect Chun Dashing to bootlick like this. The direction your finger points is the battlefield I charge into. Where did he copy that line from, some war movie? In the last round he was Jasper's bootlicker, and this round he directly transferred allegiance to Ron. This is the live scene of a werewolf free agent transfer. The audience burst into laughter as well. Last game it was still bro Jasper. And this game he changes face so fast. Chun Dashing said, "Who's Jasper? I don't know him. From now on I only recognize one bro, Ron." What he's saying sounds like a vow. Whether it's bootlicking or joining the party is another matter. Did he bootlick the wrong person last round? So this round he's rushing to switch targets? No, this is absurd to the extreme. Is this kind of bootlicking meant to win by reverse hooking? This acting is beyond words. Oscar wouldn't even need to thank him. He said he trusts bro Ron and doesn't follow logic, just relies on whether the state feels good or bad. Chun Dashing kept speaking, pointing straight at number 7 Zhao Shu's side. Number 7, did you hear what Broen said? Either you or number 3 can be the good guy, so you, number 7, are definitely a wolf. My vote is going on you today. Right then, number 8 Ron was drinking water, and the moment Chun Dashing said that, he almost choked, his brows knitting tight, his face full of question marks. When did I ever say that between the two of you only one can be a good guy? I only said it's possible a wolf is opened up. That's a possibility. You're hearing it as a definite conclusion? Don't add drama to it. This old fox only has these few tricks. Chun Dashing, unwilling to give up, continued to lie flat and slack off. I'm on the same side as Broen. As a good guy, all I need to do is coast and win. He spread his hands, grinning foolishly. Number 3, how are you calling my bro and a kill? If you can't explain it clearly, then today the vote shifts from number 7 to you, number 3. I'm a good guy, so let's hit the witch first, because the witch is on my side. After saying that, he leaned back against the chair, crossed his hands, lifted his chin, and struck a very imposing pose. Jasper cursed inwardly, furiously. Damn it! I'm going to wreck your battlefield. Then the audience burst into laughter again. Last round he was still calling him Jasper God, and this round he's just calling him number 3? He changed so fast in real life. The bootlicker contract expired, and he transferred teams on the spot. He really runs faster than anything. These old foxes had been pretending to praise you to the heavens in the previous round, only to turn their faces the next second and act like they didn't know you. Who wouldn't laugh at that? Ron is basically in the middle of getting licked and then having someone else take over licking him. He'd originally thought that if he kept licking to the end, he'd have everything he wanted, but instead he got played so completely he had no choice but to comply. Who would have thought that Chun Dashing would use such an outrageously exaggerated act to tie himself to Ron? That move was brilliant. It's the classic anchor Ron tactic. Ron is the witch is a good guy, so anyone following Ron must be a good guy. The logic is so broken it's almost laughable. Even more outrageous, while everyone was still debating whether to worry about Ron being a fake witch, Chun Dashing simply bet that Ron was real, or rather, he didn't care whether Ron was real or fake at all, he just wanted to slip away unscathed. To put it bluntly, this is just an old fox's trick. First put on an exaggerated performance to grab attention, protect Ron, and by doing so protect himself as well. Anyone with half a brain can tell this move was all about saving his own skin. For someone like Eruzi who likes to play little tricks, that's all he's got. No one expected the director to cut straight to the face of number 10, Gung Schwer, and the fans' enthusiasm exploded instantly. Schwer! Ah! My heart is melting. Who says Gung Schwer lost the previous round? Everyone knows how slick her play is. On the surface she loses, but behind the scenes she's truly a top-tier meme queen. As soon as Gung Schwer spoke, she first interviewed number 9, Chun Dashing, and immediately fired off some verbal bullets. Brother N says 1, I never say 2. Wherever Brother N points, that's where I shoot. Come on, are you here to play werewolf or to pick an idol? Licking so blatantly fake and performative, making it look like an idol contest. This old fox only knows these few moves. Does he really think so highly of himself? The audience burst into laughter, and even commentator Laue was laughing so hard he could barely speak. The more she thought about it, the angrier Gung Schwer got, and she directly exposed the huge flaw in Chun Dashing's groveling. If you flatter the wrong person, you end up covered in wolf fur, and you can't wipe it off no matter how hard you try. It was absurdly unfair. With a single raised finger, she pointed straight at Ron. She said Ron didn't look anything like a real witch. He even dared to check and kill Red Moon, and yet Ron directly jumped out to reveal everything. That move was basically handing a gift to the wolf team. What real witch would be that spineless? Who could have imagined that it would get even more outrageous? When Ron reached this round, he still didn't report the silver water, making it seem like he was waiting for Gung Shuer to come up with an excuse for the kill herself to save him. Honestly, who would believe that? Gung Shuer cursed inwardly that this guy was truly spineless to the core. To put it plainly, Gung Shuer directly gave Ron a death order. Poison him tonight. If he's lying dead by tomorrow morning, then he's fake. Whether he actually dies or not will be obvious at a glance, and he doesn't need to ramble on during the day. Shifting her gaze, Gung Shuer then teased number 7, Zhao Shu, saying his speech was exactly like a card spilling water everywhere. The moment number 3, Jasper, had just withdrawn his water, the wolf team's exploding water card immediately blew up, and Yilan Xin even went to great lengths to protect Jasper. Yet number 7, Zhao Shu, was the first to drag Jasper out to take the push. That disastrous play was simply incomprehensible. Gung Shuer said it was like going to a restaurant and seeing the menu's first page say, "Today's special number 3 Jasper, 5-star reviews." And then on the second page number 7 Zhao Shu jumps out and starts yelling that it's gutter oil. "What, do you think you're a seer?" The audience practically collapsed with laughter. One girl slapped the armrest and gloatingly said, "Gung Shuer's mouth is savage, but her logic is spot on. Jasper withdrawing water means he's an exploding water card, and Zhao Shu attacking that card is classic wolf behavior." Then who could have guessed that Gung Shuer would drop an even bigger meme? She teased Chindeshing for licking Ron and ending up with a mouthful of wolf fur, and the whole scene burst into laughter. This was even more entertaining than the werewolf game itself. It was ridiculously outrageous, and yet that was all he could manage while still acting like some expert. Ron, that guy, gave a laugh and his glasses almost slid down. He hurriedly adjusted them, probably thinking to himself, "Why the hell did I laugh so loud? How embarrassing." Then he pouted and said, "She asked where Ron's silver water is? Isn't that exactly what I want to ask too? The witch doesn't report silver water. Who could have expected that? Too weird." Ron was furious and kept saying, "Too bad. I'm the exorcist." Meaning his identity is different, and he absolutely will not report silver water. Gung Shuer kept talking without pausing. "There's an even more serious line of logic, though. I said a long time ago that player 8 is very likely a fake witch." She slapped the table and said with energy, "Didn't player 8 just say that tonight the demon hunter should only hunt player 7, and not poison player 7, because the skills might overlap? What does that mean in plain language? It means player 7 can't be pushed off today. We're basically saying player 8 is really trying to save player 7. Then she drew the battlefield line in hard terms. If player 8 and player 7 are both wolves, then the last wolf card can only be among players 11, 12, 1, and 2. You 4, don't be nervous. We'll talk one by one in a bit, slowly. No rus. The smile on Gung Shuer's face was sweet and natural, as if nothing serious had happened. "I think player 7 is a wolf, and today I'm voting him out. No discussion." After saying that, this woman even took a graceful sip of water, flicked her ponytail twice, and looked unbelievably calm. The camera cut, and Luo Nian called out, "Player 11, please speak." Zhou Ziyue tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes glancing at Gung Shuer. "Player 10. As he spoke steadily, "Player 10, tell me the truth straight. You're not the witch, so why exactly are you questioning player 8? You say player 8 is a fake witch, but wouldn't the real witch still poison at night? The real witch doesn't need you to help her pick a suspect. Old foxes only have this much trickery. You don't need to help set the tone." He put it bluntly. "Your speech is focused entirely on player 8. Forget finding wolves or not finding wolves, you're not even properly looking. You're just slapping the witch in the face." Even more outrageous, he kept ranting, "You're going after player 7, which is basically the same as player 7 jumping out and claiming that role. Isn't it? You stab player 7, he questions player 8. Aren't you two birds of a feather? What's the difference between you attacking player 7 and player 7 attacking Jasper? Do you not have a brain?" He drew a circle, his gaze sharp. "Using your logic to say player 7 is a wolf, then by the same standard, wouldn't you have to be a wolf too? You're not looking from a good guy's perspective at all. If others call you out, can you really say it's unfair?" At this point, he spoke up. "I think player 10 is a wolf, a professional pacesetter kind, the sort that makes the logic on the surface look crystal clear. But if you think deeper, every step is just muddying the water and leading attention astray." He frowned and went on poisoning the well. Player 7 might be a wolf, but player 10 is definitely a wolf. The two of them may even be on the same team. Look at player 10 attacking player 7. It's really a public attack in front, but a private defense in the shadows. The trick is just to act clever and wait until the good guys realize player 10 is the wolf, and then naturally they'll treat player 7 as a good guy. This move by Guang Shuer was truly an actress's performance. To put it plainly, it was attacking in the open while protecting in the dark. Being overly contrived and showy, with no intention whatsoever of letting player 7 be killed. Finally, he summed up, "My wolf pit is set. Player 10 is definitely a wolf, player 7 is in the pit, and players 1, 2, and 12 haven't made any moves yet. I need to listen carefully to what they say. That's it, thank you." Looking at this round, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. There really was such an old fox playing mind games so well. It was utterly speechless-inducing. As soon as Zhou Ziyue finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair with a calm expression. As soon as Rane spoke, he was quick to follow up, with a hint of analysis in his voice. Player 11 Zhou Ziyue directly calls for killing player 10 Guang Shuer. He says Guang Shuer isn't the witch, yet she spends a huge amount of time questioning player 8. How is that not deliberately trying to set the pace? And on top of that, he brings out this tricky symmetrical logic. Player 7 attacks Jasper, player 10 attacks player 8. The routine is exactly the same, jumping into the pit himself while not forgetting to drag someone else in with him. Even more interesting, Zhou Ziyue suspects that players 7 and 10 are on the same side, and that player 10's open attack on player 7 is actually a covert defense. Is that logic reliable or not? The audience erupted. This Zhou Ziyue's speech is rock solid. He directly exposed the flaw in Guang Shuer's logic, questioning someone else's witch identity, while he himself seems to trust the witch pretty much. Guang Shuer's argument does make some sense too. Ron not reporting the silver water was weird to begin with. But Zhou Ziyue never directly sorted out whether the 8th player is really the witch or not. Did he just assume the 8th player is the witch? He said it, "Leave the truth or falsehood of the witch claim to the witch to verify. As humans, during the day we should be looking for wolves, so there's no point arguing over the 8th player today. If the real witch poisons at night and the fake witch flips tomorrow, we'd just be wasting around helping the wolves do their work. But I still don't really get how the 7th and 10th are on the same side. It's obvious the 10th is pushing the 7th, so how are they aligned?" He said that's an open attack with covert protection. Wolves deliberately clash on the surface, then clean their teammates when the cards are revealed. Classic old fox routine. At the 8th seat, Ron's gaze kept shifting between Zhou Ziyue and Guang Shuer, muttering to himself, "This 11th player saying the 10th is a wolf. I can understand that judgment." Guang Shuer really is fixated on questioning the 8th player's identity. No wonder he thinks she's stirring things up. But then saying the 7th and 10th are on the same side, open attack with covert protection, that's just baffling. Tonight he has to go all out hunting. With Cat Brothers' self-explosion, the seal is lifted, so he has to be precise, or killing the wrong good guy means instant GG. Check the 11th player's identity? After some hesitation, forget it, wait a bit longer. The 1st, 2nd, and 12th players haven't spoken yet. Let's just endure until the speeches are over. As soon as Ron finished speaking, it was the 12th player Feng Xiang's turn to talk. Feng Xiang didn't beat around the bush and directly revealed his card. "My hidden role is Fool." He tapped the number plaque with his finger, looking fairly calm. "The identity card is right here. If the wolves don't believe it, feel free to take a stab and test it. The cost of proving my identity is a life. If you kill me, I flip and my true identity is exposed. Then you'll have to be careful. If you don't kill me and try to push me instead, then once I'm out, anyone who pushed me goes straight into the wolf pit. Besides, after listening to the earlier speeches, I only found one wolf card at all." His gaze shot straight at the 11th player Zhou Ziyue, and the corners of his mouth pressed together slightly. Zhou Ziyue raised an eyebrow lightly and looked back at him, completely baffled. The 12th player ignored it and continued, 11th, your attack on the 10th is pure nonsense. You think the 10th pushing the 8th means the 10th is a wolf? Let me tell you, what wolf would dare play like that? Your whole argument is built on a premise. If the 8th is a fake witch, then the real witch would naturally deal with him. The 10th's speech has consistently argued that the 8th is a wolf, and her logic is actually pretty coherent. You can disagree, but you can't slap the label of stirring things up on someone just for questioning the 8th's identity. If questioning someone who jumps identity means they're a wolf, then good people won't even dare to speak anymore. He tapped the tabletop with his finger. If you want to go after the 10th, the only reliable basis is that you must be 100% certain the 8th is truly the witch. That premise was never established. Without 100% certainty, you start attacking someone whose speech is logically self-consistent. That kind of trick is exactly the sort of pit wolves would dig for good people. So I judge you to be a wolf. Then he shifted tone, looking at the 10th player Gung Shuer, and his voice immediately softened. As for the 10th, I think you may be overthinking it. You have your reasons for questioning, but you... Text continues. Most of Ron's speech was spent saying the 8th didn't look like the witch, which ended up handing the wolves a knife. Maybe they were even waiting for that point to launch a counterattack. But to be honest, I get the protagonist's mentality. He says whatever comes to mind with no scheming at all. Pure, innocent good guy vibe. The 10th was directly marked as good. His gaze shifted again. The protagonist glanced at the first and second players, lightly pressing his lips together, clearly deep in thought. After saying, "The only ones who haven't spoken yet are the first and second," he dropped a bombshell. I never expected the 11th to hold a wolf card, so the remaining 2 are very likely hidden among you two. In a 3-wolf game, with the 11th already taking one, you two need to perform well. Otherwise, the wolf pit will be slapped right over your heads. Even coward wolves aren't this straightforward. As soon as Feng Xiang finished speaking, Lao Wei immediately interjected. Number 12 has claimed fool. The third role in this game has been revealed. After the demon hunter, witch, and seer, even the fool has been exposed. Not only that, number 12 directly points to number 11 as the wolf, and the logic is crystal clear. Number 11 didn't provide the premise for saying number 10 is a wolf, and the flaw is obvious. Number 12 saw through it as a frame-up. Even more outrageous, number 12 shoved all the pressure onto number 1 and number 2, making them take the blame. What are number 1 and number 2 supposed to do now? Fire away. The audience exploded. Some praised number 12 for directly jumping fool and taking down number 11 straightforward and crisp. Others praised number 10 for being blunt and having a pure mindset, not pretending to be scheming. Just as everyone was discussing it heatedly, Luo Nian called out again. Number 1, your speech begins. Shin Zi's head glowed, and she adjusted her glasses with a helpless smile on her face. Aya, it's my turn. Her voice was soft and cute, with that reluctant, just woke up from bed vibe. She started by mocking herself. I'm lucky, with a built-in tendency to stand on the right side. But last round I was dragged into being killed and had to take the blame because of bad luck. To be honest, number 8's Gravekeeper jump was just too real, who wouldn't be fooled? But this round the seer self-exploded, so we're relying entirely on listening to speeches and making blind guesses.
I'm honestly terrified.
My sense of things is bad, and I don't have a side to stand on right now. If you really want me to identify the wolf pit on my own, to put it bluntly, that's hard. Shin Zi's gaze lingered on number 12. She pushed up her glasses and grew angrier the more she thought about it. Number 12 can jump fool and self-verify, but before number 2 and I even got a chance to speak, he drew up 2 wolf pits all at once. That's simply outrageous. We hadn't even said a word before being framed as wolves. It's like not even looking at the menu, and the waiter first tells you the food has a problem. How am I supposed to eat that? The audience burst into laughter. At the end of the day, she admitted that with no role card showing, she could only be a civilian and absolutely wouldn't contribute to being the unlucky one on day 1. Naturally, the pressure was pushed onto number 2, and she mischievously looked over and said, Number 2, you've also been kicked into the wolf camp by number 12, so hurry up and put on a role card to fight back against him. Go take him on. I'm just a civilian and can't beat him in an argument, so I'm counting on you. If you can't out-argue him, then the 2 of us can walk into the pit hand in hand. I won't mind. After saying that, she leaned back in her chair and drank some water, not even noticing that the mist from the cup had fogged up her glasses. Her aura was adorably goofy. Laowa couldn't help but smile at the cuteness, but still added a restrained knife twist. Number 1 Shinzi is still that lucky one. This round's performance? The screen froze, and the story continued. As soon as this Shinzi from Luoen started speaking, her tone was soft and mellow. She said her luck was hit or miss and that she was afraid of wearing the demon hunter outfit and getting exposed. Who would have thought she would secretly toss out a sharp little knife in her hand? She said number 12 putting both number 1 and number 2 into the wolf pit created too much pressure. And then she casually shifted all the arrows onto number 2. Let number 2 put on a roll card and fight back against number 12. This move was just outrageous. Her face, unable to hide its smile, practically said, Can this knife hit the wolf? Will number 2 be pressured into claiming a roll card? Or will they calmly reveal their water and prove themselves? The audience instantly erupted, and the atmosphere was completely different from the tense, thrilling deduction earlier. It was simply a relaxed feeling of being charmed by her cuteness. Everyone complained that she was still fixated on the shadow of being pushed out last round, hesitating over whether to wear Demon Hunter, and in the end she didn't claim anything at all because she was a real civilian, not pretending to be dazed. Then she threw the burden of taking the heat onto number 2, sacrificing others to protect herself. Ruthless as hell. But precisely because of that, it also made people suspect she might be a guilty wolf, which was absurd beyond belief. Just as everyone was laughing uncontrollably, Luo Nian suddenly announced that it was Player 2's turn to speak. Player 2's expression was even colder than in the previous round, both hands resting flat on the table, fingers slightly spread. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said, "Whether I'm a god or not isn't what needs to be said this round." He swept his gaze across the room and immediately concluded that Player 8 was not the witch, but also didn't seem like a wolf. Then he named Players 7, 9, and 1 as possible wolves, with as many as 2 to 3 of them. After that, he directly took issue with Player 12, Fang Xiang, for trying to jump as the fool. If you like jumping, then jump. No one's going to stop you. In plain terms, it meant, whether you jump as the fool or not doesn't affect this round. His final gaze landed on Player 5, Tai Tai. Today you vote for 9. Chundashing is definitely a wolf card. As soon as he finished, another wave of light laughter rippled through the room. The people in the audience tilted their heads and complained. Such a concise speech, frighteningly short. Every sentence hits the edge of the blade. Listening to him, I don't even need a notebook. One line is enough. But the more I think about it, the less I understand why he said no one would care if Player 12 jumped as the fool. Fang Xiang seemed pretty serious about that jump. Olda couldn't help but chime in with a joke. That's jamming for you. His speeches are always short and sharp, so refreshing that after listening, you just have to savor it yourself. Then Player 3, Jasper, was about to speak. Remember the last round, when he threw out a kill in pre-discussion and was directly scared off by the witch? The seer Yilanxin even wrote a whole section defending him, and Player 7, Zhao Shu, immediately blasted him as a wolf using the old trick of insinuation. Olda here couldn't wait any longer and excitedly spilled the beans. Audience Player 3, Jasper. This guy looks calm on the surface, like he's asking to be hit. How will he respond to this storm? Did he hit a steel plate? Or is he still brave enough to take on this messy job? Keep watching, Jasper said unhurriedly. This is reputation. I threw a kill at the suspected witch in pre-discussion. The seer marked me as good, and plenty of other cards also recognized me. Player 2, Jamming, also said I don't look like a wolf, and Player 8, Ron, didn't even dare go after me. That's my reputation. Olda nearly laughed himself off the table upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, that kind of attitude. So what if he got chopped last round? He still looks cocky in the next one. That's the confidence of Asia's number 7. The backbone of the ghost wolf. Lose one round and he still stands there fighting. The fan section instantly erupted. Some stood up frantically waving support signs that read, Spur, God of Wolves, while others used megaphones to back him up, their shrill voices nearly shattering the ceiling. Honestly, the scene was even more exciting than the plot itself, and the more you watched, the more thrilling it became. Ron had just blurted out on the spot, Brother Spur is awesome. That's the kind of unshakable aura no one can touch. World number 7 is world number 7. Before the cheers could even settle, voices from the corner immediately shot back. So amazing. Why did he lose last game? And last game, at the critical moment, he abandoned his vote. Seeing that his vote was missing, Ron was directly eliminated. He actually abandoned his vote. Exactly. He openly pointed out 4 wolves and still gave up his own vote, causing the good side to collapse straight away. Reputation? Can reputation buy back a turn? To put it bluntly, these old foxes only had that much to offer, and the whole scene was awkward as hell. On the board, Jasper stared fixedly at Player 2, Jamming, a meaningful smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. See? My ability to read the signs is still rock solid. I said Player 2 was a wolf in pre-discussion, and look, he's been exposed outright. Jamming remained indifferent, fingers slightly spread, back straight, that sharp, efficient air in his eyes and brows unchanged, looking every bit like a pretentious mystery man. Jasper leaned forward, gesturing on the table with his hand. Why is Player 2 definitely a wolf? The signs, the speech, the reaction, 3 ironclad proofs. Which one doesn't look like a wolf? He slammed the table hard. The signs were already mentioned in pre-discussion. Player 2 and Player 10 both had bad signs, so I won't repeat that. What about the speech? Player 12, Fang, had just jumped as the fool, and even Player 1, Shinzi, didn't dare touch Player 12. I understand that. She's soft-hearted and afraid of the power rolls. She knows how to show mercy. But why didn't you, Janming, touch Player 12? This round the seer is gone. And on the table there's only one good card, player 5, who's under protection. If the fool jumps out now, isn't that just handing a knife to the wolves? His tone suddenly dropped, as if he had exposed some huge secret. From your perspective, you couldn't even see number 12 at all. You didn't mention number 12's motive, didn't analyze the pros and cons for the good guys if the fool jumped and just tossed out a line. If you like to jump, then jump, no one cares. Does that sound like a good guy's tone? When good people hear the fool jump, their first reaction is to judge whether it's real, to either accept it or push back. But you just ignored him outright. That wasn't a good guy style ignore. It was a wolf style ignore. You don't need to care whether it's real, just leave number 12 hanging there. Then look for someone to take the push. After all, finding a role to jump out and take the heat is harder than finding an unknown identity. Besides, if number 12 really was a wolf pretending to be the fool, you definitely wouldn't stand up for him because backing him would be bad value for your teammate. He slammed a finger on the table again. And then there's your reaction. When I pointed out on the police side that your horoscope sign was wolf, you didn't react at all. You didn't take the bait, didn't talk back, which means you were scared. Scared that taking the bait would expose your perspective. He leaned back in his chair, smiling even more sinisterly. When Jasper spoke on the police side, you didn't even push back with a single word? Not even something like, number 3, stop guessing. I'm not a wolf? Nothing? You didn't mention a single word. As I see it, you know the shorter your speech, the less you reveal. You were afraid of making a mistake if you took the bait. He spread both hands on the table. So, in summary, number 2 can only be a wolf. Number 4 is a self-detonating blood moon, and you're a little wolf. There are 2 wolves left, hiding among number 7, number 10, and number 12. The real fool is on the outside, so no. 12 must be a wolf. Wearing the fool's clothes to shield the fool from a blade? What kind of logic is that? Who would believe it? During the day, there's no real benefit to taking a blade for the fool. No one is stupid enough to that degree. Fixed his gaze on Jianming and said, all right, I'm done. Today, let's unanimously vote out number 2. Who would have thought that as soon as Ron took the floor as number 2, he directly marked Jianming as a werewolf. Jianming's speech had no logic at all and showed none of a normal good guy's behavior. When a good guy sees a claimed role jump, the first instinct is to judge whether it's real or fake. But Jianming simply ignored number 12 entirely and went after someone else, acting as if number 12 were air. Even more outrageous was that number 1's reaction was the same as Ron's. How could he possibly still go after someone else? Although Jasper lost in the last round, it wasn't because his level was poor. It was because he was careless. In this round, he came in without any burden, and his logic was flawless, still playing at the level of the world's 7th strongest. Yet Old A's voice immediately popped up. Ladies and gentlemen, Jasper's speech really makes sense. Jianming made no analysis at all of number 12's claim as the fool, and didn't utter a word in response to the attack on the omen from the one on the police side. A good guy being singled out by the world's 7th as having poor omen reading ability, how can he not respond with even a single sentence? Jianming's style is short, yes, but not so short that it can ignore the key points. Jasper isn't arrogant and brainless. Behind his arrogance is real skill. After hearing his breakdown, I also think number 2 is a wolf. As a result, the audience split into opposing voices, noisy and chaotic, and the atmosphere exploded all at once. Ron's claim jump got no reaction? That doesn't fit the standard good guy profile at all. Jasper, from his omen reading to his speech to his reactions, could produce evidence at every turn. Saying he's highly skilled is completely justified. Who would have thought? In the last game, he actually gave up his vote. That move had everyone worried the whole time. Seriously, what a headache. Even more ridiculous, in this game he used that very logic of Jianming's to sharply expose 2 obvious wolf signs from number 2, ignoring the fool's claim jump and failing to respond to the omen kill. Put simply, this tactic was the kind that makes people slap the table in admiration. In the match room, just after Jasper finished speaking, excitement filled Tai Tai's eyes. That expression looked as if he were watching a play that had little to do with him, or as if he were waiting for the plot he had already predicted to finally begin. No one expected that the next second, Ron gave the order, "Number 5, please speak." Tai Tai raised his hand and lightly pushed his black-framed glasses up with his index and middle fingers. The bearded mouth opened slightly. As that voice came out, it carried a rough, fierce edge, and the air instantly tightened, just like in the last round. Finally it's Tai Tai's turn. This round is pretty good, I got the police badge. Otherwise, after just 2 sentences, someone would probably call me a wolf again. Last round I had the hunter role, gave up my vote from the police side for 1 round, acted coy the whole time, and then you all spent 3 days analyzing me. Tai Tai really has it rough. As he spoke, He cupped his cheeks with both hands, and through the gaps between his fingers, his beard quickly arranged itself into a look of, "I'm so wronged." The next second, his tone shifted, he slapped the table, and his gaze locked back onto Jasper. "Brother Spore, your charm is still intact. Your speech was truly bone-scraping healing, hitting number 2 right where it hurts."
TT is completely convinced.
"Hey, look at number 2 there." He said nothing in his speech, just burned through his 30 seconds. Does he really think speaking is just going through the motions? He didn't even respond in a single word to the kill setup in number 12 Fool's card. He's basically pretending to be deaf and mute. In Tai Tai's eyes, isn't that just like being called on in class and pretending not to hear? If you've got a guilty conscience, who else would pretend they can't hear? He drew back his hand, leaned forward, and his voice carried a hint of coquettishness mixed with a perfectly justified teasing tone. "So today, Tai Tai will listen to Brother Spore and vote for number 2. Jamming, don't blame Tai Tai for being ruthless. Your speech really does sound as obvious as a little wolf's." He turned his gaze to number 2, Jamming, puffed out his lips, and spoke with a tone full of matter-of-fact mockery. "Number 2, think about it yourself. If Tai Tai were sitting in your seat and saw number 12 jump as Fool to pin me down, who could hold back? I'd definitely jump as Fool 2 and fight number 12 to the death. You jump Fool? I'm the Fool. Flip the card. Then flip it. Who's afraid of who? You're a little wolf and don't even dare wear a priest's or god's clothes. You're such a coward. Brother Blood Moon up in the sky would be so mad he'd jump up in rage." The audience seats burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. Tai Tai's mouth is so vicious, but he's being cowardly in such an adorable way. In the last round, Tai Tai was the witch, and with just a little coquettishness, he could make the good guys spend 3 days analyzing him. Turns out he was holding a grudge. Tai Tai's whole set of cutting remarks is really hitting hard. He's poking right at Jamming's weak spot. Inside the match hall, Tai Tai shifted his gaze and targeted number 8. "Ron. Which brother? Let me tell you. Last round you were pretty awesome. Got checked as a kill on the first night, then jumped as gravekeeper in the last position. Forced Brother Spore to shut up with a single sentence. Fooled the real witch into using the poison, and pulled off a miraculous comeback. In this round, I got the witch and you still need Tai Tai to tell you who to poison. Don't be ridiculous. For poison guidance, you shouldn't ask Tai Tai. You should ask Brother Cat." As he said that, he covered his mouth, his eyes behind the black-rimmed glasses widening roundly, as if he'd let something slip. Then he let go again, and his babyish tone returned. "Ah, I forgot, Brother Cat already self-exploded on Blood Moon. Last time he got the witch, he poisoned the wrong gun and got slaughtered by the wolf team's self-detonation kill. Brother Cat, don't scold me in the lounge. Okay? I didn't mean it." He spread his hands and shrugged. "So yeah, if you want poison guidance, it's more reliable to ask Brother Cat. But Brother Cat blew up, so we can't ask him. Then Tai Tai just won't give any guidance today. Just look at who seems like a wolf and poison them. Anyway, last round you could find a villager with your eyes closed, and this round you can find a wolf with your eyes closed too. But don't poison me. Okay? I've got the police badge after all." He lifted his right pinky, looking full of confidence. "All right, Tai Tai's speech is over. Today, vote for number 2. Jamming, you're a wolf, so today I'll accompany your Blood Moon bro on a little trip. Tai Tai's done talking, pass." Ron leaned back in his chair. His expression gave nothing away, but inside he felt as if a whole bottle of chili oil had been splashed over him, burning so badly he was breaking out in a cold sweat. He cursed inwardly. This acting was truly next level. If this were an ordinary online werewolf game and you had the witch's poison in hand, when faced with talk like that, you'd rather lose than not force it down his throat. It's too unbearable, too disgusting. I really want to use that poison as disinfectant. But this is Ragnarok of the gods /I. No matter how aggressive Tai Tai's words are, at most he's just asking for a beating. But there's no way to tell he's a wolf. Besides, he was clearly the seer's gold water. Old A was laughing so hard in the commentary booth he could barely breathe. The microphone, this time, Ron Jamming was truly on the verge of having his thoughts crushed by Tai Tai. Tai Tai's whole speech was practically textbook green tea behavior. His mouth was spitting candy, while his heart was full of knives. On the surface, he was praising Jasper's charm while bitterly saying that number 2 was so timid, he didn't even dare wear a divine role outfit. He even showed off a little skill, praised the MVP from the previous game, Ron, and casually brought up Cat Bro's old mistake of poisoning the wrong target. Come on, in the last round hadn't he himself also poisoned the wrong one? It was all pretentious, bearded green tea talu, using cute, coquettish behavior to hide the ruthlessness of stabbing people in the back. Who wouldn't enjoy watching that? The audience erupted, with waves of laughter and complaints blending together. Some people openly said Tai Tai was way too definitely throwing shade at the one who called him a wolf last round. Even the gesture of covering his mouth was a plus. Deliberately saying the wrong thing and pretending to be innocent. This was just old fox level stuff with only this much trickery. Others mocked what grudge Tai Tai and jamming actually had, relentlessly going after Blood Moon Cat Bro and trying to kill him emotionally without holding anything back. It was truly outrageous. Put simply, if Ron really were the witch and had MVP-level performance in the last round, would he still need anyone to teach him how to poison a wolf? This is the pinnacle of green tea artistry, who wouldn't be foo? They were still arguing fiercely when, on the big screen, Ron said, "Number 5 has finished speaking. Sheriff, please return the vote to number 2. Begin the exile vote." No one expected that. In a flash, a mask covered Ron's face completely, liquid metal texture wrapping around him as a black hole-like silence descended, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Ron pointed at the screen and, without hesitation, cast his vote for number 2 jamming. Don't be fooled by the fact that he hadn't used the system to check anyone. He had already had a clear idea in his mind before voting. To put it plainly, the odds were right there. Today number 2 jamming was definitely getting eliminated. If he used the system to check right now and it happened to reveal a wolf, wouldn't that end up screwing over a wolf off to the side? How ridiculous would that be? Before checking number 2, they had to hang the vote, kill from the outer seats first, and then hunt again. The wolf team was chasing hard all day long, and tomorrow they'd probably end up scraping themselves off the ground and flipping cards as a demon hunter. No fun at all. So he plotted everything out and handled it with steadiness and a ruthless edge. A few seconds later, the mask came off, and he calmly announced the voting result. Number 2 jamming was exiled with 4.5 votes, and it was Jamming's turn for his last words. Jamming's gaze swept across the room, but it paused on Jasper for less than half a second. In his heart, he was probably cursing. "Old fox, that's all you've got? You're not even worth me saying much about." He said a couple of pointless things, claimed fool to see the counterclaim. There was no need to ramble, he was a commoner, so he said nothing else. After his last words, he stood up gracefully and left the stage. Ron immediately urged, "Number 2's last words are over. Night falls. Everyone close your eyes." The mask instantly descended again. As for the situation, to put it nicely, there were 2 wolves left. To put it less nicely, number 2 might really have been a commoner, so they still had to hunt one in advance. Time was tight, and there was no room for delay. Just then, the system voice sounded, prompting, "Use the Eye of Heaven to check?" Ron didn't hesitate and checked number 11. The result blew up. Number 11 Zhou Ziyue was absolutely a wolf. It was simply absurd. The logic didn't even add up. Number 11 had been pretending to be the witch and attacking number 10, and the disguise had slipped. Ron cursed inwardly. What a bunch of slick schemers, always playing mind games. Who were they trying to fool? The mask opened, and he decisively pointed at number 11, preparing to hunt down this big tiger first and deal with the rest tomorrow. With one strike like this, there would be at most 2 wolves on the board, and at the very least one, things would be much easier. At this point, the whole venue completely erupted. Old A's voice on the commentary booth cracked with anxiety as he shouted, "Wait, wait, wait. How could the demon hunter hunt number 11 right now? Oh my god. This is way too outrageous." Ron was getting ready to open, and Old A immediately exploded. "Why did the hunter shoot number 11? Listening to number 11's speech, he doesn't sound like a wolf at all. The one who really sounds like a wolf is number 7. The very first thing number 7 said was taking down Jasper. That's a wolf looking for a scapegoat. Why didn't the hunter shoot number 7? Who could have guessed that the audience would instantly erupt too? A boy in a plaid shirt jumped up, gripping the back of his chair and shouting, "The hunter directly hunted Zhou Ziyue. Number 11. He just thought number 11 was a wolf." A short-haired girl nearby covered her mouth and muttered, "But number 7 looks more like one. Number 11 is even analyzing logic." Another person cursed inwardly. That's all they're capable of. Just acting on instinct and making a mess. What if Ron heard that number 11 was a wolf? He'd just go straight in. He was already strong enough in the last game. Is there anything wrong with going straight for the kill this round? But he's the hunter. What if number 11 is a good guy? My god. He's going to cause an explosion tomorrow. Isn't he? If he hits a good guy, then he's definitely trash. Otherwise, it'd be a god-tier play. Night fell, and the witch opened her eyes to make a choice. Very soon, dawn broke. All eyes locked onto Judge Ronian, staring at the blue glowing surveillance screen, the air tense as a taut string. The next second, Ronian slowly spoke. Those who died last night are number 5 and number 11. WOC. Zhou Ziwa's face instantly turned as dark as it could possibly get, his eyeballs nearly popping out. His mouth opened and closed, his head buzzed like he'd been struck from behind with a club. He looked down at the screen, then up at Ronian, then down again, checking back and forth 3 times. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. I was helping number 8 push number 10. My identity was already pulled up. How the hell did I get poisoned? Number 8 didn't even poison number 10, so why poison me? This is just outrageous. He shoved his chair back and stood up, his lips moving for a long time before finally forcing out 2 words. Piece of trash. Everyone nearby heard it. Ronian didn't pay him any mind. Captain, please pass the badge. Number 5, Tai Tai, said. Aya. Tai Tai just got booted like this, and I still hadn't said enough. Being able to die this round means the wolves really think highly of me. Then he pointed at Ron. Which brother? Then I'll hand the badge over to you. That's right, he wasn't poisoned last night, and the badge was safely handed to Ron, the only openly identified good guy on the field. Ron stood up, and before leaving he muttered softly, Tai Tai's badge goes to number 8. Good guys. Give it your all. With steady steps, he left the stage. The audience erupted again. Olda shouted, WOC. Ron directly shot number 11. Number 11 really is a wolf. The hunter's arrow went straight through his heart. The whole venue buzzed. Number 11 really was a wolf. Ron's move was insane. He said number 11 was helping number 8 push number 10 as a good guy face player. Any normal person would believe that. Instead he went straight at him and took down a little wolf card. But number 7 really did look more like a wolf. Wasn't attacking Jasper in the very first sentence a classic scapegoat move? Why didn't Ron go for number 7? If he'd been wrong, the damage would have been huge. But he wasn't wrong, that was a true god-tier play. Either he's insanely perceptive or he had inside info. Anyway, with this shot, he became a legend. 666. That was amazing. How on earth did Ron see that number 11 was a wolf? What a godly play. On the screen, Ronian spoke again. Please have the sheriff determine the speaking order. Ron leaned back in his chair, glanced at number 9 Chen Dishing, whose face was full of anticipation, and said without hesitation, Number 9 speaks first. Chen Dashing took a deep breath, placed both hands on the table, and looked as serious as if he had been granted a divine artifact. Wow! A double kill on number 5 and number 11. Number 11's wolf identity is confirmed, and the whole board is instantly clear. Brother N is the witch, and he's holding the sheriff's badge, so the good side's advantage is doubled. But I have to say, number 7 is definitely a wolf card. Although number 2 put a vote on number 7, it looks like things were getting intense for Ron. Someone had started guessing that this guy number 2, knowing full well he was doomed, deliberately voted for his wolf teammate number 7 to hide his identity. That tactic was way too straightforward. In Werewolf, this is called a dirty vote. After dying, you clean up your teammate's identity and trick the good guys. Chun Dashing slapped the table and changed his tone. This is how I see it. Brother N, with the sheriff's badge in your hands, you're definitely going to be killed tonight. The knife didn't land on you last night because the wolves wanted to verify whether you were really the witch. Now that your identity has been confirmed today, the wolves definitely won't spare you. You're going down tonight. Anyway, when you die, keep the sheriff's badge for me. Leave a last word telling me how to push next, and I'll hold the badge and follow the path you laid out. He leaned back in his chair and spoke without restraint. I'm a good guy myself and I don't talk much. Yesterday I put my vote on number 7, and I think he's a wolf. Keep the vote on number 7. That's settled. As soon as that was said, the audience erupted. Is Chun Dashing fully committed to the bootlicker route this round? Before number 2 got chased out, he voted for number 7 and said that was a wolf trying to build identity. Ron's identity is obvious, and he's actually openly arranging his successor, telling Ron to give him the sheriff's badge. Ha ha ha. The Last Word Alliance has been powered up. He does have a point though. If number 2 knew he was definitely going to die, voting for his wolf teammate would be a dirty vote. A dead vote cleans up the living player's identity. Old wolves know this trick well. But what if number 7 is really a good guy? Chen Dashing is going hard after number 7. Like there's a personal grudge? Or is he a wolf deliberately framing an innocent player? Chen Dashing and number 7 definitely have something going on. Let's wait for number 7's speech and watch the show. 666. What identity is he even? Trying to snatch the sheriff's badge before the sheriff has even spoken. He's gotten too big for his boots. Quiet, the real goods are here. I especially like Yang Shuer's speech. She's the prettiest and the best. At that moment, Ronian called out, "Number 10, begin your speech." The red light lit up, and Yang Shuer stood up. She first glanced at number 8 Ron, then at the empty seat where number 11 had been, and then slapped the table with a thud. Her smile was full of mockery. "Oh, so you really are the witch. I thought you'd worn the witch's clothes for 2 days without reporting the silver water, so you must be fake. The wolves are really tough. It's already the 3rd day, and they still haven't poisoned you. The clothes are yours, then. I'm not going to calculate against you. A fake which would have died long ago. A demon hunter wearing the witch's clothes deserves to be watched. Even poison can't kill a demon hunter. On the 2nd day, the witch saw that I poisoned number 8 and he was still alive. That completely wrecked her mentality. What else could she do? You can only be the real witch." Yang Shuer turned her gaze to Chandashing. "You arranged for me to speak after you? What are you afraid of? Afraid I'll expose your identity? Fine, I'm a good guy, just an ordinary white civilian with no skills at all. You didn't poison me last night, which means you still trust me." Her speech quickened. "Last night, number 5 went down, the sheriff's Goldwater, absolutely a good guy, was killed. Number 11 also went down. Just now number 9 said number 11 was X? No way. Number 11 is definitely a werewolf. Whether he got poisoned or was stabbed by the demon hunter doesn't matter. But number 11 definitely isn't some demon hunter stabbing himself. I originally wanted to vote for number 11, but I was afraid the good side would split their votes. Number 2 also looked like a wolf, and I was worried that putting a vote on number 11 would leave the wolves unable to push through either side, wasting the vote. So I voted for number 2, and then he went down too." She spread her hands. "You all saw that number 11 voted for me. As a good guy, I got hung with a vote tag. That's a wolf giving me a golden water shield and a protection umbrella." She kept smiling as she went on. "But number 7's identity, I have to question it. Both number 1 and number 2 voted for number 7, and number 2 proves he's on the wolf team. This vote is a dead card washing a live vote. A dead man helping his wolf teammate clear their name. Number 2 voting for number 7 is, with overwhelming probability, a dirty vote thrown at number 7 before dying. Old hands all know this kind of play. Don't be stupid, number 7 is probably X on the lower side, but not necessarily definitely a wolf. He might just be someone who got dirted up." She stared at number 1 Shinzi and said, "You followed number 2 in voting for number 7. If number 2 is a wolf and you're a good guy, then you got led astray by a warped vote. That's a very common routine in straightforward push-the-game setups. No one had expected it to be this explosive. It was really keeping everyone in suspense. Ron's story was basically like this. Whether number 1 was a wolf or a good guy directly determined what identity number 7 actually had. Who would have thought that if number 1 was a good guy, then number 7 would be an X leaning lower? But unbelievably, if number 1 was a wolf, then number 7 might actually be a good guy. Put simply, if numbers 2 and 7 were both number 1's wolf teammates, then why would number 1 still bother pushing a vote on number 2? Whether he voted one or the other, they were all his own people anyway. Were these scheming experts really so fed up with the routine that they had to play this mind game? But once this thing held up, then it would definitely mean I, number 11, had the whole board wrong. There can't possibly be 5 wolves on the field, right? That would be absurd beyond belief. Alright, by this point the gaze had shifted to number 9, Chen Dashing. Gung Shuer curled the corner of her mouth, cursing inwardly. This number 9 was basically Ron's lapdog, licking non-stop from day 1. Ron's identity as the witch was already laid out there, and number 9 had licked the right big shot straight away. That was called licking the right thigh. Thinking it through carefully, it really was awkward. Either number 9 was a good guy, following a clearly good side, which was called clinging to a thigh, or he was a wolf, placing an early bet on the witch's true identity, which was an investment-type lapdog. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, marveling that this scheming number 9 actually dared to take such a risk. It was simply unreasonable, but Gung Shuer effortlessly slapped him with the label, investment-type lapdog. Neat and decisive. "I'm not going to analyze him today," she said, striking the table as her ponytail flicked, her posture radiating teasing confidence. As soon as those words fell, Olda jumped in and the place instantly exploded. This is the king of memes. Investment-type lapdog has already made it into the commentary dictionary for Ragnarok. Gung Shuer not only identified number 8 as the witch, she also broke down number 7's dirty vote logic clearly and neatly, and finally slapped number 9 with the investment-type lapdog tag. That's insane. The audience laughed like a boiling pot of water, and someone joked, "Chun Dashing, did you hear that? Gung Shuer called you an investment-type lapdog. Last game you licked Gajia until you got stripped bare, and this game you finally licked the right person. Others were also roasting him. Chun Dashing's lapdog persona is completely locked in. Last game it was God Jia. I've been watching your live stream since I was little. And this game it's brother and says one. I don't say two. Gung Shuer sealed his fate with one sentence. I'm dying of laughter. There were even people filling in the blanks. Fine, I admit it, this read is really accurate. If number 9 is a good guy, then he's clinging to a thigh. If he's a wolf, then he's betting early on the witch. This stock-picking investment really does seem profitable. Honestly, after Gung Shuer finished that whole bit, the more you thought about it, the more reasonable and funny it became. You really had to admire her. At that moment, the screen lit up. Please, player number 12, give your speech. Everyone hurriedly turned their attention to the big screen, and the atmosphere suddenly tightened. Fong Xiang frowned deeply, lost in thought. Fong Xiang began. I'll take off my clothes first. I'm really not the fool. Yesterday I jumped fool because I wanted to squeeze out the identities of numbers 1 and 2. Think about it, if I jump fool and either of them is the real fool, they definitely have to come out and challenge me. Isn't that forcing them to make a move? But what happened? Nobody challenged me, and number 2 even died, saying he was a commoner. No matter how I look at it, it feels like neither of them is opening as fool. Who would have the guts to come challenge me? No conscience at all. Once this logic came out, Ron muttered to himself. The old fox only has this much of a routine, jumping fool to squeeze identities? I never even thought of putting number 12 into the wolf pit before. Now it looks like number 12's explanation is complete. Fong Xiang continued spilling the tea. Last night, number 11 went down. Whether he was poisoned or was struck by the demon hunter, I honestly don't know. There's a possibility that number 11 was the demon hunter after all, since he came out swinging and immediately locked onto number 10 as a wolf. But if number 10 didn't fall and number 11 did, that's a textbook case of the demon hunter stabbing the wrong target and taking recoil. In other words, if number 11 is dead and number 10 is still alive, then Gung Shuer must be a good guy. His tone grew ever more fierce, a glow practically shining from his forehead. If number 11 was indeed sent off by the demon hunter, before he could finish, the whole place had already blown up into chaos. The plot is so tight it's almost hard to breathe. Fong Xiang's speech was brain-burning and thrilling. Really the kind of thing that leaves you loving and hating it at the same time. The more you think about it, the more addictively satisfying it gets. Ron and the others had just set their sights on number 10. Strange to say, with so many people speaking up yesterday, the only one who dared to firmly call number 10 a wolf was number 11, who boldly went straight in. Who could have imagined that today, when number 10 woke up and casually dropped one line? Number 11 is the definite wolf who left last night. That would settle everything. The tone was like he was mentioning some secret he'd known all along, as if he were spoiling the ending in advance. Old foxes really only have this kind of trick, don't they? It was obvious number 10's perspective was absurdly broad. He clearly knew some inside information, otherwise how could he have so casually labeled number 11 like that? So Fong Xiang cursed inwardly. They can believe that? If number 10 isn't a wolf, then he can only be a demon hunter or a good guy. There's no way he's a wolf, after all, that skin is just too thick. So without even looking back, he declared, number 10 is directly cleared. Whether she's the demon hunter or a villager, she's definitely good. Then he began sorting out the wolves. If number 11 was a wolf, then number 4 plus number 11 made 2 wolves, and the remaining 2 had to come from number 2, number 3, number 7, and number 9. Fong Xiang thought to himself that these cunning people were all playing mind games. Number 3 and number 7 were sworn enemies, so forcing both in wasn't realistic, you had to pick one. He had analyzed no. One is soft and slack, someone who could take a beating without even reacting, with no wolfish vibe at all. Basically a villager. Just when he was arranging everything so neatly, he unexpectedly had another bizarre thought. Had the witch already gone? Could number 5 be the witch, and in a fit of rage, have poisoned number 11 last night? To put it bluntly, because number 8 was still alive and no knife had been taken, he started thinking maybe the witch was already out. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Yet he couldn't help wildly spinning scenarios in his head, even feeling like his imagination had expanded all the way to the galaxy. At this moment, Olda laughed as if he'd been holding in a belly full of fire, and couldn't resist mocking him. Look at Fong Xiang's imagination. The first half actually had some logic. Clearing the fool's identity and protecting number 10 made sense. But then he suddenly starts suspecting the witch already hid herself, and that number 5 secretly poisoned number 11. He really can't stay serious for more than 3 seconds, can he? His imagination just won't stop running. The audience instantly exploded. On the surface they said Fong Xiang's logic was clear, But in truth, every step of his reasoning came with a "that's about all he's got." The conclusions were wildly wrong, and the laughs came nonstop. Meanwhile, at Ron's command, number 1, Shinzi, began her speech. She wore round glasses, looked serious, and her voice was soft, but she showed more backbone than in the previous rounds. First she cleared number 2, honestly saying that when number 2 reported the fool, he hadn't been thinking at all, and his reaction matched her own. There was no wolf aura there. So she cast her vote on number 7, putting far too much faith in her own luck. Speaking of Fong Xiang's wild imagination, she bluntly criticized him. Your claim that the witch is already gone is just as outrageous as your earlier number 9 can't possibly be the gargoyle. Number 8, the witch is sitting there in plain sight. If the real witch had already left, the fake witch should have been poisoned long ago. How could she still be alive? Her words were gentle, but inside she only grew angrier the more she thought about it. Feeling that Fong Xiang was too narrow-minded and loved little clever tricks, as if he really thought so highly of himself. She laid out the witch logic in detail, pointing out that if the witch were on the outside positions and heard that number 8 hadn't claimed the silver water, then under normal circumstances she would absolutely poison. Yet the one who went down was number 11, and since it was number 8's poison, the witch had to be number 8. At the end, she turned her gaze to Fong Xiang and let out an even stronger aura. So, you took off the fool's skin, and this outfit for number 12. As she said that, she suddenly changed course, making people even more eager to see what next astonishing move she would pull. Number 12. Ron. Really just can't get out of this costume. Yesterday he force-jumped as the fool, clearly trying to squeeze Shinzi and number 2, shifting the pressure of speaking onto the two of us who hadn't opened our mouths yet. Who would have thought that, even after jumping a divine role, in that perspective number 1 and number 2 were completely unknown identities, and he instead looked like an old fox wanting to see who had the guts to challenge him. And today he made a 180-degree turn and said he actually wasn't the fool? Do you have any conscience left with that move? Jumping fool to squeeze identities with such gusto, then immediately taking off the clothing and claiming to be a good guy. Are you really treating the good guys like fools? She slapped the table, her round face shifting from seriousness to a hint of smugness. Number 12, you're probably a wolf. Yesterday you jumped fool to target us too. Today you took off your clothes because you realized number 11 went down and got extremely guilty, so you hurriedly wanted to hide a bit. As for your abstention, did you suddenly have a change of heart? Afraid of bullying me, Shinzi? Humph. I'm sure I'm overthinking it, but copying your routine isn't easy, you know? After saying that, she leaned back in her chair and smugly stated her wolf pit lineup. Number 4 Blood Moon, number 7, number 11, number 12. 4 wolves all accounted for. Today we're getting 1 out of 7 and 12. I've made it through this tree. Beside her, Ron moved slightly, taking his hand off the table. His expression remained calm, but in his mind, it was already like a screening program had started, going through her entire speech. To put it plainly, Shinzi's perspective this round actually sounded like that of a decent good guy. Don't be fooled by how accurately she laid out the wolf pits. The key detail is something an outside role simply couldn't do. In the previous round, Fong Xiang jumped as the fool and shifted the pressure onto number 1 and number 2. At that time, Shinzi at number 1 and number 2 reacted almost identically. None of them dared to confront Fong Xiang head-on, and they both quietly eased the pressure, their thinking nearly synchronized. Shinzi saying she couldn't smell any wolf scent from number 2 wasn't made up at all. She really saw number 2's shadow in herself. A wolf would absolutely not help another person speak up like that. Even if they were wolves too, they'd still need to distance themselves. Old A was the first to jump in. Number 1 Shinzi's speech this time is rock solid. Not only did she turn around and counter number 12 with number 12's fool claim, she also sorted out the poison target logic. The witch is an outside role, wasn't the one to be poisoned number 8. Number 11 dropping was right, meaning number 8 was the one poisoned. That logic is simple, direct, and effective. Plus, she laid out the wolf pits cleanly and neatly, fully covering the 4 wolf positions at 4, 7, 11, and 12. I'm actually starting to believe there's some truth to what she said. The audience immediately chimed in with a chorus of agreement. The Son of Luck's logic this round is basically a whole new revelation. Number 12 taking off his clothes is obviously guilty. He already jumped fool, so why take off the outfit? Was he afraid of being exposed? The fool role has super strong self-proof. If you've jumped it, don't take it off. Taking it off means you're a coward. Someone else said, my wolf pits are the same as Shinzi's. Does that mean I'm exceptionally gifted? From today on, I'm also the Son of Luck. I'm buying a lottery ticket tomorrow. Just as everyone was getting excited, the screen suddenly shifted, and the camera swept to number 3, Jasper. From the start of the game, this man looked like he wished the words, "I'm the best in the world," were written on his face. In the last round, he was forced to abstain after jumping Hunter. This round, he was scared back by the witch. At that moment, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted in a muffled voice, "I'm done playing. Time to reveal all. I'm the demon hunter." Ron's eyelids twitched slightly, and his fingers instinctively tightened, but his face remained unfazed. In his mind, he muttered, "What is this guy even saying? If you say you're the demon hunter, then what am I, Ron? Isn't that absurd to the extreme?" From his actions, Jasper doesn't seem like a wolf. In the pre-day discussion, he accused Ron of being a wolf, but the witch stood up and forced him back. That reaction was nothing like a coward with a steel plate sandwiching him. It was more like a good guy deliberately throwing the blame around while hiding his resentment. Looking more closely at the move he made in the day fight phase when he pushed jamming out, from the omen, the speech, to the reaction, it was all smooth, natural logic, nothing messed up. It's just that this reveal was going to keep that old fox Ron's brain spinning for a while. Ron's perspective actually matched their judgment perfectly. Who would have thought that wolves would never use this kind of hardcore logic to attack their own wolf teammate in a day fight phase? Jasper, that old fox, was arrogant to the bone. If he really were a wolf, he would never be willing to fake backing off to look like a good guy. In his eyes, that would be utterly demeaning. Yet he wasn't the demon hunter either, so what on earth was going on? No one had expected that Jasper wouldn't even give the crowd a chance to catch their breath. He slumped back into his chair, and that posture practically radiated a brazen aura of, "I'm about to put on a show. Watch closely, next. Bro's speech is going to be killer." His composure, which seeped out from his bones, made people want to curse under their breath. Putting on airs, really thinking he was somebody. He started spilling the goods. "Last night, as the demon hunter, I sealed 11's throat with a single strike and sent him off directly. Number 5 was killed by the wolves last night. The wolves' move was clever. Take out the Goldwater sheriff first, so he couldn't hold the badge and steer the tempo. What does that mean? 5 voted for 2, and 2 is a wolf. As for which number 8, if the poison was used, it could only have landed on 11. Because I really didn't expect her to go poison 11, of all people, instead of 10, the one who keeps doubting her every day. Of course, it's also possible she didn't use the poison at all, and 11 was taken out by me alone." With the corners of his mouth lifting, Jasper kept that smug look in his eyes. "If wolves want a double claim, fine. Whether you stab me or not, that's up to me." His gaze swept across the room, clearly warning everyone not to act rashly. Even more outrageous, he even performed a gesture, tapping his temple with a finger and putting on the air of a brilliant stroke. "Yesterday, I deliberately swapped things around and kept 11 outside the wolf pit. The demon hunter doesn't stab someone and then loudly declare, 11 is a wolf. He hides the target well so the wolves can't see through it. They never would have guessed I was the one who made that stab." To put it plainly, Jasper was basically trying to say, that little wolf 11 must have exploded in panic. Who told him to dare place a bet on my 10? Clearly, 5 was the sheriff vote going to 2. In a normal person's mind, 7 should have been the focus, but 11 insisted on being clever and cast a vote on 10, who nobody was paying attention to. That vote was either a charge or just a wolf trying to make a presence felt and bungling it because he had no brains. He slammed the table. "That vote on 11? It's a disaster waiting to happen. You say he called 10 a wolf during the day, so he voted 10? Who's going to believe that logic? In a critical round of a day fight phase, he doesn't follow the team and instead turns on the unvoted 10? Give me a break. That's a wolf trying to show presence, and it ended up exposing him." His mouth curved even more fiercely. "Your little bro's stab last night sent that 11 straight home. He's definitely a wolf." As he said that, he leaned back into his chair comfortably and swept his eyes across everyone. "Now the situation is clear. 4 and 11 are the wolves. 4 self-detonated, and 11 was sent off by me. 2 was exiled, and in his last words he said he was a civilian. A civilian? You think I'm blind?" When 2 saw the fool jump up, he didn't question it, didn't respond, and kept sidestepping the focus while weaving through his speech. "If that's a civilian, I'd laugh out loud. Number 2 is a solid wolf card. That means only 1 wolf remains on the board, and the 3 wolves are already set. 4, 2, and 11. Who can refute that?" His gaze fell on Zhao Shu at number 7, and his expression was helpless yet laced with disdain. "I'm vouching for 7. And you people still believe this line of reasoning, 2 before dying, dumped his vote on 7 and said the 2 were wolf teammates washing each other clean? Isn't that just elementary school thinking? You really think wolves are stupid enough to smash their own feet?" 2 knew he was doomed. Could he still cast a self-destructive vote onto a teammate? With that old fox brain of his?
Impossible.
Wolves wouldn't be that stupid. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He thought to himself that these people were still putting on an act, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, which was simply outrageous. It was an absurdly over-the-top strategy, and he saw through it at a glance. All he could do was let out a helpless chuckle. Everyone in the audience was relying on Jasper's performance to completely steal the show. Ron thought to himself that this Jasper was really an old fox, disgusting the good side on one hand while also forcing them to target the good player on number 7. He splashed mud all over him, dirtying number 7 and causing the good side to waste time attacking him. Who would have thought this guy was only trying to pull off that little bit of cleverness? Today, he cursed inwardly. I'm not going to let the good side fall for it. Number 7 is clearly a good player. He shifted his gaze to number 9, Chun dashing, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. You and number 8 are glued together, and number 8's which identity has already been confirmed. You think you're so smart? Cut it out. A simper can't claim to be a wolf. Even wolves wouldn't dare simp this hard. What if number 8 thinks you're a simper and poisons you by mistake? To put it plainly, you're just a lousy, wavering commoner. Then he locked his eyes on number 1 Shinzi and number 12 Fong Xiang. The remaining wolf cards can only be among those two. Today I'm not making the witch's decision for her. I have the number 8 police badge. Vote however you want. I pass. In the studio, Olda cried out. Jasper's speech is basically a head-on clash. He even outed himself as the demon hunter. Does he really think so highly of himself? Ron is obviously the real demon hunter. How can he not be courting death by jumping like this? The audience erupted, the atmosphere more heated than any round before. From our perspective, Ron is the demon hunter. Jasper actually jumped in claiming to be the demon hunter. Doesn't he fear the real demon hunter shooting him with an arrow at night? That's way too hardcore. He even laid out the whole script for avoiding the wolf pit around No. 11 so clearly. That's textbook demon hunter performance. If we hadn't been told that Ron is the real demon hunter, I'd almost be clapping for him. Some even speculated, could Jasper really be a wolf? Maybe he's fake wearing the demon hunter role to shield the real demon hunter from a knife. He did exactly that last game. He jumped as the hunter to block Ron. This time he's using a different trick. Even funnier, someone noticed, Jasper's last sentence basically slapped a simper label on Chun dashing. Last game Chun dashing simpered himself into having nothing. And this time Jasper officially declared him a simperer, and Chun dashing is still smiling so happily. Did getting insulted feel that good? It was number 7 Zhao Shu's turn to speak. He placed both hands on the table, lips pressed tightly together, brows knitted into a line. He looked like someone who had been holding back a bellyful of anger and was finally about to explode. He stared at Jasper, took a deep breath and said, "It's my turn to speak. And this round I'm still pushing number 3. Number 3, do you really think you can hide just by jumping as the demon hunter? On the first day, I was the first one to point at you as a wolf and I've been watching you the entire game. If you're really the demon hunter, shouldn't the person you needed to shoot last night be me? How dare you openly shoot number 11? Number 11 never provoked you from start to finish, yet he became the victim under your knife. That logic doesn't hold." He pointed at his own number card, speaking faster and faster. "Number 3, I don't accept you as this demon hunter. If you were the real demon hunter and shot number 11 last night and got it right, then you wouldn't need to jump your identity to scare people. You'd just hide and keep doing your job at night. Why come out and seek death? More importantly, if the real demon hunter jumps his identity, he'll definitely say who to shoot tonight so that good players know tomorrow from the flipped corpse who the wolf is. You never said that from start to finish. Who would believe you? You say you're the demon hunter, but I just don't buy it." After saying that, his expression softened a little, and his attitude toward number 8 Ron also became gentler. Number 8 must have used his poison last night. His witch identity has already come out, and the wolf team won't let the witch live, so he definitely had to poison someone quickly. Number 11's death by poison is certain. It wasn't the demon hunter's shot. He turned his gaze back to Jasper and sneered. Number 3 dared to jump as the demon hunter today, but he probably never expected it was because you had propped up player number 5's identity? You really do love playing little clever tricks. Ron died last night in slot 5. Dying in the number 5 position is no small matter. He might have been killed by the wolves, or he really was the demon hunter and, in a moment of carelessness, stabbed the wrong target and triggered a backlash, killing himself first. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. That play was simply outrageous. So that's why you dared to fake skip as the demon hunter today, cursing inwardly. Now that the real demon hunter is gone, who can still call me out? That was just mindless thinking. But Ron wasn't buying it. He slammed the table and declared with swagger, "I've locked onto number 3 today. This is definitely a wolf. Pass." In the broadcast studio, Old A's voice exploded. Number 7 Zhao Shu is going head-to-head with number 3 Jasper. This guy has completely torn apart Jasper's logic for posing as the demon hunter. He asked him why he didn't stab number 7, why he suddenly popped up today, and why he wouldn't point out exactly where he stabbed. Every point hit the sore spot. Put simply, from the audience's perspective, Ron is confirmed as the real demon hunter. But in Zhao Shu's eyes, Jasper doesn't look anything like the real demon hunter. If the real demon hunter hit a wolf correctly, he would definitely keep a low profile the next day and wouldn't brazenly jump out to claim identity. The crowd erupted. Number 3 is definitely the wolf now. Number 7 dares to confront him like this, so he must be good. Otherwise, who would dare do that? Totally brainless. Another person sighed. Jasper's acting is pretty convincing. But number 8 is the real demon hunter. He just doesn't know it. And someone else was screaming inside. Ron is definitely going to unload on number 3 now. I want to see how he exposes Jasper. Even more absurdly, someone started guessing that Jasper might be a good guy wearing the demon hunter's clothes, shielding the real demon hunter from a fatal blow. Just that he never expected the real demon hunter to be over there at number 8. Put simply, this match was truly brilliant, and no one dared let their guard down. Olda suddenly raised his voice, drowning out the audience's chatter. Friends, is number 3 really a wolf doing a bold fake claim? Or is he a good guy pretending to be the demon hunter? Next, number 8 Ron will speak. A man who has survived 3 rounds while wearing the witch card. How will he handle this fake demon hunter? We'll find out right away. But I'm also very curious. Where did the real witch go? Did she fail to jump out and tear Ron apart? Or is she already dead? Let's wait and see. The room went quiet. Ron spoke up. Please, number 8 player, give your speech. The camera shifted, and everyone's eyes gathered on him. He looked calmly at Jasper, then curled his lips into a grin. God, Jasper, stop pretending. You're the demon hunter. So what does that make me? The next second, Ron admitted, I am indeed the demon hunter. The air instantly turned cold. Everyone's faces froze in speechless disbelief, except for number 12 Fong Xiong, who remained unshakable, both hands resting flat on the table, utterly composed. He was about to continue speaking when a cold prompt sounded in his head. Use the Eye of Heaven to verify? Remaining uses 1. This was the last verification opportunity. At this stage, there were at most 1 to 2 wolves left on the board, so it absolutely couldn't be wasted. He chose number 3 Jasper without hesitation. He had originally thought he had already pinned down his identity, but Jasper's flashy move, faking the demon hunter and making him stumble, had thrown him off completely. Whether Jasper was good or wolf now depended entirely on the check. The screen then popped up with the identity. Number 3, Fool. Ron realized Jasper was actually the Fool. No wonder he dared to fake claim the demon hunter. The Fool card can't be killed. If the claim is wrong, at worst he reveals his card to prove himself, and if it's right, he even helps the real demon hunter land a blow. A living, breathing clown pulling off a flashy move. Ron complained inwardly. This guy only had that much skill, yet he really thought he was the center of attention. The Fool identity isn't afraid of pressure at all. Fake claiming demon hunter was just giving the wolf team a stage to work with. No wonder all my earlier divinations were wrong. So he wasn't a civilian or a wolf, but a card-playing master. The Fool. But how was he supposed to save this fool now? Ron couldn't possibly backtrack and say, I was just joking, after trying to bluff his way through. His eyes swept across the room as he continued to pretend to be completely calm. I really am the demon hunter, not the witch, so I've never received the silver shield. As soon as he said that, the room fell silent as a graveyard, everyone waiting to see how he would keep acting next. Ron didn't go down last night. The witch had originally targeted him with poison, but he ended up perfectly fine. The witch immediately sensed something was off and promptly concluded that he was the demon hunter. Who would have thought the real witch didn't step out to challenge him? This move was practically a dead giveaway that Ron's identity had been confirmed. Then he shifted his gaze and locked onto number 3 Jasper, pouting his lips as he said, Why are you jumping out as the demon hunter? Who are you trying to fool? Although Jasper didn't make a sound, his lip movements were crystal clear, exposing his thoughts. What the hell? The demon hunter is still alive? Why didn't you say you were the witch earlier? Jasper kept chewing over the sarcasm in his mind. He had clearly originally thought number 5 Tai Tai was the demon hunter, but Tai Tai died in battle last night, probably because he used the wrong blade, accidentally killed a good guy, and got himself taken out too. Once the demon hunter is gone, anyone jumping as the demon hunter is just making a desperate, superficial bluff. Yet Ron directly exposed the demon hunter identity, which was truly something you rarely see. Even more ridiculous, Ron swept a cold glance over number 12 Fong Xiang and said calmly, "Since number 3 is jumping as the demon hunter, then tonight I'll go with a hunt-style play and choose between number 3 and number 12 for my knife." In plain terms, what he was doing was psychological warfare. If he killed number 3, then if he himself went down tomorrow, the badge would go straight to number 3, and the good guys would immediately realize number 3 was a confirmed good guy. Conversely, if number 3 were the one to go down, then number 3 would be the wolf. The same logic applied if he targeted number 12. It both made it harder for the wolves to guess and prevented himself from being easily thrown under the knife. He was basically an old fox, with even his nighttime hunt choice designed flawlessly. But, to everyone's utter surprise, the one he most wanted to eliminate in his heart was number 7 Zhao Shu. He stared at him intently. Number 1 doesn't need attention. Definitely a good guy. Number 9 is obviously licking boots so hard that if he were a wolf, I'd be impressed. That line was honestly hilarious to me. Licking, 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 and still trying to act like he has a brain. After saying that, he put all his vote onto number 7 and chose between number 3 and number 12 for tonight's hunt, carrying out the move cleanly and decisively. Meanwhile, offstage, Yilan Xin had her legs crossed high, smoking a cigarette, and said sharply, "Besides Ron, how many cards does your wolf team still have?" Chen Xiaomao responded with a sly grin while chewing candy. "I'm not giving away the full mystery. Keep watching the show." Yilan Xin rolled her eyes and let out a cold snort. "Absurd. Number 4 self-destructed, number 11 got hunted, and the rest are just number 3 and number 7. How are you supposed to win?" Chen Xiaomao only lazily revealed the trump card. "The wolf team has a hidden move. The good stuff is about to begin." Inside the studio, Olda looked blank. What's going on? Shouldn't Ron be charging hard at number 3? Number 3 jumped as the demon hunter, so he's definitely a wolf. Yet Ron insisted on putting his vote on number 7 and hunting number 12 tonight. Doesn't that just hand the wolf team a total wipeout? The audience instantly erupted into chaos, with waves of skepticism rising one after another, and the atmosphere tightening to the extreme. Ron, after number 3 jumped as the demon hunter, logically should have had the real demon hunter on number 8 immediately backing number 3 up, right? But what happened? He insisted on taking number 3 out first, then hunting number 12 at night. That move sounded utterly ridiculous. Whether number 12 was a wolf or not, the good guys would have a huge advantage the next day. Yet he deliberately kept number 3's nighttime hunt power, which was basically volunteering to hand the wolves a knife. Who would have thought that when Ron said he'd choose between hunting number 3 and number 12 at night, everyone else would be left completely confused? Since number 3 had already jumped as the demon hunter, wasn't that just handing over a sure wolf label? Wouldn't it be better to just take out the sure wolf immediately? Yet he refused to do it, stubbornly leaving the hunt for nighttime. What a pointless extra step. Even more absurdly, some people said Ron's move was meant to pressure both sides at once. No matter how you guessed who he'd hunt, if you didn't guess right, you'd have to slash at him, and if you did slash at him, you'd waste a knife. 666. This round even left the gods bewildered. Just as everyone was wildly guessing, Ronian's voice split the air. "Let's begin the exile vote." On the screen, masks flashed into view, and within seconds 7 faces were covered. Ron casually pointed and decisively locked onto number 7. But when the votes were announced, number 7 was the lone vote on his side. Number 1, Shinzi, held firmly to number 12, and the rest were almost all thrown onto Jasper, number 3. With 4 votes on him, Jasper was banished. Ron narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly. What the hell was Chin Dashing doing? That bootlicker. They had clearly agreed to back number 7, but at the critical moment he dropped the ball and failed to support the vote. Shinzi was convinced number 12 was the wolf and would not budge. The remaining 3 votes all went to Jasper, and Ron's group of schemers really did look impressive, but in fact they'd all been led around by him. He'd pulled off too many shady plays and was already being treated by the good guys as a wolf. Getting voted out in the public vote was almost deserved. What no one expected was that just as number 3 was declared out, the electronic screen suddenly burst out with lively music, accompanied by a magical synthesized sound effect, like the appearance of a hidden boss in a game. Then, with a huge bang, Jasper's hidden identity was revealed. The fool. Utterly outrageous. The fool is immune to banishment. What the hell? He could actually stay in the game. Although he could no longer vote, he could still speak. The whole table exploded. In the lounge, Yilan Xin stared at the screen, the finger holding her cigarette pausing midair as her brow furrowed. She thought. Jasper wasn't a werewolf? How the hell did these old foxes play this game? They pulled off all sorts of shady moves, made an early claim of a check, then withdrew and finally even jumped as the demon hunter, only to turn out to be the fool? She looked at Chun Xiaomao, half believing, half doubting. Brother Cat, did you already predict that number 3 wouldn't be eliminated? That it would be him who got voted out? Brother Cat smiled wickedly. The good guys have zero tolerance for number 3. However you look at it, he seems like a wolf traitor. Number 8 Ron's attempt to consolidate votes was ineffective, and everyone was going to pile votes onto number 3 anyway. Chin Dashing, that bootlicker, didn't follow the vote either. Let's see how the gods and wolves play from here. At the same time, the atmosphere at the table was awkward yet hilarious. Jasper looked both angry and amused, slamming both hands on the table as he lashed out at everyone. Were these people all waterlogged in the head? The demon hunter had obviously targeted number 7, so was he a fool or a wolf, exactly? Damn it! Are you all deaf? Number 8 didn't vote for me. The demon hunter went with number 7. Why did the votes end up on me? He slammed the table hard and pointed angrily at Chun Dashing. Chun Dashing, you spineless bootlicker, since when did I say the direction of my finger was your battlefield? You just had to shout that he goes with number 7. And in the end I, the fool, got voted out, while you licked up nothing for nothing. Chun Dashing shrank his neck, twisted his lips, and looked utterly cowardly. He could only mutter a couple of sounds, unable even to explain himself clearly. Jasper couldn't hold it in any longer and changed his demeanor in an instant, shifting from anger to indifference. And Ron, you say I'm good, but why did you still jump as the demon hunter? Do you really think you're the witch? Lend me the demon hunter's clothes to wear. Wouldn't it be better to kick out number 7 first? Although, I also think number 7 doesn't seem reliable either. Ron Jasper rolled his eyes and stared at player 7 Zhao Shu, saying, the last wolf is definitely among 1 or 12. As soon as he finished, he glanced at player 7 and shook his head. At most, player 7 is just an ordinary civilian. I'd rather the civilian die first than be the unlucky bastard who got flipped as the fool. Who would have thought he even leaned back against his chair, speaking so slowly it was like he was squeezing out the last bit of brainpower. Ron, I can't say for sure whether the witch is still alive, but I advise you. Tonight's kill target should be locked on 1, 9, and 12. Then he changed tack. That 9 is licking so obediently. Thinking about it now, that's either a genuine lick, a good guy clinging to a thigh, or it's a deep wolf turning against them. A vote for me? I really can't see through it. Even more outrageous, Jasper started feeling sorry for himself. I'm really having the worst luck. I got flipped during the day and still have to take a hammer at night. The demon hunter can't even take a knife, but since you said to aim at 7, then the wolves definitely can't cut you now. 7 is a good guy. If you really knife 7, tomorrow morning both you and I die, and as long as the wolves keep an eye on the witch, this game is over. If 5 is the witch, then we just lose outright. Or why don't you just shoot into the air and not aim at anyone? To put it bluntly, if anyone else had said that, they would have been cleared out in a flash. But he happened to be the flipped idiot, and everyone at the table already knew his identity. So after venting like that, he even ended up adding drama to the match, practically turning himself into the world's number 7, Jasper. As soon as his last words ended, Luonian calmly announced, Player 3's last words are over. Night falls. Everyone close your eyes. The mask silently crawled up from the back of the chair. Darkness covered the room again, and Ron closed his eyes, his chaotic mind rapidly calculating. Who was the witch? No need to think about 1, he was a pure civilian with no shot. 10 had already been ruled out. 9 was licking like a damn dog. Would a witch lick that hard too? Come on. If the witch had poison in hand, would they just watch Jasper at 3 get hammered? Don't be ridiculous. 7 was even less likely. If he were really the witch, he would have already brought Jasper down. Conclusion. The witch was probably 12. What he never expected was that the key question wasn't where the witch was, but where the last wolf was. With 4 and 11 both gone as wolves, player 2 jamming was very likely a wolf. If 2 was a wolf, then only 7 and 12 remained on the field as possible last wolves. If 2 wasn't, then 9 was the hidden wolf. Setting 9 aside for now, he'd focus on 7 first. He cursed inwardly. That sly fox Zhao Shu usually has a blast targeting Jasper, and now that Jasper has been flipped, can he really turn around and deny it? As for 12 camping the witch pit, that's just random luck. Let's see whether 7 can carry the team. Then he decisively pointed at 7. Demon Hunter, close your eyes. The mask closed again. At daybreak, everyone's eyes turned over, curious about who had died last night. Luonyen said calmly. 2 players died last night. 3 and 7. The game is over. The good camp wins. The air froze for a second, and then Ron exploded. Old A on the commentary desk jumped up, flinging his headphones off, his voice cracking as he shouted, WC, 2 demon hunters, 2 wolves, 11 and 7, both hunted down by Ron. 1 arrow on 11 straight to 7, and then another arrow, 2 arrows through 2 wolves. After hearing Jasper's last words, I thought the final wolf was 9, but I never expected 7 Zhao Shu to get blown up. All right, I need a moment to recover. First, congratulations to the good camp. Damn. The audience instantly went wild, roaring like thunder. Ron, demon hunter. 2 arrows through 2 wolves. 1 strike to the throat. God tier play. Who would have thought Ron would actually close his eyes and shoot 11, then aim at 7 and just take out both wolves? That was insane. Even more outrageous, during the vote consolidation the day before, Ron should have consolidated onto 3. After all, 3 had claimed demon hunter, and in his eyes that was an ironclad wolf. But he didn't consolidate on 3. He consolidated on 7 instead. He judged purely from the speeches that Jasper wasn't a wolf. That was pure godlike play. Jasper's nighttime claim that he would hunt 3 and 12 was all a smokescreen. The real target was 7. So slick. No one expected it, but the audience was still grumbling. If I were Ron, Jasper would have already talked me into it. After all, in his last words, he said number 7 was at most a villager, so I'd definitely go after number 9. Funny, right? If that were the case, wouldn't we be doomed? Jasper really screwed over the demon hunter this round, but luckily Ron didn't fall for it. Acting like they were something special, these old foxes only had this much of a playbook. To put it bluntly, Shen Zi's voting pattern had already given the game away. He said he was locking in on number 7, but in the end his vote went on to number 12. Clearly, number 1 listened to Jasper and parked his vote off to the side, bluffing to the extreme. On the other side, Jasper completely broke down in the lounge, staring at the golden words "good side wins" on the screen. His hands were shaking like a sieve as he cursed inwardly. What the hell? Am I this bad? Number 7 was actually a wolf. He clenched his fists so hard it hurt, then couldn't help but kick over the water dispenser, splashing water everywhere. It was just outrageous. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaomao was sitting on the sofa, his eyes behind black-rimmed glasses wide open. The smile on his lips shattered in an instant. Whoa. Ron actually didn't get led astray by Jasper and really hunted number 7? His candy nearly fell out as the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. That old fox Jasper was putting on a whole act, trying to make Ron go after number 9 with his last words. But Ron didn't buy it at all. Yilan Xin took a puff from her cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring, a look of admiration on her face. Ha, so that's how it was. It was the wolf team's ace Jasper showing off on stage, trying to be clever, only to run into Ron, that old fox. In the previous match, he got checked, immediately jumped as the gravekeeper, fooled the witch into using poison, and then turned the game around to take MVP. That kind of person, you think you can brainwash him? Don't make me laugh. Once he locked onto number 7, nobody could change his mind. To put it simply, the wolf team didn't play badly this round either. Blood Moon self-destructed to seal skills, number 11 worked in perfect coordination, and number 7 held the line under pressure. They all did great. They just had the bad luck of running into Ron, a guy who could expose wolf pits with his eyes closed. That was genuinely impressive. In the studio, Olda took a deep breath, his tone shifting from a roar to a formal commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of this game is beyond doubt Ron, number 8 Ron. On the first day, after being checked and jumping as the witch, he precisely hunted the wolf number 11 during the night, and then, while everyone was suspecting numbers 9 and 12, he directly sealed the throat of number 7. Double hunts, double wolves. He spread his hands, his face full of admiration. According to Ragnarok scoring, Ron's performance this game starts at least at 6 stars. The fans immediately chimed in. 6 stars? No, at least 8. 2 hunts, 2 wolves, and he turned the game around after being checked on day 1. Top-tier play. The big screen instantly went dark, then exploded with a dark gold glow. Ron's poster made a domineering entrance. 8 golden stars bursting out with majestic force. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to number 8 Ron for taking this game's MVP. 8 stars. Olda braced himself against the table and nearly fell over. Holy crap, 8 stars. After that monster from the Europe region, this wildcard player Ron is actually this fierce.
I'm convinced.
Ron became the second person in history to earn 8 stars in a single game, and today that honor actually landed on Ron. Who would have thought that the witch who didn't save but instead poisoned in the UEFA Champions League final from 2 years ago could monopolize 8 stars for so long, with no one daring to touch the ceiling? Yet Ron came along, scored 2 hunts and 2 wolves, and shattered that iron ceiling head-on. The atmosphere on site exploded. On the giant screen, Ron's poster had 8 golden stars above his head, blinking on and off. In the crowd, cries of "God Ron! God Ron!" spread like a virus, growing louder and more excited by the second. The cheering placards in their hands rustled wildly, and even the fans who had originally been shouting, "Jasper! Jasper!" the god of wolves, silently put down their lightboards. Someone couldn't help but complain, "Hey, weren't you a die-hard Jasper fan? What happened to your lightboard?" On the other side, a companion hugging both knees turned his head and muttered gloomily, "Don't even mention it. Ron was too flashy. I've gone from fan to casual observer." "Okay? You switched that fast? Just last round you were still saying he only won because of luck." "Luck? How many people can kill 2 wolves with their eyes closed? Huh? That's real skill. I'm a Ron fan now." Meanwhile, in the lounge, Jasper was so furious he was stomping his feet nonstop. Standing beside the water dispenser he had kicked over, he clenched his fists so hard they crackled. His slicked back hair even turned messy. He glared fixedly at the full-star Ron poster on the screen, getting angrier the more he thought about it, bitterness at the corners of his mouth. "We said the strongest I could get was only 6 stars, so why the hell can he get 8? On the first day I called him a kill, he jumped witch and pushed me back." The real witch never came out to accuse him from start to finish, and in the end it was 2 hunters versus 2 wolves. Nobody listened to my call at all, and they locked on to number 7. Totally absurd. Bang, he slammed the wall hard once, and the sound was especially clear in the empty room. "Next round, I'm going to beat him back myself." His voice was low and icy. Over here, Ron had just come out of the exit passage, hands in the pockets of his hoodie, looking calm as ever. After only a few steps, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Wait! Gung Shuer jogged up, her face red, and with her hands clasped together as if saluting, she apologized earnestly. "Ron, last game I pointed you as a wolf, but my logic was wrong and I almost led the good guys astray. I'm sorry." Ron glanced at her and casually spread his hands. "Even gods make mistakes, let alone werewolf." In his heart, he muttered, "In werewolf, who can get every read right 100% of the time? It's all just feeling around like blind men touching an elephant, piecing the elephant together." Gung Shuer hadn't expected Ron to be so easy to talk to. She bounced on to change the subject. "Since you're so generous, let me ask you something. Are you interested in joining my club?" Ron raised an eyebrow and said nothing. "A startup club, short on talent like you. Signed for 3 years, 100,000 a year, stable income. No need to rely only on prize money." Leaning against the wall, Ron's voice was faint but carried killing intent. 100,000? The champions of Ragnarok prize money is 100 million. I got 14 stars in 2 matches, 2 MVPs, and you want to sign me for 100,000? What? Do you expect me to crash and burn in all 10 games later? Gung Shuer's face reddened from being hit back like that, her expression briefly guilty before quickly settling. 100,000 is already not low. Who can guarantee you'll keep playing this explosively for the next 10 games? Especially, Jasper still hasn't gone all out. Utterly ridiculous. Clearly one of those second-tier players in the middle of a sandwich was about to explode, and now even Club HR had its eyes on Ron, coming at him with some kind of 300,000 contract. Did they really think he was stupid? Ron turned and kept walking toward the lounge, silently complaining in his heart. These so-called smart people only amount to this much. They still put on airs here, looking impressive but actually fragile and useless, and the moment something happens they show their cowardice. Ron and Gung Shuer earnestly tried to persuade Ron. "What if your form is off? Besides, you don't have much fame right now, no endorsements, no fans. Signing with a club is the only stable choice." Who would have thought Ron would actually laugh? "I've got to cheat, so I'm stable." And then it got even more absurd. After leaning against the wall in silence for a few seconds, he simply shook his head and refused. Gung Shuer was instantly dumbfounded, her ponytail stiffening. "It's not like you can't think about it again. The starting salary is 100,000, and it can go up later. Our club is only just starting. But Ron cut straight in. "Thanks for the kindness, but I still want to finish the season as an individual first. We can talk about contracts later." With that attitude, he didn't leave her any room at all. Gung Shuer stomped her foot, unwillingness written all over her face. "Ron, once you miss this chance, there won't be another." Do you know how many people want into my club that I don't even take? Yet Ron didn't even look back as he walked to the lounge door, waving a hand. See you later. Gung Shuer folded her arms and shouted from where she stood. You'll regret this. It was truly outrageous. Ron had just sat down on the sofa and twisted open a bottle of mineral water when a sudden electronic voice rang in his head. Congratulations on completing this game. MVP 8 stars. SSS Talent Sky I upgraded to level 3. You can now see the identities of 3 players per round. Logical analysis, speech persuasiveness, and card reading intuition have all increased. And your looks have improved too. In short, this cheat was insanely strong. A warm surge shot up from his spine straight to his head and exploded. Ron leaned back, closed his eyes, and felt that energy, cursing in his heart. This upgrade feels fucking amazing, way better than those old foxes. With the performance boost, his thinking became clearer, his mindset steadier, and as for the looks improvement, well, who wouldn't want a little more charm? He opened his phone and looked at his reflection in the camera. His skin was cleaner, and his jawline was sharper. This third-tier heavenly I thing was ridiculously powerful. In a 12-player game, aside from himself, there were only 11 unknown roles. From the very start, he could see 3 of them, then eliminate several wolf teammates and the seer, and the rest of the hidden divine roles all had to kneel. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It was basically a cheating artifact among humans. Suddenly, the big screen in the lounge lit up, and Luonien's face appeared on it in a blur. Ragnarok, post-game review begins. The voice echoed throughout the room. On the first night, number 6 Seer checked number 5 Tai Tai and found them to be a good person. The wolves struck number 8 Ron, and number 12 which Fong Xiang saved number 8. The audience exploded. Holy crap! They went for Ron on the very first night? The wolf team's play was too precise. Luckily number 12 which saved him in time. A silver water hunter. Someone else complained. Number 12 is the witch. Fong Xiang hid too well. He didn't show even a shadow of himself in normal games, and this time he actually jumped as a fool while hiding poison in his hand. Where did Fong Xiang's poison go? Who did he poison? Was it the same as last game, poisoning a civilian after Tai Tai? Or did he poison number 11 instead, perfectly matching Ron's kill timing and the whole game's tempo? As Ron watched, he couldn't help feeling inwardly that his silver water identity had already been recognized by the wolf team. No wonder the knife didn't fall on him but instead turned toward number 5. Luo Nian continued. On day 1, several players contested for sheriff. Number 3 Jasper, number 4 Chan Xiaomao, number 6 Yilan Xin, and number 8 Ron. In the end, fool number 3 jumped as the seer and accused number 8 with a kill check, while number 8 Ron jumped as the witch, causing number 3 to back off. The seer number 6 gave number 5 Tai Tai a gold water, and number 4 Blood Moon Apostle self-detonated to seal the divine roles, turning the game into night. On day 2, the wolves struck the seer number 6. After the ceremony, the sheriff badge was handed to number 5 Tai Tai, and number 12 Fong Xiang jumped as the fool. Number 2 was voted out. This string of moves had Ron muttering to himself. Still putting on an act here? That old fox only has this much of a trick. The more he watched, the clearer it became. After his SSSY Got Talent came online, playing this game was like walking punishment from heaven. Who could possibly stop him? Ron's voting phase was exciting from the start. Number 7 voted for number 3, number 9 voted for number 7, number 11 targeted number 10, and number 12 simply abstained. As a result, the wolf number 2 Jian Ming was decisively banished, kicked straight out of the game. Who could have imagined that the move on the third night would be even more outrageous? Hunter number 8 Ron killed wolf number 11 Zhou Ziyue, and the wolves hurriedly struck number 5 civilian Tai Tai, but which number 12 Fong Xiang, in a rage, poisoned hunter number 8, only for hunter number 8 to turn out to be immune to poison and survive by a stroke of luck. No one expected the audience to erupt. The laughter rolled on and on. Ha 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 ha. Fong Xiang poured that poison directly onto the hunter, and number 8 is still bouncing around alive. Fong Xiang's definitely stunned now, questioning life itself. Someone mocked. The witch both saved and poisoned the same person? That's really all he's got. The old fox only knows this one trick. To put it plainly, Fong Xiang's play was understandable. During the day, he saw the silver water jump as the witch, and his mind tangled itself into a mess of knots, convinced that the silver water must be a self-stabbing wolf. At night, he got so furious he hurled a bottle of poison at him. But number 8 had never lied to him from the start. He just hadn't told him the truth. No matter how you twisted Fong Xiang's thoughts, it was brain-melting nonsense, ridiculously pretentious and fake. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and the audience kept mocking Fong Xiang. He really is in the late stage of overthinking syndrome. He's analyzed countless lines of logic, only to find that Ron never lied at all. The one who folds at the first sign of trouble is you. Cut to day 3. Civilian number 5 and Wolf number 11 were flipped over. Number 5 passed the sheriff badge to number 8. Number 12 Fong Xiang took off his witch outfit, and fool number 3 Jasper jumped as the hunter. The vote was explosive. Numbers 3 and 8 both voted for number 7. Number 1 voted for number 12, and numbers 7, 9, 10, and 12 all piled their votes onto number 3. In the end, number 3 Jasper was still banished. After the card flip, he was spared death, but stripped of his voting rights. The audience went crazy with laughter. Why did Jasper go and claim Hunter? There's no need for the fool to jump at all. Isn't that just courting death? The real Hunter, Ron, is still alive. If you don't die, who will? Jasper's gimmick was basically just trying to stir things up, and in the end he put all the pressure on himself. He's such a classic second-place tough guy pretending to be mysterious, small-minded and petty as hell. Even more outrageous, Ron could actually tell Jasper wasn't a wolf, let him off the hook, and even used the hunter-kill line to take the blame for him, pulling off a save-your-life maneuver. To be honest, if anyone saw someone wearing his badge, they'd probably just crush them on the spot. Ron's play was genuinely steady. That's the gap. Luonyen gave a sharp-tongued verdict. Ron could hear that fool's perspective in Jasper. No one else understands him that well. They're just not cut out for this. The review entered its final stretch. On the 4th night, number 8 Hunter Ron took out number 7 Wolf Zhao Shu, and the Wolves retaliated by killing number 3 Fool Jasper. On the 4th day, with a pile of players dropping dead, number 3 Fool and number 7 Wolf both revealed their identities. The game ended, and the good side cheered victory. 12 identity cards on the screen flipped open simultaneously, making the good camp and the wolf camp instantly clear. Once the star ratings came out, Ron, as Hunter MVP, took 8 stars and firmly claimed first place. Yilanxin the Seer came second with 3 stars, with plenty of civilians at 2 stars. By contrast, the wolf camp was all zeros, hitting rock bottom. When the rankings were released, Ron dominated 2 rounds for a cumulative 14 stars, sitting comfortably on top. Yilanxin and Chen Dashing followed behind with a total of 5 stars, while Jian Ming's 0-star run reset him to 0, truly embarrassing. This round was full of highlights. Every move was brilliant, and everyone's performance had us laughing our heads off. What a wild yet unbelievably satisfying game. As soon as Ron's Ragnarok star rankings were announced, Blood Moon Apostle and Zhou Ziyue both came out with 0 stars. Their total scores reset to 0 as well. They even tied for 5th place, finishing with absolute 0. At the commentary desk in the studio, Old S swept his eyes over the total score rankings and stayed silent for a long while. Then he took a deep breath, his voice suddenly taking on a commanding edge. Ladies and gentlemen, to put it plainly, Ragnarok's star system only recognizes wins, not plays. No matter how flashy your moves are, if your camp loses, all your effort turns into 0 on the scoreboard. Who would have thought that in Gung Schwer's round, she played a civilian pretending to be a big shot, deceiving the little wolf into giving up the kill on the big target with complete conviction, and her moves were dazzlingly slick. Yet because the good side lost, she could only get 0 stars. And look at Zhou Ziyue. He spent the whole round forcefully pushing logic in a pure reasoning battle, only to be found by the hunter in the end. If you lose, it's 0 points, brutally harsh. Olda paused, his gaze landing on the big screen and Ron's poster covered with 8 stars. His voice rose sharply. All right, congratulations to Ron. 14 stars across 2 rounds, a huge lead in first place. In the history of Ragnarok, this result ranks among the very best. The next second, the audience exploded, and a wave of complaints swept across the venue. World number 7, only 1 star across 2 rounds? Jasper's ranking has fallen straight through the floor. Don't even start. In the first round he jumped Hunter and got scared off by Ron. In the second he jumped Hunter again and got seen through at a glance by Ron. And as the fool he spent the whole time helping the wolves. The fans bristled. A guy in a baseball cap suddenly stood up and shouted at the sarcastic crowd. It's only 2 rounds. What are you rushing for? God, Jasper hasn't even powered up yet. It's 12 games per cycle. 3 cycles for a total of 36 games. This is a marathon. The grand prize is that hard to win. Only the one who laughs last wins. In the lounge, Jasper sat in a corner, his face sourer than a lemon. I, Jasper, have never been so wronged. This ranking, and that's all the skill they've got. They're really pulling this on me? I'm definitely taking it back. His right hand clenched into a fist and lightly thumped the sofa armrest. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. At the same time, in the spacious office at Wolf Soul Group headquarters, Yuxianing stood by the window, staring at the leaderboard on her tablet. Her gaze locked tightly on Ron's 14 stars. She sighed and said, "This guy. What exactly is his background?" The secretary leaned in and whispered, "He's a wild card player. There's pitifully little info on him and no public record. Rumor has it he was arranged to get in, but no one knows by whom." Yueshi Ning waved a hand. "Who cares? What matters is that he put up a historic score. A wild card with zero fame taking MVP in 2 straight games is newsworthy in itself." She tapped the table. "Get the media to hype 2 topics right away. Ron, this dark horse with a 2-game, 14-star gap, and Jasper, low ranking, but his emotions exploded. That traffic will definitely blow up." In less than half an hour, public opinion blew up. Ron, the godlike wildcard dark horse, flooded every major forum. In the first game, Gravekeeper pulled off a comeback. In the second, he took the witch and then counterattacked to hunt the wolves. He was insanely good. Ron wasn't relying on teammates. He tanked it all himself. Good guys screwed him over and he personally dragged out the wolves. When the good side's votes were scattered, he consolidated them himself. That was surgical level play. There were plenty of jokes mocking Jasper too. On the police side, he gave Ron a kill report only to get pushed back by the witch. He tried to hard push by claiming to be a demon hunter, but got reversed. And in his last words he even lashed out at his teammates. The expression on his face had me dying. In the lounge, Jasper stared at the overwhelming stream of mockery on his phone, his expression growing darker and darker. He looked exactly like an old fox who only got more determined to crush his opponents the more he got screwed over. In his heart, he was already cursing. These sly bastards play mind games. But when has Jasper ever been afraid of them? As soon as Laoe announced the start of the 3rd game, the players came out of the lounge one by one. Their presence instantly maxed out. Ron had just walked to seat 8 when Shin Dashing jogged after him, grinning like he just activated a cheat. "Bro Ron, 3rd game already? Let me team up with you? Huh." Who would have thought that before Chen Xing even got a reply? He started muttering to himself, "Dealer, please let me be on the same side as Bro Ron. Please, please." He was practically sucking up like a little dog. Right then, Jasper at seat 3 threw out a cold sneer. "Bootlicker." His gaze was so icy it could freeze. Unexpectedly, Chun Dashing snapped back. "Surname Jia. Worry about your own shitty 2-game. 1-star performance first. I'm at least tied for 2nd. Jasper slammed the table, his aura fierce. "Say that again if you've got the guts." Chun Dashing shrank his neck back, mentally complaining. This Jasper really is an old fox. That's all he's got, and he still puts on an act here. A few minutes later, all 12 players were present. Ronian stood at the referee's seat, his gaze cold as he swept across everyone's faces, then finally stopped at the glowing electronic board. "Begin drawing the lineup for this round." The board spun so fast it made everyone dizzy. Then, the screen burst with golden light. 12-player White Wolf King Knight. To put it plainly, this board was ridiculously strong. White Wolf King is the seer's natural enemy. On the police side, he can self-detonate and take someone with him. In many openings, the seer gets instantly killed by the White Wolf King, leaving the good side completely dazed. The knight is also absurdly powerful. In a card flip duel, he can stab a wolf to death or self-destruct, and if you handle him badly, you're basically signing your own death warrant. Laoe's voice was on fire. "White Wolf King and Knight. This board is crazy strong. Once the White Wolf King instantly deletes the seer, the whole field turns into hell, and the knight's sword-cut godly play can happen in a split second." The audience exploded, and someone said, "The thing I'm most afraid of is the White Wolf King getting poisoned by the witch on the first night, and then when the White Wolf King self-explodes to find the seer, he can't use his skill. That plot is full of glaring holes." Someone nearby replied, "That kind of move where you don't save and instead poison? Yishin did that back in the WPL finals. Although it was earth-shattering at the time, he still messed it up in the end." No one expected that Yishin's legend could still be brought up here, and the atmosphere immediately took on a bit of nostalgia. Olde cut off the chatter and brought the topic back on track. "All right, all the cards have been dealt. For this match, the spectator perspective is Cat Brother Chen Xiaomao, the guard. Let's see how many kills Cat Brother can block this game." In the match room, Ron lowered his head to look at his card. When he turned it over, it was Witch. He remained expressionless, but his heart gave a thump. The Witch is a powerful card. 1 antidote, 1 poison, able to save people and poison people alike. Played well, it can lead the team. Played badly, it becomes the accomplice of 5 wolves. But he wasn't worried at all. With his third-level clairvoyance, he could directly check 3 players' identities at the start of the game, and both antidote and poison were openly played. The only thing he had to watch out for was the White Wolf King. If his witch identity was exposed during the day and the White Wolf King self-exploded, he might not need to find the seer, but it could directly take away his poison vial. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Ron lowered his gaze back to the screen, calmly scanning the other players. After number 3, Jasper, finished looking at his card, he tapped one hand with his index finger, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth, noticeably more relaxed than in the previous game. As for number 12, Fong Xiong, after peeking at his card, he glanced to the right, then quickly straightened himself again. He looked as if he was suppressing some emotion, his expression awkward yet sensitive, and there was an uncontrollable tremor in his eyes. Ron cursed inwardly. One look at that posture and he knew this guy had definitely drawn a role, and definitely wasn't an ordinary villager. The performance from the last game was still fresh in his mind, and this guy was about to stir up trouble again. In short, this game was going to be lively again. Exciting, truly exciting. Ron opened this round with a bang. At the start, he had misread the signs and took Jasper to be either a villager or a wolf, but in the end Jasper turned out to be the fool card. Who would have guessed? Jasper's facial expressions were managed too well, so misreading him was understandable. But this time, the upgraded Ron was full of confidence in his judgment. Number 12's identity had to be correct. So, without hesitation, Ron pulled out the clairvoyance system. Check number 12. As soon as the result came out, the text on the light screen spread like ripples on water. Number 12, Fong Xiong, Wolf. The barely noticeable smile at the corner of Ron's mouth was, to put it plainly, pure joy in his heart. As expected, all that old fox's tricks had been seen through by me. Who wouldn't get excited the moment they saw their own faction's badge? Ha ha ha. At that moment, Ronian's voice rang out. Night falls. Please close your eyes. The mask fits silently against his cheeks like liquid metal, stripping away all sensory stimulation, and darkness descended. Guard, please open your eyes. Number 4. Chun Xiaomao's mask parted, a dark red glow spilling down. With a strange smile on his lips, he locked onto number 3, Jasper, and decisively protected him. Protect number 3. Then the mask closed again, and one priestly roll after another opened and closed their eyes, as the night game drama continued. When it was the witch's turn to act, the camera focused on number 12, Fong Xiong, suddenly collapsing to the ground. Had the wolf self-stabbed to trick the antidote? Yet Ron had already made up his mind. He shook his head coldly and refused to save her, leaving no room for negotiation. He never expected the wolves to send themselves to his door, and the more he thought about it, the more outrageous this move seemed to him, almost cute in its stupidity. Ronian nodded and silently recorded it, then called for everyone to open their eyes at dawn. Once the sheriff election opened, 9 players immediately smashed the red light button, while 3 remained calm and unmoving. The scene was steady as could be. Ron watched coldly, thinking to himself that this lineup was a textbook White Wolf King board. On the first day, the White Wolf King self-explodes and swoops in to take out the seer, creating perfect chaos. Old foxes really were masters of the craft. Then Ronian announced the speaking order. Number 3, Jasper, got so excited that he slammed a hand on the table and stood up, roaring, "You want me first? Then what am I even pretending for? White Wolf King, I'm coming." Everyone's eyes locked onto him in unison, and number 12, Fong Xiong, darkened in the face, muttering under his breath, "Damn! What kind of move is this, bro?" Number 4 Chun Xiaomao's eyes lit up, and Olda went full throttle in his live commentary. "Ha ha ha! Jasper is just joking around here. As the White Wolf King, he should be hiding and waiting for the seer to jump, but instead he's the first one to come out and show his card. He really thinks a lot of himself. This move is exciting as hell, looks impressive, but it's actually a bit shaky. That old fox only knows this much of a routine." Jasper kept talking trash. "Seer, listen up. Even if you jump, it's useless. I can't be bothered to suicide bomb and take you with me. If I self-destruct today, I'm definitely taking the guard with me, and tonight the seer getting cut is the inevitable trend. And you out there clinging to the night, stop dreaming. My hunting knife is already ahead of yours. I'll show you some color. Skills are only useful when you're on the police side. Don't waste your effort. I bet you can't even find the wolf." As he spoke, he leaned back in his chair, a provocative smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. "How about we make this a little more exciting and see who actually has the real skills?" This was a direct reversal and explosive scene. For the scheming second-tier players, Jasper was pushing all the way to the end. It was simply outrageous and hilarious at the same time. As soon as Ron Jasper opened his mouth, he shocked the entire table. Knight, you'd honestly be better off just jumping out and openly admitting your identity. I, the White Wolf King, will point out a target for you. Then I'll self-destruct, take the guard with me, and at night the wolf team will cut the seer. During the day, you can use your skill to take out one of my wolf teammates. Fair trade, right? He slapped the table with both hands, full of aggression. Today I'm the self-destructing White Wolf King. Anyone speaking after me better not mess around, especially the guard. Stay hidden and don't give me any nonsense. When Ron heard this, he frowned. Something wasn't right. Normally, before a White Wolf King self-destructs, they'd play some tricks, claim a guilty result to pressure the good guys, or hide first and explode later. They wouldn't just reveal their role on the first line and openly negotiate with the Knight. That was clearly bluffing, trying to scare people. To put it bluntly, the value of the White Wolf King is a precise self-destruct to take out a divine role, not to come out flashing your identity and fight the whole table. But don't forget, Jasper was an old fox. In the previous game, he even dared to fake being the demon hunter and talk nonsense. No one was better than him at dirty tricks. But to everyone's astonishment, this guy might actually really be the White Wolf King. Damn, he was outrageous. The audience instantly erupted. Holy crap. First speaker and he jumps as White Wolf King. This is Jasper the God. His presence is insane. Talking trades with the Knight on the police side? That move is crazy as hell. Bullshit, someone else said. Last game he faked Demon Hunter, and the most aggressive jumper isn't necessarily real. Jasper's speech deserves a question mark. Old fans tell you, trusting him halfway is enough. This old fox loves little clever tricks. Total drama queen. And who could say that wasn't true? But this scene was just too exciting. Who wouldn't love watching someone step up and flip the table like this? At that moment, the camera cut to Chen Xiaomao. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his eyes narrowed into crescent moons as he casually pulled out a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth. Glancing at our Jasper, he chuckled. The White Wolf King jumped out? I'll believe you're that guy. I'm just a plain civilian. White Wolf King bro, go find the seer. Take out the most reliable one, and the rest of us will fight tooth and nail over who gets pushed off. To be honest, this White Wolf King taking out the seer routine, whoever plays it knows how it feels. Then he slyly turned his attention to the players seated after the police phase. There are only number 2, number 5, and number 7 off the police side. 3 good guys grouped together, solid as a rock. According to Jasper, there are too many wolves on the police side, and from a good guy's perspective it's all muddled, so obviously we should go look for wolves off the police side. The wolf team play is right there on the table. What now, Jasper? After saying that, he spread his hands, and that strange smile at the corner of his mouth made people want to complain. These crafty little masterminds are at it again, playing mind games here. Next, Yilanxin slowly took a drag on her cigarette, looking completely unconcerned. White Wolf King, what are you doing? Threatening the seer and bargaining with the Knight. Do you think you're that amazing? Honestly, I'm the seer. Chen Xiaomao's gold water is legit. As soon as she said that, the whole room exploded. Yilanxin's gaze gave Chen Xiaomao a slight nod. Ron had all sorts of inside information buried in the hearts of these two guys. She then went on about her own police badge flow strategy. I'm going to target number 8 and number 12. Number 8's performance is rock solid, nothing like a fake. I can't be bothered to check him. I'll just trust him and use the badge flow to verify him. If he comes up good, I'll lead the team. If he turns out to be a wolf, I'll deal with him quickly. No problem with that, right? In plain terms, the plan was simple and brutal. One step ahead on the chessboard. This round was indeed packed with highlights. Jasper slapped the table and jumped his card to stir up the game. Chen Xiaomao responded with sly wit, and Yilanxin calmly vouched for herself. The whole room was so tense you couldn't help but look forward to what came next. That old fox Jasper was truly outrageous. He could jump his card and still be this slick. It was simply absurd. I'm really worried that this old fox will take another werewolf card and start wearing a god roll skin. Last round he played an exorcist while wearing the witch's clothes for several days, completely confusing the good guys. If he gets some other god roll this round, can the good guys even survive? Ron couldn't help rubbing his forehead after hearing this. These sharp-witted people had started focusing on him. But who could have expected that Yilanxin really thought this way? Why didn't she check him on the first night? Instead, she gave Chen Xiaomao a gold water. As soon as the words fell, laughter erupted from the audience. Sister Xian's remark is both vicious and accurate. Ron played exorcist pretending to be the witch last round, and even the real witch got fooled by him. If it weren't for poison immunity, The good guys might have actually lost. Someone nearby muttered, "Exactly. Why not check Ron first?" Then Yi Lanxin stared at Fang Xiang, number 12, with an appraising look. "During the day I saw that your fortune looked bad. Your eyes drifted away and then came back. Obviously you've got something on your mind. I'm guessing you're holding a wolf card. But it doesn't matter. I'll check you and see what card you really have." After speaking, she leaned back in her chair and said carelessly, "White Wolf King, if you want to self-destruct, go ahead. I'm the seer. Even if you blow yourself up and take me with you, I'll leave everyone a gold water for number 4. Of course, I'm not using a civilian as a shield. There's no need. I'm openly and honestly the seer." "Enough said, pass." As soon as Yi Lanxin finished, number 4 Chen Xiaomao's glasses nearly fell off. He hurriedly pushed them up, the candy in his mouth almost dropping out, his eyes blinking as if he'd been smashed in the forehead by a surprise gift from the heavens. "Gold water? I got the seer's gold water?" Last round he had the blood moon, and Yi Lanxin was the seer. He self-destructed to seal her. This round he's the guardian, and Yi Lanxin just straight up handed him gold water. What beef does this woman from Sichuan and Chongqing have with him? Ron urged, "Please, number 8 player, speak." The moment the camera cut to Ron, every gaze locked onto him in unison. Number 3 Jasper's cold stare. Number 6 Yi Lanxin playing with smoke. No. For Chen Xiaomao pushing up his glasses and narrowing his eyes. The audience murmured softly, 666, Ron speaking. Is he really a knight or a wolf? There's no way he's a civilian. Watching him perform is such a treat. Last round he was 2 hunters and 2 wolves. This round should be just as exciting. Stop hyping him up. He's just a low-life player. The White Wolf King has already jumped. Don't really think he's MVP every round. Even if he's a civilian, he can still lead the team. Don't believe it? Look at his play last round. That was absolutely MVP material. The prompt sounded, and Ron spoke calmly. "Sorry, I'm the seer. Number 12 is gold water." As soon as the words landed, Fang Xiang, number 12, looked like he'd been struck by lightning. His pupils contracted sharply before he forced himself back to calm. "I'm a wolf, and I still got gold water?" For a split second he wanted to jump as the seer, the silver water seer. But then, Yi Lanxin had just jumped as the seer and said he looked like a wolf, and Ron also jumped as the seer and said he was gold water. No one could have imagined that. A determined smile appeared on Fang Xiang's lips. "Haha, a good guy coming out to give a wolf gold water. What more proof do you need? Isn't this just the classic move of shielding the seer again?" Ron's tricks were all too familiar to him. In these 2 rounds, everyone had been wearing godroll skins. In the first round, the wolf jumped. In the second round, Ron, the gravekeeper, had played exorcist and worn the witch's clothes for a full 3 days. This time he'd switched to the seer's outfit. Who could have guessed that his luck would be this bad, to the point that the gold water was actually handed to a wolf? Ron shot out without giving Fang Xiang much time to think, his gaze sweeping straight to number 12. "Number 12, give it up." His voice wasn't loud, but it was rock solid, like the seer speaking to his own teammate. He said, "There's no need for you to keep pretending to be the seer in this position and take a bullet for me. Just relax and stay a golden water, and put your hand down." Fang Xiang couldn't help but snicker to himself. "Go ahead, keep acting. Like I'm going to cooperate with you." Seeing that Fang Xiang had no reaction, Luo turned to number 6, Yi Lanxin. "Number 6, you said you think my card is threatening, that you want to check me, want to put the police badge on me? Then let me ask you, since I'm such a threat, why didn't you check me on the first night? A normal seer should verify me on day 1, wake up, and report my identity. If I'm golden water, then I'm golden water. If I'm checked and killed, then I'm checked and killed." He sneered. "You say you couldn't be bothered to check me, so you just stuffed me into the badge flow. That explanation is just explosive. I should have been checked on the first night, but I wasn't. Then you used threatening as an excuse to force me into the badge flow. This play simply doesn't fit the seer's line of thinking. If you're really a good guy taking a bullet for someone, there are already a ton of holes in this badge flow itself, and the wolves wouldn't buy it at all. Even if you really give out golden water, it still won't work. No matter how they look at it, you seem like a fake." Then he changed tack, his tone losing a bit of its edge and becoming analytical. "Of course, you could also be a werewolf trying a counterclaim, but as long as number 3 is the White Wolf King, that possibility isn't very high. The White Wolf King has only one goal, to self-destruct later and take away a divine role. Maybe the seer, maybe the guard, or another of the 2 gods." He continued, Since the White Wolf King is already preparing to self-destruct, the little wolves won't jump as seer on their own when no one else has claimed it. If you jump now, you not only lower your own status, you'll also be the first one good guys go after. If the seer flips the card, then among the early claimants, the only one who jumped seer is you. If you're still alive and not a wolf, then who is? He spread both hands. So I think as long as number 3 really is the White Wolf King and he self-destructs, it's unlikely you're a werewolf. Most likely you're a good guy trying to take a bullet for the seer, but your badge flow is full of mistakes and omissions, and the work is way too rough. Laughter broke out all over the room. Old Luo is teaching the Sichuan Chongqing Queen how to wear the seer's clothes, the most stylish dresser in the whole game personally stepping up to carry. This is insane. Even funnier, Luo En didn't directly kill Yi Lanxin's claim. Instead, he said that as long as Jasper, number 3, was the White Wolf King, Yi Lanxin would be hard-pressed to be a wolf. Was he helping Yi Lanxin establish identity, or leaving himself a way out? The audience was delighted. Luo En still wasn't finished. Also, you think my golden water looks like a werewolf? Don't waste your effort. This seer is telling you, number 12 is a good guy card, my golden water. But in reality, number 12 was a werewolf. The system had already checked him, and he died by self-stabbing on the first night. Even better, the witch didn't save him and instead counterclaimed seer to give this wolf golden water. What was the point of that move? The purpose was obvious. To tell all the wolves that he wasn't the real seer. On the surface, good guys might suspect him of being a counterclaim wolf, or think he was taking a bullet for the seer. His speech was strong enough to tear apart the flaws in Yi Lanxin's badge flow and analyze his symbiotic relationship with number 3. All the signals told good guys that he was seriously searching for wolves. But from the wolves' perspective, he had given golden water to the wrong person. The real seer could never possibly give golden water to a wolf. This was a cover card whose identity had already been exposed as wrong. The White Wolf King's self-detonation would definitely not take him out, since the gun would always be aimed at the divine roles. If he didn't counterclaim seer, the White Wolf King might blindly take away a divine officer. But if he did, then he'd actually be the safest. He even gave golden water to the wrong person. Who would be willing to waste the White Wolf King's life on him? Who could have guessed that, even knowing he'd be exposed by the wolves very quickly once he counterclaimed, he still did it? There was only one reason. He didn't want to die to the White Wolf King's gun. Since he hadn't used the antidote last night, being banished today or self-destructed on was a certainty for Feng Xiang. Unless the guard had blind protected number 12 on the first night, which was far too low probability to count as part of normal analysis. Feng Xiang was definitely going to flip, so he had to get through the White Wolf King's designation first. If the White Wolf King didn't take him out, he could still live to see tonight. To put it bluntly, on a White Wolf King board, whether Luo En was searching for wolves or analyzing players, he couldn't directly expose the witch's identity, nor could he break open the situation. The most brilliant play definitely wasn't to directly crash into the White Wolf King's muzzle and start working. The truth was still behind him. Ron's eyes were entirely fixed on Tang Sanzang. He had to insist on acting like an ordinary human shield, even to the point of misfiring a golden water card. In the wolf's eyes, the way he spoke and acted now was downright clownish. This guy had wanted to wear the seer's clothes, but he'd been exposed. He was nothing more than a badly disguised fake. As long as the White Wolf King didn't take him out by day, he could use his clairvoyance at night to check cards, save people or poison someone, and those crooked intentions in his heart were glaringly obvious. He went off on a wild tangent. I'll start the police badge push with 9 and 2. Player 9. Chin dashing, your speech is so bizarre I can't make heads or tails of it. You're talking nonsense nonstop, and I can't tell whether you're a wolf or a good guy. If I check the card and it's golden water, then I'll treat it as setting a trap for the good guys. If it's a check kill, don't even think about licking me anymore. At that, Chun Dashing's round face turned red, his mouth twitching as if he wanted to retort, but he swallowed the words back down, looking just like a fool with his mouth sealed shut. Ron then turned his target to player 2. There are 3 players outside the police badge pool, 2, 5, and 7. There has to be at least one wolf card among them, right? Or maybe all 4 wolves are on the police badge, and the wolf team is just faking it, with all the players outside the badge being good guys. After saying that, he spread both hands as if to say, "Come on, who's going to refute me?" What no one expected was that when he himself jumped as the seer, he had no intention of surviving the day. He said resignedly, "I'll just tell you one thing. Player 12 is golden water. I won't say much else. After the White Wolf King self-explodes, I'll just drift away with this ship and leave the badge to the next poor soul to take it." On the screen in the broadcast room, the camera cut to a close-up of his face. Olda frowned deeply and spoke rapidly. Ron jumps Seer? And with the momentum on his side, he directly gives player 12 golden water? And he's not calling out Yilan Shin, who already jumped Seer and fake-jumped as a wolf. As a wolf? This move is loaded with information. Is Ron's Seer claim reliable? Honestly, I can't quite read it. Everyone knows the White Wolf King's most common tactic is for good guys to fake-jump Seer to take the hit. By rights, if player 3, the White Wolf King, has already been exposed and is preparing to self-explode, the probability that the next player to jump Seer is a wolf is vanishingly small. Usually, the one who jumps is a good guy taking the hit, and the true Seer is mostly hidden among them. Olda suddenly raised his voice. But this is Ragnarok. Among these top-tier players, there's no absolute logic. Any kind of insane play is possible. Next, let's see what player 9, Chun Dashing, has to say. The audience erupted, with chatter rising and falling all around. 666. Ron's move is way too aggressive, but I strongly suspect he's faking it. He's jumped as a divine roll twice already and done well. This round he's playing tricks, and I really can't see through his hidden card. I actually think it seems pretty real. Feels like he's fully resigned to death and doesn't care about the badge at all. That acting is no joke. His sense of despair is completely maxed out. Agreed. That psychological steadiness, if he's faking this, then he's a real gaming genius. I just hope he isn't the Seer, otherwise after the White Wolf King self-explodes, he won't even get the chance to show off his skill. What a pity. At that moment, Ron Yen's voice rang out from the light screen, breaking the brief silence in the arena. Player 9, please speak. Chun Dashing sat there, first giving Ron, who had just finished speaking, a sidelong glance, then locking his gaze tightly on player 3 Jasper's face. A cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. You say you're the White Wolf King? Heh, I don't buy it. Who could have imagined that before he even finished speaking, before he'd even spat out that scornful line? Player 3 Jasper, expressionless, slammed his right hand down and hit the red button with a heavy thud. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The arena instantly flashed white, and Jasper's seat was engulfed in light. Chun Dashing's expression changed. The mocking look on his face froze stiffly like plastic, absurd beyond belief. Ron Yen's voice hurriedly rang out. Player 3 has self-exploded. Activate skill. Within the blaze of light, Jasper slowly lifted his head, a wild, arrogant smile spreading across his lips. He laughed heartily, ha ha ha, and pointed at player 4. Take out player 4, Chen Xiaomao. Bang! A red beam locked onto player 4, and Chen Xiaomao was completely stunned. Eyes widened as if they were about to pop out, his face full of disbelief. Immediately after, Ron Yen announced, last night's dead player is player 12. Player 12, please give your last words. Players 3 and 4, please leave the stage. The atmosphere on the field changed abruptly, and everyone's expression darkened. Jasper stood up, utterly motionless. He didn't even look at Chen Xiaomao, whom he had just taken out. Instead, he turned back and spat 3 contemptuous words at the still petrified Chun Dashing. Bootlicking dog! So arrogant was he that he tugged at his collar and strode off without a backward glance, his departing figure as cocky as could be. Number for Chen Xiaomao slowly stood up, his eyes dazed and his steps unsteady, looking as if he'd just been struck by lightning. His mind was buzzing. This was sheer misery. This time, Ron was the one whose mind exploded. The protagonist's inner monologue went, holy shit, my hidden role is actually guard. He had just given his speech from the police line and hadn't wasted a single extra word, disguising himself flawlessly. Who could have imagined it? Jasper, that old fox, had actually sniffed out his identity on the spot. Even more outrageous, the studio outside immediately blew up. Olda sprang straight up from the commentator's chair with a slap, pounding the table and blurting out incoherently with excitement. WOC, did you see that? Asia's number 7 Jasper. He's the White Wolf King, and he self-destructed while still accurately taking out the guard. 666. That's terrifying. The fans in the audience were practically losing their minds, their screams rising wave after wave. This is God Jasper. That red is basically clairvoyance. Who says he's out of form? He's back. To put it bluntly, Chen Xiaomao's speech from before seemed like he was acting crazy and playing the fool to win sympathy. But in reality it was dripping with a strong, desperate fear of death. Yet Jasper, that old fox, instantly sniffed out that he was the guard and decisively self-destructed to take him out. Can you imagine? He didn't even care that his wolf teammate had just revealed their card. Without the slightest hesitation, he tossed out the blue and took him along. No one expected that the self-explosion would come before No. 9's exploratory speech had even finished, and that it would take out number 4 Chen Xiaomao rather than number 6 or number 8. He looked impressive, but in the end he was still all style and no substance. Jasper's move was old school, but steady and reliable. As for Chen Xiaomao's so-called comic relief act, who didn't see it? It was all a performance. He was truly scared of dying. The old fox saw right through him just like that. Ron, seated in the number 8 position, was secretly overjoyed. His mind raced. Jasper had hit the White Wolf King, so he didn't even need any extra probing and went straight to self-destruct, taking out number 4 Chen Xiaomao, the guard. With this move out there, the real seer would surely die during the night. But he had actually spared the seer at number 6 and instead taken out number 4, which meant Chen Xiaomao must be the guard. Wolves with too small a game plan would never take out the knight since the gain would be far too little. In plain terms, Jasper had pinned down Chen Xiaomao's guard card and executed a suicide attack. At this critical moment, number 12 Feng Xiang stood up, wearing a righteous expression. I'm the real seer. Last night I checked number 1. Red check. I even received a golden water from number 8 on the police line today. So number 8 is definitely a nailed-down wolf. But this wolf's eyesight isn't great. He gave me a golden water card. Even though I died on the first night, that's fine. Tonight the witch should poison number 8 directly. Tomorrow morning everyone votes number 1 out, and the wolf team loses 3 straight waves. The good guys are locked in. With a ferocious look on his face, Feng Xiang braced both hands on the table and dropped bombshell after bombshell. His logic was airtight, even dismantling every last line of the self-stabbing wolf theory. No one expected that before leaving, this guy would still deliver a god-tier last words play. He directly accused number 1 of being a wolf. Ron was nearly laughing himself silly. So this wolf team is going all out, even asking the witch to poison himself? That's absurd beyond belief. But for him it was like pie falling from the sky. The wolves had stabilized their anti-push position on their own and were even calling for the witch to poison themselves, meaning he would definitely avoid the night kill. These crafty bastards were all about mind games. He never expected to run into something like this. Old A in the studio immediately caught the shift in momentum and started steering the narrative. Oh? Number 12 directly red checks number 1, giving a red check from a golden water this round. Interesting. Though this guy's logic is pretty solid, Old A still feels something's off, like there's some mismatch somewhere. On the audience side, the discussion exploded into chaos. This scene, the more you think about it, the more exciting it gets. Who could have predicted that the werewolf camp would be this brazen, one of their own self-destructing to take out the guard, while on the other side the real seer kills himself and leaves a last will, asking the witch to use poison. The lineup is insanely fierce. The tricks these schemers and old foxes pull are even more thrilling than a TV drama. Ron's claim is doomed. The real seer was killed on the very first night, and the witch didn't even save him. What a tragedy. Who could have imagined that number 12's speech was so forceful, yet it ended up being a mutual protection, mutual save, double death. But number 12 was too blunt. If he were a self-kill wolf, there'd be no need to make such a complicated move. To put it plainly, Brother N doesn't seem like a wolf. He looks more like a good guy desperately blocking a kill. Yet at the crucial moment, the silver water was pointed straight at the real seer's head. He was just unbelievably unlucky. In the game room, Shen Zi, seated in the number 1 position, felt like his soul had left his body as he cursed in his heart. I got checked as a wolf? And it was a wolf check from the dead. Unbelievable. Without giving the players a chance to catch their breath, Luo Nian spoke up, her voice crisp and professional. Night falls. Close your eyes. The lights dimmed, and the night phase began. With their masks covering their eyes, no one could see each other. Guard, please open your eyes. Choose your protection target, then close your eyes. Seer, please open your eyes. Choose your target to check, then close your eyes. Werewolf, please open your eyes. Choose your kill target, then close your eyes. Witch, please open your eyes. Ron slowly opened his eyes and caught Luo Nian staring at him with a blank expression, while making a hand signal. The one who died last night was number 9. Luo Nian continued. Use the antidote or the poison? Ron's expression darkened as his mind raced. On the first night, they had held on to the antidote and didn't save number 12, and yet number 9 died instead? That couldn't be the wolves faking a self-kill to bait out the antidote. The odds were far too low. The wolf team had already lost 2 wolves, so no one would be reckless enough to gamble the remaining wolves just to test the witch's antidote. If they didn't save him, the whole thing would collapse instantly. Besides, number 9 had only just argued a half sentence with number 3, and number 3 had actually self-destructed on the spot. Those two clearly didn't know each other, so there was no way they were wolf teammates. The logic was airtight. Ron nodded decisively, signaling to use the antidote to save number 9. After Luo Nian confirmed it, the witch closed her eyes. Before long, the lights came on. Daybreak, please open your eyes. The whole room wore different expressions. Luo Nian prompted, anyone who wants to run for sheriff, raise your hand. Ron raised his hand without hesitation and pressed the green light on the console. The other players followed suit. After one round of withdrawals, only number 1 and number 10 remained in the sheriff race. Begin the sheriff vote. Players below the police line, numbers 2, 5, and 7, cast your votes. After a few seconds of countdown, the big screen displayed the results. Number 2 voted for number 1, numbers 5 and 7 voted for number 10. Number 10, Gung Shuer, has won the sheriff badge. Last night it was peaceful, Luo Nian announced coldly. Please have the sheriff decide the speaking order. Number 10, Gung Shuer, swept her gaze across the room. Let number 11 speak first. Number 11, Zhou Ziyue, leaned back in his chair, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Me first? Emichichim, much obliged. He smiled, with calm rationality in his tone. The situation is clear. On the police side, only 10 and 1 remain. 5 and 7 vote for 10, and the sheriff badge goes to you. Thank you. I don't know either. He spread his hands. Originally, I wanted to fake claim seer and casually check and kill to block a knife. Who knew 3, the White Wolf King, would be so decisive, without wasting a single word. He self-destructed and took 4 with him. Thank you. Think about Jasper's state when he claimed White Wolf. He said he was looking for the guard, then ignored 6 and 8 and locked onto blowing up 4. Jasper, this old fox's logic for snatching positions can only mean 4 has a role, most likely the guard, thank you. He pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping toward Shinzi and the empty seat at 12. 12's dying words were a kill on 1. The key point is that 1 took a dead player's kill and still dared to stay on the police side without backing down. 8 gave a gold water but then retreated? What a bizarre scene, thank you. Anyway, 10, Gung Shuer, since you let me speak first, I'll guess you're gonna claim seer. With your standing, either you drew gold water from the left position or a kill from the right position. Zhou Ziyue fixed Gung Shuer with a sharp gaze. I'm sitting to your right. I'll be up front. I'm not a wolf. If you really claim seer and give me a kill, then your wolf team is way too good at this, thank you. He then changed tack. As for 12, I think he's very likely the real seer. Honestly, a wolf team self-kills on the first night? These crafty people only know how to play tricks. That's all they've got. By rights, why would the wolf team let the Real Seer die so early? As the situation became clear, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This round is truly the twilight of the gods. Ron's move was really eye-catching. Playing a self-kill wolf in front of a bunch of old foxes? That's all they've got. This is just outrageous. Who would have thought that 8 was actually a good guy pretending to be something on the police side out of sheer boredom? And in the blink of an eye, the gold water ended up on the real seer's head. Even more melodramatic, 1 turned out to be the ironclad wolf the real seer had identified. Old foxes only have this much of a trick. And yet player 10, Gung Shuer, was still putting on an act, trying to take the seer role. Zhou Ziyue complained inwardly. Does she really think so highly of herself? She can still take the seer role from this position? Too bad that once she refused to back down, everyone else stepped off the water, and she just stubbornly kept fighting on the police side. I really can't make sense of this move. Even more absurd was whether player 10's speech could contain any substance at all. Zhou Ziyue immediately lashed out. Don't give me that garbage excuse about not stepping off the water because I was afraid the wolves would self-destruct. I'm sick of hearing it, thank you. He then turned sharply to 1, Shinzi. If you dare claim seer at this critical moment, nobody's going to believe you. You'll be shot out by unanimous vote. Stop pretending. What nobody expected was that player 2, Jian Ming, would actually vote for 1. This line of thinking was absurd beyond words. Was even the true identity of the dead 12 being ignored? He was speechless. Even blind voting shouldn't land on this one. Just as Zhou Ziyue finished speaking, 1, Shinzi, was called to speak. She squinted, looking like a freshly awakened innocent college girl, full of confusion and innocence, while cursing inwardly. These crafty people only know how to play tricks. Old foxes only have this much of a routine. Shinzi said with a wry smile, I don't even know where I got the confidence to take the kill. Even 12, that self-kill wolf, bit me right before he died and forcefully smeared me with dirt. That wolf team is vicious beyond belief. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Her gaze swept toward two. What I can't understand even more is that I already took a kill with my brain practically set in stone, and yet I received your vote? Isn't that just setting me up? This vote pattern is absurd to the extreme. To what exactly are you? Is your head full of water? To put it plainly, she asked back. Why didn't I step off the water and stubbornly hold on? Because I felt there were too few players off the police side, and no one wanted to vote for me. This was completely my own decision. So don't try to use that to insist I'm a wolf. She gave her conclusion. I'm not the seer. Only 10 remains on the police side, so 10 must be the real seer. Simple and straightforward. The moment he changed the subject, Shinzi aimed at Jianming. You'd better explain this properly. Why would you vote for a number 1 who's carrying the weight and moving forward? I really can't wrap my head around your logic. Before anyone could react, number 5 Tai Tai slammed a hand on the table, his face full of fighting spirit. He fiercely tapped the night skill button, and a beam of golden light exploded outward. Evil. Reveal your true form. This move was rock solid. Tai Tai was certain number 2 Jianming was the werewolf. Fine, you're even willing to take a number 1 who just got a dead body check kill and call him a good guy, and you've decided number 12 self-knifed. Are you building a teleport portal for your teammates? The old fox, caught off guard and slapped in the face, didn't expect this at all. Jianming's words were crude but not unreasonable. Yet the tension instantly skyrocketed, the whole scene blazing with gunpowder and completely unable to calm down. The next second, the screen in Ron turned from dazzling gold straight into a ghastly blood red. The atmosphere shifted, and the whole room exploded into an uproar. A voice boomed from the speakers. Oh my God! Was I really wrong? Tai Tai's smile vanished in a flash. His big round face and bushy beard twitched, his expression changing from smug to stunned, then to dazed. He froze there, mouth slightly open, looking utterly foolish. And then Ronan didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, promptly announcing, Number 5 Knight dueled number 2 player. Number 2 is a good guy. The Knight's sword is broken and he is out. Number 5 player, please deliver your last words. The scene fell so silent you could almost hear a pin drop. Yi Lanxin in the number 6 seat gently rubbed her forehead, unable to bear watching. The Knight had broken his sword right at the start, and the good side had been sliced into a sieve. In the studio, Olda went wild, springing up from his chair and clutching his head as he shouted, Ha ha ha! Too impatient. Tai Tai was way too eager. He went straight for number 2 Jianming and dueled him, only for number 2 to turn out to be a good guy. The Knight's sword is broken. That was an insane play. Audience. This Knight either becomes god tier or becomes a bug, and Tai Tai clearly picked the latter. The audience erupted, the noise crackling like water splashing into a hot pan. Someone laughed. Tai Tai. Did that move even work? You guessed at the good guys too, and ended up falling right into the pit. That smug face of yours is just too much. I'm dying laughing. Others were roasting Jianming. Jianming's speech basically treated the one who investigated after number 1's death as a good guy, and also counted number 12 as a self-sacrificing wolf. Old fox or not, that's all he's got. You think good guys would analyze it like that? That routine was way too obvious. Who would have thought he was actually a good guy? Jianming's speaking style is so rigid and formulaic. Old Tai probably couldn't stand it and wanted to poke him, only to get thrown off himself. Even more outrageous, Olda excitedly said, The Knight broken sword scene is amazing. The expression shift from wild joy to deflation was even more entertaining than Jasper's card flip last round. I can't help but record it, laughing my head off all the way to next year. However, Ron didn't laugh. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. The difficulty had increased again this round. The White Wolf King had self-detonated and taken out a guard, and the Knight had been eliminated too, leaving all the key rolls that could track the Lancer completely useless. Gung Schwer had already become the obvious seer, holding the police badge with no shield beside her, and tonight she would be stabbed for sure. He was the only one left on the field, the only which still able to track the rounds, and there were still 2 wolves remaining. The more this happened, the less panicked he became. The greater the pressure, the stronger the system rewards for winning. Tai Tai, sitting in seat 5, pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and pretended to be wronged. You wolves are so evil, you took down a knight as smart as me just like that. Why did I, Tai Tai, get eliminated? He cupped his face in his hands, his beard poking out between his fingers, blinking as he flashed his white teeth and looked plaintively at the entire room. Can't blame me. Brother Jiaming's speech sounded way too much like a wolf's. He treated number 1 as a good guy and admitted number 12 to be a self-knife. He's basically toying with Tai Tai's intelligence. He puffed out his cheeks. You wolves are so bad, messing the whole game up. Even someone as smart as me got fooled. As he spoke, he slapped the table and said solemnly, but it doesn't matter. Even though Tai Tai is gone, justice will never be absent. Wolves can't hide. Number 12's identity is unknown. If it really is a wolf self-knife, there are still 2 wolves on the board. If not a wolf, then it's the seer, and the obvious wolves are number 1 and number 10. Anyway, the number 2 I pointed out is a good guy, and I've buried a trap for you. You can judge for yourselves whether number 10's speech is up to standard and whether he can be counted as the seer. Alright, Tai Tai is leaving. Don't miss me too much. After he finished speaking, he strode toward the exit passage. Reaching the entrance, he turned back and waved, pouting as he softly said, Tai Tai is really leaving now. Then his figure disappeared. In the lounge outside, a large screen on the wall was broadcasting the scene live. Chun Xiaomao leaned against a gray-blue sofa, chewing candy. At the moment the knight broke his sword, he almost choked to death. After coughing a few times, he turned to Jasper and said, Hey Mr. Jia, how did you guess I was the guard? Aren't you afraid your White Wolf King self-detonating would take out a civilian? Jasper replied calmly. Your speech was the kind that gets clearer the harder you try to disguise it. You're spare me, I'm just a broken civilian card, didn't sound like a civilian at all. It was the classic plea of a guard after being singled out. At a glance, I could tell it was a card trying to hide and protect itself. I couldn't suss out anything else. Chun Xiaomao spread his hands. Alright, I admit it. Looks like I still can't beat the tricks of you scheming geniuses. This round was truly a slaughterfest. Jamming, while reading the situation, complained, this game is going to make the god-tier players fall one after another. Look, the good knight actually got stabbed to death by himself, the guard was taken out by the White Wolf King in one shot, and the seer has been exposed. Tonight he's definitely getting knifed. Good guys' god cards are dropping one by one. It's really Ragnarok, true to its name. He casually crumpled the candy wrapper in his hand into a ball and tossed it into the ashtray, cursing inwardly. In this game it was really hard to tell who was good and who was a wolf. Then he asked Jasper, Say, tell me, is Fong Xiang really a wolf or not? Jasper didn't rush to answer. After a moment of silence, he said in a shameless tone, The wolves' play this round is too godly. Ordinary people can't understand it at all. Number 12, he could be a wolf and he could also be a good guy. It just depends on whether the good side can hold on. When Chun Xiaomao heard that, his brows immediately knitted together. Tilting his head, he stared at Jasper with question marks in both eyes. What do you mean? I'm totally confused. The game continued, and player number 2 was called to speak. But Jamming's gaze didn't turn away. He stared fixedly toward the exit. That door had shut with a loud bang, and number 5, the knight, had already vanished into the shadows. The corner of his mouth twitched. Clearly he wanted to speak, but he swallowed it back down. So infuriating. He muttered to himself, Dude, you're doing a night duel. Can't you wait until I finish speaking? Even waiting for number 10 would be fine. Gung Shuer is holding the police badge and can totally be used as a seer card. What are you rushing for? He let out a breath toward the others and finally said, The knight got impatient. If this were the big stage, Tai Tai's relatives would all be getting cursed out by now. Too bad this is Ragnarok. You can't curse them here. His expression turned serious. Number 12 is the self-knife wolf. I already said that, and I still see it that way now. Number 10 is holding the badge, and she looks like the seer. Knight, if you're going to check someone and duel, at least wait until the seer has finished speaking. Gung Shuer hasn't revealed the 2 investigation results in her hand yet, and you rush to make a move like this. It really wasn't a smart choice. His words were neither salty nor heated, but the meaning was clear. The knight used 1 life to trade for my good guy card, yet ended up accomplishing nothing himself. He also made a pleased gesture, indicating it was Gung Shuer's turn to speak. In the studio, Olde sighed. Amazing. Tai Tai's move made even a sharp player like Jamming start speaking in long sentences out of anger. Ron then called on player number 6, Yilanxin, to speak. Yilangxin was half reclining, looking lazily like she owned the place, lifted her eyelids, then slowly sat up straight and tossed out a casually spoken line in Sichuan dialect, spicy as ever. What are you doing, sword-breaking knight? As soon as those words came out, quite a few people on the table couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Yilangxin didn't care about any of that. Her chatterbox mode was on. Jamming is right on the money. If you really think he's an iron wolf, a steel wall wolf, or whatever, Then let the suspected seer finish speaking before you make your move. She tapped the tabletop, her momentum rising with every word. Think about it. If you duel before number 10 says anything, even if you kill the right person, how badly does that wreck the good side's position? If number 2 is a wolf and you kill him, the game goes straight into night, number 10 can't speak, and what logic do the good guys have left to reason with? The seer gets cut down like that, and is forced straight into playing in the mud. She snorted softly, annoyed. Good grief, is this night really this stupid? Besides, it's a good thing jamming is on the good side. The game isn't over yet, there's still time in the day, and number 10 still has a chance to speak and reveal the inspection result. Put simply, number 5's strike actually helped the good side for once and bought us breathing room. If it were someone else, the suspected seer wouldn't even have a chance to defend themselves. Her tone shifted, turning serious. I'm not the seer, so don't pin that on me. My thing with the badge was purely to shield the seer from a knife and test a role claim. In the end, nobody believed me. Ron saw right through me, and I wisely stepped back into the water. I'm definitely a good guy, a solid good guy, so don't waste your effort trying to drag me into this. She raised a finger and laid it out point by point. Jamming is right. Number 12 doesn't look like a real seer. He looks more like a self-stabbing wolf. The reason is simple. Number 12 never considered that number 8 Ron might be a good card wearing the seer's clothes. He just slammed Ron as a fake claim wolf and handed the real seer a gold water. That logic is way too flimsy and doesn't fit how a seer thinks. Who would have thought that before she even finished speaking? The whole table would blow up. The moment Ron started speaking, Yelankson had already thrown up her hands. Right? I accept number 12 as a self-stabbing wolf. That made the logic she'd built after that collapse like dominoes, one piece after another. Who could have imagined she'd say, then number 1 can be cleared. Shinzi is a good guy. Number 12 gave a kill accusation before dying. Would a wolf throw a kill accusation at a fellow wolf? If the witch believed it and poisoned number 1 to death, wouldn't the wolf team take a massive loss? So if number 1 and number 12 are incompatible, then number 1 is a good guy. She ticked them off one by one on her fingers. I, number 6, am good. Number 2 jamming. The night is cleared. Number 1 Shinzi is good. Number 8 Ron's identity leans good. Number 10 Gung Schwer is the seer. After saying that, she spread her hands smugly. The unknown identities left are only number 7, number 9, and number 11. 2 wolves among 3 cards. How hard can that be? And with the seer holding 2 inspections, the wolves might as well just surrender. What are you all still dithering about? Acting like the world's about to turn upside down. The atmosphere in the game hall was taut to the point of explosion. Please have number 7 speak. Zhao Shu had been sitting there without saying a word for a long time, head lowered in silence. A few seconds later, Ron looked up and, the moment he spoke, directly slapped the whole table in the face. I don't get it. What's the point of fixating on a card that's already out? The night is already gone. Dead is dead. That guy's probably lying comfortably on the lounge sofa right now, drinking an ice-cold soda. What's the use of still analyzing him? He paused, then forcibly pulled the focus back. Doing pointless work in this game is a death sentence. The only task now is to concentrate on the current situation. Either 2 wolves or 3 wolves could be on the board. You're all too optimistic. So optimistic it gives me chills. His tone shifted as his eyes locked straight onto number 6 Yelankson, then onto number 2 jamming. Your logic is based on number 12 is a wolf, and a wolf self-stabs on day 1, thinking that makes the logic sound and the good side doesn't lose the seer. Zhao Shu sneered. That kind of dirty trick does exist. Wolves can self-stab to fake a cure. That may be possible. But do you dare bet on it? Do you dare, on day 1 when all the information is scrambled, to firmly decide that number 12 is a wolf? Do you dare make such a huge bet with the good side's round count on the line? What if player 12 is really the seer? He said. If 12 really is a seer, got a precise kill on the first night, and the witch didn't use the antidote, then isn't the good side now being led around by the remaining 3 wolves? He suddenly shifted his tone and went straight at player 1, Shinzi. And as for 1, why are you so dead set on staying on police team? Your speech just now was so pale and weak, without logic, and you even said you were afraid of getting no votes with no reason to retreat the water. Ridiculous, right? You think we're stupid? This Ragnarok arena is full of top-tier players. Which one hasn't fought through piles of corpses? All kinds of bizarre accidents are possible. He tapped the table twice with his fingers and said earnestly, everyone needs to score points, so keep your nerves tight. Play carefully and steadily. If you really are a clean good card, why take such a huge risk, force through a check and still not back down? Did you think this through? He threw out another angle. You think you won't get votes? What if some good players outside the police team like Double Logic plays think the one checked by 12 must be good and force votes onto you? He speculated even darker. What if there happened to be two wolves off police? Seeing the situation deadlocked, the wolf team wants to pull off some dirty trick, and the two wolves off police team up and hard drop the votes onto your head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Utterly infuriating. These old foxes and two-faced smartass only had this much skill with their bluster and pretense. The moment something happened, they showed their cowardice, loved their little tricks, and had far too little scope. Yilanxin and Jianming's faces were now greener than the wall. Luo and Zhao stared straight at Shenzi and said, "What are you talking about? When it really comes down to the crunch, wasn't it just you suddenly popping up with a police badge? You got the police badge, and in the end it was useless. The whole scene turned into a mess, and then you became the target of everyone's arrows. The good side all watched you, while the wolf team was practically tail-wagging with joy. Are you really trying to hold out to the end? That takes way too much nerve. Who would have thought Shenzi would still use 'it doesn't matter if I can't get votes' as an excuse?" Zhao Shu directly exposed it. That logic simply doesn't hold up. The smartest move for a cautious good player is to receive the message that they can withdraw at dawn, and instantly hit the withdraw button. Nothing wrong with that. But you didn't leave, you stayed hard in the card pool. That clearly means you didn't want to clean yourself up. You're a deep wolf. To put it bluntly, Zhao Shu's wave was ferocious, slamming player 1 firmly to the edge of the wolf pit, and then he immediately turned his sights to Geng Shuer. The current situation depends crucially on you. Luo N, player 10, hasn't said a single word from start to finish. Doesn't that seem strange? Unexpectedly, this silence might be an old wolf strategy. The moment he opens his mouth, he throws out 2 kills. What a carefully laid trap. Even more absurdly, Zhao Shu began explaining wolf team tactics. If the wolf team is weak or wants to control the pace, they love to play fake clarity, directly tossing out 2 kills to brainwash everyone, tricking the good players into thinking the seer is holding the field and all the wolves have been found. Then the good side isn't just being led by the nose, it's basically being shoved onto the stage. Who would want to spend the brainpower to calculate? This is the wolf team's most terrifying trap, trying to make you stop overthinking. Then, he specifically reminded players 2 and 6, don't get shackled by your first day instincts. First listen to what player 10 says, don't miss any logic flaws, think it through carefully, and then decide whether to follow. I've already laid out all the landmines. The rest is up to your own judgment. Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Shu let out a long breath. All right, that's the end of my speech. It's the next person's turn. Over here, Luo Nian coldly said, player 7's speech is over, and then immediately called on 8. At this point, all eyes on the field were focused there. Yet Luo N deliberately pretended to hesitate and think hard, stubbornly going 5 full seconds without replying, as if his brain had frozen. No one expected Luo N to suddenly say in a dead serious tone, "Wolves, why aren't you self-destructing yet? Tough as nails, huh?" It was clearly affected and pretentious, and in the next second he laughed, leaning forward with just the right amount of provocation. Old A was stunned. What does Luo N's move even mean? This is extreme psychological warfare. Not something courage alone can explain. In the game hall, Ron said to Geng Shuer, the werewolf logic is pretty clear. Since the daytime speech hadn't even finished yet, the wolf team should have self-destructed right away, cutting straight into the night and setting up a covert assassination on the seer. And yet, they didn't self-destruct, and they just stood there watching number 10 take the police badge. What are the wolves supposed to do now? Then Ron fixed Zhao Shu with a sharp look. Didn't you, number 7, just say that number 10 had info on 2 consecutive investigations? Not only did you guard against number 10, you even gave everyone a heads up in advance, afraid she'd throw out 2 kills and brainwash people. Could it be that you're actually this Geng Shuer's trusted mole? Utterly outrageous, Ron directly questioned him. What gives you the right to take the first shot at number 10 in this position? Do you really think you're some big shot? These cunning players didn't look like good guys no matter how you looked at them. To put it bluntly, it was just a blatantly obvious nitpicking routine. The whole scene was full of sarcasm and mockery, and the atmosphere instantly tightened. It was truly wildly imaginative and packed with things to complain about. Ron got to the table and started going at it. With both hands braced on the table as he leaned forward, he looked solemn, like a professional lecturer, while muttering, "Listen to me. This number 10 seer is carrying 2 kills today. Otherwise it just doesn't make sense." His speaking speed kept rising as he slowly sorted out the kill logic for everyone. Number 10 takes the police badge and first lets number 11 speak. That's not some random arrangement. It means the kills are definitely spanning that half of the board between number 11 and number 1, or else a Goldwater result popped out over by numbers 7, 8, and 9. Damn, that's ridiculous, right? Unless she can check numbers 2 and 6 from across most of the table. Number 6 absolutely can't guess it. In plain terms, he dropped a bombshell. These 5 positions of ours are 99% locked in as kill targets. The wolves aren't panicking? That makes no sense. As he said that the force pressing on the table increased by several notches. And on top of that, in this daytime investigation, in the other round of checks, didn't number 7 or number 9 basically reveal themselves as wolves? Why aren't you guys doing anything? Who could have expected that, in an instant, the scene would erupt? The audience seats were filled with retorts. The wolf team self-destructing? Kidding? Only by going head-to-head do they still have a chance. Even if number 10 is really the seer, they still have to fight desperately to block him during the day. Stop bluffing. No one on the board really believes number 10. Number 12's self-destruct speech was clearly just a wolf pretending to be a good guy. Ron's play was solid, but I feel like he's more of a deep wolf, completely reading the good guy's mindset. Even more outrageous, just as the discussion was at its fiercest, a boom of simulated explosion sound pierced the entire venue, and the red light on number 7 flashed. Everyone's pupils contracted. Then Ronian said coldly, "Number 7 has decided to self-destruct." Ron kept a straight face, showing no ripples at all, but inside he was secretly delighted. Finally exploded. My logic pressure wasn't wasted after all. Now the wolves have no move left. Who would have thought the star of the performance would actually be number 7 Zhao Shu? Just a moment ago, his speech had been a complete plot twist, full of allure, and ordinary people wouldn't have been able to tell he was a wolf. But this guy handed over his card face first, a textbook move. Ron was startled inside, and before he could make sense of it, Zhao Shu had already stood up with a resolute expression. Ron is right. If we really let number 10 speak, the wolf team is finished. I judged wrong just now. Before the police badge had even settled, I should have stood up and self-destructed long ago, ripping the badge apart and leaving number 10 not even a shred of information. It's too late now. She's got the badge, so we'll fight to the end. Zhao Shu took a deep breath and continued plotting. Tonight number 10 still has to be investigated, and tomorrow morning she's bound to toss out the police badge. The situation is tricky, but brothers, don't panic. Guard God Jia has already been taken out by us, and last night was a no-kill night. With the guard dead, that can only mean the witch used her antidote. No one can save number 10 tonight. Go straight in. Kill the seer. As those words dropped, Zhao Shu's gaze turned vicious, fixed directly on that position of the opponent. You're very safe. The good guys absolutely won't guess that you're a wolf card. Just stay hidden. Watch out for the witch's poison making the wrong call. And when day breaks, seize the chance to tank the good guys' push and force the mis-elimination. After successfully pushing the vote tomorrow, we'll take one last bite on the final night. Whether it's a civil kill or a god kill, this game is locked in for us. As he spoke, he clenched both fists, his eyes burning. Wolves' victory. A blaze of red lit up the scene as this werewolf showdown reached a new climax. Who could possibly stand against that? The moment Ron Zhao finished his final words, he strode out of the match hall with long, decisive steps, an air so swaggering it left everyone speechless. Immediately after, with Ron Yen's "Night Falls," "Please close your eyes," everyone on the field heard the faint click of the mechanical jaws beneath their heads. Masks snapped shut, and all sight was sealed off as the brutal nighttime mind game began. The guard, the werewolf, the seer, and the witch were awakened one after another to act, each identity card hiding lethal intent. When the witch's blindfold came off, Ron slowly lifted his head and scanned the entire field, the third-level heavenly eye system in his mind flashing at once. There are still 2 checks left, he calculated inwardly. After Wolf 7 Zhao Shu self-destructed during the day, it directly confirmed that player 10 Gungshuer was the real seer. Then, after player 10 got the police badge, her very first reaction was to let player 11 speak first. Didn't that prove the good side's deduction was spot on? To put it bluntly, tonight's check had to be on either player 11 or player 1. The final wolf was definitely hiding in this half. The only cards left unrevealed on the table were player 1 Shen Zi, player 9 Shan Desheng, and player 11 Zhou Ziyue. With 2 checks still available, Ron fixed on a target and checked player 11 first. Check, player 11. The system flashed. Target identity. Civilian. Damn. Not player 11? Ron frowned, growing more irritated the more he thought about it, cursing inwardly at these old foxes for playing so dirty. Zhao Shu's dying words had indeed been suspicious, forcing the last wolf to be hidden like treasure. Who could have imagined it? Player 12's first night self-cut was already an old trick, and on the way out he still had to throw a check on kill at player 1. That move was absurdly overpowered. To put it simply, these wolves were deliberately trying to confuse the good side, betting that the witch would get excited and mistakenly poison player 1, causing an instant bloodbath. Ron mentally tossed out a, "You really think that highly of yourselves?" And thanks to his system cheat, the good side wasn't tricked. Next, without hesitation, he checked player 1. Check player 1. Target identity. Werewolf. SSS. The crimson words on the screen made Ron go cold halfway through. He cursed inwardly at these two timing bastards for using psychological warfare at such a high and outrageous level. This wolf team was really lucky, daring to balance a piece like an egg on the blade. A normal person would already have been scared stiff. To put it bluntly, without the system, the good side probably wouldn't even be able to identify the real wolf by tomorrow daytime. Ron acted decisively, aimed straight at player 1 and poisoned them. The witch nodded in confirmation, and the mask closed. The broadcast studio had already exploded into chaos. Commentator Old A was fired up. Wolf 7 self-destructed. So Gung Schwer from player 10 is definitely the seer. The wolf team has only one left. Who exactly is this final werewolf? Let's guess. The audience seats blew up too. Player 9 Shindeshing has to be it. He looks so timid and afraid of dying. Player 11 Zhou Ziue's speech sounds like a hooked seer. Hey, do you think it might be player 1 Shinzi? As soon as that was said, the faces of the people beside them went dark. They looked at him like he was an idiot. What's going on in your head? Player 12 clearly named player 1 as the wolf before dying. Doesn't that make it obvious? Who would believe otherwise? If the witch had poisoned at night, wouldn't player 1 have been dead on the spot? Wolves aren't stupid either. Player 1 is definitely good. Go find player 9 or player 11. Stop messing around. They fired back one after another, and in an instant the whole venue was like it had been injected with adrenaline, shouting and arguing into a boiling mess. It was dawn. As Luo Nian's voice fell, he said, "Please open your eyes." The mask slipped off with a snap at the same time. No one looked at the person beside them. Instead, everyone's eyes were fixed tightly on the judge. The air seemed to freeze. The one who died last night was number 10. The hearts of the good camp sank. As expected, the seer still was eliminated. Before everyone in Ron could recover from their shock, Luo Nian suddenly added, "And also, number 1. Those words were like a bolt from the blue. What? Numero uno. Everyone in the hall abruptly turned toward seat number 1. Shinzi's entire face stiffened like stone. Her feigned bewilderment shattered in an instant, turning into stunned shock. She had actually been poisoned. Not just her. Everyone except Ron's side had a complete brain freeze. The witch, who should have been under the wolves' frenzied scrutiny, had actually dumped the poison straight onto number 1. Could this witch even play the game? Just as everyone was still wildly piecing together the logic chain, Luo Nian spoke again. "The last werewolf is dead. The game is over. The good camp wins." Shinzi, seated in number 1's chair, didn't move a muscle. She looked as if she had been locked in place by a petrification spell, her face full of unbelievable shock. In her mind, 10,000 beasts were charging wildly, and all she could hear was the deafening W. "No way." Her lips trembling, she stared fixedly into the air, completely unable to make sense of it. How could the best victim in the entire game somehow get blind poisoned by the witch? Ron and her number 12 wolf teammate had self-killed, and on the way out, he had viciously pinned the blame on her, saying she was checked and exposed. By normal logic, if number 12 was the wolf, then his frenzied pointing at number 1 before dying absolutely meant number 1 was a solid good guy. And the key point was, the witch was still alive, with poison in hand, so there was no way she and number 12 could be on the same side. Who could withstand that? Even more ridiculous was that during the day, the good camp had been thoroughly fooled by number 12's dying words, doubting themselves as wolves while number 12 kept pretending to be the real seer. Who would have thought that when number 7 Zhao Shu suddenly exploded, the real seer on the board would finally become clear, and number 12's self-kill wolf theory would be proven true? With such ironclad logic, how could it possibly have been her turn to be poisoned? Was the witch crazy, poisoning people with her eyes closed? Shinzi was completely dumbfounded. She slumped in her chair, feeling as if her worldview had cracked apart. At the same time, the good camp's expressions went through a 3-step leap from extreme tension to confusion to shock. Number 6 Yilanshin's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes almost popping out as she cursed inwardly. "I thought this round would be a long, bloody fight, but it actually ended so dramatically? Wait. Number 1 was actually a wolf. And the only logical anchor point, the witch seeing through the fake confrontation between number 12 and number 1 and, with a godlike move beyond conventional strategy, directly aiming the poison at number 1. Who was this powerful? Who had the guts for that? That blind kill by calling out a name was just outrageously insane. Yilan didn't look at anyone else. Her gaze slowly drifted toward No. 8. A chill ran down her back, and a terrifying thought sprang up in her mind. Aside from Ron, no one would dare play like this. The lounge was dead silent, like a graveyard. Jasper was still staring at the screen. When he heard the ending sound, he jerked violently and collapsed helplessly onto the sofa. Hand over his face, he let out an angry growl. Damn it! Who the hell is the witch? Number 12 self-killed to offer himself up. I, the White Wolf King, blew up the guard, set up a perfect kill trap to keep number 1 alive till the end, and the result? I actually got poisoned. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He slammed his fist hard on the coffee table, making the water glass buzz and rattle. Frustrated and enraged, he kept cursing. And that idiot number 7 too. What the hell? Why didn't he self-detonate earlier? He had to wait until the seer on number 10 got the police badge before blowing up, completely messing up the speaking order of the whole half segment. He really deserved to die. The entire lounge echoed with Jasper's roar and despair. In the broadcast hall, commentator Old A instantly turned to stone. His hand still frozen mid-slap on the desk for a long time, mouth hanging open. Huh! Truly absurd beyond words. This scene from Ron stunned Old A so badly that he was dumbfounded. It took him several seconds before he blurted out in a cracking voice. Player number 1? Got poisoned? He refused to believe it no matter what. How could number 1 possibly be a werewolf? Number 12 clearly provided evidence of a kill. At this point Old A silently cursed in his heart. His years of being an old fox had been directly slapped in the face by this move, and he was simply speechless. Who could have imagined that the live audience first fell into dead silence for a few seconds, and then immediately exploded into chaos, wave after wave of sound practically lifting the roof off the stands. Some shouted, "Holy crap! Number 1 turned out to be a werewolf? Didn't they say there was no way that could happen?" Others complained, "Shinzi's luck is getting worse and worse. All that old luck she had for surviving until the end is gone." And even more comments said, "This witch is amazing. That's a god-tier play. But who exactly is this witch? They're hiding like an old fox." Just when everyone was still guessing the witch's identity, Ron Yen's voice suddenly came from the giant screen, beginning to reveal the roles. Seer is number 10, Knight is number 5, Guard is number 4, which is number 8. The civilians are numbers 2, 6, 9, and 11. The werewolves are number 3, the White Wolf King, number 1, number 7, and number 12, the ordinary werewolves. The scene exploded on the spot, and the audience was so shocked they couldn't say a word. Holy crap! Ron is the witch. The one who was jumping around all over the place on the police side. 666. I'm kneeling to this move. Ron again? How did he pull this off? Exclamations rang out one after another across the venue. Even more shocking, Gung Shuer boldly walked right up to seat number 8, stared down at Ron, and with intense admiration in her eyes, said, "Ron, it's you again. MVP is basically locked in. So, how about joining my club? Just nod and—" Ron smiled calmly, tossed out 3 words, "Add more money." Then he shoved one hand casually into his pocket and walked off, completely ignoring the slightly stunned look on Gung Shuer's face. No one expected that Ron had barely turned around and gone far when number 9, Chun Deshing, that bootlicker, style chubby guy, jogged up to catch him, his grin so greasy it was almost funny. "God, Ron, you are truly my reborn parents. We got another easy win this round." That poison was delivered so smoothly. To put it plainly, Ron's blunt, "Add more money," floated into the microphone, drawing thunderous laughter from the entire venue. Right after that, Ron Yen announced the MVP. Number 8, Ron, with a score of 7 stars. Old A was so excited he slapped the desk and roared at full volume. 666. Ron is definitely a mysterious wild card, and no one plays tricks like him. The king of extreme reversals. This MVP is absolutely well-deserved. Watching the audience erupt like a tsunami, shouting, "God, Ron, awesome, blind poisoning the werewolf and becoming a legend in one battle. This isn't a wild card at all. He's clearly a god-level expert buying up the apocalypse." It was insanely lively. However, the story immediately cut to backstage, where the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Only a loud bang was heard as a bone china cup was smashed to pieces in fury. Jasper paced back and forth in the lounge, eyes red, like a maddened lion, choking out, "I'm the world number 7. World number 7. How could I possibly lose? How could the Wolf team lose? And it got taken down by that wildcard kid from nowhere. This is absolutely insane." This guy was clearly a top-tier god, but when he got in front of Ron, he turned into a coward, getting ground into scraps over and over again, his anger and unwillingness mixing into a pot of old broth that would never boil down. Then the big screen continued to broadcast the post-match review. Ronian slowly explained, "On the first night, player 4 guarded player 3, and the seer, player 10, checked player 8, with the result being a gold water." The audience once again fixed their eyes on the screen, and the heat in the arena did not cool at all. Ron's opening in this game was explosive. Player 12 self-killed from the Wolf camp right off the bat. Who could have expected that? Also, the witch, player 8, didn't use either the antidote or the poison at all. This move was truly baffling. Then came the police run phase. Aside from players 2, 5, and 7, no one else went for the police. The other 9 all raised their hands to compete for sheriff. The White Wolf King, player 3, was blunt and decisive, jumping up to claim White Wolf King. Player 6, a common villager, directly pretended to be the seer and even gave player 4, the guard, a gold water. Yet player 8, the witch, also followed suit and pretended to be the seer, giving player 12, a wolf, a gold water. Wasn't this just handing money straight to the Wolf team? It was ridiculous to watch. To put it plainly, player 3, the White Wolf King, immediately self-exploded and took out player 4, the guard. It was basically a face-slapping move. Player 12, the wolf, just died like that. The fans in the stands instantly erupted. "Holy crap! I knew Jasper was this decisive during the police run phase. He actually found the guard so accurately and still dared to self-explode. Damn impressive." But the more they thought about it, the angrier they got. That deranged which didn't make it easy on him. Next was the second night. The seer, player 10, checked player 1, and it turned out to be a real wolf. The audience immediately started whispering, "Gung Schwer is really strong." After player 12's self-kill, she still firmly targeted player 1 and kept pushing through the check. That big picture sense is insane. No one expected that the sheriff badge would end up with the seer, player 10, just like that. But even more absurdly, on the wolf side, player 9 was killed by the fall kill, and the witch, player 8, directly used the antidote on player 9, saving him. The next day turned out to be a peaceful night instead. In the voting phase, player 2 voted for player 1, while players 5 and 7 voted for player 10, and player 10 smoothly became sheriff. At that moment, player 7, who was a wolf, actually self-exploded. His brain must have been flooded. On the third night, it was the seer, player 10, who was killed by the fall kill. This time, the witch, player 8, showed no mercy and directly used poison on player 1. He looked powerful, but in fact he was fragile. By the next morning, players 1 and 10 were both dead, and the remaining players were all good guys. The situation reversed, and the good camp won. During the review, Ron's play was like having the heavens opened in front of him. Every move precise, to the point that even self-proclaimed experts had to respect him by 3 parts. This old fox was no simple character. When the scoreboard lit up, it showed all wolves at 0 stars, while among the good camp, players 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, and 11 each received different numbers of stars. And the key point was that player 8, Ron, took home 7 stars in one go. The MVP belonged to him without question. In the lounge, just as Ron sat down, that voice in his head came again. "Congratulations, host, for completing and winning the 3rd match. The Heaven's Eye system has been upgraded to level 4. The guy's mouth couldn't help twitching. In the next match, he would be able to see 4 bottom cards right from the start, directly know the identities of 1/3 of the players while lying down, land the first night kill with precision, and immediately lead the team to point out the wolves. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. He cursed inwardly. "Damn, only I have a system. That's why I can show off like this." Just as the words fell, the system prompted again. Logic, card reading ability, state, and appearance all improved comprehensively. He instantly merged with it, and every cell in his body was shouting, "I've gotten stronger again." This time it was real growth, not an act. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Old S still had not recovered from the match. Staring at the big screen, he was practically drooling as he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, after all these years of commentating, I've rarely seen anyone worthy of being described as a god-tier play like this. Ron didn't save anyone this game. Player 12 self-killed while jumping as the seer, and in the end the entire field of good players still didn't fully solve the board. Then the last bottle of poison was directly given to Shinzi, poisoning player 1 like that, incredible. A single move that sealed divinity. The audience erupted instantly, all shouting in unison, God Luo! God Luo! And they just couldn't stop. Lao A added fuel to the fire. This round's rankings will not be announced for now. The overall standings will be revealed after all 5 matches. 10 minutes later, the crowd began to disperse. Even though the lights came on, not many people left. Everyone gathered in front of the stage, buzzing with excitement, taking screenshots and spamming the bullet comments. The atmosphere was absolutely explosive. In the human-killing community, the entire feed was filled with the refrain, Ron went absolutely insane tonight, practically taking over every screen. Laois sat at the commentary desk listening to the audience's noise and couldn't help but smile. He held up one finger toward the camera. Brothers and sisters, don't stay up too late. Go home and get some sleep early. Tomorrow at 8 sharp, the 4th match begins. In the twilight of the gods, can Ron keep ascending to godhood? See you tomorrow. Good night. After he finished speaking, the audience began filing out in 2s and 3s. Some people who had taken a few steps away from Ron still kept turning back to stare at the main stage, as if looking a few more times could soak up some of Ron's aura. It was honestly ridiculous. Just then, on the top floor of a skyscraper on the other side of the city, the lights were off, and only a giant LCD screen was lit. The screen was frozen on the scene of Ron casting that crucial poison. Inside the headquarters of Wolf Soul Club, a leather chair slowly turned around, and a slender, fair hand pressed the pause button on the remote. Yushining fixed her gaze on the screen, a smile gradually rising at the corners of her lips. This kid is definitely a genius. Beside her, a secretary held up a tablet. The dense data on the screen was clear at a glance. President Yu, Ron's profile has been updated. 3 matches, 3 consecutive MVPs with explosive stats. Especially in the 3rd game as the Witch, his information processing speed and depth of logic completely crushed every player of his generation. Yushining didn't take the tablet. Her eyes were locked on the screen. It's been a long time since I've run into such an incredible young star. Not even Jasper has managed this in the past 2 years. The secretary tried to persuade her. President Yu, although Jasper's been slipping a little lately, his strength is still there. I know. Yushining's expression suddenly turned cold. It's not a problem with his ability. He's just slapping his own face. That old fox only has that much sense. He dug his own grave. If he can't get past the hurdle called being crowned, then no one can help him. The secretary had nothing to say, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Yushining turned back, her gaze burning. Xiaoyu, starting today, cut every segment from Ron's matches. Who said what, who made a move, every micro-expression, every timestamp. Mark it all clearly and send it straight to my phone. Yes, President Yu. Also, she raised one finger. Watch them closely. Under no circumstances can we let scouts from other clubs poach Ron. The capital, the magic capital, overseas. Those schemers. Anyone who lays a hand on him, I need to know immediately. Once the match is over, sign him right away. Xiaoyu typed rapidly on the tablet. President Yu, what's the maximum offer? No limit. Yushining looked out at the night scenery, and the smile on her lips was downright lethal. In her heart, she cursed those old foxes for only knowing that one trick. Who told Ron to be this good? They had to strike first and get him under contract before anyone else. Early the next morning, before the venue even opened, the square outside was already packed black with people. Fans waved banners, streamers set up equipment, and die-hard supporters who hadn't gotten tickets crowded outside to watch the big screen. Once security checks began, the tide of people surged in, and within just 20 minutes, the stands holding hundreds of thousands were completely full. Everyone was talking non-stop about Ron's poison from yesterday, guessing whether he could continue his legend today. Laowa had changed into a bright red suit, looking full of energy. He spread his arms wide toward the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2nd day of the competition officially begins. In the twilight of the gods, who can shoulder the burden? Are you ready? 12 players, take your positions. Lights blasted across the main stage, and the 12 players walked out one after another from the side passages and took their seats in the battle hall. At that moment, a spotlight shone onto the judge's bench, and Ronian stepped out in a pair of high heels. This time, she wasn't wearing yesterday's crisp suit. Instead, she had changed into an off-white Chanel-style set, her face as calm as ever. Her hand rested on the judge's panel. The game board will now be randomly drawn. On the giant screen, 12 cards flipped rapidly: Hunter, Knight, Gravekeeper, Night Shadow all flashed by. In the end, it stopped on a golden, shimmering miracle merchant. Luo Nian looked up and said in a cool voice that carried across the room, "The board for this match has been determined as Miracle Merchant." Next, the large screen displayed the faction setup. She gestured for the entire venue to quiet down, then rattled off the rules in one breath. This game is a side elimination setup. The werewolves win by killing all special roles or all civilians. The good side wins by exiling all werewolves. A sheriff will be established with one vote counting as 1.5. If the sheriff is exposed, both votes are swallowed. The witch cannot self-save. Her gaze swept over the 12 players. "Please confirm your identities." All 12 raised their hands at once, and the countdown began. Night was about to fall. Ron lowered his head, his fingers lightly gliding over the panel, ready for battle. With a gentle swipe, the hidden identities were flipped over in one go. "Guard." Ron leaned back in his chair, his face showing little expression, but inside he was already cursing. Guard, a weak special role? That's all there is to it. As for the guard card, in a normal game it really wasn't much. Without a witch to push the rhythm forward, without a seer to lead the charge for information, at best you could quietly protect someone in the dark at night, and in most games it would be over after 3 nights. But unfortunately for the wolves, Ron had an extra level 4 eye system in hand, allowing him to inspect 4 hidden cards right from the start. At this point, let alone the guard, even if he were a civilian, he'd practically be an information emperor with wolf weaknesses everywhere for the taking. Calmly, he locked onto number 9, Chun Dashing. He didn't even need to look at the face. Just the sitting posture was enough to make his teeth ache. His back so straight it was like steel plate, stiff and obnoxious. Ron immediately complained inwardly. This old fox only knows this act and has no real skill. He opened his eye system to take a look, and a line of cold hard text popped up. Number 9 is a werewolf. Damn. He knew there was a wolf right from the start, and it was the kind he didn't even want to bother with. That saved him the trouble of overthinking, and he felt pretty pleased with himself. At that moment, Luo Nian's voice rang out. "It is now night. Please close your eyes." 12 masks instantly dropped down, and the game entered the night. The atmosphere in the entire studio suddenly turned heavy. Oldest sat behind the commentary desk, his eyes wide as he nearly shot up in excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, this board is interesting. Miracle Merchant. This card lets a lucky player gain an extra skill at night. Choose one of the witch's poison, the seer's check, or the guard's protection. If a good guy gets it, it's the icing on the cake. If a werewolf gets it, once the first night's speech ends, the Miracle Merchant vanishes into thin air, and the wolves are left completely in the dark." As soon as this outrageous setup was announced, the live audience burst into laughter. Olda shrugged. Some merchant players are more cautious. They don't act on the first night, and wait until after the speeches to see who's who before making a move. It's pretty entertaining. The moment he finished speaking, the panel popped up a lock-in. Number 6, Yilanxin, Miracle Merchant. Old A's eyes bulged, excitement practically exploding out of him. The bullet comments went wild. "Goddess Lanxin is on. First night picked the right one. Don't run into wolves. Ron looks insanely cool today. Keep it up, bro." In the dark of night, "Miracle Merchant, please open your eyes." Yilanxin opened her eyes and swept her gaze across the room. In the end, she steadied her hand and pointed at Ron. "You, the lucky one." Everyone thought to themselves that they knew this goddess, so choosing him wasn't surprising. Without hesitation, Yilanxin instantly selected the skill. ***** poison. *****. Ron's pupils shrank, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This Miracle Merchant had come down hard, giving me poison? He really thinks a lot of himself. Out of 11 people, no one except him knew he was the guard. Clearly they saw him as a good guy, and this skill was being slammed straight in his face. Ron cursed inwardly. I really got heated-headed, coming here to play the divine sidekick. Fine, you're betting on my ability, then I'll show you real skill. A ruthless smile hooked at the corner of his mouth. Bring it on. Ron's glow quietly landed on Chun Dashing. From the moment this card was checked, it had already been sentenced to death. Originally, it would have taken a few detours and a few traps to push this card out. But now, a bottle of poison had directly stripped his life away in the night. Ron's fingers flew across the panel, selecting number 9 Chun Dashing, and decisively clicked the poison kill icon. Confirm use poison on number 9? Confirmed. The poison icon shattered with a pop and splashed away. Ron withdrew his hand coldly, showing no expression at all. Immediately after, The panel popped up the guard prompt. Who do you protect tonight? Ron glanced at the shield and, a little awkwardly but without hesitation, simply skipped it. Don't guard. Who would have thought that not guarding anyone on the first night as the guard would actually be the mainstream play? Even more absurd was how simple his reason was. First, if the witch had used the antidote, stacking a shield on top of that might end up healing the person to death instead. Though the chance was small, he absolutely wasn't taking that risk in this game. Second, he didn't even know whether he was protecting the seer. If the seer wasn't attacked, then he couldn't protect the same person again the next day. If he misprotected on the first night, he'd lose one more chance later to protect the seer. Third, he had poison in hand, and tonight he changed the setup, poison chin dashing, then add the wolf kill, and if the witch didn't save him, the game would open the next morning with 2 deaths. The situation would be ridiculously complicated. To put it plainly, leaving the protection for the second night was safer, like having a buffer zone. How good was that? He leaned back in his chair, and the mask quietly closed. Wolves, please open your eyes. Then, confirm attack target. The whole sequence was completed at top speed, and the wolf blindfold closed. One by one, seer, open your eyes. Target confirmed. Witch, open your eyes. The one who died tonight is TA. Do you want to use your medicine? After a long wait, it was Ronian's turn. Daybreak. Please open your eyes. 12 masks split open at the same time, light spilling down. Some people squinted to adjust, some rubbed their wrists, while others darted their eyes around. At the moment day broke, expressions were the most immediate leak of information. Ron swept the room with his eyes, saying nothing, cursing inwardly that these old foxes really thought themselves invisible. Yet his own face remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Ronian stood at the judge's platform and shouted, "Those who want to run for sheriff? Raise your hands." After a brief wait, the result came out. Numbers 2, 3, 6, 7, 9, and 12 are running for sheriff. 6 people rushed up. Ron didn't. Put simply, the guard identity had to stay hidden. With a miracle merchant backing a direct check and kill, the risk of taking the blame himself was much lower. However, who could have imagined that the moment Yilan Shin, sitting in seat number 6, finished hearing the list, her whole body jolted like she'd been struck by lightning, even the chair back trembling faintly. The moment her mask opened, she had been preparing to enjoy the glory of being the lucky one, only for Ron not to run for sheriff. I never expected that I, the lucky one, wouldn't run for sheriff. That's not scientific at all. The wolf is treated as the lucky one, yet he himself doesn't even know who the lucky one is. This is exactly the blindfold trick those old foxes always use. If Ron is a wolf, there's really nothing to be done. He can only obediently play the second fool. If he's a good guy, then holding poison and not taking the lead to run for sheriff? What a coward. Yilan Shin's face twitched for a while, and her lips moved. Oh no, why am I just so unlucky? In the broadcast room, commentator Old A practically jumped to his feet. What? Number 6 Yilan Shin chose Ron as the lucky one and gave him poison, but Ron didn't run for sheriff? That's unreasonable. He slapped the table, his voice exploding across the entire venue. The poison Yilan Shin gave last night was actually wasted, and Ron didn't run for sheriff. He's taking the sly route. Damn! His expression turned serious. Now that the sheriff vote is over, Yilan Shin is as good as dead. Ron absolutely has the werewolf card in this round. The audience instantly exploded. Lan Shin crashed into a wolf on the first night? She picked Ron. 3-time MVP. I'd pick him too. It's over. First night hit a wolf. The good side is bleeding points. Wait, Ron really got wolf? Seriously. A bespectacled audience member stood up and shouted, "Not necessarily. On the first night, number 6 got the poison. Even if Ron is a good guy, he can still make it work." As soon as Ron said that, several pairs of eyes around him instantly turned into blades, sizing him up. The girl beside him wearing Ron fan merch immediately turned her head, puffed out her cheeks, and shot him a look sharper than a knife. Bullshit! Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried insanely well, and everyone around turned to stare at him. He's God Ron. Ron, didn't you see his 3-game MVP? He became legendary with that one poison as the witch. And you're telling me he might not even poison the wolf correctly? The girl got more and more worked up as she spoke, and the last sentence was practically a roar. The bespectacled guy immediately shrank his neck and fell silent, too scared to say another word. He had it coming. Who could have imagined someone could be this stubborn with their mouth? It was simply unreasonable. The scene cut to the matchroom. Luo Nian glanced at the clock. 8:32. He looked up towards seat number 2. Player number 2 starts speaking. Number 2, your turn. His words were crisp and efficient, his voice flat. I'm one of the sheriff candidates and I'm not a seer. Why waste time? I'm passing. Less than 5 seconds for 3 simple sentences. After speaking, he leaned back in his chair without expression, looking completely like he was lying flat and letting life happen. The audience immediately joked, "Short bro is still short. Chat away, jamming. I'm lying down first." Your speech even skipped punctuation. Then Luonyen called on Jasper at number 3 to speak. Jasper's momentum surged as he said with high spirits, "I'm the seer, and number 6 is gold water." As soon as he finished, he lifted his hand and pointed at number 6. The sheriff badge flow opens on 8, then 12. My first sheriff badge goes to number 8, Ron. The second goes to number 12, Fong Xiang. At that point, Jasper stared straight at Ron, and their eyes met briefly. I originally wanted to check him on the first night. He said coldly, everyone saw Ron's performance. If he's a good guy, the wolves definitely wouldn't let him live through the first night. After all, I checked the living, not corpses. Oof, ruthless. Once that line landed, everyone was drawn into it. So I didn't check him, because I was afraid he wouldn't even survive until dawn today. Think about it yourself. Then he shifted his focus to Fong Xiang at number 12. Bro Fong Xiang, what do you think of me? Seriously, you've been staring at me so much I've got goosebumps all over. I was even wondering if I'd already been knifed. That sentence made a lot of people on the field look subtly strange. If I get killed on the first night, then Fong Xiang is probably a wolf. No doubt about it. Then he suddenly shot a look at jamming at number 2. Number 2, what's the point of your speech? Not even as long as a chorus in 3 sentences. What are you pretending for? No brains. Your expression is basically a statue. If I picked up some random ceramic jar off the street, it would have a richer expression than you. The fans burst into laughter. Ceramic jar. Ha ha ha. Jasper's trash talk is insane. But seriously, I'm changing my second sheriff badge flow to number 2. I want to see exactly what card you are. He took a deep breath and looked at Yi Lanxin. Player 6, Yi Lanxin, you're my gold water. I won't say much. For your speech, just imitate player 2. 1 sentence is enough. A smile curled at his lips as he said slowly, I'm a good guy. I'm on Jasper's side. He's my ultimate seer, and I'm following him. That's it. Okay? Done. In the studio, they started heckling Yila. Here it comes, here it comes. Jasper's classic Goldwater bit. He's here. Listening to his speech, I honestly can't tell whether he's a seer or a wolf. He's slick-tongued either way, not much difference. Even though he got beaten up badly before, looking at how he's doing now, this guy hasn't gone down. The audience exploded. Brother Jasper is back. This guy used to be amazing on the WPL stage. Even though there were a lot of restrictions in a few Twilight matches, he was still a master. Exactly. But this gold water of yours is a pity. It's probably going cold soon. Sigh Yi Lanxin. Who would have thought that Ron would actually have Yi Lanxin pick player 8 as the lucky one? And player 8 just happened to be a werewolf. It was simply unreasonable. On the big screen, Ronnie solemnly announced, Player 6, please begin your speech. A trace of regret showed on Yi Lanxin's face. And this was clearly not fake. Think about it. What miracle merchant wouldn't feel this way after seeing the lucky one they picked fail to go up for police? It was really a mix of speechless complaints and a hint of heartache. Her eyes locked straight onto player 7, Zhao Shu. I'm the lucky one. Last night I checked player 7's identity, and he's a werewolf. Then she said with complete confidence, I accepted the gold water Jasper gave me. I took that gold water without even using my brain. Think about it. Jasper is a wolf and he knows I'm a good card over here, with Zhao Shu sitting next to me. If I were really the seer, I'd immediately turn around and give player 7 a kill check. The wolf team wouldn't be losing their minds if I did that. She said it so matter-of-factly, solid as a mountain back home. Then she changed course, fixing her gaze on player 7. You, player 7, oh ho, don't even think about it. You are a werewolf. You want to jump out and claim seer? Not a chance. Unless your 2 wolf teammates have one claim lucky one, and the other claim miracle merchant to back you up. But that wouldn't even be worth it for you. She shook her head, a mocking look on her face. The smartest thing to do is lie low and stop making trouble, and wait for them to save you. What if there isn't a single wolf on the police side? Then you just self-destruct. As soon as she finished, the aura of an old fox fully erupted. Her arms crossed as she sat there with effortless swagger. To put it bluntly, If she had directly claimed Miracle Merchant and publicly stated that number 8 was a wolf, the wolf would have immediately responded upon hearing it, and might even have self-destructed. As the Miracle Merchant herself, she'd have to stay alive and catch them in the act, which would be unbearably frustrating. Better to take on the Lucky One identity, receive a clean bill of health and then throw a kill at number 7. That move would be explosively strong. If Zhao Shu were a wolf, he might not be able to withstand the pressure of that kill and self-destruct right away, which would make perfect sense. If Zhao Shu were a good guy and still spoke under that pressure, he'd be helping everyone sort out the positions anyway. Either way, the gain would be steady. No one expected this move to get even Olda hyped up. His eyes lit up on the spot. Wow! I originally thought she would directly claim Miracle Merchant and report number 8 as a wolf. But Yilanxin didn't claim Miracle Merchant at all. She pretended to be the lucky one and even threw a kill at number 7. Olda couldn't stop talking, growing more excited with every word. This play is way too sick. One kill forces the wolf to explode. He said that if number 7 is a wolf, the pressure is too huge to bear and he can only self-destruct, sending the game straight into the night. He leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. Yilanxin, your move is downright godlike. After watching this round, who still has any face left? The audience at the scene exploded. 6666666. Yilanxin really knows how to play. The goddess's move is insanely cool. Whether you're a good guy or a ghost, this round is a profit. Only Zhao Shu got beaten up. Ha ha ha. Zhao Shu's inner monologue. Why am I so unlucky in this life? At this moment, Ron was sitting in seat number 8, expressionless, but a chain of domino-like logic had already formed in his mind. Number 6 had claimed Lucky One and said he received a gold water from number 3. Only he and Yilanxin knew that number 6 could not possibly be the Lucky One, because he himself was the Lucky One. In other words, number 6 was actually the Miracle Merchant, pretending to be the Lucky One to fool everyone. By not claiming Miracle Merchant, she hid the fact that she had secretly chosen number 8 as the Lucky One, and then forcibly shoved a kill onto number 7. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So that old fox only had this much of a routine. Huh. This plot was absurd to the extreme. It looked impressive, but it would fall apart at the first poke. Yilanxin's mind games were truly exquisite. In an instant, the whole scene exploded, and no one had expected number 6 to play it this way. Ron quietly glanced at number 6, cursing that old fox in his heart. Did she really think she could get away with this? Did she really take herself so seriously? Ron found Yilanxin's number 6 play quite interesting. The card in her hand was the Lucky One card, and she knew very well that once the sheriff's election ended, she would, unsurprisingly, be doomed. But she didn't want to die for nothing, so instead of revealing her identity directly, she used a fake kill to forcefully blow up Zhao Shu's number 7 identity. She really was jumping around and playing mind games. To put it bluntly, Ron on this side remained calm as ever, unruffled, waiting to watch the show. At the judge's seat, it was number 7 Zhao Shu's turn to speak. Old Zhao stood up and looked innocently at number 6 Yilanxin and number 3 Jasper, wearing an expression that said, "Absurd. Who could have guessed you'd play it like this? What? I can even take your kill?" And this kill wasn't given by a seer, but by the Lucky One. Zhao Shu spread his hands, pretending to be clueless, while speaking as if he were a pure good guy with no skills, very sincerely, almost as if saying, "I'm just a good guy, don't mess with me." He also sneaked in a complaint that Yilanxin was testing his resilience, gauging his reaction, as if he were fighting wits with a fool. To put it bluntly, this old fox's trap ran pretty deep. Zhao Shu analyzed it very clearly. If number 6 had claimed Seer and directly tossed out a kill, wouldn't he just slam number 6 as a wolf with one stroke? But number 6 had claimed Lucky One instead and sent him a fake kill. Ron's operation difficulty instantly maxed out. The more Zhao Shu thought about it, the more he felt the math didn't add up. However he looked at it, this wolf team play had no profit. Even he couldn't help but complain in his heart that these crafty people had become addicted to playing mind games. No one expected that, in the end, Zhao Shu would reverse the inference and judge that number 6 might also be a good guy. As for whether number 3 was really the seer, he'd have to listen to the later speeches because the fog still hadn't cleared. In the studio, Olda kept giving Zhao Shu's assessment wave after wave of thumbs up. That reaction doesn't look like a wolf. When wolves get checked and shot, they either flip out on the spot or panic and scatter. Zhao Shu, on the other hand, just calmly and slowly worked through the logic step by step. It's obviously the normal reaction of an innocent person who's been wrongly accused. In his heart, he praised this move as steady, perceptive, and extremely sharp. What was even more outrageous was that this move actually helped the good side a lot. With this play from No. 6. They either force the wolf to expose themselves or knock out a key good player. But Zhao Shu's performance was too natural, and everyone on the whole field thought he was good. The number 7 card could also be cleared out, leaving the good camp with one less interference piece. Not bad at all. The audience area also erupted. This is the first time I've actually felt like Zhao Shu might be good. And 666. This okay state is way too real. It was basically, I'm not a wolf, okay? No, seriously, I'm not. Then the referee urged number 9 to speak, and Chun Dashing stood up in one breath. I'm the seer. I checked number 8 last night, gold water. As he said this, he looked smug and winked at Ron. Bro, good brothers are cooperating again. Who would have thought that number 6 Yilanxin would narrow her eyes, quickly scan number 8 and number 9, and complain in her heart. Are you two here to openly hand the game over? Number 8 was the lucky one I personally designated last night. If he doesn't go for the police, he's definitely a wolf. Now number 9 directly jumps as seer and gives number 8 gold water. Isn't this obviously the wolf team handing out gold water? Are you really treating the audience like idiots? To put it bluntly, number 7 Zhao Shu's reaction to being checked did not look like a wolf pretending at all. At most, he was a good guy forced into a normal reaction. So the wolf pits of number 8 Ron and number 9 Chun Dashing were already out in the open, and the remaining 2 wolves wouldn't take long to find. This game would be over before long. Although Yilanxin herself was definitely doomed this round as the miracle merchant and would be eliminated as soon as the sheriff election ended, she felt incredibly satisfied. Getting to watch the wolf team reveal themselves and deliver themselves to her doorstep was totally worth it. Just as Chun Dashing was still performing his police badge flow and planning to steer the rhythm toward numbers 4 and 10, everyone was already starting the countdown in their hearts. Absolutely ridiculous. This play was pure drama queen mode, packed with laughs. The moment Ron and Chun Dashing spoke, they brought the energy. He said he and Cat Bro were especially fated, and that the first day they played in the same game, he already thought Cat Bro was really interesting. Then, with his seer identity revealed, he directly threw out 2 badge flow targets. My first badge flow target is you. I want to see exactly what card you are. For the second one, I've got my eye on number 10. I get super excited hearing he's got jokes. Really brings the heat. The way he said it sounded exactly like he was competing for popularity. Who would have thought that these 2 badge flow targets weren't about locking onto wolves at all? Whether you're good or wolf, just wait for me to check you. If it comes back gold water, I'll open the green light for you. If it comes back wolf, I'll kill you immediately. Even more outrageous, he suddenly changed tack. Jasper, you wolf actually pretended to be the seer and gave the lucky one gold water. Number 7 is a wolf, and he's still wearing a checked out status. The guy shook his head and complained. Number 7's reaction is decent, but if a wolf takes a check, he's got to be out. And yet he still put on this negotiator-like tone. We were strangers before, but now we've bonded through battle. Today let's all stay alive properly and hold hands to take out that little wolf number 7 first. At this rate, he practically aspired to become the number 1 werewolf killer in the world. No one expected that after Chun Dashing built up all that momentum. His gaze would finally land on Ron, and that smug smile would surge back like a tide. Brother Ron, I said I'm the seer. You should be able to tell, right? To put it simply, Ron leaned back in his chair, looked at that smug expression, let a smile curl at the corners of his mouth, and nodded, signaling that he really dared to claim it. Chun Dashing's eyes lit up, and in his excitement he directly shouted to the whole field. See that? Brother Ron is on my side. I'm the seer. You guys who are off the police lineup have no reason not to stand with me. That momentum carried a killing aura. If the wolves dare to charge at number 3, I guarantee you won't like what happens next. After saying that, he leaned back in his chair, looking utterly satisfied, probably cursing in his head. These old foxes only have this much up their sleeves, just all bluff and swagger, trying to look flashy. The audience section erupted with laughter. Olda burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. This soul-level eye contact is insane. Chun Dashing. Do you know your gold water is about to get so awkward it'll make your toes dig into the floor? Clapping his thigh, Olde went on to tease. As soon as the sheriff vote ends, Yilanxin will flip her card and announce that the lucky one is number 8. Ron. Then the 2 wolves stance gets awkward. Big bro N. I'm the seer. Don't worry. Flip card. Number 8 wolf, number 9 wolf, and the air freezes. The fans were laughing like a boiling pot of porridge. Olda really gets it. Chun Dashing was way too in sync with his wolf teammate this time. The girls wearing Ron's support uniforms were cracking up too. Chun Dashing asked Ron to side with him, But Ron himself is a wolf, of course he'd support him. It's all one crew. A bespectacled guy nearby nodded vigorously. This game is basically settled. Ron and Chun Dashing have exposed themselves as one real wolf and one fake wolf, and the good guys can't win at all. In seat number 3 in the match room, Jasper's face was cold but his mind was sharp. He already understood clearly. Chun Dashing was pretending to be the seer and giving Ron gold water. This wasn't deception at all, it was coordination. In the previous rounds, he had seen Ron's strength, and there was absolutely no way he was a good guy. A good guy would never casually take this kind of gold water. They would instantly see through a fake seer. So Chun Dashing and Ron were wolf teammates. Jasper adjusted his posture, ready to hear number 12 speak, his expression as steady as the back of his chair. The game continued, and Judge Luo Nian said coldly, "Number 12, please speak." Ron's side acted as if they were sitting there, wearing a look of serious contemplation. He frowned slightly, his gaze darting back and forth between Chun Dashing and Ron for 2 or 3 seconds, as if pondering some secret. Then he spoke. "Listen, if Chun Dashing is a wolf, then number 8 Ron has to be on the wolf team," he said with great certainty. "It has to be these 2 wolf cards, number 8 and number 9. Who would have thought he'd lock onto it so firmly?" He spoke with complete confidence. "Chun Dashing dares to give Ron gold water. What's there to fool anyone with? He can't fool them." Ron's performance in the first 3 rounds was right there for everyone to see, and Chun Dashing knows better than anyone that this guy isn't good. If you give gold water to someone else, and they aren't your teammate, they'll turn around and vote you out like a sieve. What is he scared of? Afraid to give his life away for nothing? Fong Xiang spread his hands, implying that this reasoning was perfectly sound. Wolf giving wolf gold water, nothing wrong with that. Then he turned and leaned toward number 3 Jasper. Who would have thought? If Chun Dashing is the seer, then Jasper is the wolf card. If Jasper is a wolf and also gives gold water to number 6, the so-called lucky one, doesn't that mean there are fewer wolves sitting later in the sheriff round? Pointing at himself, he sounded more and more like a fortune teller. Number 3 is a wolf, and he gave gold water to number 6, so number 6 definitely isn't his wolf teammate. Wolf giving wolf gold water is fine, but if a wolf gives wolf gold water and has a teammate jump as the lucky one to help another good guy throw a check kill, these people are truly brainless. There's no benefit at all. The whole thing collapses in an instant. Who would do such a losing deal? He laid it out plainly again. So number 6 must be a good guy. Besides number 3 and number 6, there aren't many wolves left from the sheriff round. Then Fong Xiang changed direction and picked number 2 Jamming. To put it simply, number 2 Jamming spoke too briefly. I can't tell what card he is. His speech is shorter than me sleeping, nothing worth seeing. Right after that, he furrowed his brow and came up with a new idea. "Hey, have you all considered that the miracle merchant didn't choose the lucky one on the first night?" As soon as he said that, several expressions in the room twitched slightly. Fong Xiang glanced over and thought to himself that these old foxes really were sensitive. I didn't have any info matching up with number 6, so could number 6 be a fake lucky one? He even slapped himself in the face first, correcting himself. But then I thought again, if number 3 and number 6 are both wolves, why would number 6 still jump as the lucky one to help number 7 throw a check kill? Are these smartasses just playing mind games? They still don't have a brain. They're only causing trouble for the wolf team. Isn't that brain water in their heads? Blowing up the whole team wouldn't be worth it. Shaking his head, he concluded, I can't put number 3 and number 6 down as double wolves. Then it suddenly dawned on him. So number 6 might be a good guy, wearing the lucky one's skin, specifically to squeeze number 7 Zhao Shu. He followed the gaze and glanced at number 7 Zhao Shu. If that's the case, then number 3 is a wolf. There are fewer wolves in the later positions of the pre-pandering stage. Number 6 is a good guy wearing a skin to cooperate with the prophet, and number 7's squeezed reaction would immediately make a lot more sense. After a pause, Fong Xiang said with emotion, to be honest, Zhao Shu doesn't look like a werewolf. This game isn't hard. Once we figure out whether number 3 or number 9 is the seer, the whole situation becomes clear, and the wolves and good guys are all within reach. This analysis is right, unless the wolf team really wants to play some bizarre trick. Then I'm convinced. After saying that, he leaned comfortably back in his chair. As soon as the speech ended, Luo Nian started voting. Not long after, once the voting results came out, the giant screen lit up with sparkling results. Numbers 1, 8, 10, and 11 voted for number 3. Number 5 voted for number 9. Number 4 abstained, and number 3 is elected sheriff. Death last night. Number 9 player. The atmosphere around Luo N instantly exploded. No one said a word. and that silence was even louder than the noise. Chan Dashing was dead, a major suspected seer, and he had been directly killed. Yilan Xin, sitting in seat number 6, narrowed her eyes. Her hand froze in midair, and she abruptly sat up straight, her face full of disbelief. That's impossible. I didn't get lynched? Chun Dashing got lynched. A flash struck through her mind, the logic chain breaking and reconnecting, jumping around faster than a rubber band. She was clearly Luoen's miracle merchant as number 8, and since Luoen hadn't gone to police, it should have been her who died. Damn it. The sheriff election had just ended, and the situation blew up like this. The more Yi Lanxin thought about it, the more she felt cheated. It was simply unjust. Luoan was sitting there holding on. Not dead. What did that clearly mean? Luoan was absolutely not a wolf. But who could have imagined that Luoan had drawn the Lucky One skill and even brought a vial of poison, yet still didn't take the sheriff position? What kind of good guy, drawing Lucky One, doesn't go up to police and still manage the information? Yet Luoan obediently stayed under police, leaving people speechless as they wanted to complain. Luoan, is your brain full of water? He was jumping around trying to speak. But right then, Luoan's gaze locked fiercely onto Chan Dashing. Damn, had Luoan poisoned him? Who could have expected that? Number 9 Chin Dashing's expression collapsed in an instant, the smug smile from earlier still hanging at the corners of his mouth. But his eyes were full of shock. What? I didn't self-knife. In his heart, he cursed the witch. Why didn't you save anyone on the first night? Do you think I, Chin Dashing, don't deserve the potion? This cold water was poured straight over his head, chilling him from head to toe. He had just shouted that he was the seer and called Luoen Brother N, you understand me, right? But the other side simply didn't buy it, not even voting for him. I mean, this acting is only that capable. He really thinks he's something. Number 3 Jasper frowned, then relaxed. Damn, this wolf is doing the self-knife trick again. It's disgusting. To put it bluntly, this old fox's routine was too familiar. Then Luoen called Chun Dashing to give his last words. Chun Dashing looked bewildered. I'm the seer. He put on an air of confusion. Which, you didn't save me on the first night? Are you saving your potion for New Year's? Or do you think I'm not worthy? He knew in his heart he had definitely eaten the knife, but since this wolf had fake jumped as the seer, he had to act as if it were real. He couldn't directly say it wasn't a self-knife. His level of melodramatic pretension was maxed out. He forcefully said, I, the seer, died on the first night. The witch didn't save me. My gold water even turned against me, and the sheriff badge was given to the fake jumping wolf. But it's okay. Today let's vote out number 3. Number 6 is the lucky one. Number 7 is check-killed, and after number 3 is out, the witch can poison number 7 at night. As he spoke, he glared angrily, as if looking for that witch. I really hate this. No potion on the first night. It makes no sense. After saying that, he strode off the stage. It was simply outrageous. The spotlight on the field fell on Jasper, the number 3 player who had the police badge. Ron said, please let the sheriff decide the speaking order. Start from number 2 and speak in reverse order. The spotlight shifted to number 2, Janming. He first glanced sideways at number 12, Fong Xiang, then shook his head and complained, I don't buy number 12's logic. Why are you so arbitrarily convinced that number 9 is a wolf, and that number 8 and number 9 are a pair of double wolves? What if number 9 deliberately took a wolf card to target a weak point and hand a gold water to the player under the police badge? That's just subjective guesswork, too small-minded, always trying to be clever. Then he hit straight at the point. Number 3 has 4 votes on his head. Isn't that proof that the wolves focused fire on him? He mocked number 12 for having no brain, said that Chun Dashing self-inflicted a knife and got poisoned without expecting the witch not to save him, and insisted that voting out number 7 today was the safest choice. His speech was blunt and vicious, and even Shinzi looked innocently bewildered. Huh? Why are we suddenly voting out number 7? Though I agree that number 3 is the seer, and number 9 Chin Dashing was definitely the unlucky wolf who self-stabbed, voting out number 7 is a bit outrageous. She kept justifying herself. Number 6, Yilan Xin, may not even be the real lucky one, and no one in the shop has come out to verify her information. Even more amusing, she stared at number 7 with a suspicious look on her face. Look at number 7 being bitten so hard by number 2. Yet his eyes are so clear. He doesn't look like some brainless cowardly wolf at all. If he really were pushed, he should have exploded already. Shinzi secretly mocked these crafty players for playing too many mind games. This old fox's tricks were only that much. She concluded, as for who we vote out this time, it still depends on what number 6 Yilan Xin does. If she jumps as the lucky one again and casually gives number 7 a kill check and verifies him as a wolf, then I'll just follow along today. Voting out number 7 would be fine. As soon as Ron opened, Shinzi threw out one sentence, not even hesitating with the vote. Who would have thought she still left herself a way out, saying, what if number 6 doesn't jump as the lucky one today and doesn't give number 7 a kill check? Then we'll have to think it through again. We can't just take number 2's word for it and casually overturn someone who might be good. After saying that, she shrank back into her chair, looking pretty carefree. At that moment, Fong Xiang's brows twisted into a dead knot, and he blew up on the spot. Jamming, your logic just doesn't hold water. The moment he spoke, he turned hostile. You say number 9 is a self-stab wolf? Then let me break it down with you. The essence of a wolf self-stab strategy is to trade a wolf's life for sympathy, while wearing the seer's clothes. The wolves below absolutely should be charging forward, giving votes to him and fighting for the police badge. But look at number 9 after self-stabbing. He only got 1 vote from number 5. Is that charging forward? That's basically selling out his teammates. On the contrary, the people who all gave their votes to Jasper, number 3, numbers 1, 8, 10, and 11, those old foxes may look shrewd, but in reality they're just the wolf team tearing down their own side in slow motion. Fong Xiang kept complaining. Back on the police side, I said that since number 8 received number 9's gold water, he was probably a wolf. But have you ever seen wolf buddies who, when their boss self-stabs, actually vote for the other side? Who could accept that? It's not like they're trying to have a botched abortion and lose money for nothing. Who's this brainless? He specifically emphasized that wolves simply couldn't possibly play it this way. It was absurd beyond belief. He summed it up in one sentence. I don't buy Jamming's argument that number 9 is a self-stab wolf. I haven't chosen a side yet, but this round I'm locking onto number 6 Yi Lanxin's speech. If she keeps jumping as the lucky one and gives number 7 a kill check, I'll follow. But if she changes her tune and doesn't jump, then number 3 Jasper is definitely a fake-claiming wolf. I absolutely won't be able to understand it otherwise. With that, he passed his turn smoothly. The scene instantly exploded. Commentator Olda laughed so hard he nearly folded over, clutching his stomach and bursting into laughter live in the studio. These crafty guys, advanced to top-tier experts, are talking about self-stabs, charges, and side converts like they forgot their brains when school started. He pointed at Ron, number 8, on the big screen and said irritably, Yi Lanxin's miracle merchant poison, of all things, was given to this guy who was sitting safely under the police badge, not saying a word, not even taking a vote. It's just driving people crazy. In the replay on the big screen, Ron sat there calmly, while Yi Lanxin's pupils shook with shock at the time, her face clearly writing, Holy crap, I can't believe it. That expression was mercilessly enlarged by the camera and became the biggest laugh of the entire venue. Olda burst out laughing. This poison comes with built-in cheat mode. Not only did number 8 dodge the shot, it left the entire room stunned. Don't look at number 2, number 1, and number 12 still debating whether number 9 was a self-kill wolf, or why the witch didn't save him. The truth is simple and clear. Number 9 didn't die from a knife at all, and the witch wasn't playing dirty. It was Ron, that devil, on the first night, poisoned for no reason and directly took out number 9. Too twisted. As soon as those words landed, the audience erupted, and the whole crowd shouted, 666. Damn, that move is insane. Ron always pulls god-tier plays. Who could have predicted something this magical? Who would dare believe it? The whole venue was practically shaken apart. The atmosphere was absolutely explosive. Ron and Yi Lanxin's move was honestly hilarious enough to make your stomach hurt. After painstakingly choosing, she gave the so-called lucky one a bottle of poison. And this lucky one not only didn't report it, but turned around and handed a golden water to the extremely humble number 9, Chun Dashing. And what happened? Chun Dashing was poisoned to death directly. Ha ha ha. It was basically a god-tier plot straight out of The Farmer and the Snake, or Master Dongwa Meets the Wolf. Way too flashy. Truly a masterpiece of flair. Who could have imagined that while everyone was laughing so hard they were leaning back in their seats? A group of rational fans had already sensed something off. They started analyzing number 12 Fong Xiang's logic just now, and the more they thought about it, the colder they felt. If number 9 really wasn't a self-kill wolf, what if he was actually the seer? Oh boy! This blunder was explosive. Not to mention Ron's blind poison on the seer. Even Yi Lanxin got dragged into taking the blame. This was truly the most tragic Ragnarok of the gods moment in history. Amid all the commotion, on the big screen, Ron Yen's line, "No!" 11 starts speaking, instantly sliced through the atmosphere. Zhou Ziyue pushed up his glasses, frowned, and felt nothing but speechless annoyance in his heart. Wasn't number 12 Fong Xiang's logic way too dogmatic? What if a wolf self-knifes? They must hard rush to support it. There's no such rule at all. Only a brainless bumpkin would do something that rigid. Even more outrageous, Zhou Ziyue directly exposed it. The wolf team had discussed during the day to let number 9 self-knife the seer, and the result was that they didn't hard rush at all. They were trying to deceive. The whole point was to trick the witch into helping, and that would be the best. As long as number 9 looked even slightly believable, the witch would hesitate. Even develop the illusion of, could it be that the one I failed to save on the first night was really the seer? Then the wolf team would abandon him, everyone would go into deep cover, and the witch would unknowingly help the wolf team hold the banner. Sounds appealing, right? It absolutely works. In plain terms, Zhou Ziyue meant that number 12's rigid logic of no hard rush means no self-knife completely collapses in a battle of wits. These old foxes have plenty of tricks up their sleeves, and such stale tactics don't put them at a disadvantage at all. Then he added that he wasn't claiming number 9 was definitely not a fake seer. The fact that number 9 dared to give Ron that unreliable time bomb of a golden water was proof enough of seer-like courage. As for why the miracle merchant didn't jump in, the answer was simple. Number 6 Yilanqin had already stepped out as the lucky one to take the hit, while the miracle merchant hiding in the shadows and staying put was the highest value play. That's all very standard. Was number 12 Fong Xiang blind or what? After saying that, Zhou Ziyue generously gestured, "All right, I'm done speaking, pass." As soon as this wave of logic flexing came out, Old A in the studio went wild with laughter, pounding the table. Did you all get it? Zhou Ziyue wasn't talking about some grand tactical hard rush at all. What he really meant was that number 9 Chen Dashing was just way too trash. So trash that even hearing him speak would make his teammates utterly despair. The war couldn't possibly continue. This is pure, naked disdain. Old A complained furiously. These scheming experts just love playing mind games, and number 9 Chen Dashing actually thinks he's something? He's just a stage actor. What even is this injustice? Now it's great. No matter how earnestly the wolf team explains themselves, nothing can escape being exposed, and even the audience below couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old A and Ron's words were like pouring fuel on the fire for the fans in the studio. Everyone instantly exploded. 66,666. What the hell kind of logic is that? The moment number 9 claims seer, the wolf team decides to hard-hook it. This is what you call high-level blackening, right? A rare case of killing someone's body and then crushing their soul in Werewolf. Zhou Ziyue's mouth is vicious. On the surface, he's refuting player 12's strategy. But behind the scenes, he's pressing Chen Dashing to the ground and rubbing him raw. What does the moment I open my mouth, my teammates have to go fake and bait? Even mean. Ha ha ha. My stomach hurts. Chen Dashing deserves it. LMAO. This really is a player bug-level logic collapse. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the lounge was bizarre. Chen Dashing sat alone on the sofa, staring fixedly at the livestream screen, breathing so hard it sounded like he was in battle. In the next second, the bloodshot veins in his eyes burst forth. WOC. Zhou Ziyue. Give me a clear explanation. What do you mean the moment I say something, my teammates have to go fake and bait? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. These old foxes only know how to play mind games, pretending all the while to throw the whole field into chaos. In the match room, after player 11 finished speaking, Luo Nian's voice rang out. Player 10, please begin speaking. Geng Shuer stared at Luo N, her aura fully unleashed, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed quite a bit. Folks, I'm really completely baffled. I need to ask the god Luo. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze sharp. Luo N, was that vote made after drinking fake booze and voting blindly? Or did you have Bluetooth connected and just tap randomly? Why did you vote for player 3, Jasper? Honestly, the way you played was ridiculously off the wall. Basically a textbook crash and burn scene. She laid out the logic with complete seriousness. Luo N, as a player speaking after the cops, you made a safe pick for player 3 as the real seer and voted for him, right? And then what? Player 9, Chen Dashing, under pressure, jumped as the seer. And his first reaction wasn't to curse you out, but to shower you with praise for giving out a perfect gold water. That's basically the god of wealth possessing him. Okay? And you turned around and viciously stabbed the competing seer, player 3. What kind of behavior is that? A scumbag. Ruthless and heartless the second it's over. No one on stage could hold it in anymore, their mouths twitching violently, and even the players in the dead corners were amused. Jokes aside, let's get to the point. Geng Shuer sped up her logic. Player 6, Yilanqin, wasn't messing around at all. She found that player 7 was a werewolf. That was a real and effective kill check. Then if number 9 is a wolf, the pressure is crushing, like a knife stabbing straight into the heart from behind. He even gave number 8 a gold water? Has his brain been flooded or something? If you don't dare to hard check as a kill, at least throw an out-of-position kill at someone on the police seat side to keep things stable, right? Otherwise, she shook her head. Number 9, Chun Dashing, still doesn't know he was stabbed last night. The witch didn't save him, and he's frantically calculating in his head. If number 7 gets eliminated during the day, who will the poison hit at night? Maybe even he himself will get caught in the crossfire. Under this kind of vicious cycle threat, if number 9 the wolf wants to survive, there's no way he'd obediently give out gold water. Gung Shuer locked her gaze on Luo-en. If I were you, with an extreme gold water like number 9 in hand, I'd unconditionally vote for number 9. Even if number 9's speech was lousy, I'd still abandon my vote and fake it. You're just turning the tables like this and voting number 3? All I can say is that move is insanely slick. If not a monster, then an oddball. The entire room's expressions changed noticeably. Gung Shuer's analysis of the wolf mindset was smooth yet vicious. Absolutely perfect. No one expected her to turn on a dime and say, "Of course, I'm not saying Ron is definitely a wolf, and I'm not saying he's even a kill. I just think your move is way off from what I expected. So your identity is now suspicious." After saying that, she swept her gaze across the room. I've listened to the speeches from the earlier players. Number 1, this, Ron, the 3 of them, stunned fool number 2 short brother, and number 11 Inyong Master Zhou were dead set on standing on Jasper's side at number 3. Who would have thought that, in the entire room, only number 12 Fong Xiang would be standing there all alone, stubbornly sticking with number 9 no matter what, as if he were a lone figure standing apart from the world. Gung Shuer directly held up 3 fingers and crudely called them out by name. Here comes a grade school math problem. If number 3 is really the seer, and number 9 is a fake-pushing wolf, then where did number 9's wolf teammates go? Her voice rose slightly. Number 5 voting for number 9 counts as 1, number 12 desperately protecting number 9 counts as 1, and number 7 being checked as a kill counts as 1. Who would have imagined that these 3 wolves would be so brazen, linking arms and practically singing their identities straight onto the good guy's dinner table? These old foxes only had this much trickery. Who would believe it? Gung Shuer's eyes locked tightly onto Ron's expressionless face. Are you, Ron? You were holding number 9's gold water, and then you flipped sides and backstabbed, playing the ultimate undercover game. The air froze for a second. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Was this kid Ron really that bold? Or was his brain fried? To put it plainly, Gung Shuer was almost burning out her CPU, firing off complaints like a machine gun while twirling the little curls by her ear. She directly declared that she'd already cast her vote, but wasn't in a hurry to pile on with anyone. Let's hear what Sheriff number 3 has to say first. If he can't come up with anything interesting, don't blame me for defecting. I'll just find another opportunity. Jasper's overbearing CO-style line was even more outrageous. Blue Heart, come with me. The peerless seer is right here. The moment she heard that, Gung Shuer's eyes were full of speechless disdain. So tacky. At that moment, commentator Olda backstage was having a blast, mimicking Gung Shuer's questioning in a loud, mocking voice, hands on hips and pointing at Ron. You guy under the police seat, clearly holding warm number 9 gold water, and yet you voted for number 3. What a heartless bastard you are. That one line lit up the audience. The more they thought about it, the more excited they got, hoping Ron would hurry up and unleash a big move and stir up some real drama. The scene was buzzing with excitement. When it came to number 8's speech, the atmosphere instantly went still, and everyone stared at that player. A hum rang in Ron's head as the system prompt appeared. Level 4 Eye of Heaven awakened. 3 checks remaining. He decisively shouted, "Check number 11." The reason was simple. Number 11 and number 12 were at each other's throats, so one had to be good and the other a wolf. Excluding the possibility of 2 wolves tearing each other apart or 2 good guys head-on clashing, number 11 being checked as a villager made this logic so clear there was no need to doubt it. What he never expected was that he then checked number 5, and the result showed in blood-red letters, Werewolf. This unconventional number 5, who stubbornly voted for number 9, really was a cunning old wolf, and even knowing the situation, he still dared to go berserk. Absolutely absurd. Ron finally sat up straight, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he said something like a nuclear bomb. I'll lay it all out. Last night, I chose number 6. This twist in the plot was absolutely adrenaline pumping. Who could withstand Ron's reversal? Even if the old foxes kept playing their tricks, they never would have expected him to be this decisive and clean, breaking the deadlock directly. It was insanely satisfying. The moment Ron spoke, he blew the room apart. As my lucky one, I even gave her a shield skill. Boom. Once those words landed, the entire game room exploded. Several players' faces instantly darkened, and unrest broke out everywhere. Ron, while watching their reactions, was secretly laughing to himself. How smart of them. Did they really think their plan was flawless? First, they said this miracle merchant's shield was protecting her. And then number 9, Chun Dashing, flipped over dead in the morning. Wasn't it obvious who had given out the poison? The witch clearly used the antidote on number 9 on the first night, yet number 9 still died. Anyone with eyes could tell it was the lucky one who had handed out the poison. Yet Ron jumped out and said he was the miracle merchant and had given the shield, basically mocking the witch's intelligence. How could that witch not be embarrassed? Who would have thought this old fox, Ron, would really dare to jump in? The moment he did, the wolves didn't dare to counterclaim at all. If they wanted to counterclaim, they'd have to both claim Miracle Merchant and Lucky One, 2 wolves sending themselves to death together. Who would dare? So he simply wasn't afraid of the witch's poison. Even more absurdly, over on number 6, Yilan Xin, when she heard Ron say that, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately caught on. The two were perfectly in sync. Bluetooth connection successful. This guy was clearly swapping identities with her to shield her from the blade. That move was just insanely flashy. Ron, calm and composed, directly pointed the spearhead at her. Number 9 flipped dead. Wasn't that some trick you pulled? Number 6? I gave the shield to you, and then you got hot-headed and protected number 9. Coincidentally, the witch also saved number 9, and that double protection ended up healing him to death. As he spoke, he even spread his hands and acted innocent. Honestly, even Two Tiger couldn't be this ridiculous. No one expected Ron to really pin this blame on Yilan Xin, wearing an "I'm the most innocent" expression all the while. Then his gaze turned cold. Tonight, if you number 6 aren't using your protection, you must give me the shield. Since the miracle merchant has already revealed themselves, then you stand until the end. His voice left no room for rebuttal. You're dropping all that fancy nonsense tonight. You have to keep me alive. After settling Yilan Xin, Ron swept his gaze across the entire table. There's also a Real guard. I order you to guard number 3, Jasper, to the death tonight. No matter what happens, don't switch your guard. Only by protecting the true seer do we still have a shot. As soon as he said that, the whole room fell silent. Everyone could tell it was an order no one dared challenge. That wasn't all. Ron then turned to number 10, Gung Shuer, who had been provoking him, and launched a textbook counterattack. You ask me why I voted for number 3? How could I, as the miracle merchant, be a wolf? Number 9's speech was a total mess. He himself said number 7 didn't look like a wolf. I was honestly speechless hearing that. Don't take me for an idiot with such a low-level mistake. His momentum was overwhelming as he began laying out the logic. What was utterly outrageous was that Ron said number 9, who spoke second to last in the pre-push order, was in the late speaking position. Seeing as number 6, Yilan Xin, had already claimed Lucky One and even held a kill, number 9 should have immediately locked onto number 12 as the miracle merchant, with number 7 being an ironclad wolf. Yet number 9 was stubborn. He not only refused to admit it, but instead praised number 7 for having pretty good reactions, as if he were putting on a show. Ron sneered with a smile. These scheming pros are all about playing mind games. Number 9 clearly messed himself up, yet he's still acting all high and mighty. The situation in the pre-push phase was obvious. The 2 wolves were openly revealed right there, and number 9 still sprayed blood everywhere. That idiot only has this much ability. The entire scene was filled with shock. Ron's move was basically a public declaration of war. He revealed his identity, pointed out the truth behind everything, and threw the entire board into chaos. Who would have thought this guy could use nothing but his mouth to force the wolf team into not daring to make a single move? The more one thought about it, the more infuriating it was. This old fox Ron clearly didn't even play with a brain, yet he could still pull off god-tier operations. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Ron's performance in this moment was explosive. It was obvious from his face that he was exposed. The wolf pit was crystal clear, so how could it not be pointed out? Ron stared fixedly at Gung Shuer and practically swallowed the words like blades. Why does he get to take the seer card? Explain that to me clearly. That questioning tone shook the entire game room. Even Gung Shuer was so startled that she leaned back. The next second, Ron's eyes locked, staring dead at player 5. Tai Tai. Tai Tai. Most of the good guys after the vote have already picked a side. The flaws are all right there, even the wolves can see it clearly, who the seer is, who the hook is, and who should be taken out. Tell me, why are you dead set on voting for that blatantly flawed player 9? How did player 9 suddenly become the seer? Cut the crap. I'm voting for player 3, the seer. He said it with such calmness. If player 5 couldn't give a decent explanation this time, then push him out, end of story. No one was going to use "I sided with the wrong camp" as an excuse. If you stand on the wrong side, you die. Those words pressed down on the whole room into silence. Jasper's head throbbed sharply. It was over. This time they were no longer on opposite sides. Even more outrageous, player 5 Tai Tai actually wanted to pull a stunt and vote for his wolf teammate player 9, banking on a contrarian play. He figured that once the good guys saw player 9 was a wolf and player 3 was the seer, they'd soften up and think player 5 couldn't possibly be a wolf, so they'd vote to protect him. Who would have thought a miracle merchant like Ron would suddenly emerge from behind the good guys, directly turning traitor? Looks like player 5's vote was completely ruined. Tai Tai was nearly in tears, silently cursing that old fox Ron for being way too scheming. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Ron's heart sank. Although that speech had fooled the good guys, the wolves saw everything clearly. Player 9 definitely didn't self-kill last night. The kill was elsewhere, and the witch must have used the antidote. The move they made themselves, after tallying it all up, the miracle merchant had definitely handed out poison last night, not a protection shield. No one expected the wolves might have used a new trick. Suspecting that on the first night, player 9 was bitten by the witch's save, and the witch, enraged, poisoned player 9. The guard happened to protect the witch, causing player 9 to appear to have died alone. If that were really the case, Ron absolutely would not be killed tonight. The reason was simple. He had loudly claimed Miracle Merchant, frantically paired up with player 6, and guaranteed that player 6 would definitely protect him. If the wolves understood that, would they self-kill him? Not a chance. To put it bluntly, Ron's scheme was brilliant. He was openly showing the good guys his card without being too blatant, making the wolves hesitate before charging in. It was truly ridiculously skilled. Old A, the commentator, was stunned speechless, so shocked he nearly sprang up from his chair. Even his voice in the microphone had changed pitch. What kind of play is this? He claims Miracle Merchant, and he's even trying to swap identities with player 6 to block the knife. Old A's brain raced. Yilanshin claimed Lucky One, player 5 claimed Miracle Merchant. Are they doing this whole, wearing clothes tactic to protect the real Miracle Merchant, player 6, from the knife? But after thinking it through, this move had a fatal weakness. It could only deceive the good guys who didn't know the truth. The wolves themselves knew exactly where the kill landed. Player 9's death was crystal clear, and Ron's words couldn't fool an awake wolf. Utterly absurd, Olda suddenly thought of an even more outrageous possibility. Could it be that on the first night, the witch was blindly protected by the guard, and the wolf's first kill was actually the witch? Once he threw out that inference, even Olda himself couldn't fully explain it anymore. Only that would make sense. The wolves first went for the witch and the guard just happened to cover her. The witch got angry and, seeing herself get bit, completely lost it. Ron's storyline was truly wild. Olda even managed to blindly open a poison bottle and suffocate Chindishing. Player 9? To death. Olda pointed mysteriously at Ron on the big screen. Look, Yilanshin handed Ron a bottle of poison last night, and he didn't even use it? Who could have imagined that this move would leave the audience completely bewildered? The entire venue exploded. Damn, I'm totally lost. The guard blindly protected the witch blindly poisoned player 9, and Ron is just holding on to the poison without using it, running off to block the knife for the Miracle Merchant? They wouldn't even dare film a movie like this. Old A's logic here is seriously mind-melting, but I have to say, Ron's presence really stunned me. A master is a master. I get it now. Could Ron actually be a guard card? Is he wearing this setup just to play mind games with the wolves? This dusk match is insane. Layer after layer of logic. Seriously, the more you watch, the more ridiculous it gets. The crowd was fired up, and everyone wanted to catch Ron's flaw. At that moment, the big screen cut to the game hall. Zhao Shu's originally gloomy face suddenly cleared up, and he burst into a smile. I told you I'm a rock-solid good guy. How could I get precisely checked and killed on day one? That makes no sense at all. He pointed at himself, full of confidence. The important thing is, player 8, the Miracle Merchant, said that what they gave player 6, Yilanshin, was the Guardian skill. Player 6 doesn't have any ability to check people at all. This so-called kill is completely fake. It's just player 6 trying to fake a role claim. The truth is out. Everyone gets it now, right? Zhao Shu smiled like a big chubby baby. He kept reasoning. Player 6 can't be a wolf. Otherwise, why would they switch to the wolf team at the same time as Player 3 and self-expose their identity? No brain at all. Since Player 6 is a good guy, and with Player 8 Rowan's aggressive miracle merchant claim, the entire situation is completely locked down. Zhao Shu's eyes sharpened as he glanced at the empty seat of Player 9. Then Player 9, Chun Dashing, can only be a botched wolf, most likely self-killed, with no way out. To put it simply, it could also be more complicated, like the witch died at night, the guardian hit the witch went berserk and poisoned Player 9, or the guardian protected Player 9 self-killed, and then the witch saved him, and in the end Player 9 still died. But none of that matters. The key point is, Player 9 absolutely cannot be the seer. Since Player 9 is fake, then the real seer must be Player 3. I'm following the Miracle Merchant's vote today. This is locked in. Everyone stayed calm and composed, and Zhao Shu began directing the play. If the witch didn't save anyone last night and still has the antidote, then if the knife falls on Player 8 or Player 3 tonight, there's no saving them. Hold on to the antidote and don't use it recklessly. Otherwise, if the guardian protects you and then you save them too, it basically becomes overhealing, total disaster on the spot. But if the knife lands elsewhere, remember, don't hesitate. Use the antidote to save them immediately. Don't worry about whether the wolves self-killed or whatever. We can slowly analyze that tomorrow during the day. Tonight, you need to save people and set the pace. After saying that, Zhao Shu let out a long breath, looking relaxed. What needed to be said has been said, and the assignments are set. I'm a good guy, case closed. Jasper, Player 3. When it comes time to consolidate the vote, don't point it at me. I've dodged this bullet, ha ha ha. The whole venue instantly erupted. Zhao Shu's move was both overt and concealed, and the operation was seriously 666. Player 6, Yilanxin, didn't rush to speak at first. Who would have thought that she would first lean back in her chair, close her eyes, and sort through her chaotic thoughts, as if trying to straighten out her mind. After opening her eyes, she said just one line, "I'm the witch, haha." The scene fell silent for a few seconds. Rowan's face twitched, as did several others, and even the sound of inhaled breaths could be heard. I'm the lucky witch girl. Last night, the miracle merchant gave me a shield skill, and I conveniently used it to protect myself. And what happened? The werewolf came slashing in with a swoosh. You tell me, a witch so clearly targeted. Those wolves really are experts. They were aiming for me on the very first night. Otherwise, how could that be? She paused so naturally, a teasing smile on her lips. But it was useless. I'm not dying. Not only did I protect myself, I also struck back with poison, and number 9, Chun Dashing, was sent straight down by me. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew even more tense. Yilanxin pointed at number 9 with a smug look. He didn't self-destruct, and he wasn't saved through a heal either. I, number 6, poisoned him directly. Ronan, sitting at number 8, listened with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. That old fox understood everything perfectly. The act Yilanxin was putting on was practically a textbook example of a double agent. She firmly pinned the witch identity on herself, and then left the lucky one identity for him, Ronan. Brilliant, after all, Ronan wasn't stupid either. This move was meant to smear the werewolves and muddy the waters. That's right, this tigress knew exactly what she was doing. In her heart, she cursed. The werewolves thought they were so skilled, that with just one early night probe they could at least identify the witch. Humph. Look at them, that's all they've got? Dream on. What she never expected was that this gamble would most likely leave the knife aimed at herself. Pulling a stunt like this meant either she succeeded or she died trying. Adding a little ridicule to the werewolves and sacrificing a bit of face, so what? Anyway, Yilanxin could afford to lose face. Anyway, she wasn't the one at a disadvantage. Next, full of confidence, her tone carried the unshakable dominance of a great witch. All right, stop guessing around. It's all nonsense. Last night's blade was on me, and both the wolves and I know it. Since I'm the witch, let's hurry up and arrange the next tasks. As she spoke, she began naming people. Number 9 was poisoned. He definitely isn't our prophet. What's the point of talking after you're dead? So today, I'm going with number 3, Jasper. Her gaze shifted to number 5, her tone razor sharp. Number 5 is out. You were the only one in the whole table who voted for number 9. Tate, stop pretending. I don't believe you're a good guy. Your elimination is without suspense. Of course, if you want to go head-to-head with my witch, you'd have to make sure number 4 Chen Xiaomao can cooperate with you in jumping as the miracle merchant. Heh, don't get cocky. You probably don't dare. Every word in Yilanxin's speech struck like a knife, fierce and merciless. My protective skill has already been used on myself, it's gone. Don't count on me having another one, she shouted. Guard, at the critical moment, show your real strength. Protect me. Don't let me lose, she declared decisively. Our three gods are all revealed, the prophet, the witch, the miracle merchant, all shown to the wolves. The guard has to stay hidden. Hitting even one knife is a win, missing it is fate. Turning to number 3, she said, number 5 is definitely out. Jasper, let me give you some police badge flow advice. Check number 12, and for the other badge flow, look at number 1 or number 2. Number 7 Zhao Shu reacts well, so rule him out. She smiled and said, of course, you have your own ideas and I won't interfere. All right, I'm done. After saying that, she leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, looking lazy yet overflowing with confidence. In the studio, Olde was so excited he was practically speaking incoherently. What? The Bluetooth connection is up? This move is way too thrilling. Ronan's round was full of highlights everywhere. Who could have imagined that a miracle merchant would first jump as the lucky one, and then immediately jump again as the lucky one, which Yilan Xin actually dared to jump as the witch, and even revealed that she had eaten the knife last night. But before taking the hit, she used the lucky one's skill to shield herself, and even poisoned number 9 on the side. It was absurd to the extreme. If this move actually bet correctly on the knife position, not to mention that it didn't change the wolves' play in the end, just this speech alone would make a highlight edit a sure thing. The audience erupted, shouting, 666. That play is so damn spicy. The gamble was huge, only a 1/8 chance. Yilan Xin's move was way too bold. One sword empress, swapping the cat for the civet? Back in the game room, number 5 Tai Tai sat there, lifting his face slightly, his whole face full of grievance. Why is Tai Tai being targeted again? I'm clearly a good person, but today I'm the one being singled out, just because I voted for number 9. He cupped his face with both hands and put on an expression of being abandoned by the whole world. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. These schemers twist logic all over the place, claiming to be the miracle merchant and the witch, yet they're dead set on number 9 being a wolf. Number 9 got poisoned by number 6, and that's only because number 6 is the witch and poisoned him, so he's a wolf. These old foxes only know these cheap tricks, and they really think they're something special. He sighed, suddenly changing his tone. Fine, I was wrong. The most decent logic from everyone is the gold water number 9 gave. Brother Ron said number 9 wasn't the seer, and only after hearing that did I realize, no one is a saint. Who hasn't made a mistake? He blinked his innocent eyes. Tai Tai isn't any saint either, just a little cutie. What's the big deal about voting wrong? I was really brainless. Right after that, he lowered his voice. There's one more thing. I still have a role. As soon as those words came out, everyone's eyes changed. Secretly, they all guessed in their hearts. What role does Tai Tai have? He looked at Ron, his tone soft and weak. Brother Ron, I'm sorry. I told you to guard without revealing your identity. But Tai Tai is the guard. Both the audience and the players were stunned. He really dared to claim it. Even the guard could be brought out to show off. Ron's expression grew solemn, thinking, if you're claiming guard, then what role am I supposed to be? Tai Tai kept playing cute, pressing his palms together in a pleading gesture. You want to drive Tai Tai out? A miracle merchant and a witch teaming up to get rid of me? Tai Tai doesn't want that. If I was wrong, just give me a chance. Tonight Tai Tai will guard you. If you drive me out, don't expect to survive tonight. The werewolf's knife will draw blood. After saying that, he even leaned lazily against the back of the chair in a coquettish pose. Like, Tai Tai is done speaking. Commentator Old A was laughing nonstop listening to him. Tai Tai's classic coquettish plea is on point. The whole table thinks he's a wolf, and he just says, Tai Tai made a mistake. Okay? Who can handle that? It's got that pink heart emoji vibe. The game continued. Number 4 Chun Xiaomao leaned back in his chair, his face full of disdain. Why are we suddenly looking at 4 naked gods again? The seer, witch, miracle merchant, and guard have all claimed, fine. I'll join the fun too. Listen up. I'll be blunt. I'm a wolf. The audience exploded. Cat Bro style is totally off script. Everyone else is flexing, and he's just goofing off. Cat Bro continued in a carefree manner. In this round, roles can't be hidden. Everyone's showing off, and I, Cat Bro, am completely baffled. I don't understand the situation at all. Jasper, check me. I'll just lie down for this one. My analysis skills really have me convinced. If number 6 is the witch, then that play is flashy. First guard himself, then poison number 9. Cat Bro really doesn't buy that. Normally, if you use the Lucky One's shield, you should be able to pass a peaceful night safely. Who would have thought he'd go poison number 9? I can't keep up with that thought process. Maybe my way of thinking is just too traditional. Then he started sorting out identities. Number 3 Jasper is definitely the seer, no need to say more. No one claimed number 8, and number 6 also hasn't been claimed. Before he could finish, the situation became even more complicated. Brother Ron, number 6, was basically a miracle from the heavens, a lucky one with crazy good luck. As for those 2 who swapped clothes to fool the werewolf, who cares? He held up 2 fingers. Number 3, the sheriff, gave him a gold water. If number 3 is a wolf, then the target can only be that sharp bunch around number 12. He followed the line of sight and glanced at number 12. Who could have guessed that number 12 never once treated number 3 as the seer from start to finish? The 2 of them couldn't even form a team, and Cat Bro simply couldn't see through number 3's fake seer play. To put it plainly, Cat Bro clearly had no way to salvage number 3's position. Then he leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking onto number 5 Tai Tai, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Number 5 claimed guard? He first looked down at himself, then at Tai Tai, and then flashed the whole table a wicked, seductive smile. Cat Bro is not the guard, but Cat Bro is the Wolf King. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread both hands like wolf claws, lifted his head, and theatrically lunged at the table. Oh woo! It was obvious he was leading the pack, using an aggressive wolf opening to throw a scare into guard Tai Tai, directly getting you the guard eliminated. Pass. After saying that, number 3 spoke up. Please, number 3, make your statement. Bang! Jasper slammed the table and stood up, his face full of arrogance. Everyone sit tight. Next I'm going to flex and floor it. The moment he said that, the discussion hall fell dead silent, and the audience instantly exploded. This is the domineering, overflowing aura of the world number 7, the god Jasper. The god who always walked sideways through the twilight of the gods. He said fiercely, "My police badge flow. Check number 12 first, then number 1. Today the vote goes to number 5 Tai Tai. No room for discussion. Wolves, remember this name." Standing upright, Jasper shot a sharp glare at the empty seat number 9 and couldn't help but grumble silently. "Deshang, oh Deshang, your IQ is such a liability. You insist on claiming to be the seer and just feeding the enemy. And you even openly hand a gold water to number 8 Ron. Hey, number 8 is a tough nut to crack. Giving him gold water is like throwing meat buns to a dog. You're just asking for death." Even more outrageous was this. "And you, a fierce wolf, actually died on the first night. How stupid do you have to be? I already guessed last night's script." He crossed his hands, as if he had the full map view. "There's only one truth. The wolves used their precise first kill to take out the witch at night. No one expected that the guard would be a god-tier guard. Blind protecting on the first night, he actually hit the witch, directly giving the wolf team a complete peaceful night. The witch was furious and immediately targeted number 9 Deshang, sending him off with a bottle of poison. Jasper's tone was full of admiration. That blind guard move was awesome. Completely wrecked the wolves' tempo. Huge thumbs up for you. Then he changed tone, reined in his smile, and declared, "Cut the crap. I'll go naked and point out 4 wolves. Number 1, number 5, number 9, and number 12. For wolf cards, 0 margin for error." He turned to stare at number 5 Tai Tai and slapped the table. "Number 5, you're the wolf. Stop making faces down there and pretending to be the guard. Even if you pretend, even the heavens themselves have to be eliminated. Anyone who dares protect you today, I'll make them taste my wrath." Right after that, to put it plainly, he also called out a few borderline seats on the board. Cat Bro is definitely a good guy. Think it through carefully. If he were a wolf, with that so-called headstrong personality of his, after hearing number 9's trash speech, he'd already know exactly what to do. Either hard charge against number 9, or drop the backstab on Jasper. If he's backstabbing, he'd absolutely keep clinging to me, refusing to come down no matter what. How could he possibly give up a vote at such a critical moment and not put one on me? Jasper said with complete certainty. So Cat Bro is definitely a good guy. Don't overthink it. These old foxes only have that much of a trick up their sleeves. He snorted coldly. In this game, I've got to follow this tempo. Steady, precise, and ruthless. Nothing more to say. With this round of statements, Ron Jasper immediately excluded that pit seat number 7 right at the start, so cleanly that it was admirable. Then he turned his attention to the remaining few. No. 2 Jian Ming, number 10 Gung Shuer, and number 11 Zhou Ziyue. The more Jasper spoke, the more energized he became. He started with number 2. If Jianming were a wolf, he'd be the first person to speak at the police station. Would I, as the seer, not be under at least some pressure? Come on, number 2 is basically a solid good guy. It was the kind of thing that made people want to give him a thumbs up. Then he glanced at number 10 Gung Shuer, revealing a look of disdain. Gung Shuer with a wolf card? What a joke. Her logic and her whole speech just now aren't even qualified to carry the word wolf. First she pretends to be obedient and votes for me, the real seer, then turns around and tears into number 8, the backstabbing wolf. This move, who would believe it? She's cutting off what she loves to see it through to the end, not wasting breath on the useless number 8. Honestly, with her level, Gung Shuer doesn't even have the ability to drag down her own intelligence like that. 9 times out of 10, she's a good guy. Speaking of 11 and 12, Jasper chimed in again. From these 2 cards, Zhou Ziyue and Fang Xiang, only one can be a wolf. Just think about that nonsense logic from 12s. No charging forward means no self-slashing. Heh, this world should not have a wolf hiding behind another wolf. Do you really think you're the seer? If I jump as the seer, and the wolves don't hook me, then who would? So 12 definitely isn't a wolf. The wolves are only 1, Shunzi, and 12, Fang Xiang. Watching Jasper so confidently, these people almost thought he had a real shot. Who knew? Jasper added smugly, making a finishing strike. The witch used up her poison on the first night. What a pity! If there were still that bottle, tonight we'd go straight for 1, Shunzi's forehead. This game is basically over. I, Jasper, am about to take MVP. Where's the applause? He even set rules for himself on purpose, pretending to say things like, there's no challenge in claiming seer, so it's no fun to play. A wolf boldly faking it is just handing over free points. The whole table of good guys following the vote is boring. Truly the unique routine of an old fox. Then, an absurdly outrageous thing happened. Just as Jasper was about to take the stage and harvest the whole table, player 5, Tai Tai, directly hit the self-destruct button. Bang! The simulated explosion sound blasted through the entire venue. The arrogance on Jasper's face instantly froze. He cursed inwardly. I haven't even finished acting yet. I just set up a 4-wolf formation and was enjoying being the center of attention. And this little bastard cut off my rhythm. Ugh, it's like throwing a punch only to have the referee stop the fight. Absolutely suffocating. Tai Tai also didn't forget to deliver a coy last statement. Oh Jasper bro, I finally got a wolf card and wanted to help my teammates push the charge. But with so many people voting me, I couldn't take it and just self-destructed. By the way, let me remind you, 12 is my teammate. If you check him, he'll panic to death. Why not check 10 instead? Look at how she was going at 8 just now. So rude. This little stunt was pure bluffing and posturing at the extreme. But Tai Tai slapped the table, left behind Jasper's dumbfounded figure, and walked off with that maddening smile. Then, as soon as the sound fell, everyone celebrated the arrival of the Dark Knight. Their masks slowly covered their faces, and Old A in the broadcast booth couldn't help laughing so hard he nearly fell over. Ha ha ha! Jasper's seer path was directly altered by Tai Tai. Brothers, have you ever seen a wolf card change the seer's strategy? That bearded sweet girl even flirts while self-destructing. Rotten to the bone. Olda then switched into full gossip mode. Seriously, the wolf faction in this game might be a bit different from what Jasper just laid out. May 12th not be a wolf. The real wolves could be 1 and 2. Some wolves go up to speak just to coast through and lie low. Don't put pressure on themselves. Especially number 2, jamming. He starts talking and immediately drives the pace. His moves aren't simple. Guess whose old fox he really is? That speech from 7 was just pretending to be blind, clearly acting like they couldn't see the situation. Who would believe that? The moment Ron Tai left, the audience exploded, with laughter rising wave after wave.
Ha ha ha, ти, still тясаме вибе.
That green tea brute desperately self-destructed and even helped the seer change the badge flow. In this twilight of the gods, he's in a league of his own. The witch is under huge pressure. The good camp has 3 gods exposed, and the poison's still in hand. Guess who the witch will be? 666, Jasper is awesome. He took 3 hits and still got back up. His wolf reads are exactly the same as mine. For wolves all accounted for. Jasper is amazing. Inside the game room, Ron wore his mask, leaning back in his chair while plotting the wolf's knife target. He cursed inwardly. These old foxes only know this much of a routine. Going after me, are they stupid? There are only 2 possibilities now. First, the wolves know his guard identity, and Yilanshin is the miracle merchant, so the kill will very likely go to either 3 Jasper or 6 Yilanshin. If they kill Jasper, they cut off the good side's clues. If they kill Yilanshin, the skill trade has already happened, so it won't be wasted. Second, the wolf team mistakenly thought player 6 was the witch, and Ron was the miracle merchant, so they decided to go straight for player 6 tonight, making it a must-kill in one shot. They never expected that guarding player 6 would be the safest move. No matter which line of reasoning, if he took the knife himself, it could still become a peaceful night. He was both worried and speechless. Ron tapped the tabletop with his finger and ruthlessly chose to protect player 6, Yilanshin. The mask closed, and in an instant player 3 Jasper's mask opened. Without hesitation, he checked player 12, Fangxiang. As it turned out, player 12 was actually a good guy. Ron and Jasper's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly. How could this guy's logic be such a mess and still be a good guy? It's just unfair. The whole situation exploded instantly. The werewolves, please open your eyes and lock onto a target. The witch, please open your eyes. Daybreak came. Ron looked at the panel with ease, his heart bursting with joy. He protected the right person. The wolves had targeted Yilanshin to kill last night, mistakenly thinking she was the witch, but in the end it was just a feint. Shinzi pushed up his glasses, looking baffled, clearly feeling that this plot was far too bizarre. Jasper began speaking, his gaze sweeping over player 4 Chen Xiaomao, and he suddenly announced that the discussion would start from player 4. Could the speaking order prove that player 12 is a good guy? Jasper grumbled to himself in annoyance. Player 12 can be a good guy? Then I really need to think this through carefully. He began to reanalyze the game state, drumming his fingers on the table, getting angrier the more he thought about it. Tai Tai was already out, and the remaining 2 wolves were hiding among players 1, 2, 7, 10, and 11, while player 7's identity leaned toward the higher side. He analyzed everything with a straight face, but behind every line of logic was layer upon layer of inner complaints. This is all the acting you can do? He was so angry his nose was practically bent out of shape. His conclusion was that player 3 was definitely the obvious seer, and identifying player 12 as a Goldwater confirmed it even more. If player 12 were a wolf teammate, he should have rushed ahead long ago. Instead he was still pretending to be cool and stupid, not helping player 3 in the slightest. In plain terms, player 3's seer identity was basically locked in. Chen Xiaomao suddenly and boldly jumped as the witch, dragging player 8 and player 6 along with him, no longer bothering to keep acting, and revealed his own identity. The audience fell into silence. The entire table exploded. Who could even withstand a move like that? Jasper froze, his expression shifting from shock to the look of someone who had run the numbers over and finally reached the point of doubting his own intelligence. No one had expected that Cat Bro would be playing this deep. It was so outrageous that it was downright absurd. Ron Chen's little cat had gone off the rails again? He was actually the wolf? And he himself was still the witch? Then what the hell was number 6? Miracle Merchant. Even more outrageous, what role was number 8? Ron leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. No one had expected that number 12 would actually be a good guy card, which meant his earlier logic had been completely off. He had originally been certain that between cards 11 and 12, only one could be good, because 11 was Zhou Ziyue, and the system had clearly checked him as a villager. If 12 was also good, then neither 11 nor 12 could be wolves, which would leave number 1 and number 2 as the wolves, right? Shinzi and Jianming. Neither of them had shown any obvious wolf perspective before, but no one could say for sure that those 2 were clean. Yet Chen Xiaomao's speech continued, and he casually threw out his play with a grin. You, number 6, tricked the wolves. You really put on a show this round. On the first night, you were the miracle merchant, and you gave the antidote to number 8, the lucky one. You 2 were cooperating with each other. And my silver water was also number 6. From the wolf team's perspective, once you jumped as witch, then you were the witch. The guard must have protected you last night. The wolf team knew you had the antidote, so they were definitely watching you at night. If they'd killed you, you'd be dead for sure. He spread his hands, the corners of his mouth wearing that signature cat smile. But the wolves didn't expect that I'm the real witch, and I still have a bottle of poison in my hand. My suggestion: today either number 1 or number 2 goes out. Tonight I'll poison the other one. No discussion. In the studio, Olda slammed the table and stood up on the spot, taking off his suit jacket with his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows and his tie hanging loose. Ha ha ha. Audience, you see it now, right? Sure. I, Olda, haven't played wolf games in many years, but my eyes aren't bad. Number 12 is good. I said that from the start. The wolves are number 1 and number 2. Didn't believe me? Now do you see? The audience erupted. 666. Back in the day, K-God even won an Immortal Iron Badge at WPL. Enough already, he retired and then became a commentator. He's got the sequence all mixed up. Number 12 can't possibly be a wolf. That speech is clearly siding with the wolf team. If it were me, and I had poison, I'd have made him drink cola already. Could number 3 Jasper be the wolf then? His jump as seer was so convincing. Don't get fooled by his vibe, Jasper is world number 7. No matter what role he plays, he can force a jump. Don't believe it? If Jasper isn't the seer, I'll kneel to Ronian on the spot. In the matchroom, Ronian shouted, "Number 6, your turn to speak." The camera cut to Yelan Exian, who brushed her curly hair aside and coughed twice. Basic move. Don't overreact. Yelan Exian smiled lazily, yet with smug satisfaction. I really did guess right. An 8th chance, and on the first night my miracle merchant really got targeted by the kill. With so many divine rolls in the whole game and they still didn't kill any of them, I bet the wolves would just happen to aim at my head. And sure enough, exactly as I hoped, they really killed me. She said, "Number 4 jumped as witch, so he can't be a wolf. If number 4 were a wolf, the real witch would have poisoned him already. Who'd have the guts to fake witch? That'd be asking for death. So number 4 must be the witch. I'm the miracle merchant. Number 8 is the first night lucky one. I gave Ron the poison, and number 9 went down. It was number 8's poison." Her brows furrowed slightly. Then where are the last 2 wolves? Number 12 is golden water. 9 and 5 are wolves. 5 exploded himself. 9 was poisoned. So where exactly are the remaining 2 wolves hiding? Her gaze drifted to number 11, Zhou Ziyue. This number 11 might really be a wolf. He started by hammering number 12, and afterward he never clearly took a side. Zhou Ziyue did vote for number 3, but he didn't lock number 9 in as a wolf, and he didn't firmly side with anyone either. The whole speech was about laying out number 12 as the wolf, but then he still didn't openly take a side. That kind of ambiguous stance is exactly what wolves love to do. She spread her hands lightly. So number 11 might be holding a wolf card. I'm not revealing my identity. Number 4 is the witch, I'm the miracle merchant, and number 3 is the seer. Unless you, number 11, are pretending to be the guard today, mimicking number 5's self-exploding guard trick. Honestly, every time I think about that move from number 5, I still want to laugh. TSK, TSK. Ron's acting is so fake it gives me goosebumps. With a sneer, she held a cigarette between her lips and said, "Going around in circles? Who's wearing whose clothes? Ron is the miracle merchant. I'm the witch. The smart little wolf got toyed with. Your poison on 4 has to be watched closely tonight." She shifted her gaze and stared at Jasper. "I don't know if the werewolves will keep self-exploding. If they do, I'll leave Jasper a sheriff badge chain first. Check 1 first, then 2. Jasper has the badge. The guard played insanely well last night. I don't know who that blocker is, but they're definitely a master. The werewolves have to go after Jasper tonight. He still has the badge and can make checks for 2 more days. Even if both 1 and 2 are wolves, this game is over unless Jasper force jumps as a werewolf, but that's impossible. Chun Xiaomao has everything calculated perfectly." After saying that, she leaned back in her chair. "I'm out." Right after that, Ronian called on Zhao Shu to speak. Zhao Shu sat up straight, the smile from before gone, replaced by a stunned, slapped-in-the-face look mixed with defiance. He took a deep breath, tapped the table with his index finger, and glanced at 3, Jasper. "What's going on? Why is 12 getting a gold water? You're the seer on 3, so how did 12 become a good guy card?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and his voice rose a notch. "I'm definitely a good guy. If I were a wolf card, I'd self-destruct the moment I got checked. No way I'd give you guys time to talk. Let alone give my wolf teammate on 9 a chance to fake claim seer. Isn't that logic easy to understand?" He paused, then kept spilling. "Jasper's logic is that 5, 9, and 12 are the wolf pits, plus 1. That's how I've been reading it. And now you're telling me 12 is a good guy? Then I'm ripping the sheriff badge. There's no wolf pit left to find. Where are the remaining 2 wolves supposed to be? It can't be me and 11, right?" As he spoke himself into a frenzy, his speech sped up. 5's self-explosion was outrageous. 5 is a wolf card, and he blew himself up right when you were talking. Normally, if 5 really went out, we could still discuss whether he was the guard, whether 9 was the seer, but self-exploding like that is clearly ship-sabotaging, deliberately siding with the real seer, pretending to be the guard and self-destructing, shifting attention onto 3, and leaving a fake seer to drag the good guys into a trap. He fixed his gaze on 3. 12 got gold water, so 3 is definitely a wolf. Good guys, wake up, you're on the wrong side. 9 is the real seer and got poisoned through. 3 is a wolf gun disguised in seer's clothing. 5 self-explosion was definitely a small wolf, and there's still a wolf gun and 2 wolves on the board. 5, 9, 1 wolf and 1 seer? My head's a mess. But 3 is definitely a wolf. I don't know if he's the wolf gun, but if 3 doesn't get out, we're done for. As a good guy, I have to lead the team now and stop letting the wolves pull us by the nose. I've awakened. Put 3 to the vote. Let's see who he shoots on the way out. He pointed at Jasper and muttered, "Wolf team, guess whether I'm the guard?" After hearing that, Jasper's brows furrowed, his face full of suspicion. Took a while before he relaxed a little. Ron was also thinking it over. What was going on? How could Zhao Shu, as number 7, refuse to recognize number 3 as the seer at this moment? 3 gave 12 gold water, which disrupted the wolf pit read. At most, it meant Zhao Shu needed to adjust his wolf pit read, right? With 12 crossed out, there were only 1, 2, 10, and 11 left to find 2 wolves. He couldn't find them? Just because of 1 gold water card he wanted to rip up the sheriff badge? That was way too ridiculous. Ron stared at Zhao Shu, thinking that when a good guy realizes his wolf pit red has been disrupted by a seer's gold water, the normal reaction is to reevaluate the pits, not directly overturn the seer, unless he was planning to do exactly that from the start. At that moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Host, you have 1 final chance to check someone. Use it. Ron thought for a moment, then shook his head directly, silently saying in his heart, "No need." When number 7 spoke, he'd already been watching Jasper. Clearly Jasper was very displeased with Zhao Shu's speech. Of course he would be displeased. In plain terms, a seer who had checked a gold water result saw a wolf pit claim suddenly popping up, looking for trouble in a hurry. No wonder Jasper wasn't happy. Ron's role at the start of this game was basically a death warrant, and number 7 Zhao Shu was simply walking into a trap. Whether he was found to be a good guy or a wolf, the good faction couldn't afford to sit on this card. It was basically gambling with his life. Jasper had him in his sights, and in this round, whether Zhao Shu was pretending to be crazy and foolish or really confused, he probably wouldn't even survive the day. To put it bluntly, the check was already made, and then as Ron Nyan's voice rang out, "Please, number 8 to speak." Ron pondered for a moment, then his gaze locked directly onto number 7 Zhao Shu. No one expected that the logic he laid out next would be enough to reduce number 7 to ashes. "Jasper, isn't this just the seer? With the logic you just gave, I really have to admit defeat." Ron spread his hands, forcibly drawing everyone's attention to himself, growing more and more angry as he spoke. Number 5 asked the guard to jump in, so why on earth would he insist on helping his own wolf teammate? Anyone with a bit of sense can see that number 5 jumped as the guard, and Jasper holds the police badge, so he should logically be aligned with the good side. You insist on pushing his wolf teammate up there. Aren't you basically helping the wolf team by handing them the blade? He went on to complain. Number 5 self-destructing? Who cares? You insist on self-destructing, what kind of money-losing move is that? Seeing Zhao Shu's face grow uglier by the second, Ron glanced across the room again and launched his ultimate counterattack. Number 7. Don't even think about pushing this logic through anymore. Whether you're good or wolf, I'm afraid you're getting eliminated today. With that, his gaze shifted to number 6 Yilanxin. Yilanxin had just thrown shade at number 11 Zhou Ziyue, but Ron had checked that number 11 was a civilian, so he had to bite the bullet and defend him. Number 11 can't possibly be a wolf. Look at his vote, he cast it for number 3. The seer hasn't fallen. The golden water has turned, and the wolves are still confused? Use your brain. The wolf team only has 1 charging wolf on number 5. With number 11's speech here, there's no way he can be made into a wolf card. Right after that, Ron kept things light and tossed out a question. Want to guess my identity? The guard is simply unbeatable. With a vial of poison in hand, I killed number 9 with 1 shot yesterday. Sounds pretty good, right? He subtly showcased his line of play. Wolf team, stop messing around. Your knives aren't enough. If you want to win, you have to make sure the seer is eliminated during the day, kill a key god card at night, then accurately find the guard to take the blame during the day and keep using night kills on god cards. Do you really think that's easy? The difficulty is like using a screwdriver to modify an Audi Q7. Don't be ridiculous. After he threw out that whole speech, the atmosphere exploded, and no one could take it. In the commentary booth, Olda collapsed onto the desk, his face full of dumbfounded shock. Is this open play? Ron is actually the guard. He patted the table while bitterly complaining. But the important thing is, the Wolf King is still on the scene, unless number 9 Shindashing is the Wolf King who got poisoned. But look at number 9 when he left. Does that reaction look like a Wolf King to you? If the good side points their gun at a wolf during the day, and the Wolf King fires back with a headshot, this game is going to blow up from here on out. If he's a god, then Ron the guard just got wrecked. Bang, instantly useless. The audience erupted immediately. Stop forcing it. You can't see through this game, so just honestly keep learning. This isn't obvious? It's basically carving meat right on the wolves' faces. Ron is basically shouting to the wolf team. Your knives are used up, hand over your cards. Exactly, this game's suspense is gone. The seer on number 3 can still check for 2 more days. Wolves can't be found? The wolves only have 4 cards. Number 9 got poisoned. Number 5 self-destructed. And with just 2 left, how are they supposed to play? LOL, I think Old A is still struggling over whether Ron is the guard or not. What gives you the right to think you can see through it just because you're the commentator? 666. Even if Ron is the guard, he can still carry. In the game room, number 10 player, please speak. Leaning back in her chair, Gung Schwer couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her mouth after hearing the first few lines. She stifled a couple of laughs to herself, then slapped the table. Today, is someone telling me a ghost story? Saying number 3 is the wolf, and number 9 is the seer? Then you can get lost as number 7. As she spoke, she shook her head so hard her ponytail at the back of her head flew around too. Don't want to hear Wolfman ghost stories. Don't want to hear them. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. Then I'll make one up for you guys. The audience immediately exploded. It's coming. It's coming. It's story time with Schwer. Front row. Selling melon seeds and beer.
Gung Schwer erklärt Herrlorot.
So, in the dead of night, under a black sky and howling wind, the game hall was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Then suddenly, a scream came from bed number 6. Ah, the werewolf's coming for me with a knife. She gave a shrill falsetto scream, looking delightfully theatrical. But don't be afraid. This witch received a shield from the miracle merchant, and I raised it one-handed over my head. Smash! With a crisp crack, the wolf knife was bounced back, ricocheting off the ceiling and walls before finally falling into number 9's thermos. Number 9 looked down. Why is there a blade in my cup? Gung Schwer then tossed out a poison vial with a reverse flick. Swish, number 9 dead. After saying that, she leaned back in her chair and laughed to herself. The barrage of comments went wild. Ha ha ha. A blade in the tea. Number 9 can't even drink water properly. I believe it. Gung Schwer, write a book. Once she'd laughed enough, she abruptly stopped smiling, lunged forward, planted both hands on the table, and locked her gaze on numbers 6 and 8. The knife last night may not have landed on number 6 after all. She paused, with a loaded Yiwei Shenchang. Number 6 and number 8 swapped clothes and pretended to be different roles. Ron claimed Miracle Merchant and even gave number 6 a guard. Number 6 said he shielded himself, then poisoned number 9. What's up? Wearing the same pants? The two of them exchanged a glance and felt sure of it. The dumb little wolf pups had been fooled completely. Is it really like that? She stared at the two of them. Could it be, or rather, is there a possibility that the wolf team had long since figured out your cards? 8 is the guard, and 6 is the miracle merchant. You secretly jumped out as the guard as 8. Would the wolves not know? You are the guard. She pointed at the tabletop and tapped it once. As for yesterday's no-kill night, she rolled her eyes, put on an expression of total insight, and snapped her fingers. Could it be that the wolf team knew you were self-protecting, feared creating a no-kill night so they didn't stab you, but instead had to choose between 3 and 6, and in the end chose wrong, letting you protect into a no-kill night? That luck is absurd to the extreme. She leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath. My ghost story is over. She clapped her hands and switched into serious mode. Next, let's talk logic. If 3 is a wolf, then last night 4 wolves would have to go all in, right? There's the sheriff badge, and even if 3 took out 5, there would still be 3 wolves at night. 3 wolves all on the field. Why would they have to stab 6? The 3 wolves could just slash anyone. Could a shot from outside the main lineup still produce a no-kill night? She held up 3 fingers. If someone outside the main lineup gets stabbed, they die for sure. By dawn it's a single death. How could that possibly be a no-kill night? Her voice grew fiercer and fiercer, the pressure mounting sharply. Just now I made my ghost story clear. No one would take number 6 as the real witch. In the wolf's eyes, number 6 is the miracle merchant wearing the witch's clothes, pointing at number 3 Jasper. So, if on a peaceful night you kill number 6 and get shielded by Ron, then the knife mark is on number 6, not on anyone outside the board. The wolves would rather cut down number 6, the miracle merchant wearing the witch's clothes, than go after the real witch off the board. What does that mean? She spread both hands and asked in return. It means number 3 Jasper isn't a wolf. He's the seer. She leaned back in her chair, looking relaxed. So today we vote number 7. Jasper has 2 police badges. I'm clearing myself as good, and the game is over. Old A in the studio was silent for 2 seconds, then clapped. Gang Shuer. She's controlling the pace. Starts with a funny ghost story to crack everyone up, then takes people out with logic. Impressive. The tense atmosphere at the table eased. Who would have thought that, before anyone could even react, she had actually sorted out every single logical thread one by one. If number 3 Ron was a wolf, he would definitely go for an off-board kill. That logic was rock solid. With 3 wolves still in the game, there was indeed no need to chase after number 6, who was wearing the witch's clothes, unless the wolf team had really been completely fooled by Yilan Xin. Old A gave a thumbs up. Start with a ghost story, then lay out the logic. This move gets full marks from me. A crafty old fox only has this kind of routine. In the matchroom, Ronian's voice sounded, "Player number 11, please begin your statement." Zhou Ziyu sat up straight, his gaze passing over several people and locking onto number 6 Yilan Xin, his eyes practically turning into magnifying glasses. "No, I'm good. Thank you. Sis, why are you always targeting me? Last round I went after number 12 with solid reasoning. Thank you. I said number 12's logic was closed-minded, that the wolves had no team play, and that they didn't throw support behind number 9. Was I wrong? I was speaking from a good person's perspective and not defending the wolf team." He caught his breath, took a deep inhale, and then suddenly his voice dropped, heavy and intimidating. "I've also revealed my role today. I'm the guard. I blank guarded the first night, and last night I protected number 6. There's only one reason I would jump as guard. I was put on the Seer's Golden Water push list. If I didn't say it, I was worried I'd be eliminated before I could even speak. I'm the one who secured the peaceful night. Thank you." Player 8, Ron, leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. He looked as if he were weighing whether to take the bullet for himself. Zhou Ziyu didn't hesitate, speeding up even more, and before anyone could finish suspecting him, he blurted out, "Player 12 is a good person. Goldwater goes without saying. You all can see player 7 state too. After being checked as kill, his reaction doesn't seem very wolf-like, but I'm not sure about his speech today, so I'll leave it to the seer to solve." Then he abruptly changed tone, turning to stare at player 10, Gang Shuer. Player 10's mouth is really shaky. I think she's pretty wolfy. Today you helped player 8 confirm the guard identity. When has a good guy like Ron ever helped someone else confirm an identity? We don't even know the bottom card, so how are you confirming it? I think you're helping your teammate point a knife. I don't know if that's true, but you definitely didn't do it well. Then he turned to Jasper again. Jasper? Who are you voting to lead today? If you're voting player 10, I'll follow. If not, I suggest tonight's police badge flow includes player 10. Let's feel out whether she's really gold or an iron wolf. Thank you. After saying that, he called out players 1 and 2. In my eyes, players 1 and 2 have almost no presence, especially player 2. His speech is even shorter than a phone battery's life. I really can't hear much from him. Player 1, Shinzi, also doesn't have much. I can't work it out. Check them yourselves. As for who to guard tonight, most likely no guard. To put it bluntly, we guarded player 6 yesterday, and tonight the wolf team might bypass 6 and try to stab someone else. If it passes, thank you. As soon as Zhou Ziyu finished, Luoyan naturally announced, Player 12, please speak. Feng Xiang looked awkward, laughed without turning his head, and spoke directly to Jasper, as if giving him a sharp wake-up slap. Look at me, I overthought it again. I'm the only pure good guy in the whole game who rushed out to charge for the wolves. Everyone else is standing on player 3's side, but I'm the only one thinking player 3 might be a wolf, thinking the first night didn't pick a lucky one. Now that I look back, I really want to slap myself. He made a fake self-slapping gesture, then dropped the joke and turned sincere. I took Goldwater today, so player 3 is definitely the seer, no doubt. Because if player 3, Jasper, is a wolf, then the only good guy charging for player 9, was just doing it for nothing. He really used me as a stepping stone. Wolves love honest people who jump into pits on their own. They don't even need to push. I went in first myself. His tone was self-mocking, but his logic was clear. But he gave me Goldwater, and anyone with eyes knows wolves wouldn't give Goldwater to a push target. That doesn't make sense. It wastes a round, basic common sense. He let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and raised both hands in a surrender pose. So today, I'm not reasoning anymore. This brother Ron said helplessly. I give up, you guys figure it out yourselves. My brain's about to explode. Then he turned around, looked at Jasper and said, Brother Sippo, you tell us what to do. Whoever you say today, I'll follow and push out. Anyway, I have absolutely no judgment now. Okay, I'm done. After speaking, he slumped straight back into his chair, completely relaxed. The audience instantly exploded into uproar. If you get hit, you stand straight. This kid's good. This logic isn't wrong, right? As long as player 12 is a good guy, player 3 is definitely the seer. Wolves wouldn't cut their own gold water target. This game seer is actually easy to identify. Player 3 and player 9 speeches are crystal clear. It's the good guys' side that got themselves twisted up instead. Separating good guys is way harder than finding wolves. I agree. The biggest highlight of this round isn't the seer face-off, but good guys finding each other's presence in the chaos. Seriously, someone said it. Whether human or ghost, everyone's putting on a show. And in the end it's the audience and the wolves who are getting screwed. It was downright brilliant. Inside the game room, player 1, Shinzi, pushed up her glasses and smiled with a bit of smugness. I'm really not a wolf.
I'm a pure civilian, unarmed.
She spread out her palm for everyone to inspect, then flashed a sly smile. I admit, my logic isn't great. In past rounds people always said, Shinzi, you've gone down a rabbit hole again. But this round, I have a really strong feeling we're going to win. She adjusted her glasses, worried everyone might misunderstand, and quickly added, I'm not saying my brain suddenly opened up. I just feel like the good guys are definitely going to win. As she spoke, she stared at Jasper. Number 3 is the real seer. The wolves are definitely doomed this round. 2 wolves have already run. Number 9 was poisoned. Number 5 self-exploded. And the seer still has 2 more checks. The guard and the witch's poison are both still here. The 4 gods and 4 civilians are all intact. And the wolves can't beat that. To put it plainly, I'm just coasting to a free win this round. So don't get me dragged into this. Just follow everyone's vote. Her face was all serenity and calm. It was number 2 Jamming's turn to speak, and his face was taut. He kept it simple with 2 points. First, when number 5 Tai Tai ran, she told the seer not to check number 12, saying he was her teammate and to go check number 10 instead. Is that believable? In the end, number 12 turned out to be Goldwater. Tai Tai was playing a mind game. Number 12 is a good guy, so what about number 10? You can all think through that logic yourselves. I won't say more. Second, number 7 Zhao Shu may be a good guy. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned, looking at his unreliable reverse logic. Jamming said disdainfully, I can't see him as a wolf. Why would he have to stubbornly oppose the seer? What would a wolf gain by standing there and challenging the real seer? Unless he's the wolf gun. Even the old fox couldn't outplay this one. Next up was number 3 Jasper. At first he wore a gloomy expression and ran a hand through his hair, like he was composing himself, then suddenly slammed the table with a loud bang. WOC? It startled a few people so badly their shoulders jerked. He couldn't help but complain about himself. I actually got yesterday's wolf pit wrong? Number 12 is actually Goldwater. Since when did I get this bad? He was furious. Then he abruptly switched into battle mode. All votes to number 7 today. He had just been hesitating over whether numbers 1 and 2 might be wolves, always leaving people a chance. But number 7 had jumped out of nowhere. A wolf dares to shout and challenge the real seer, trying to drag the good guys into pushing me out? He slapped his chest with both hands. I'm sitting right here. Can you push me out? By making such a high-profile leap, are you actually trying to tell me you're the wolf gun and scare me into changing my vote? With a sharp wave, he said, My Jasper the Seer isn't afraid, whether you're the wolf gun or a regular wolf. Today, number 7. The words weren't finished, and the tense, thrilling drama continued. Luoen and Zhao Shu had really gone all out this time. Jasper suddenly changed course and fixed number 2 Jamming with a hard stare. This guy had spoken so little from the start of the game to now. Basically never more than 3 sentences, and even then he had to tack on a pass. Jasper cursed inwardly. That's all he's got. Every time he plays like this, acting fake and as if he said nothing at all. Who would have thought the old fox Jasper would lock onto him and insist on checking him all the way through? He said, Jamming, if you're a good guy, then wait until I check you and you'll be Goldwater. If you're a wolf, sorry, once I check you, you won't be able to dodge it. Then Jasper glanced at number 10 Gung Schwer and number 11 Zhou Ziyue, complaining to himself. These two schemers only know those same old tricks. Don't expect to drag this out until tomorrow. To put it bluntly, the wolf team has no cards left this round. Number 9 was poisoned out, number 5 self-exploded, and number 7 is out now, 3 wolf rolls gone in one shot. He said smugly. The seer still has 2 checks left, the guard and the witch are both still alive, and the miracle merchant hasn't gone down either. If your wolf team isn't secretly trembling, then you're just crazy. While complaining, he couldn't help adding, even though I really hate that crafty bastard, what he said is just too right. The wolf team should just admit it and stop wasting time. Then he also joked about himself. 3 high-intensity matches a day. I'm exhausted. I'm not messing around anymore. Let this end quickly so I can go eat at Heideleo. Who could have expected that the referee Luonyen would immediately order a vote the next second? And number 7 Zhao Shu was instantly executed. 7 votes all pointed at him, 3 abstentions, and even he voted for himself. Luoyen's eyes rolled, and he was certain. This was the legendary wolf gun, the kind that's smart enough to drive people desperate. No law of heaven. Zhao Shu's speech today was so arrogant it wasn't struggle at all. It was suicide. I'm holding a gun, and I'd love nothing more than to be carried out in broad daylight by the good guys, to die openly and legitimately. What was even more outrageous was that the wolf team had run all the way to the end and still had to resort to this move to disrupt the game. A normal path was no longer viable. With all 4 gods seated at the table, the seer had locked down the pit positions, and the witch could take 1 bottle of poison to wipe out the wolf gun before it even had a chance to fire. No one expected Zhao Shu to self-vote directly, reveal his identity, and forcefully throw the rhythm into complete chaos. The audience erupted at the sight. Holy shit! The wolf gun fired. Zhao Shu took down Luoyen. Luoyen is actually really the guard? Then what on earth is Zhou Ziyue's role now? That last statement is probably god tier. Right after that, the referee announced for player 7 to deliver his last words, and Zhao Shu slowly said, "Yes, I'm the wolf gun. Since I'm eliminated, I can only take you with me. Sorry, guard bro." He shot a vicious glance at Yilan Xin and cursed inwardly. Player SSS gamble was rock solid. The guard's god-level play, shield up on the body, poison on player 9. This script is written way too flawlessly. I really wanted the guard to fire the wrong shot, but no dice. You got it right. And our knife never landed cleanly. It was just unreasonable. The wolf gun had originally planned to kill the guard straight at night, but was too afraid of dying and giving the good team a peaceful night. Now, instead, it got cut down in broad daylight. As he lamented, he let out a short laugh. If I'd known, I really shouldn't have revealed my gun so early. How is anyone supposed to play this game now? Old Fox Jasper saw through it with a single glance. Zhao Shu's move was simply too good at controlling the pace. There was no escape. The wolf team was completely finished. To put it bluntly, the host just said "knife Jasper," and the whole table exploded. Seer Ron practically got hit by the backlash for no reason. Forget going for a hot pot feast. Just go straight home and lie down. The bullet comments immediately blew up. Ha ha ha. Jasper's hot pot feast is still getting constantly called out. Wasn't Zhao Shu's last words way too brutal? Bro's gone. The wolf team has to hurry up and turn this around. Zhao Shu's smile faded, his expression turning sharp as steel while he began to calmly calculate. Can this still be one? I've been thinking about it for a long time. He raised a finger and worked through it. Player 8 is definitely the guard, no doubt about that. After firing and taking out the guard, the remaining god cards on the board are the seer, the witch, and the miracle merchant. I'll have you knife the seer directly. By the next morning, the seer flips over dead, and the police badge goes to someone else. That leaves the miracle merchant and the witch on the board. The merchant has no skills left and the witch still has poison. He paused, then stressed the next point. Then during the day you have to use your speech to barely hold on and push a civilian out, then knife a god, then keep holding on, then knife again. The turns are enough. As long as the seer didn't check you, at most he'll have 2 gold waters by tomorrow, and he still has to get a chance to check. That leaves 2 hidden spots besides the 2 gold waters. You can stay hidden, and the good guys still won't be able to lock onto you. His gaze slid over to player 4, Chan Xiaomao, and he immediately looked away, cursing inwardly. Player 4 really has no brains. Using poison now leaves the wolf team with no way out. If the poison hits wrong, it's even worse. He nodded to confirm his math was right. Player 4, don't use poison. Poison wrong and you'll dig your own grave. After saying that, Zhao Shu changed tone. Next it's your show. Bro, I genuinely hope the wolf team wins this one. With that, he stood up and left directly, his eyes a little unfocused. Can this really still be won? If the witch doesn't use poison, is that enough? That sense of helplessness kept growing the more he thought about it. The wolf team was done for, this was just struggling in vain. At that moment, Luanyan urged, "Player 8, your last words." Then a system prompt sounded in Ron's mind with a ding. One check remaining. Use it. Without hesitation, he said, "Check." The target was player 10, Gung Shuer. The result came out with no surprises. Player 10 was actually a werewolf. Yes, this was the last wolf. Old Ron sneered inwardly. This move was steady. Among players 1, 2, and 10, only 10 was someone no one would suspect. The others had all revealed their weakness in plain sight. Gung Shuer, player 10, told stories, delivered punchlines, and was glowing all the way through, basically a live target. Who would suspect her? It was basically leaving her the most low-key, safest card possible. What a clever old fox's method. Taking a deep breath, Ron swept his gaze across the room, pausing for half a second on each face, and directly revealed his role. "I'm the guard. What's there to hide? No need for that." His eyes moved to player 11, Zhou Ziyue, and he spoke with a smile. "You don't need to put on an act and try to take the knife from me. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's still sloppy and gives you away." Then he stared at player 7. "Since my first day speech when I jumped as the miracle merchant and gave player 6 the lucky one, the wolves already knew I was the guard. I couldn't hide my role, and if player 7 is the wolf gun, I'm definitely going out." His words were sharp as he got to the point. "My last words are limited, so I won't waste time. I'll assign tasks." First he said to Jasper, "You need to check player 2. Go ahead and check them. I won't change your police badge route, but I'm telling you now, player 2 is definitely a gold water." Then he looked at player 6, Yilan Xin, and said solemnly, "Chan Xiaomao, which, you can use your poison boldly today. It's okay even if you poison the wrong person. Poisoning a good guy still benefits the wolves. Understand? There are 4 civilians on the board, poison whoever you want. As long as you poison one more civilian, that means one less target for the wolves to push. You must use the poison. Poison is the key to compressing the wolves' survival space." Finally, he fixed his gaze on Jasper. "You're checking player 2. I won't interfere with your police badge, but your poison can go on player 1, 10, or 11, whichever one looks like a wolf, just pour it on them. Up to you." He took another deep breath and began laying out the final logic. If Jasper dies tomorrow morning, the wolves must strike him tonight. Once the seer falls, the police badge goes to player 2. If you use poison tonight, it's a double death. There are still 2 clear-headed players on the board, player 2 and player 12, both gold waters. Assume you poison player 1. Then tomorrow morning Jasper and player 1 die together. The wolves still have players 10 and 11 as a fallback, able to shove and bite each other while making up ghost stories. Even if the good guys push the wrong person during the day and send off a civilian, there are still 2 clear-headed players left on the board, and if the wolves land another night kill, you're still trying to take the push for the seer. His voice grew sharper and sharper. "Don't listen to Zhao Shu's ghost talk, saying player 4 wouldn't dare use poison, that the witch poisoning the wrong person steals tempo. That's just a routine to pave the way for the wolves. If you don't use poison, and the seer falls tonight while you carry the poison away, the wolves' winning chance is huge." As he spoke, he cursed inwardly. These old foxes only have this much trickery, nothing but bluster. Who could have guessed that they'd look so fierce yet be so vulnerable in reality? Folding at the first sign of trouble, just playing mind games, that's all. Then an absurdly dramatic situation was about to erupt. Ron's single line completely stunned the room. He pointed at the back of the chair and said lazily, "This game is just that magical. A witch often poisons the wrong person, and the wolves can still win. If you poison a civilian, the wolves may lose a pillar of support, but they can still keep the tempo going. The wolf team already walked themselves into a dead end. You just need to block the road and that's enough." With a chill aura sweeping across the room, he slowed his pace and finally threw down one last line. "I'm done. Cat bro, it's your turn to use the poison. Wolves, you can surrender your cards now." The room fell silent for 3 seconds, and then the barrage of comments exploded like a burst dam, flooding the screen and covering the entire display. Damn! Ron was actually the guard. I said it ages ago. God tier last words. These final words completely blocked every path for the wolf team. The wolf team still wants a way out. Ron's one word, surrender your cards, and they're instantly finished. This move is textbook level. Zhou Ziyue is a fake civilian using a body block. Hands down. What? Number 6 is the miracle merchant, number 8 is the guard, and these 2 actually swapped clothes? I'm completely shocked. What a powerhouse combo. Bro, did you just wake up? This logic has been going on for several rounds, and you're only catching up now. So now the only way to save the wolves is if the witch doesn't use her poison? What an amazing move. In the broadcast studio, Olda slapped the table, shocked and helpless. Audience friends, watch closely. With this last word statement, the wolf team has a 100% chance of having to hand over their cards tonight. Think about what Ron just said. Every word is sealing off the wolf team's escape routes. If the witch dares to poison, whether the poison hits a wolf or a civilian, the wolf team loses a huge chunk of its main force. If it hits a wolf, the team is basically done for. If it hits a civilian, one more push shield is gone, and the pace of the game gets capped. No matter how you count it, the wolves lose badly. Olda excitedly spread his hands and said with a smile, "Honestly, I was just wondering if Ron was being too aggressive, asking the witch to poison without worrying about hitting the wrong target. Now that I think about it, he wasn't being impulsive at all. He had the whole thing calculated down to the third decimal place." Turning the topic, Olda sighed again. "But look, number 7's move there was unstable. Zhao Shu didn't need to bring Ron in at all. Why not just shoot Jasper and blow him up? If Jasper dies, the seer is gone, and everyone can worry one less about a check result. The good side gets one more push shield, and the wolves' escape route immediately widens a lot." With a sigh, Olda added another blow. "Then at night, the wolf team's best move would be to stab number 6 Yilanshin, cut off the Miracle Merchant's backup plan, and then take a gamble with the guard. Unfortunately, Zhao Shu didn't go after Jasper and went straight for the guard. He wanted the witch to be timid and not use poison, and the good side was afraid of dying, but Ron directly forced the witch to poison, locking the round on the spot. The wolf team's breath was cut off, and they're done for. All right, next let's guess who the last wolf card is," Olda said playfully. At this moment, Ron stood up and moved his neck, his cervical spine making a series of crackling sounds. Sitting for too long wasn't comfortable. He turned and walked toward the exit, pushed the door open, and sunlight spilled across his face, making him squint slightly. A sudden cheer erupted from the audience. God Ron! God Ron! So freaking cool! The scene was on fire. Then the game continued. Night falls. Please close your eyes. Miracle Merchant. Open your eyes. Choose your lucky one. Confirm and close your eyes. Lucky one. Open your eyes. Confirm your identity. Then close your eyes. Guard. Open your eyes. Confirm your protection target. Then close your eyes. The skills had all been used, and the deceased characters still had to go through the process according to the rules, the cold and mechanical routine. No one could escape it. Wolves, please open your eyes and confirm your knife target. Then close your eyes. At this point, the mask on seat number 10, Gung Shuer, slowly came off. She widened her eyes. With 4 wolves reduced to a lone wolf, who could have imagined how desperate she felt right now? The witch not using poison. What a joke. Didn't she know Chen Xiaomao's weird temperament better than anyone? He wouldn't dare use poison? Come on. Whether the poison was used or not would only land between number 1 and number 11. No matter who was targeted, the next day would be a double death, and the wolf's path to survival would be completely zeroed out. Now, with no seer to check anyone, the more she thought about it, the worse things seemed. The most infuriating thing was, why didn't number 7 take the seer with him? Her mouth tightened as she clenched her teeth and thought bitterly. If Zhao Shu's shot had landed on Jasper's head and the seer had died, there'd be no one to check at night, the good side would gain 1 more pillar, and the wolves could also chase the knife to number 6 Yilanshin, even gamble on the guard. Even if they lost the gamble, at least there'd still be a chance to hand over the card. But now, the seer is alive, the guard is dead, the witch still has her poison, and the seer can check people at any time. She doesn't even get to gamble. This is just outrageous. Knife to number 3. Gung Shuer closed her eyes, and the mask shut. Seer, please open your eyes, confirm your target, and close your eyes. Number 3 Jasper opened his eyes with a haughty look. Only 1 wolf card left. He muttered to himself. If, during the day, the police badge chain on number 2 was a wolf, number 7 definitely wouldn't have taken the guard with him. After all, if there was a wolf hiding in the badge chain, the kill by investigation was already sealed, and the wolf team had basically conceded. An old fox really only had this much of a routine with that pretentious acting. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Was he seriously putting on a show for someone here? This round of werewolf really made Ron laugh out loud. Jasper cursed inwardly. Number 7 had clearly said he would take the seer himself, and the police badge chain was completely ruined, with no more investigation. Yet number 7 didn't take the seer and took the guard instead. Doesn't that prove number 2 absolutely wasn't a wolf, but a good person? Ron's words really weren't empty talk. That guy did have some skill, annoying as he was. Then Jasper scanned the remaining cards. The last wolf card could only be among number 1, number 10, and number 11. Without hesitation, he made a gesture to the judge. Check number 10. Luo Nian nodded. As soon as the gesture was made, werewolf, Jasper grinned smugly, leaned back in his chair, and slowly closed his mask, thinking, found it. Then the scene turned into the witch's show. Number 4 Chun Xiaomao's mask slid open. You think I'm stupid? How could Cat Bro not poison? He was stunned inside. Did these people really take him for a fool? Ron's last words? Clearly unnecessary, simply underestimating him, a seasoned logic analyst. He was going to prove through action that Cat Bro's poison was absolutely on point. Looking at number 10's card, Chun Xiaomao got more and more annoyed. If the wolves don't hand over a card during the day, it's just a waste of time. Who else could this be but Geng Shuer? After saying that, he waved to Luo Nian again and decisively poisoned number 10. The operation ended, and he satisfiedly closed his mask. Cat Bro's poison was insanely accurate. Before long, daylight arrived. Luo Nian was just about to announce the death list when Geng Shuer suddenly stood up, stretched, and said calmly, "Sigh. This knife was crippled. I'm a wolf. I'll hand over my card." Ron directly self-destructed. Last night's deaths. Number 3 and number 10. The good side wins. Chun Xiaomao laughed so obnoxiously and complained, "You should have handed over the card yesterday. What a waste of time." Geng Shuer shrugged. Who doesn't want to gamble? Isn't Werewolf all about gambling? Cat Bro froze for a moment, then actually laughed too, giving a thumbs up. Fair enough. If wolves don't gamble, they deserve to be salty fish. Might as well self-destruct on day 1. Meanwhile, the audience outside went wild. 666. The last wolf was actually Geng Shuer. I thought it was number 1. Shinzi was acting like water the whole game, and it turned out he was a real civilian. So unexpected. Number 7 Zhao Shu was insanely steady. He got directly confronted on day 1 and still didn't panic. He managed to fool all the good people. A girl sighed. If that shot on day 1 had blown up Seer Jasper on number 3, the badge chain could have been handed over smoothly, and they could have counterattacked the wolf team at night. What a pity. Her best friend beside her rolled her eyes and shot back. Come on. Cat Bro already poured poison down her throat. What are you boasting about? Poisoning number 10 means the good side wins for sure. The wolves can't turn this around. Commentator Old A took off his headset and let out a long sigh. The good side wins, congratulations. So who takes MVP in this match? Ron the guard who poisoned a wolf?
Cat Xiaomao's pinpoint poison?
Yi Lanxin's first night disguise that fooled the wolf team? Jasper also did well. The big screen highlighted the 4 avatars in turn. Who would the spotlight land on? The audience erupted. Why even guess? It's definitely Ron. The girl with a ponytail shouted first, then excitedly said, Miracle Merchant Yi Lanxin played beautifully, the poison was precise, and the seer Jasper held on to the very end for a high score, but Ron was poisoned on the first night, blind poisoned a wolf, then jumped as the guard and passed the knife. The guard's last words blocked the wolf team's positioning. If he doesn't get MVP, then who does? The Wolf Soul livestream chat exploded with a flood of bullet comments. Locked in? Ron got MVP. What a pity for the wolf team this time. Number 7 fired the wrong shot. Congratulations, Ron. Won again? WOC. Just how steady is this guy? And just like that, this werewolf game came to a brilliant close with Ron firmly seated on the MVP throne. The wolf team, which looked impressive but was actually vulnerable, should have surrendered long ago. As soon as Ron spoke, I was just playing casually. Who would have thought the audience would instantly explode? Everyone kept shouting, this guy's cheating, right? The roar rolled on, and suddenly the main screen lit up. Ronian's voice floated out. The MVP of this game is number 8 Ron. 8 stars. 8 stars? No one expected it. No sooner had those words fallen than the entire venue fell into a sudden silence, and everyone collectively drew in a sharp breath. Then the roar exploded. Holy crap! 8 stars. The girl in the front row got so hyped she jumped up on the spot, grabbing her companion's sleeve and shaking it wildly. Her voice so shrill it nearly pierced their eardrums. 8 stars! Ron got 8 stars. Isn't the max score 10? That's insane. The bullet comments burst into a chaotic sea of colors, with keywords floating by one after another. 8 stars. Ron God. Max level play. Highest score in history? No. Someone once got full stars. 666. That's insane. He's been crowned a god. Protect number 8 Ron, the pinnacle of the wolf pack. Who could have imagined that Jasper was sitting in seat no. 3 at this moment? The remaining smile on his face jolted away by the news. He had been pretty happy, after all he'd won, so he was in a good mood. Hearing 8 stars. He straightened up instantly, his brows knotting tightly, then tried to smooth them out, but the shock in his eyes still hadn't faded. It was simply unreasonable. He had claimed Seer, taken the police badge unanimously, perfectly identified the wolf at a critical moment, and led the team to victory. The previous game was also 8 stars. But this time, Ron had actually gotten 8 stars too. He stared at Ronian's face on the big screen, his lips moving slightly as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he only gave a soft snort and leaned back in his chair, his expression turning into one of mixed helplessness and unwillingness. Fine, Jurgen. Ron, just you wait. And Ronian didn't give anyone time to digest that number. With a swipe of her finger, the screen switched to the post-game review. On the first night, number 6 Miracle Merchant chose number 8 as the lucky one and gave him poison. That lucky number 8 immediately blind poisoned the wolf. Number 9 Chun dashing. As she said this, Ronian deliberately paused, her gaze sweeping across the screen as if piercing through the camera to look at everyone. To put it bluntly, after so many years of commentary, she'd seen it all. A first-night hard poison on a wolf like this was absolutely rare. Ron's move was decisive without the slightest hesitation. He hit the wolf dead-on at a glance, as if he had cheats enabled. She then explained the sequence. Number 8 guard chose to guard empty. The wolves killed number 6 Miracle Merchant.
Número 4 Witch Sabbed número 6.
On day 1, the players who went to the police were number 2 Jian Ming, number 3 Jasper, number 6 Yilan Xin, number 7 Zhao Shu, number 9 Chen Deshing, and number 12 Fang Xiang. Number 3 Jasper gave number 6 a golden water. Number 6 claimed lucky one and checked number 7 as a wolf, and number 9 Wolf Chan Deshing claimed Seer and gave number 8 a golden water. In the voting phase, number 5 Tai Dai voted for number 9, number 4 Chen Xiaomao abstained, and number 1 Shen Zi, number 8 Ron, and the others voted for number 3 Jasper. As a result, Jasper won the police badge. Number 9 was eliminated on the first night, followed by the second night sequence. Number 8 guard protected number 6, the Seer checked number 12 and confirmed them as good. The wolves attacked number 6, and the witch's antidote had already been used up, so no poison was cast. The next day was uneventful. Sheriff number 3 let number 4 speak first. Number 4 jumped up as the witch, reported that number 6 was the silver water, and still held the poison. Number 6 admitted to being the miracle merchant, saying he had given the poison to number 8 on the first night. Number 8 claimed to be the guard. The poison went to number 9, the werewolf, and number 3's vote check result pointed to number 7. Number 7, the wolf gun, shot and took down number 8, the guard. On the third night, the wolves killed number 3, the prophet. Number 3 checked number 10 and found he was a wolf. Number 4, the witch, poisoned number 10. On the third day, number 3 and number 10 died, and the good side won. Luonyen put down the tablet, swept his gaze across the venue, and announced the full identity chart. Clearly labeled left and right, good side on the left, werewolves on the right. Smooth as flowing water, crisp and clean. Good side, prophet number 3 Jasper, witch number 4 Chan Xiaomao, miracle merchant number 6 Yilan Xin, guard number 8 Ron, civilians number 1 Shin Zi, number 2 Jiaming, number 11 Zhou Ziyue, and number 12 Fang Xiang. Werewolves, wolf king number 7 Zhao Shu, ordinary werewolves number 5 Tai Tai, number 9 Chen Deshing, and number 10 Gung Shuer. The whole venue was completely stunned. Ron's play was definitely not something an ordinary person could pull off. With this god-tier performance, who wouldn't be convinced? There was a 1-second silence in the studio, and then it exploded into chaos. Everyone started discussing it in sudden realization. Old aside, took off his glasses and wiped them, then put them back on. Spreading his arms, he made an exaggerated expression and said to the camera, "Wow, this round, Jasper's game was really thrilling beyond words. Both the humans and the ghosts were showing off their moves. Who could have imagined that the 2 big shots from the early game would actually stage an identity swap?" Number 8 Ron jumped as the miracle merchant, number 6 Yilan Xin jumped as the witch, 1 guard, 1 miracle merchant, so the 2 of them swapped clothes and left the wolf team completely baffled. To put it plainly, it was just a change of appearance. Who got totally mixed up. What's even more outrageous is that Yilan Xin actually guessed correctly that the first kill would land on her, and then she immediately claimed witch, made up a whole script to trick the wolves into thinking she had a defense, and fooled them into hacking at her with knives. She literally played herself into a key witch who controlled the antidote. Who would believe this trash strategy? But the wolves actually did. They both chopped at Yi Lanxin, treating her as if she were a witch who could break defenses. Even more impressive, the real witch Chun Xiaomao quietly hid in the corner, used up all the antidote without anyone knowing, and kept her poison in hand until the very last moment, when she precisely took out the final wolf in one shot. That was seriously some slick play. Olda could only helplessly spread his hands and sigh. That move was way too stylish. The bullet comments immediately exploded, with messages flooding the screen. Yi Lanxin is god tier. The detail in gambling on the kill target is insane. Ron and Yi Lanxin swapping roles this round is a legendary scene. Chun Xiaomao silently poisoned all the wolves. Absolutely incredible. For top players flexed at the same time in this game, and not a single civilian was ever going to get killed. The fans were already singing themselves hoarse, their voices going raw, but the excitement on their faces still hadn't faded. Some held up Ron 8-star MVP, light signs high above their heads. Some leaned on their friends' shoulders and quietly laughed while muttering, "Too strong, too strong." And others took screenshots on their phones and posted them to group chats, all captioned with Ron's god-tier battle. Ron lay in the lounge as the cheers outside were cut into muffled thuds by the soundproof walls. Leaning against the sofa and holding a glass of ice water, he felt the tightly strung nerves in his body slowly relax. Simply put, he had just won another round. He wondered whether the system would give him any new reward? Who would have thought that the moment he set down the water glass, a mechanical prompt would sound in his mind. Ding! Host has won. The Eye of Heaven system has upgraded to level 5, and can now check the identities of 5 players. Level 5 already. That old fox only had this one trick. Ron leaned back into the sofa, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. Pretty powerful. Then the system popped up another prompt. The Eye of Heaven system has reached max level and exceeded the threshold. Max level? Never in a million years would he have thought it would max out so quickly. This max level meant he could reveal 5 hidden cards right from the start, which was basically like having half the cards laid bare before him. Simply put, knowing half the identities was enough. In fact, the few he couldn't see were better left unknown, because that made his acting more natural. If others thought he only knew half, they wouldn't suspect him. If he knew everything, that would be seriously suspicious, and he'd definitely become a target. What's more, he might even hit wolves in his own hand. Once he knew the identities of his 3 wolf teammates, plus 5 revealed cards, 8 out of the 11 cards in the game would be as obvious as daylight, leaving only 3 unknown. With just a push in the first day speeches, they'd all be sorted out. That was basically opening the whole field with a see-through hack from the start every single game, absurdly overpowered. Then the system added another buff. Personal charm plus 1%, logical thinking plus 5%, card reading ability plus 2%, looks plus 2%. As those numbers stacked up, before Ron even had time to react, a warm flow suddenly surged through his body. His back straightened unconsciously, his clenched fists crackled with popping knuckles, and his whole mind felt so clear it was like his CPU had been swapped out. Even his breathing became noticeably smoother. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of this upgrade. When he opened them again, he saw his reflection in the glass. His features and facial contours had become a little sharper, and his handsomeness had subtly improved, like he'd gone straight from a normal filter to high-definition sharpening. I got stronger again. This feels amazing. Ron smiled at the glass. The lounge's quiet didn't last long. The big screen lit up, and the broadcast began playing this round's scoreboard. Leaning against the sofa, Ron swept his gaze over the screen and looked at his results. In his heart, he cursed. These scheming guys are all just playing mind games. That old fox only knows these kinds of tricks. In this round, I'm the big move, full field vision. Trying to mess with me? Dream on. Seriously, there was no justice in this world. Who could withstand such explosive moves? The 4 cards on Ron's wolf team all had 0 stars. It was truly a miserable sight. And what about the good side? Numbers started popping up on the screen. Player 1, Shenzi, 2 stars. Player 2, Jianming, 2 stars. Player 3, Jasper, 4 stars. Player 4, Chun Xiaomao, 4 stars. Player 6, Yi Lanxin, 5 stars. Player 8, Ron, 8 stars. Player 11, Zhou Ziyue, 2 stars. Player 12, Fang Xiang, 2 stars. As soon as the numbers stopped, the expressions on the players' faces all told different stories. Sitting in seat 6, Yi Lanxin was already preparing to leave, but when she saw her 5 stars, her steps came to a slight halt. She quickly did the math in her head. Her scores from the previous rounds had been nothing great, but this 5-star result finally let her make a comeback. There really was a chance for this year's apocalypse of the gods champion. She brushed the stray hair by her ear, lit a cigarette, and secretly felt relieved. Not bad. That struggle wasn't for nothing. Then there was Jasper in seat 3 who still hadn't left. Leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, he stared at his 4-star score, grinding his teeth so hard they were almost about to crack. I outmaneuvered Seer, snagged the police badge along with a full ticket, and lived all the way to the end and checked the last werewolf in the game, and you give me only 4 stars? The unwillingness in his eyes flashed by, and then he took a deep breath, forced down his resentment, and a ruthless smile curved his lips. I, Jasper, am not convinced. There are still 32 matches ahead. What's one 4-star game worth? The annual champion is mine. With that, he flung on his coat, stood up, and strode toward the exit. In the studio, Olda held up 2 fingers to the camera and shouted excitedly in a booming voice, "Wow! The points are in fresh. Ron's 8-star MVP is way out in front. Yilanxin's 5 stars keep her in the race. Chun Xiaomao's 4-star, which is absolutely worthy. Jasper's 4-star Seer also scores solidly. The Wolf team's 4 cards all got 0. This is what the apocalypse of the gods means. Lose? You get 0 points." The audience instantly exploded, with discussion erupting in waves. Ron's 8 stars. A huge lead. No need to compare. Yilanxin's 5 stars. The goddess is holding steady. Chun Xiaomao's bottle poison was spot on. 4 stars is fair. Jasper only got 4 stars? He at least checked the last wolf. Young Master Jasper. The wolf team is tragic. Zhao Shu did his best. If the gun had been hit correctly, they could have survived one more round. Bullshit. As the data on the screen faded, Olde adjusted his headset, cleared his throat, and, steady yet rhythmic, threw out the final line for this game. A new round starts in half an hour. Everyone, take a short break and look forward to the next exciting match. In less than half an hour, the circular stands were packed again, even more crowded than the previous match. Late arriving spectators who couldn't find seats simply stood in the aisles, waving their cheer sticks and craning their necks toward the stage. Look, look, it's the 5th game already. What board is this one? I'm betting on Werewolf, Beauty, and Night. The last game's Miracle Merchant play was insane, and this one has to be even more exciting. I want Mechanical Wolf and Seer. High skill ceiling. Wolf versus God battles are super intense. Yilanxin got 5 stars last game and is on fire. If she gets a strong roll this round, a top 5 finish is no problem. Jasper's definitely unhappy about his 4 stars. Look at his expression when he left. He's going all out this round. Don't forget Cat Bro. That witch poison was terrifyingly accurate. Among the crowd, Ron's fans were the most spectacular sight. In the main sea of red cheer lights, signs read God Ron, and faces were covered with Ron stickers. A little girl, dragged along by a friend to watch, stood on tiptoe and asked softly, "Who's Ron? Is he the one they keep shouting God Ron for?" Her friend pulled her excitedly. "You'll see him soon. No matter what card he gets, he's guaranteed to show off again." The atmosphere on site was scorching hot. As the commentary desk lights came on, Olda spread his arms wide and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wow! Apocalypse of the gods, who can stand against it?" Game 5 begins now. The arena erupted, cheers and screams shook the place. The pounding of cheer sticks rose and fell in waves, and even the ceiling seemed to hum along with it. When the roar finally eased a little, Olda shifted to a mysterious expression and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what board do you think this round will be? The Miracle Merchant just came through, and last game the 4 gods kept swapping outfits so fast it was dizzying. Will this one be even more exciting? I'm dying of anticipation." Before he could finish speaking, the spotlights on both sides of the main stage flared to life, and 12 figures slowly emerged from the side aisles. Luo En walked to seat 8 and sat down, sweeping his gaze across the hall. The moment his eyes lifted, the Red Sea in the middle erupted. "Luo Shun, love you. So handsome. What brand of face mask is that? Different look every game." Luo En's opening move was explosive. Luo Nian flicked a finger, and all 12 cards on the screen flipped over with a clatter. Who would have thought that a purple card would jump straight to the center? Seer. It was immediately announced. This 12-player Mechanical Wolf Seer showdown was officially underway. To put it plainly, the good camp has the Seer, Witch, Hunter, Guard, and 4 villagers. The Wolf camp has 3 ordinary wolves plus a Mechanical Wolf. The Witch is also forbidden from self-healing throughout the game, making this hidden card, side elimination setup even more intense. The barrage instantly exploded. Damn, Mechanical Wolf Seer. I guessed right. Here it comes, here comes. Mechanical Wolf is here. Seer is way stronger than Prophet. Can't wait for Luoan to show off. Luoan leaned back in his chair, looking deep in thought. The Seer and his heavenly eye system were basically cut from the same cloth. The Prophet can only check whether someone belongs to the good or evil side, while the Seer directly reveals someone's identity card. 1 check per night, and he still needs support from external roles. Revealing 5 cards at the start was pretty satisfying. But don't forget, if a wolf tries a hard counterclaim against the Seer, the only reliable move is to reveal identities to their teammates. The problem is, when you hand out identities from outside positions, can you even be sure what card you're giving away? Say you give out a villager, what if that person is actually the witch and blows everything up? To put it bluntly, the Seer's information output is a huge step above the Prophet's. With him plus the heavenly eye system in this game, wolves might as well retire from the scene. If he hits a wolf, the mechanical wolf can imitate, and that makes things even more complicated. In the studio, Olda practically lunged forward. Wow! This game's mechanical wolf and Seer combo is insane. The mechanical wolf can choose any player to imitate for 1 night. Although it can only do it once per game, that one use is definitely explosive enough. He explained animatedly, the mechanical wolf and its wolf teammates don't know each other, which means that when the Seer checks the mechanical wolf, the result isn't mechanical wolf. It's the identity the mechanical wolf is imitating. Olda joked, for example, if the mechanical wolf imitates the witch, then when the Seer checks him, the result is witch. Only if the mechanical wolf hasn't chosen an imitation target yet will it show up as mechanical wolf. Even more outrageous, he changed tack. But if the mechanical wolf imitates the guard, that's the real trump card. The mechanical wolf gets a mechanical shield. That's nothing like an ordinary guard shield. The mechanical shield can bounce back the witch's poison and immune to a wolf kill. The barrage exploded. Bounce poison? Which poisons herself? Damn, that's brutal. Olda looked smug. For example, when the mechanical shield runs into the witch's poison, the poison gets reflected back onto the witch, making her take herself out. But our offline competition isn't the same as online play. The offline version of the mechanical shield is fully loaded. It reflects poison and nullifies wolf kills. Anyone who dares touch it is basically asking for death. His tone immediately turned disdainful. If the witch uses poison, she'd better keep her head clear. Don't end up slapping herself in the face with it. The barrage exploded again. The mechanical wolf is this strong? How does the Seer crack it? The Seer isn't weak either. These god-tier wolves are basically gods fighting each other. Olda stroked his chin. The mechanical wolf is strong, sure, but the Seer isn't a pushover either. Their ceilings are both high. It all depends on who plays more precisely. All right, let's look forward to everyone's hidden cards being fully revealed. Before the audience could finish talking, the barrage went wild again. If the mechanical wolf imitates the Seer, that's insane too. Starting from the second night, it can check identities too. It feels like the wolf team gets another Seer. Exactly. And if the mechanical wolf imitates a wolf teammate, the 3 ordinary wolves can be sacrificed while the mechanical wolf carries the game solo with 2 kills a night. It's basically the king of the endgame. But if the mechanical wolf imitates a villager, the skill is completely wasted, just a blank card. Still, when the Seer checks it, it shows up as a villager card, so it's not entirely useless. Looking at this lineup, Ron cursed inwardly. The old fox only had this much of a routine, open scheming and covert plotting all at once. 1 round of courtroom drama was more exciting than anything else. It was downright unfair. The moment Ron's mechanical wolf card appeared, Jasper completely lost it. Sitting there, he grinned ear to ear and shouted, "Give me a mechanical wolf card and let me play it for real. I'll teach you what a divine wolf double blade is." He rubbed his hands together with cracking pops, his eyes lighting up, and the frustration from the last game, where he'd grinded a 4-star, was tossed straight to the back of his mind. What was a 4-star? This time, with mechanical wolf possession, the final C position belonged to him and him alone. Who would have thought that Chan dashing on the other side would say, "Don't learn anything on the first night, or you'll be in trouble if the spiritualist checks you." His voice was very low, but everyone heard it loud and clear. That move was practically the old fox pulling a trick. Jasper's expression changed as he glared at him, his face clearly saying, "You motherf." Before he could finish, he burst out laughing first, then gritted his teeth and threw out, "Fine, fine, I believe you, ghost and all." Of course, the livestream exploded. "Chan Desheng, you're flying high with bravery." "Jasper, I hate that you're a block of wood. You hopeless simp. This back and forth was a guaranteed scene stealer every single match. Next, Judge Ronian signaled everyone to confirm their identities. Ron opened his card and looked. Mechanical Wolf. He never would have thought he'd actually draw the legendary Mechanical Wolf. At this point, the good side was completely done for. From the moment he got that card, the game was over. The other 11 people also checked their identities, with reactions all over the place. Top players were all professionals and knew the stage had to be acted out flawlessly, maintaining their state without a single second off. Soon after, everyone's masks were closed, night fell, and they closed their eyes. Ronian also gave a voice prompt letting the Mechanical Wolf open its eyes and choose a target. It was Ron's turn. As soon as he activated the Eye of Heaven system, his mind started calculating rapidly. The hardest part for a Mechanical Wolf was the first night. This wasn't a blind guess, and careless random picking would definitely expose him. Not to mention this was the official match of Ragnarok, surrounded by Asia's top players, with the divination control airtight. There was nothing useful to be gleaned by reading people's tells. On top of that, if he didn't imitate someone on the first night, he could forget about avoiding the spiritualist check. The spiritualist checked a specific identity, not just whether someone was good or wolf. If he got exposed as a Mechanical Wolf, the game would end in the first round, and he wouldn't even get a chance to speak. Put simply, no imitation on the first night, and he might as well wait to self-destruct. So he had to use the Eye of Heaven first to check positions and find a suitable target to imitate, so he wouldn't blow his cover if investigated. Check number 3. The result came back. Number 3 was actually a wolf. Jasper was indeed a wolf teammate. Even though it was a teammate, Ron shook his head. No way, imitating a wolf teammate would be disastrous. Sure, the double blade was insanely strong, but if he got checked out on the first night, he'd be dead on the spot. The top priority was staying alive. Don't even think about who you might kill off in the endgame. If you die in round 1, none of it matters. Then he checked number 12, and the result was Guardian. A Guardian identity, nice. This was exactly the target he wanted to imitate, since it came with protective cover to keep him alive. Thinking this, Ron satisfiedly raised his hand signal, indicating he wanted to imitate number 12, and the judge nodded in confirmation. Imitating the Guardian as a Mechanical Wolf was rock solid. If someone slashed him with a wolf knife, he'd be immune. If the witch poisoned him, he could even reflect it back. It was practically a god-tier survival skill. He no longer had to fear Jasper's temper and getting a knife in the night. Even if the witch got ruthless and poisoned him, it would be useless. Then Ronian called for the Guardian to open their eyes and protect someone, and the wolves chose a target to strike. Ron was stable this round. Once the Mechanical Wolf appeared, the situation reversed instantly. Everyone else was still guessing blindly, while he had already taken full control. It was absurd beyond belief. This move felt insanely good. As the game started, Ron's mask split open once again, and a shining golden shield appeared in the identity slot. Mechanical Guardian had come online. This shield was formidable. It could reflect the witch's poison and also made him immune to wolf knives. The old fox was indeed the old fox. This move was solid. Confirming identities came with a lock, and once the masks closed, day broke. 12 masks split open at the same time. As soon as Luo Nian spoke, he said, "Anyone who wants to go on the police, raise your hand." As a result, a whole crowd rushed up, numbers 3 through 10, a full 8 people going on the police. Good heavens, even watching this gave me a headache. It was only 2:23 in the afternoon, and it was player 3 Jasper's turn to speak first. To be honest, Jasper froze for a moment, cursing inwardly. Me first again? There's really no justice. He took a breath, and his expression immediately turned slick as if he were a professional actor. His emotion management was practically muscle memory. He said, "I, Jasper, can fight heaven, fight earth, and fight all of you, but I just can't fight time." He threw that out with full veteran artist flair. Then he made his stance clear. He simply wouldn't claim Seer this time. After all, in the last round, when he claimed Prophet, he had almost been beaten to death like a sieve. A character who shows weakness at the first sign of trouble was absolutely not going to get a chance to shine. Then Jasper started going wild. "Last night my head was itchy, and it felt like there was a wolf who sneaked over to bind me and imitate me." He swept his gaze across the room and snorted, "It's no use imitating my face. You can't imitate my core." Who wouldn't frown hearing the words of an old fox? He even said solemnly that if that Mechanical Wolf wanted to rely on him to carry the game, then it was really lucky. If the seer checked him and found he was good, then the good side would be stable. Then he immediately pushed back with full presence and threw out a challenge. "Can you fake being more like me than I am? Can you do it?" After saying that, He waved his hand and stopped talking nonsense, handing the rest of the spotlight to the two seers behind him, having already finished his performance. In the studio, Olda leaned back in his chair and laughed himself breathless. Ha ha ha! Still Jasper. I was imitated? Dude's preemptively predicting the prediction, turning mind games into an art form. He laid out the logic of that speech in his mind. Whether he was truly good or truly wolf, the logical shell was pretty thick, and the artistic vibe was off the charts. Just as Old A was carefully examining the monitoring panel, his eyes lit up. The spectator view is fully open this time. Player 12 Fong Xiang got the guard card. The border of the big screen flashed gold, and the identity was instantly called out, causing the audience to erupt. Someone shouted, "Guard perspective is nice, but I want to see the mechanical wolf's perspective even more. We really need to know who he imitated on the first night." Someone else complained, "Fong Xiang tends to overthink things. With the guard card, he might just make it complicated by thinking too much, making the night watch hard." The moderator gave the order, "Player 4, speak." Chun Xiaomao sighed and put on a polite face, chatting with the livestream fans as if he were being courteous. "The fan loss is a bit serious, all because my performance was mediocre. This time I'm going to dig out the wolves properly." Then he glanced at Jasper, his tone full of contempt. "Jasper, this move, this speech, it's really a bit unnecessary. What was this old fox still pretending for here? With this much skill, it's only worth so much." He said, "To be honest, your cat brother has seen how many rounds of Werewolf? I've been through thick and thin. What kind of Talu haven't I seen? Your speech is basically a second-rate trick, a slick move, a fake act." Ranchin Xiaomao was really thrown off by player 5 Tai Tai this time. Who could have expected that as soon as he opened his mouth, he'd throw out the line, "Do you think you were imitated last night?" Chun Xiaomao spread his hands, thinking to himself, "Are you kidding me? Still putting on an act here, directly revealing that you're good." Put simply, good player speeches are usually very vague, like, "I'm good. It's a pity to be first on the police. Let's hear what everyone else has to say." That kind of routine. But Tai Tai was too shrewd. Yet the moment he opened his mouth, he said he was imitated. Did he really think so highly of himself? Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning back in his chair, his tone turned serious. "That was a pretty artistic way of putting it. If a mechanical wolf wanted to check me, it should learn from you." Then he pointed at Jasper, number 3. "Seer, check him." Even though the odds of hitting a little wolf are low, his speech doesn't sound like a little wolf at all. He sounds more like a mechanical wolf. First night, he imitates a good guy card, already confident, specifically paving the way for himself. Even more outrageous, Chun Xiaomao glanced at Jasper and said bluntly, "If he comes up as a witch, guess what? A mechanical witch. If he's a villager, he's mechanical too. What role he really is depends entirely on how you, seer, judge it." Just when everyone thought he was almost done speaking, Ron suddenly changed course, locking his gaze on Tai Tai, number 5. "Honestly, your fortune reading is really weird. No matter how I look at it, you don't seem like a seer. I'm dead set on not believing you. Don't even think about bluffing people with that identity." His attitude was rock solid. Then Tai Tai slowly straightened up, wearing a pink shirt with one cuff casually undone, revealing a fair wrist. He shot Chun Xiaomao a flirtatious glance and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Ah, brother Xiaomao, how are you so much like the worm in my stomach? I really am the seer. Okay? Don't get nervous about your witch identity." To put it bluntly, Chun Xiaomao was cursing him nonstop in his head. This old fox only had this one trick, and he was still trying to fool people with that little stunt. The more Tai Tai tried to explain, the worse it sounded, and he kept fanning the flames. "We're on the same side. Whether you believe me or not is up to you." Then his tone shifted as he looked toward Ron. Number 8, warmly and brightly, "Brother Ron, I'll check your card tonight and see whether you're good or bad. You've been showing off in the last few rounds, so in this game you've got to carry me." After saying that, he didn't forget to fire at Shinzi. Number 1, "If you're a good guy, that means your luck is absurd. Otherwise, if you're a mechanical wolf on the wolf team, you're only relying on luck." And that wasn't all. Tai Tai boasted, "What's the wolf team even supposed to do? I'm a seer who checked a witch, and if there's poison and antidote, then if I didn't save someone last night, it's over. How are you supposed to fight someone like me with that setup? Not a chance." Then he pulled out his ultimate protection move. "Brother Mao, if anyone dares say you're a mechanical witch, Tai Tai won't stand for it. I'll protect you to the end." He cupped his face and acted cute, tossing out an expression so adorable it was almost explosive. Finally, he was basically digging a pit. "That fake claim wolf? Can you stop it already? Tai Tai hasn't properly scored in ages, so please let me make one solid play and win beautifully for once. After saying that, he leaned comfortably back in his chair, looking smug. The bullet chat in the Wolf Soul livestream exploded. Tai Tai is way too green tea. That orchid finger gesture was insane. Are all seers like this? Chun Xiaomao must be thinking. When did I turn into a witch? In the game, Ron, number 8, remained expressionless, but inwardly he was calculating. The seer is Tai Tai, number 5. He framed Chun Xiaomao as a witch. Could he be on the same side as him? Fake claim seer? Doesn't seem like it. The wolf team has to think this over carefully this round. It's absurd beyond belief, but that's what happens when these clever people love playing little tricks. Ron's seer identity can only be handled in two ways. Either casually toss out a villager to fool outsiders with only a 1 in 4 hit rate, or take the safer route and assign an identity to a wolf teammate. At least then someone can cooperate with you and help carry the badge. Who would have thought that Tai Tai, this wolf seer, would actually give a wolf teammate the witch identity? Isn't that basically pushing his teammate straight into a fire pit? I was completely stunned. Tai Tai and Qin Xiaomao are unlikely to be a wolf pair. Don't forget, player number 4 had already spoken up, saying Jasper looked like a mechanical wolf and that he himself wasn't a seer. But he didn't even say, I'm the witch. And yet Tai Tai actually gave number 4 the witch identity in return. This move is impossible not to complain about. Look, if he's wrong, and number 4 slaps the table and says, I'm not a witch, wouldn't Tai Tai just explode? But Tai Tai still did it, which means his seer identity might actually be real. But to everyone's surprise, Ron's brow twitched slightly as he muttered inwardly. If he's a real seer, then why didn't he come check me on the first night? The next second, Ron calmly spoke up. Player number 6, your turn to speak. Yilan Xin, from the moment Tai Tai jumped out as the seer, had a faint, almost smiling expression on her face, and she even sang a contrary tune. The seer jumped so fast and you still dare to give witch to number 4? Isn't that just slapping a label on collusion for everyone to see? Number 5 seer, you really have quite the nerve to play like that. If you really are two wolves faking a coordinated play, giving your wolf teammate a witch card, are you planning to get stared down by the whole table? What a huge loss. She idly waved a cigarette through the air while speaking in a casual tone. I'm not jumping my identity this round. Last round I got my lips worn out from jumping roles. This time I'll sit tight, listen to what everyone has to say, and then let's start voting. Over in the studio, Olda leaned back in his chair and mysteriously blurted out, Audience, I, Olda, have a bold, very bold guess. The barrage chat exploded, and everyone asked, Olda, what kind of weird trick are you up to now? Olda said solemnly, have you ever considered this? Number 5 Tai Tai is actually a mechanical wolf. On the first night, the mechanical wolf checked number 4 Chun Xiaomao, and Chun Xiaomao is a little wolf card. He excitedly waved his hands and answered himself. Chun Xiaomao didn't even admit to being the witch just now, saying he hadn't jumped his role, but Tai Tai directly gave him witch. That means he's forcing him to hold the witch claim and lure out the real witch for a showdown. Once the real witch drinks a bottle of poison and this little wolf drops, mechanical wolf Tai Tai walks away clean. Brother, relax. Every good guy outside will think Tai Tai is the real seer and got fooled by a fake witch. Olda leaned back smugly, a triumphant look all over his face. This move is called sacrificing the car to save the general. It's the true advanced play of the mechanical wolf. The audience instantly exploded. 666. Playing like this, the mechanical wolf is next level. Some also complained, way too risky. Screw this up and the wolf team is straight up GG. Others were completely baffled. What kind of logic is that? Olda, have you been drinking too much? Back on the game floor, Luo Nian spoke with utter seriousness. Number 7, please speak. Zhao Shu stood up, the smile gone from his face. His gaze fixed tightly on number 8 Luo En. Taking a deep breath, he said, I, the seer. The story continued, and the tension grew hotter and hotter. The Luo En storyline suddenly blew up. Last night, number 7 Zhao Shu said he checked number 8, and number 8 was actually a wolf card. Then came a double seer face-off, with number 5 and number 7 pushing against each other. The barrage chat couldn't help but explode. Another seer? Number 7 actually gave number 8 a kill check. Luo En is a wolf? The rhythm was just too exciting. Luo En was nervous as hell inside, cursing, I'm being targeted again? These old foxes only know these same old tricks. They're obviously trying to screw me over with one move. Who would have thought that in the first 4 matches he'd taken MVP every single time, and now everyone wanted to play him? Such a chance to make a name for yourself, who wouldn't be tempted? But the key question was number 7 Zhao Shu actually his wolf teammate? Luo En glanced at Zhao Shu's face and quickly looked away, growing angrier the more he thought about it. Are you a little wolf? Or a good guy faking identity? If you're a little wolf, how dare you kill your big brother me? You didn't even know I was on your side. Trying to murder your own big brother like this. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself buried alive? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. The 3 ordinary wolves had no way to tell who the mechanical wolf was. Zhao Shu throwing out a kill check this time was probably meant to test number 8's identity and give the wolf team some breathing room. Yet there was also another possibility. Zhao Shu was a good guy faking identity, not believing that number 5's super seer was real, and simply throwing out a kill check to force number 8 to show his face. Put plainly, this was a probing move to keep number 5 from having things too easy. If the kill check missed, then number 5's fake jump would be exposed. Luoan's heart was pounding, but his face remained calm and unreadable. From the moment Zhao Shu started speaking, number 3 Jasper had been wearing a gloating smile. Bro, the show's about to begin today. Then Zhao Shu began his analysis. Let me first explain why I want to verify number 6 Yi Lanxin first. In her logic, she stubbornly believes number 5 is the seer. Even if the witch comes out and claims, she'd rather suspect number 4 is the mechanical wolf than doubt number 5. Zhao Shu mocked her as brainless and bluffing, the kind of coward you get in a petty, narrow-minded game. So I think the chance she's a wolf is high, and I put her directly into my first police badge flow. Then he abruptly changed tone and stared at number 11 Zhou Ziyue. This guy's fortune tells me he's definitely the most wolf-like in the unpoliced seat, so I'm checking him in the second police badge flow. As for the third police badge flow, if I won't even live 3 days, where would I have the energy for that? Then came the even more impressive part, as number 7 began tearing apart the relationship between number 4 and number 5. The odds of wolves giving roles to wolves are high. As for whether it's 2 little wolves giving to each other or a mechanical wolf giving to a little wolf, we need to distinguish carefully. The good thing is, this round the wolf team starts by losing 2 and gets completely cut off, directly causing a blackout. The good guy's round advantage instantly maxes out. My plan this time is rock solid. After he finished, he even added, I'm through, with a somewhat provocative attitude. Next up, let's see how this checked wolf, speak. The livestream chat exploded. Zhao Shu is going head-to-head with Ron. This is so hardcore, totally unlike his previous cowardly self. Number 7's speech is full of confidence, not like a fake seer. Ron is a real wolf? This round is a total plot twist. The barrage of comments kept flooding in nonstop. Old A, who was handling the live commentary on site, couldn't help but sigh. Ron seems to always get checked when he receives a check kill. The targeting couldn't be more obvious. The pressure is real. Next, let's see how the god Ron responds. On the big screen, Ron gave everyone no time to wait and instantly played his trump card. I'm the seer, and number 7 is a civilian. This round was stable now, and the story was getting more and more exciting. Just as number 7 Zhao Shu sat down, Ron said the words, civilian, and his eyeballs nearly popped out. His reaction was so fast it was like he'd gone mad. Ron Zhao Shu had thrown a check kill at number 8, but number 8 turned around and slapped back with a civilian claim. Who could withstand that move? Did Ron know what number 7's identity was? Not at all. He hadn't even checked him, as if he simply loved acting blind. What fool would care what card Zhao Shu had? What if he were a werewolf? He had thrown out a check kill himself, only to be countered with a civilian identity. Wasn't that basically saying right out loud, I'm the mechanical wolf? As long as Zhao Shu wasn't as crude as mud, keeping his head down and staying quiet was a must, acknowledging the boss and following along. But if Zhao Shu were a good guy and still bluffing identity, Ron didn't need to panic at all. He'd just throw a civilian at him. Right. If it was a genuine seer-confirmed true identity, then even if the check blew up, all they'd learn was that Zhao Shu was a civilian, nothing to agonize over. Was Zhao Shu really a hunter? Ron didn't care either way. Hunters like to fake identities too, so why can't a mechanical wolf use a bit of cleverness? Today's script was entirely centered on the real seer and the hard-jumping wolf, and he had no need to obsess over exactly who number 7 was or waste a check on it. Who could have guessed that knowing the identity would only alert the enemy and ruin his acting completely? The less he knew, the more he could pretend to be a real good guy. That old fox's trick only went that far. Ron twitched his fingers and kept acting. My police badge flow is a double bet on number 11 and number 2. Number 7 checked out saying number 11 had a problem, and I also thought something was fishy, so I checked number 11. Then he changed direction, lightly pointing at number 2. Number 2 can just toss in a vote at random, since I'm taking the pressure on top. If number 2 is a good guy, I'll accept a friendship vote. No big deal. If he's a wolf, who the hell would dare help number 5 push a vote? They'd never dare. As he spoke, a confident smile crept onto his lips. Then his gaze returned to number 7 Zhao Shu, his tone both cutting and strangely friendly. Zhao Shu. Good thing I'm the seer. Otherwise, if you threw a check kill at me, I'd really be suffering. You, a lousy civilian. Why are you so damn bored that you'd throw a check kill at the seer in the later position? Zhao Shu said nothing. After a brief half-second daze, his hands moved briskly to press the panel. The red light went out, and he backed out of the water. Ron chuckled darkly to himself. Fantastic, the old fox's tricks had all played out perfectly. He turned to face the room and said with righteous confidence, "Outside good guys, don't do those mechanical wolf logic tricks. If I, as a mechanical wolf, saw a civilian give me a kill mark, I'd need to know he had a fake identity. Why would I still go provoke the seer? It's not worth the risk at all. If a mechanical wolf really jumped as the seer, then who else would the little wolves kill at night? No brands, eh?" He finished by shaking his head with a bitter smile. "I'm the real seer." Then, his gaze swept over number 5 Tidy and turned into a fierce offensive. "Number 5, why don't you get up and speak? You're tossing a witch identity to number 4. What are you pretending for? If the mechanical wolf checked the witch, would he still jump as the seer in the daytime? Would the wolf team recognize you? At night, they'd have to stab you for sure, right? Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself to death?" He waved a hand, his tone like that of a bystander watching the drama. "No need. You're not a mechanical witch at all. If you were a little wolf, giving your wolf teammates an identity, what would you even be trying to act out? You might as well just go straight into the water. Number 5, your speech is pretty much the same as number 7's. Can the wolf team really pull it off if they're giving identities to their own side? A witch poisons number 4 at night and pretends to be the seer in the daytime. This act is way too fake. Don't be naive. You won't survive a few days anyway, so don't waste your energy." Then he changed tone. "Give me that police badge vote pass. I'm the seer." The whole room instantly fell silent, and the atmosphere exploded. The air in Ron's game room seemed to have been hit by a pause button, and the live stream immediately blew up. Ron says one thing and Zhao Shu retreats the water? What? Zhao Shu really retreated the water? The red light for number 7 is out. What's their relationship exactly? 3 seers? Is this the seer wholesale market? What kind of joke is this? In the game room, everyone stared fixedly at Ron, guessing what card he had actually drawn. Jasper looked at him, completely baffled. He'd really never seen anyone play like this. In the studio, Olda shot straight up, slamming both hands on the table. "What?" Number 7 gave number 8 a kill mark, and number 8 came back with a civilian identity? Number 7 actually retreated the water? I really can't understand this move. He scratched his head, eyes wide. What card on earth did God Ron draw? Is he really the seer? If so, then Tidy doesn't look much like a mechanical witch, and the little wolf can only be giving identities to his wolf teammates. 2 wolves in the wolf team mutually recognizing each other on the first day of police discussion. That's basically throwing themselves into a pit of fire. Olda leaned back in his chair, his face full of disbelief. After all these years of commentary, I've really never seen such a seamless setup. In the audience, the fans went crazy. The ponytailed girl counted on her fingers, looking utterly lost. Damn, 3 seers? 3 right at the start? Number 5, number 7, and number 8, you guys are all doing some kind of divine performance. The bespectacled man next to her pushed up his frames, his expression grave. I think Ron is the real seer. Otherwise, how would he dare so boldly toss number 7 a civilian identity? And number 7 actually retreated the water. The uncle in the back row leaned in, mysteriously. Brothers, Ron definitely drew a wolf this round. Don't ask me why, I've got a gut feeling. He gave number 7 a civilian identity and got number 7 to retreat the water. With that confidence, no wonder I suspect he's a double wolf. Who could have guessed that Ron Yen would cut him off with a single sentence? Player 9, speak. Chun Dashing sat there with confusion written all over his face. His brows furrowed so hard they nearly reached his hairline. His mouth opening and closing like he was utterly helpless against the whole world. He first glanced at Ruin, then at Tai Tai, and finally at Player 7, who had stepped back from the water and couldn't help slamming the table. Are you messing with me? How did I, Chun Dashing, end up as the one being set up? He then bowed devoutly to Ruin again. God Ruin, stop messing around. Can you let this seer say a word? His lips twitched. Last night, I checked God Ruin, and God Ruin is the guard. Why, after being checked as a wolf by Player 7, Could he still jump as the seer and give Player 7 a civilian identity? And Player 7 actually backed out? I'm the real seer. The identity jump instantly blew up the entire room. Holy shit, the seer's nest got pierced. As soon as Ruin heard that, he immediately understood. Chan Dashing could only be the real seer. The guard identity he found was Player 12, Fong Xiong. So Ruin glanced at that young man whose face flashed with shock and despair. In the next second, splash, Ruin backed out, and when Chan Dashing saw the red light go out, he let out a long sigh of relief. Not bad, the guard backed out. Chan Dashing patted his chest and prepared to speak. You don't know, God Ruin. The moment you gave Player 7 a civilian identity, I was stunned. My first thought was, it's over, you found the mechanical wolf and checked the guard identity. But when I thought about it more, something was off. If you were the mechanical wolf after taking Player 7's wolf check, you wouldn't still need to jump as the seer. This kind of identity jump is basically a gamble. A gamble on what? Then you backed out, and I realized you were using it to pressure Player 7. God Ruin. That move was really slick. Chan Dashing grinned and said honestly, Zhao Shu, you definitely found a wolf over there. Player 5 didn't back out either, definitely helping you. At first you aimed at me and gave a wolf check, but then my guard rose up directly to block Player 7 and threw you a civilian identity. You saw that and thought, holy shit, why did I receive a civilian? You immediately reacted, thinking Player 8 was the mechanical wolf, and that the wolf check had gone to the big brother. So you hurriedly backed out, pretending nothing happened. That's right, these clever folks were playing mind games the whole time, and the tricks they pulled off were so over the top that everyone was yelling about how ridiculously absurd it was. Since Ruin thought Chan Dashing was sharp enough, he didn't even bother to check another wolf card and went straight after Tai Tai. Just now I, as the guard, analyzed it. You and Player 4 are definitely a pair of little wolves. There's no way you're the mechanical wolf. Who would have thought that Chan Dashing, full of confidence, would toss out a conclusion? I've already identified 3 wolf cards. Player 4, Player 5, and Player 7. These 3 cards all sat openly, and only the last wolf card is left to reveal itself. Even more absurd, he seriously analyzed the situation. Player 7's opening police badge flow is Player 11, then Player 6. Yi Lanxin's performance is too fierce. She doesn't look like a wolf. Player 11 wouldn't hit his own side either, otherwise he'd put himself further back. But he kept going on and on. Then the only choices for my police badge chain are number 1, number 2, and number 12. We'll just verify in that order, and finding another werewolf among those 3 cards won't be a problem, right? To put it bluntly, he was telling everyone to vote for him. There are 4 people off the police badge, 3 good guys. Vote for me, Chan Dashing, and I'll lead you to a win. After saying that, he was quite pleased with his own speech and sat down to savor the move. Ron cursed inwardly. If number 5 and number 7 were his wolf teammates, then Tai Tai was being way too bold by openly giving the witch identity to number 4. Damn, wasn't that just putting his own teammate in danger? Not to mention number 7 even thought number 5 was unreliable, so he forced a challenge and directly marked a diviner. Did he really think he was that impressive? System. I want to check a card, Ron said without hesitation, targeting number 4, Chun Xiaomao. The witch identity Tai Tai gave was way too suspicious. Unexpectedly, the check really showed that number 4 was the witch. The more Ron thought about it, the angrier he got. This move was simply absurd. Number 7 gave me an ex-werewolf, and in order to counter it I took the diviner claim, even confirming number 7 as a civilian. If number 9 Chan Dashing were a werewolf, he probably wouldn't have guessed that mine was the mechanical guard at all. In his eyes, the civilian result I gave number 7 could at most be interpreted as number 8 being a mechanical civilian, and it would make no sense at all for him to hand a guard card to number 8. To put it bluntly, if Chan Dashing were a werewolf and still dared to hand out a guard identity with such a sincere face, then his brain must be flooded. That old fox only had that much of a trick. So reason told Ron, Chan Dashing could only be the real diviner, and I am the mechanical shield. The diviner successfully checked the mechanical guard, and the situation was clear. The problem was, if number 10 Gung Shuer didn't claim diviner, then number 5 Tai Tai could only be a wolf teammate. But among these wolves, Tai Tai really did have some skill. He actually dared to openly hand number for the witch identity. That was some serious guts. While Ron was complaining about Tai Tai acting like a big shot, he was also locking down the logic. Either Tai Tai had accurately read number 4's identity and was betting that his bare red could withstand the pressure of giving out a face card from the police side, or, even more absurdly, Tai Tai was actually the real diviner and Chan Dashing was his wolf teammate. That was the kind of twist no one expected. But Ron, with his head still clear, immediately killed that thought. If Chan Dashing were a wolf, he couldn't possibly give number 8 a guard. How could he have known? At a glance, everyone could tell Chan Dashing was definitely the real diviner, and Tai Tai, the little wolf, only dared do that after reading number 4 as the witch. That was what finally locked the logic in Ron's mind. 3 checks had already been used, number 3, number 12, and number 4 were all checked, leaving 2 more. ROFL, and today's situation was complicated. For people were off the police badge, and the real conflict was between the 2 diviner claimants, number 1 and number 9. Good guys were short on time, and Ron, who couldn't get a chance to check the mechanical shield, felt awkward, but he knew clearly in his heart that once he chose the mechanical shield last night, it was destined he'd be checked today. He couldn't dodge it. Chan Dashing was still bubbling with excitement on his side. Bro Ron, we're on the same side now. This is a fast push game. Me, Chan Dashing, found 3 werewolves on the first day. To put it bluntly, he wanted to drag Ron along and charge ahead, then turn around and sigh regretfully. What a pity. I told the wolves your identity. Ron thought to himself. Ron handing the wolves such a big gift this round, really acting like some big shot stepping onto the stage, only to end up here helping the wolves report in. He deserved to stumble. Ron's game this round was truly full of swords and shadows, and from the very beginning it had everyone's hearts racing. As soon as Chan Dashing started speaking, the momentum was immediately there. You're getting knifed tonight. He ruffled his hair and muttered. Do we guard him or guard me? Let's go toe-to-toe with the werewolf and see who's tougher. His tone was so familiar it was practically like an old friend calling everyone to dinner. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. He even deliberately cheered for NGE, saying things like, you had the divine shield in the last round. You're the guard this game. Let's see if you can still stun the whole field. After saying that, he plopped down, crossed his arms, and looked utterly satisfied, secretly cursing in his heart that a petty, clever old fox like that only had this much ability. Then Luonyen took his turn and said, Player number 10, please speak. This time, Gung Shuer frowned, thinking hard. Should I claim Seer or not? Then she amused herself first. The people who claimed earlier looked like a flea market, for people all jumping as Seers, and number 7 and number 8 even backed off. That's basically a free Seer experience card. Should I get one too? In plain terms, she was mocking this bunch of fake and pretentious people. She glanced at number 8, Luoen, and got serious. Luoen doesn't play as a good guy, taking the kill accusation as an identity claim. That's basic stuff. If he doesn't claim Seer today, he'd be blind as hell. The more she thought about it, the more speechless she became. He really thought he was something special. How could Luoen, that coward, still keep putting on a tough guy act? She grumbled inwardly. Then she turned to number 9, Chan Dashing. What do you mean by directly giving number 8 Luoen the guard identity? Last round he was a god-tier guard, and this round you hand it to him again? Is this a TV series or what? Who's the screenwriter? Give me a good role too and I'll act. Her shrug was full of disdain and helplessness. Who would have thought that next she would tell a ghost story? In the dark night, the mechanical wolf opened its eyes and scanned around like rolling beads. Scanning, scanning. It found a properly seated, steady-looking real guard, and then the mechanical wolf slammed the table. Found you, little mouse. The metaphor was insanely awesome. The live chat exploded. Damn, mechanical shield. Did Gung Shuer get it right again? This story is real. That's amazing. Then she went on with a serious analysis. If Luoen is really the guard, then after receiving a kill accusation, if he turns around and gives a civilian badge to the person who accused him, isn't he worried it'll end up in a wolf's hands? If number 7 is a wolf, he can't possibly back off, because number 7 and number 5 are mutually supporting wolf buddies. It wasn't that hard to figure out, but the more she spoke, the angrier she got, inwardly criticizing these schemers for nothing but tricks and gimmicks. Old foxes only had this much routine. What was even more outrageous was that she boldly suspected Nos. 4, 5, and 7 were all werewolves, with number 5 claiming Seer to provide cover, and number 4 being a fake whose identity was handed to him by number 5. To put it plainly, this logic sounded great, but even she still didn't dare pound her chest and guarantee it. Her mouth was like a broken weather forecast, saying nothing right. In the end, she decided to stop. Forget wild analysis. I'll just be my own cute girl and listen to what number 4, Chan Xiaomao, has to say. She didn't forget to toss in a punchline either. Is number 4 number 5's wolf teammate? If no real witch comes out to deny it, I'm siding with number 5. Otherwise, maybe number 4 is the witch and number 5 the seer, with numbers 8 and 9 as 2 wolf buddies. Or maybe number 9 is the mechanical wolf and number 8, Luoen, is the real guard. As soon as she finished, she tilted her head and mocked herself. The ghost story is over. Believe it or not, That's up to you. My mouth doesn't work. I just want to get through my speech. This part was truly exciting. Olda heard it and slapped the table, ready to blow the scene up. Dear viewers, don't blink. The fun in this game has only just begun. Olda Luoen let his imagination run wild, spread his hands, and launch straight into rapid-fire reasoning. Listen to me. What if numbers 4, 5, 7, and 8 just happened to be 4 wolves? What then? His pace was so fast it felt like double speed. He began laying out the facts and logic. Number 5 Tai Tai was the first to claim seer, and even handed number 4 a witch identity. I think that's just a little wolf passing an identity to another little wolf. Number 7 Zhao Shu gave number 8 Luo an a kill accusation, but accidentally aimed it at the big brother and quickly backed off. Number 8 Luoen is clearly the mechanical guard. On the first night he imitated the real guard and got checked by the seer. Super impressive. Can identify the role with perfect accuracy. That role reading skill is 666. He leaned back in his chair, looking perfectly at ease. If that's really the case, then the werewolf team is in trouble. On the first round of pre-claim speeches, all 4 wolves got found. The wolf team's cover is blown. They're way too shallow, aren't they? The audience exploded, splashing like water everywhere. 666. That makes no scientific sense. How could the werewolves be caught so fast? Olda, you're making things up again, aren't you? The moment a mechanical wolf appears, you immediately start spinning a drama series. Someone smugly shot back. I think number 9 is definitely the seer, number 8 is the real guard, numbers 4 and 5 are little wolves sending out fake identities to each other, and number 7 is just a clueless villager making random moves. That whole 4 wolves on pre-claim theory from Old A is total nonsense. Even more outrageous, an older man in the back row glanced at the big screen. Brother, are you blind? The spectator view is number 12. The shield number 12 Fong Xiang wants is very clear. Fong Xiang is the real guard, and the guard identity number 8 Ron got is the mechanical shield revealed by the seer. The person who got pushed back flushed bright red. Though embarrassed, he still stubbornly half-admitted it. Simple? Don't forget this is Ragnarok. If you don't pull off some spicy move, you don't deserve to be here. No one could convince anyone else, and the atmosphere turned scorching hot. At this point, the main screen switched back to the game room, and Luo Nian called out, all players on the pre-claim side have finished speaking. If you want to pull back, do it now. In the silence, only number 5 Tai Tai and number 9 Chin Dashing still had red lights on. The sheriff vote began with numbers 1, 2, 11, and 12 participating. The result was announced. Number 2 and number 12 voted for number 5. Number 1 voted for number 9, number 11 abstained, and number 5 took the sheriff badge. Tai Tai sat in seat number 5, lips pressed together. Though he tried to stay composed, he couldn't hide that little bit of smugness in his eyes. He even flicked out a delicate orchid finger gesture and pointed straight at number 4. Reverse order. Start from number 4. Chen Xiaomao looked completely baffled. Seriously, werewolves are this bold? I wasn't even the witch and they're already giving me a witch identity? These wolves are really something. They don't even avoid suspicion when assigning identities. The accusations came flying like cannon fire, and everyone's eyes instantly locked onto number 8 Ron. His brows twitched slightly. The movement was so small that no one noticed, but inside he was in upheaval. What the hell? Number 4 really was the witch, and number 5 Tai Tai had correctly read his identity, yet Chen Xiaomao was openly claiming to be the witch and even calling number 5 a wolf? These good guys are too overpowered. It's downright unfair. As Ron's gaze lingered on Chen Xiaomao, that old ghost story from Gung Shuer flashed through his mind. A mechanical wolf mimicking the guard got checked as the guard, a kill-claiming player jumped as the seer, and then they turned around and assigned a villager. Gung Shuer's guess had actually been pretty accurate. Chen Xiaomao's witch identity had been passed incorrectly, and instead he said number 5 was a wolf who had given him an identity. What kind of outrageous move was that? Number 5 Tai Tai's eyes darkened, and he clearly looked a bit deflated. Something was wrong. Did he misassign the card? Chen Xiaomao wasn't the witch at all. He had read the wrong tell himself. Number 3 Jasper leaned back at an angle in his chair, arms crossed, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious he had already expected this scene. Chen Xiaomao showed no mercy, speaking faster and spreading both hands. If a good guy gives me the witch identity, then I know it. Number 7 must be a wolf. Zhao Shu, you can't escape. He explained it clearly. Whatever role his teammate gave me doesn't matter. They rushed to backfill number 5's identity, and then they immediately gave a wolf identity to number 8 Ron, who was later in the pre-claim order. As a result, Ron instantly jumped as the seer and said you gave him a villager. Get it? Number 8 might be a mechanical wolf and the wrong identity got sent to the boss. Hurry up and pull back. So numbers 5 and 7 are both wolves. No question. Chun Xiaomao finished with a satisfied smile. As for number 8, he might be a mechanical wolf, but it's not 100% certain yet. We'll have to wait until the guard takes a shot at him. Just after Chun Xiaomao finished speaking, Ron said, if there is a guard who takes a shot at him, he might become a mechanical wolf. If no guard takes a shot at him, then he's a real guard. After saying that, he immediately dropped all his gestures and stared straight at number 5 Tai Tai. His gaze was full of playful scrutiny. He even crooked his mouth and let out a snort of laughter. A werewolf? Who would have thought that just then? Seat 5 suddenly went bang, as the simulated explosion sound rang out, and Tai Tai pressed the self-destruct button. The whole room instantly fell silent. The expression on Chun Xiaomao's face looked as if it had been scorched by something. He blinked, his mouth slightly open, and then that dazed look gradually turned into an eager, excited smile. Huh? Seat 5 actually self-destructed. Beside him, Seat 9, Chun Dashing, couldn't help but break into a grin and shouted, solid. Yet Tai Tai stood up, his voice soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Huh? That's not right. Tai Tai pined your fortune pattern, and it really looks like a witch, especially when you pointed out that Seat 3 was a mechanical wolf. Tai Tai's first reaction was, you're the witch. Ah, cat brother, you got fooled again. Even more outrageous, he abruptly changed tone and said solemnly, what a pity, my wolf teammates. I've exposed my role this time, but it's okay, I've gotten the police badge. Tonight I'll gamble the kill with the guard. Tai Tai believes in you guys. Rock solid. This time let it slide. Next time don't use your expression to trick Tai Tai. I'm so sad, cat brother. No one expected that the next second. Luonyen lightly tapped the panel and said calmly, police chief, please hand over the police badge, or choose to destroy the police badge. Tai Tai looked up, his gaze passing over several seats to lock onto Seat 2, Jamming, and he let out a soft sneer. Then I'll give the badge to Jamming. Brother Jamming, you've got to lead the wolf team to victory this round. Tai Tai believes in you. It was absurd beyond belief, and the barrage in the Wolf Soul livestream exploded. Tai Tai gave the badge to Jamming? Seat 2 is a wolf teammate? Tai Tai's last words were basically paving the way for the wolves. I thought he and Seat 4 were just two little wolves. Jamming's speech was so short and he still got the badge, ha ha ha. Jamming? Who am I? Where am I? As soon as his speech ended, Tai Tai sprang up from his seat, turned with a coquettish flourish, and slid straight toward the exit passage. Night falls, please close your eyes. In the studio, Olda leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh, tapping the table with his pen as he spread his hands in mockery. Ha ha ha, I read this wrong. Cat brother actually isn't the Wolfman. He said he didn't recognize the witch, so Seat 5 Tai Tai giving him the witch role meant the card was given wrong. It blew up. When he said this, his tone was a mix of admiration and helplessness. This wolf team was really bold, full of artistry. They directly gave a witch role to a good player who had already spoken and then gave it wrong. If they'd given it right, then Cat Brother would really be the genuine witch and he'd be tied directly to Seat 5 by the wolves. From the good side's perspective, it would be 4 and 5 are two little wolves. This wolf team really had guts. The fans were in stitches. 666. A little wolf giving a good player the witch role. This move was way too bold. Absolutely Tai Tai's manliest moment. Tai Tai, I'm a girly, okay? I keep feeling something's off. Chun Xiaomao didn't recognize the witch. Tai Tai self-destructed. And this logic looks smooth but somehow weird. Don't overthink it. Self-destructing just means the role was given wrong. It's normal for bold wolves to mess up. In the match room, the mechanical wolf and the guard began their actions. On Seat 12, Fong Xiang's face mask slowly split open as he opened his eyes and stared at a group of dead fish eyes in the darkness. His brow tightly furrowed. Clearly, his identity had been copied by the mechanical wolf. Although the old fox's tactics were deep, Fong Xiang had been given a real shield. The big wolf and the little wolf couldn't see each other, and the mechanical wolf didn't know who his teammates were, but Fong Xiang guessed in his heart. The shield in his hand was real, and there was also a mechanical shield on the board. He thought to himself, will the kill tonight come for me? Could the wolves read from the fortune pattern that I'm the guard? If they don't kill me, then 9 times out of 10 our Seat 9 Searchin Dashing will be the unlucky one. Fong Xiang had just voted for Seat 5 Tai Tai, believing Seat 8 Luoen was the mechanical guard. Since Seat 5 had given the witch role to Seat 4, he had no reason not to vote for Seat 5. Yet the vote card was marked with a wolf badge, and it was a self-destruct wolf. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. That was Fang Xiang's style of thinking. The points nobody else could think of, he would go over again and again, and the more he thought, the more tangled it got. Even he wanted to complain. Fuck. My brain is completely twisted up. In the end, he took a deep breath, made the guarding gesture to confirm with Luo Nian, and the mask slowly closed.